Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Senju clan. I want to soar higher, to fly even. Huh. After school, Senju Lingfeng returned home, indulging in hot pot and singing merrily. Suddenly, an AMBU ninja emerged, startling him into a loud cry. The AMBU ninja remained expressionless. Senju Lingfeng, the Hokage has summoned you. Report to the training ground in the Forest of Death at the hour of the dog tomorrow. This matter must not be disclosed to a third party, or you shall be treated as a traitor. With that, he did not wait for Lingfeng's response and vanished in an instant. The Hokage's order. The chopstick slipped from Lingfeng's grasp as he eagerly scanned the brightly lit courtyard, his face alight with excitement. Fantastic! The Hokage has finally acknowledged my strength. He let out a joyful shout, hopping around the courtyard before gleefully returning indoors, slamming the door behind him. Once assured that no one was watching, his smile abruptly faded, his expression turning grim. Is it finally my turn? Whose command is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, or Shimura Danzo. Senju Lingfeng, originally known as Lingfeng, was a seasoned anime enthusiast and an active critic in the forums of Naruto and One Piece. 9 years ago, after an exhausting binge of both series, he succumbed to darkness. His hard drive hadn't even been formatted. Upon awakening, he found himself reborn as a distant relative of the Senju clan. Senju Lingfeng, at the age of 3, he possessed mediocre talent, and his parents had perished during a mission. Upon realizing his identity, Lingfeng felt a surge of delight. A prestigious clan, yet a mere branch, orphaned at a tender age, with unremarkable aptitude. All the advantages of a typical transmigrator had been amassed, awaiting the arrival of his golden finger, ready to cultivate both literary and martial prowess and unify the ninja world. However, reality proved contrary. Typically, transmigrators receive their golden finger immediately. The unfortunate ones merely endure 3 years of waiting. Yet Lingfeng waited for 3 years, then 3 more, and another 3, and nearly a decade passed with no sign of it. Lingfeng finally comprehended that he had emerged from his original world with nothing. It is now the 32nd year of the Konoha calendar. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been in power for several years, firmly securing the Hokage seat. The Senju clan faces both internal and external strife. The so-called internal strife consists of Sarutobi and Danzo deceiving the Senju clan members into participating in the wood release experiments. Countless clan members have gone missing, with neither sight nor sound of them. And as for the success of the experiments, not even a whisper. The external threat is the impending Second Ninja World War. In this conflict, numerous Senju clan members are destined to perish, or be sacrificed on the battlefield. In summary, being a Senju now is akin to entering the palace during the late Qing dynasty. Over these 9 years, Lingfeng has diligently concealed his true self, portraying an innocent and passionate yet mediocre persona, hoping that the seasoned veterans would overlook him. To his dismay, he has still caught their attention. What should I do? What can I do? Lingfeng felt a great weight upon his shoulders, pacing frantically within his room. The ninja who delivered the message did not depart, but instead concealed himself nearby. Observing Lingfeng, at that moment, Lingfeng's silhouette danced across the window, appearing quite agitated. The ninja nodded discreetly. Upon the sound of battle, one rejoices and heeds the call to action. Indeed, a promising prospect. The following day, Lingfeng arrived at school early, his demeanor indistinguishable from his usual self, yet his eyes betrayed a profound sense of resignation. In class, the teacher expounded eloquently on the will of fire, while Lingfeng's thoughts drifted far beyond the confines of the classroom. Abruptly, the teacher posed a question. Shu, would you enlighten us on the will of fire? A young boy with chestnut hair rose to respond. The will of fire embodies the spirit of burning brightly for oneself while illuminating the path for others. The flames will continue to light up the village, nourishing the budding leaves of new life. The teacher nodded in approval. Excellently articulated. Please take your seat. Lingfeng gazed at the boy with a heart full of compassion. He was none other than Senju Shu, a figure of profound legacy within the world of Hokage, grandson of the First Hokage, brother to the 5th, and a disciple of the renowned Orochimaru. Should he continue on this path, his ascent to Hokage would be all but assured. Such a lineage could only be rivaled by the later prince, Naruto. Of course, the two were already related as uncle and nephew, with the title of Hokage merely a rotation among a select few relatives. While Lingfeng regarded his classmates as mere children, his kinship with Shu, along with the boy's admirable character, fostered a cordial relationship between them. However, according to the unfolding narrative, His dear friend was destined to perish in the Second Great Ninja War, becoming the first significant figure in the Hokage universe to meet a tragic fate through an explosive tag. Contemplating his own predicament, recalling his friend's grim fate, and observing the teacher's incessant monologue, a wave of resentment surged within Lingfeng. Each day, squandered on indoctrination, why not impart a few more ninjutsu techniques? Is the will of fire truly more valuable than the lives of the people? Perhaps, in the eyes of those in power, it is indeed so. Lingfeng felt a wave of impotence wash over him. He might be the most beleaguered of all transmigrators. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated within his mind. The Hokage Pirate Transmigration System has been activated, binding host progress loading. Lingfeng was taken aback. Soon thereafter, filled with elation, a golden opportunity, long awaited for 9 years, has finally emerged. Ah, it matters not that arrives late with this golden finger. I shall surely overpower Sarutobi and outmaneuver Danzo to become the supreme ruler of Konoha. With the declaration of binding successful, a panel materialized before him. The surrounding individuals remained oblivious, clearly indicating that only he could perceive this information. The system interface was minimalist, strikingly pristine exchange system. No portals to other realms, no grand wheel of fortune. Only simple black text on a white background, rendered in a font reminiscent of the weary working class. Lingfeng hastily examined the panel's contents. Hokage Pirate Transmigration System Beginner, Awakened. Host information. Name, Senju Lingfeng, Konoha Village. Age 12. Skills acquired. Body replacement technique learning, transformation technique learning, shadow clone. Technique learning, ninja tool, throwing mastered, taijutsu mastered. Remarks. Skills are categorized into 4 levels. Learning, mastered, proficient, and expert 2 skills. At the mastered level are required for graduation. Physical condition, 17 spirit. For host, do you believe that the traverser's mental strength has been enhanced? How absurd. Chakra, 15. Note, the aforementioned values are as follows. Ordinary individuals score 1. Lower ninjas range from 5 to 49. Middle ninjas from 50 to 499 special. Upper ninjas are calculated separately. Upper ninjas from 500 to 4,999 elite upper ninjas are also calculated separately, and shadows exceed 5,000. Chakra attributes water, earth. Special abilities, none. Lingfeng furrowed his brow. You speak of the blessings of the Senju bloodline, yet these values are merely average. If one were to dismiss such blessings, how could one be so disproportionately skilled in certain areas? However, there was no time to dwell on this now. System, are you there? I am here, host. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Lingfeng felt a sense of relief. The system was courteous, marking a positive beginning. System, please introduce your functions. I am the Hokage Pirate Traversal System, enabling the host to traverse between the worlds of Naruto and One Piece. Splendid. No further words are needed. I shall make my escape at once. Aren't you the elite, Umbu? Let's see if you dare to follow me on the Grand Line. System, take me away now. Regrettably, the system level is insufficient. The traversal function will only unlock upon upgrading. Lingfeng glanced at the glaring word primary behind the system. How can I upgrade? And what functions does the primary level possess? There are 2 conditions for system upgrade. Point 1 is for the host strength to increase, allowing for the bearing of more temporal energy. The other is for the host to alter the plot, with greater changes leading to faster upgrades. The primary system allows the host to randomly select one ability from the world of One Piece. Martial arts, sword techniques, haki, technology, kick techniques, or devil fruits may all be included. Lingfeng frowned. Random selection, you say? And then what? That's all. The system responded with utmost finality. Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, what if I draw a useless ability? Am I to await my demise right here? What if I draw a block of iron? Will it help me endure a few more cuts on the operating table? Host, there's no need for anxiety. The system detects that there will be no life-threatening danger within the next 9 years. 9 years? A sense of foreboding surged within Lingfeng. System, I ask you calmly, what is today's date? Today is the 23rd year of Konoha. October 7th, the weather is clear, with a temperature of 22°C, crisp autumn air, all in tranquility. Lingfeng could no longer contain himself. It is currently the 32nd year of Konoha. You wretched system, you are 9 years late. Tonight, I shall be taken for dissection. System, host, what would you like to eat? The system can assist in activating the takeaway function. Do not divert the topic. This matter must be resolved. Otherwise, I shall simply wait for death. I refuse to believe that such a glaring bug is left unaddressed. The system's voice finally revealed a hint of panic. Host, please remain calm. It is not that the system does not wish to assist. but our permissions are limited. Let us discuss this matter amicably discuss what? The game has already reached a deadlock. Hurry and grant me maximum permissions to see if there's any way to salvage this situation. Well, the system reluctantly responded. Then let's modify the conditions. The host may select one ability from the world of pirates. Is that all? Lingfeng wore a look of disdain, yet inwardly he felt a sense of relief. This was considerably more reliable than before. The abilities in the pirate realm are incredibly diverse, some potent, others peculiar. If survival is the sole aim, there remains ample room for maneuver. May I directly select the ability of one of the four emperors? For instance, Whitebeard's Quake fruit. With the Quake fruit, would I still need to flee? Shall I avoid his prowess? Provoked, I might just raze your hidden leaf village to the ground. But the system doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. The host may choose an ability from one of the four emperors, yet its power will be tethered to the host's current strength. What do you mean by that? Given the host's present capabilities, even if you acquire the Quake fruit, its might would merely equate to a brank ninjutsu of a seasoned shinobi. Ultimately, this system is a nurturing one, requiring time for the host to develop. Forget it, system. You may leave. I wish to find some peace. 9 years ago would have sufficed. Regardless of the ability's worth, with diligent development, one could gamble their youth for a brighter future. Now, with barely half a day remaining, isn't it a tad too late? Even a half-baked lineage like mine has drawn attention. This reveals the insatiable thirst of the Hidden Leaf's higher-ups for wood release. Should I acquire yet another inexplicable ability at this time, my fate would only worsen. Lingfeng was already leaning towards the natural system. However, the choice of ability required careful consideration. Although the world of Naruto lacks sea stone and haki, it does not imply one can rest easy. Ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu are manageable. Yet techniques such as heavenly obstruction, birth of the world of trees, almighty push, and the 8 gates are all formidable threats. What truly concerned him were the obscure techniques. For instance, Jinjutsu, with his mental strength, he might not endure even a second before succumbing to control. Perhaps it wouldn't harm him directly, but what if he were forced to consume his own waste? Or sealing techniques, should he be sealed, it would be a fate worse than death. Then there are the all-consuming, truth-seeking balls and the soul-affecting soul transformation. Just contemplating them was a headache. While in terms of power, abilities like the Gura no Mi, Rumble, Magma, and Ice are indeed supreme. Yet, natural system users still need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. If one's abilities were to be exposed and targeted, the next life would offer no peace. You might strike the ninja village from 800 miles away, but they could poison your toilet paper or lace your toys with harmful substances. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Once in their grasp, the outcomes would include, but are not limited to, dissection and experimentation, mind control and assassination, breeding purposes. This, however, does not seem entirely implausible. Reflecting on the experiments under Danzo and Orochimaru, aside from Yamato, there were no reports of any other survivors. Wait a moment. Thinking of Yamato, Lingfeng's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, the Hidden Leaf's research on Hashirama cells is precisely aimed at recreating wood release, isn't it? If I could master wood release, wouldn't I be able to avoid the operating table? Currently, without the presence of Oyama, even Danzo would not resort to killing the village's soul. Would release ninja system. If I choose the nature fruit, will I directly acquire elemental abilities? Elementalization is a passive skill of the nature type, independent of the user, and can be obtained directly. Indeed, Lingfeng finally revealed a smile. I have decided I choose the nature forest fruit. Compared to fruits like Thunderflash, the forest fruit may seem somewhat unremarkable. Yet, as a nature type, its abilities are formidable. The key is its striking resemblance to wood release. As a member of the Senju clan, it is reasonable for me to awaken wood release that if you find it odd, it simply reflects a lack of deep research into the cells of Hashirama. Lingfeng silently commended himself. After all, I can still traverse time. I can always acquire those extraordinary fruits later on. Chapter 2. My ninja way is to survive. Ding! The nature forest fruit has been received. Lingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. This is secure. The forest fruit allows one to freely create and control plants, and even transform into a plant to become immune to harm. Aside from elementalization, the abilities of the forest fruit closely resemble wood release, nearly indistinguishable in their authenticity. However, before Lingfeng could revel in his joy, the system's voice echoed once more. Due to a timing error in system activation, a reset adjustment is required. The system will now enter hibernation and restart after an upgrade. What? Lingfeng was momentarily stunned. Don't go yet. I still have things to say. The electronic voice continued, 3, 2, 1, hibernation. Then silence enveloped him as the system decisively went offline. Lingfeng's eyes twitched slightly. What a wretched system. Not only was it delayed by 9 years, but it also dropped a forest fruit and turned to leave. Did it think it was Nailin Yanran coming to call off a betrothal? In the midst of his confusion, he suddenly caught sight of a piece of fruit in his lunchbox undergoing a transformation, its surface adorned with strange patterns, gradually morphing into a devil fruit. Lingfeng's eyes twitched again. Goodness! Thank heavens I brought fruit, otherwise where would I find this devil fruit? At that moment, the school bell rang. Lingfeng wasted not a second, seizing the devil fruit and taking a bite. His urgency was understandable. After all, one could never predict unforeseen circumstances, such as the Umbu suddenly striking to eliminate him, or the Inuzuka family's dog coming to snatch a bite. Only by consuming the devil fruit could one feel at ease. Ugh! With one bite, it felt akin to a distasteful concoction of 9-turn intestines paired with raw pig kidney. Lingfeng's eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. Though he had never consumed excrement, it could not be much different. According to the lore, the devil fruit is only effective upon the first bite. Thereafter, it becomes merely a fruit. Yet, fearing a deviation from this narrative, Lingfeng gritted his teeth against the nausea and consumed the entire fruit. The price of power. Ugh. Truly. Ugh. Too great. Almost simultaneously, in the mystical lands of Mayabuka Mountain, a colossal toad opened its eyes. Its eyes appeared murky, yet seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. Strange, this sensation. Is it a third force that drifts beyond chakra and sage techniques? By the time school ended, Lingfeng was in a state of utter distress, returning to his clan's territory with a staggering gait. On his way, Lingfeng assessed his own attributes. Hokage Pirate Traverse System Beginner Dormant. Host Information. Name: Senju Lingfeng Konohage Core, 12 years old. Physical condition: suboptimal, severely dehydrated. Acquired skills: body replacement technique learning, transformation technique learning, shadow clone technique learning, ninja tool, throwing mastered, taijutsu. Mastered. Note: fruit-based techniques do not appear in the skill list. Physical, 17. Mental, 4. Chakra, 15. Chakra attributes water, earth. Special ability forest fruit. Upon seeing the special ability section, Lingfeng felt considerably reassured. Though his panel values were not high and his skills were lacking, his overall strength could barely be deemed that of a genin. However, with the prowess of his natural abilities, confronting a chunin would pose no challenge, and he might even contend with a jonin. As for powerful figures, let's forget it. I should be able to walk peacefully. After being on edge for 9 years, Lingfeng's path of ninjutsu has undergone a tremendous transformation. From being someone who could take the sun and moon and pluck the stars, unmatched in the ninja world, to dominating the ninja world for generations, and now to finding peace as a blessing. Now, it can be summed up in one word: survival. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If something happens, let it go to the Otsutsuki clan. What does it have to do with me? No, I can also be considered part of the Otsutsuki clan. Lingfeng closed the panel and slowly shut his eyes. The surrounding grass and trees seemed to become his eyes and ears, and his senses spread out easily, quickly noticing the ninja in the tree not far away. Sure enough, they were watching me. Well, that's good. It saved me the trouble of sending a message. Lingfeng stretched out his hand, and tender buds sprouted from his palm, quickly growing into a sapling. The watching ninja was so shocked by the scene that his eyes nearly popped out. What the heck? What did I just see? Living would release. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his surveillance of Lingfeng and dashed back to report. Has he left? Sensing the other party's departure, Lingfeng smiled slightly and shifted his focus to the little sapling. With a slight application of his ability, the sapling began to bloom, bear fruit, and then wither away, experiencing an entire life cycle in just a few breaths. This is the greatest advantage of the devil fruit. As long as your imagination is big enough, you could develop all sorts of unreasonable techniques. When it comes to imagination, I, Senju Lingfeng, am second to none. However, Lingfeng was not immersed in his new abilities. In a ninja world where fragile bodies dominate, being immune to damage is indeed a bug. But it is also a flaw. Just look at Danzo. He used to be a standard ninja, but ever since he learned as an Aji, he became reckless, using kunai to stab Susanoo and relying on his belly to absorb ninja tools. In the end, he was caught off guard by Sasuke. who finished him off with a simple illusion. If he had maintained even a third of his previous caution and avoided a couple of hits, he could have soloed the second Hokage. Abilities can be developed, but one must never become obsessed. If elementalization can be avoided, then avoid it. During battles, prioritize using ninja techniques and only resort to abilities if necessary. This is not only to conceal one's trump card, but also to cultivate combat awareness. With this determination, Lingfeng was no longer confused. With a shake of his hand, a small sapling slipped from his palm and fell to the ground, turning into a straight, dry branch. He didn't know whether that guy was from the umbu or root. He still needed to inform the third Hokage. Given the current situation in Konoha, it was impossible to completely detach from the third Hokage or Danzo, although neither of them was a good person. Between a hypocrite and a true villain, Lingfeng chose the hypocrite. After all, the third Hokage usually talks things over before taking action, while Danzo acts first and speaks later. Top, top, top. Lingfeng knocked on the door of a mansion at the center of the clan's territory. The door creaked open, and a brown-haired head peeked out. It was Shang Shu. This was Shang Shu's home. At that moment, Shang Shu's hair was messy, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Without waiting for Lingfeng to speak, he quickly pushed him away. Hurry up. My sister drank too much. If there's anything, let's talk tomorrow. Before he could finish, a wine bottle suddenly flew over, grazing his scalp and crashing against the door, startling both of them. Lingfeng, you little brat, get in here. Shang Shu, if you don't want to get beaten, just shut up. Shang Shu instinctively shuddered and hurriedly opened the door to welcome him, giving Lingfeng a look that said he should count his blessings. Lingfeng also used his eyes to tell him that he was only here temporarily, while you would be here forever. The expression on Shunto's face immediately fell. The distinction between the direct descendants of the Senju clan was not strict. Lingfeng had a good relationship with his sister Tsunade, and was also somewhat familiar with Mito. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a green-clad, golden-haired beauty leaning against a low table, holding a bottle of wine in one hand and a glass in the other, drinking merrily. Next to her on the floor, there were several empty bottles. Lingfeng swallowed hard, dry drinking. Tsunade is famous for her gambling, but she also has a fondness for alcohol, and her drinking habits are quite poor. Jiraiya has the most say in this matter, as he has been beaten up mainly in two places, the bathhouse and the tavern. Ju leaned over and said, "Be careful, sis has lost everything again." Hiss. No wonder the timing is off. Lingfeng chuckled, Sister Tsunade. Drinking, huh? Lingfeng, little brat. Hey, come out a couple of drinks. No thanks, Sister Tsunade. I'm here for something important. It's already dark. What could be so important? Hick, that you have to tell me. I've awakened would release. Tsunade's hand holding the cup trembled slightly. As expected of a renowned doctor, her hand was steady as a brush. Probably wouldn't even shake if faced with a zombie. Instead, it was Ju who shouted, "Nanny?" This was the ability he had been seeking for so long. He thought it was a mutation from his grandfather's genes, but it turned out to be his own incompetence. Damn it, doesn't Ju have any pride? Tsunade's tone became serious. What's going on? Lingfeng stretched out his hand, and a sapling broke through his palm and emerged. I felt a bit unwell today, and when I was circulating my chakra, I suddenly discovered I could do this. Tsunade squinted her beautiful eyes, so it really would release. Where did you awaken this ability? Before Lingfeng could answer, she seemed to think of something and suddenly stood up. No, I have to tell the old man right away. Lingfeng, you little brat, don't go anywhere before I return. Not even if someone says it's the Hokage's order, understand? Lingfeng heard the hidden meaning and felt delighted, but put on a tense expression. Got it, big sister. Sorry, ninja brother. It's not that I don't want to give you face. It's just that big sister's aura is too strong. If you have any objections, you can speak to her directly. As for whether you'll be forcibly taken away, I'm not worried at all. This is the home of the Uzumaki clan. Although the old lady doesn't handle matters, she is definitely the most esteemed person in Konoha. Even if she is in a bad mood and slaps Danzo with a big move, Danzo can only obediently turn the other cheek. Seeing Tsunade about to leave, Lingfeng's mind stirred. Since he was prepared to hide, he would hide to the end. Big sister, there's one more thing. Oh, what is it? Tsunade, in a good mood, pulled Lingfeng's neck. As long as it doesn't harm the village, I agree. Lingfeng felt as if a steel beam was pressing down on the back of his neck, gritting his teeth and saying, "I want to learn medical ninjutsu." Tsunade was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You little brat, you've awakened your wood release and are getting carried away. Medical ninjutsu is not something a ninja academy student can master. Stop daydreaming and focus on training your ninjutsu so you can show your prowess on the battlefield in the future." Lingfeng shook his head. "I don't want to show off my power. I just want to protect my friends. If I learn medical ninjutsu, then if you and SHU get injured, I can protect you." The little brat was so proud. Tsunade was harsh with her words, but her heart warmed. Lingfeng chuckled. "Sometimes I wonder if every ninja team could have a medical ninja, wouldn't it save a lot of lives?" Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be so unrealistic. I'm off first. Shoshin, take Lingfeng to the guest room." After saying that, she turned and left, heading straight for the Hokage building. Each team having a medical ninja would require so many resources. These kids love to daydream. But as she walked, Tsunade's expression became serious. Is it really just a daydream? Chapter 3. Shoshin is crying with hunger. Tsunade rushed to the Hokage building and kicked the door open. "Oh man, something big has happened." Sarutobi Hiruzen was staring intently at the crystal ball, his face turning red, almost scared out his wits by Tsunade. In middle age, one is already forced into a corner, and now you have a rebellious disciple like you. "Tsunade, you are too rude. Stop looking at that broken ball. The Senju have given birth to a new wood-release ninja." "What?" Sarutobi's eyes widened, his face even redder. He couldn't help but get excited. Who understands the hardships he has faced over the years? The Hokage of Senju Hashirama was established through real combat, his position unshakable. Those big clans with their noses in the air had to bow low. The Hokage of Tobarama Senju was passed down from Hashirama, so it was also legitimate. He accompanied his brother to conquer the world in the early days and was always cleaning up after him later, combined with his top-notch strength. Those big clans had to keep their heads down. But with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the situation took a sharp turn. He was appointed in a crisis before the second Hokage's death, without a proper power transfer or overwhelming strength, and his buddy wasn't as capable as Madara. Thus, those big clans began to play both sides. The home front was unstable, and all sorts of monsters and demons began to emerge outside. The Land of Fire is located in the center of the continent, surrounded by the other 4 great nations. When Hashirama and Madara were around, they could easily beat anyone they wanted. Now that this deterrent power was lost, it became chaotic. Originally, the 4 ninja villages that kept to themselves always wanted to take a shot at Konoha. Over the years, Sarutobi Hiruzen set up Hokage advisors, tacitly allowed the root to emerge, and employed a series of foolish strategies to enhance the voice of the Hokage lineage, so they wouldn't be criticized for every little thing they did. Internally, he could use politics, but externally, he could only rely on strength to deter the other nations. He had his sights set on wood release and even turned a blind eye to Danzo's human experiments. Now, the long-awaited wood release has finally appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of clarity. Is it Shoshin? Tsunade shook her head. It's not Shoshin, it's a minor branch member. In terms of bloodline, he's actually quite distant from us. Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished. There's such a thing. Bring him over. Let me see. A living would release ninja. The political and military significance is immeasurable. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of certain people. I can't believe it. I specifically instructed that he shouldn't come out. Is that so? You've thought this through, then it's hard on you to make a trip. Thus, Lingfeng, who was bragging with Shoshin, was dragged to the Hokage's office. Lingfeng politely bowed. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. Not bad, very composed. This kind of child suits my taste. As a leader of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had his skills. Although he was only dealing with a child, his speech and demeanor were impeccable, making Lingfeng feel as if he were basking in spring. No wonder he could leave Naruto in a daze. Which child could withstand that? However, Lingfeng had also been an elite office worker in his previous life, having gone through countless interviews. He was already immune to such words and responded with ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled broadly, nodding as he listened. Hiss, the ninja school has some good things. Should we let more children from various clans enroll? and perhaps revise the curriculum. In the end, Lingfeng showcased his would-release abilities, and the meeting concluded successfully. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently summoned Danzo. The two conspired in the Hokage's office for half the night before parting on bad terms. The Umbu guarding the door said that Elder Danzo almost smashed the Hokage's desk. Lingfeng knew nothing about this, but it didn't matter. After today, he would bid farewell to this life-and-death situation. With the backing of 3 generations, no matter how unwilling Danzo was, he couldn't openly act against him. As for petty tricks and spreading rumors, as a traverser, why should I be afraid of that? The only thing to guard against was the underhanded tactics on the battlefield, where someone might pick up the corpses. Upon returning to Tsunade's house, the already restless Ju burst out. Lingfeng, let's have a long-awaited showdown. Lingfeng hadn't spoken yet, but Tsunade started to stir things up first. All right, a real man should fight hard. Lingfeng. It seems Tsunade is also curious about the strength of wood release. All right, then please be the referee, Sister Tsunade. In the ninja school, Shoju has been dominating the grade rankings with an overwhelming advantage, while Lingfeng is only at a mid-level. Normally, one encounter would leave him pinned to the ground. With the wood release abilities now, things should be different, but it can't be too exaggerated. You can fight freely and use all your techniques. I will be watching. Lingfeng, if you win, I promise to teach you medical ninjutsu. Feng was overjoyed. Really? Just watch me. Saying this, he formed hand seals and created 3 shadow clones, attacking Shoju from different angles. In the peaceful future, this shadow clone technique would be enough to graduate from ninja school. Shoju agilely dodged the clones and blocked the real body's punch with his arm. Lingfeng launched a series of punches and kicks, forcing Ropeshu to retreat step by step. It seemed that Ropeshu was being suppressed, but in reality, his defense was impenetrable, clearly observing Lingfeng's strength. The physical techniques didn't change much. Ropeshu quickly came to a conclusion. Next, I'm going to use ninjutsu, so you can use your release too. Water release, shockwave. Ropeshu formed hand seals, and the water from the nearby pond surged toward Lingfeng like a flood. What the heck? Lingfeng hurriedly dodged. The water flow rushed by, carving a deep ditch in the ground. Besides the 3-body technique, the school basically does not teach other ninjutsu. Lingfeng didn't mention contesting ninjutsu, having hardly seen it a few times, and for a moment was a bit flustered. Water bullet technique. Rongshu continued to perform the technique, and the water droplets shot out like bullets. Lingfeng dashed left and right, dodging water balloons while getting closer to the rope tree. Then, with his palm facing the rope tree, several wooden spikes shot out like arrows toward it. If Juma Lu can shoot bones, isn't it reasonable for me to shoot a few pieces of wood? That's the beauty of fruit abilities. They make no sense, and related or unrelated techniques can always be imitated. Tsunade finally let out no. This technique is good. Its power isn't as strong as a kunai, but it's more concealed and faster. If used well, it could be a killing move. The rope tree was caught off guard and quickly used earth release to create a dirt wall to block the wooden spikes. Lingfeng felt extremely bitter. He also had the water and earth attributes, but he couldn't use a single ninjutsu. Is this the gap between the rich 3rd generation and the losers? Shungtong slapped the earthen wall, causing it to shatter and turn into dirt bullets of various sizes, shooting towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng used a wooden wall to defend himself, occasionally counterattacking with a castrated version of the grafting technique. The two engaged in a lively exchange, and the atmosphere gradually became bizarre. The rope tree covered Lingfeng in stinky mud using earth and water techniques. Lingfeng fiercely attacked the crotch of the rope tree with a tree stump. In the end, the rope tree was tightly entangled by vines, and his pants were nearly torn off, with a sharp spike seemingly about to pierce through his root of troubles. Lingfeng was pinned down in the swamp by a huge rock, bubbling away. In the end, it was Tsunade who came to pull Lingfeng out, effectively declaring his defeat. However, Tsunade still agreed to teach medical ninjutsu. The members of the Senju clan are either simple-minded or serious, so it's rare to find one who is willing to get their hands dirty. They must not be left unchecked. Before leaving, Tsunade warned the two not to expose the secret of wood release. Although it would eventually be revealed, it must not come from their mouths. Otherwise, they would be thrown into the Umbu's water prison. Lingfeng and Sheng Shu were silent as cicadas in winter, quickly nodding in agreement. The next day, Lingfeng hurried to school early and encountered Sheng Shu, whose eyes were red. What happened to you? Did you have your eyes open? Sheng Shu glared at him. Lingfeng, don't glare at me. I've awakened my wood release and still couldn't win against you. You can't possibly not let me improve. Sheng Tong replied irritably. You just awakened and your progress is already this great. No way. I can't lose to you. From now on, you have to practice with me for 2 extra hours after school. Lingfeng secretly exclaimed, Wow, are all geniuses this passionate? The two of them made their way to school, occasionally encountering classmates along the way, some of whom were walking together. As everyone chatted while walking, Inuzuka Do suddenly said, Sheng Shu, the madman from 5th grade beat Hyuga Zhong last week, and he's probably coming to challenge you soon. Are you confident? Everyone. Upon hearing this, Sheng Shu also frowned. I remember that guy is called Uchiha Qingyan, right? Chapter 4. Uchiha girl Hyuga Zhong, Lingfeng, a classmate of Sheng Shu, has been the perennial runner-up in the 6th grade. Although he has always been overshadowed by Sheng Shu, he can easily dominate other classmates. In the past, he could handle Lingfeng with one hand. Unexpectedly, just before graduation, he lost his reputation and was defeated by Junior Uchiha Qingyan. A junior lower than Lingfeng and the others, is also a well-known figure in the ninja school. Her popularity stems from 3 main reasons. First is her looks. The Uchiha clan is known for producing handsome men and beautiful women, and Qingyan is undoubtedly one of the most beautiful. Although she seems like a child in Lingfeng's eyes, it must be admitted that even counting from her past life and short videos, her beauty is remarkable. Second is her personality. The Uchiha clan is known for being cold on the outside but warm on the inside, with a rebellious exterior and rich emotional lives. However, Qingyan is quite the opposite. She appears polite on the surface, but is indifferent to everything except training and fighting. It is said that she severely beat Hinata Zhong, almost causing a conflict between Hinata and Uchiha. Ultimately, she was locked in a small dark room by the Uchiha for a week, but after she came out, she continued to do as she pleased. The third and most important reason is that she can fight. In her first 2 years of school, her strength could only be considered above average, and she was quite inconspicuous among the Uchiha. By the 3rd and 4th grades, she had fought her way through the entire grade, not sparing even her own clan members. By 5th grade, Qingyan set her sights on the graduates. She challenged one every week without exception, and she had never lost. Last week, she defeated Hinata Zhong, and according to the usual practice, today it was Sheng Shu's turn. Sheng Shu didn't take it too seriously. He was certainly stronger than Hinata Zhong by a significant margin. Hearing that Qingyan took over 10 minutes to defeat Hinata Zhong, he felt even less worried. A group of people laughed and chatted as they arrived at school, but they fell silent when they saw the girl sitting quietly on the swing at the school gate. Many of them gritted their teeth and said, Uchiha Qingyan. Lingfeng had long heard of the fame of Uchiha Qingyan, but with his achievements, she wouldn't approach him. Seeing her in person, at least in terms of looks, she was indeed as advertised. With a fair, oval face, delicate features, and a graceful demeanor, she appeared charming and serene, with a slender figure that gave off a shy impression. Yet this cute girl had already made countless tough guys at school cry out for mercy. Upon seeing Sheng Shu approach, Uchiha Qingyan slowly stood up. Unlike other clan members who were imposing, she slightly bowed and greeted him. I apologize for being rude, Senior Sheng Shu. I am Uchiha Qingyan, and I hope to have a match with you. I would greatly appreciate your guidance. One must say, her etiquette was quite thorough. However, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar, especially those who had been defeated by her, their teeth grinding in frustration. Damn it, she was quieter when she came to us. But when she strikes, she is ruthless. The noise began to rise. Sheng Shu, show her what you're made of. Sheng Shu, go for it. Let her know the power of our 6th grade. Sheng Shu Kun, avenge us. Among them, Lingfeng's voice was the loudest. Sheng Shu, don't be timid, go for her eyes. Sheng Shu had a face that looked like he had eaten something unpleasant. What do you mean, challenging a lower grade girl one-on-one? Am I supposed to just throw my dignity away? Catching a glimpse of Lingfeng from the corner of his eye, he suddenly had a plan and directly pulled him to the front. Qing Yan, you want to challenge me? You're a bit early. This is my close friend and rival, Qinshu Lingfeng. Once you defeat him, I will naturally accept your challenge. Uchiha Qing Yan. The crowd. Lingfeng. Lingfeng slowly turned his head and stared blankly at Shengshu, asking with his eyes, Shengshu, aren't you this honest and simple guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes? Why are you acting so beastly? Shengshu responded with his eyes, my friend. It's true I have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but what made you think I'm honest and simple? Don't you know that I can't expose my ninjutsu? With outward release, I will be beaten to death. I don't care. Anyway, I'm not going to fight a little girl. As you said, winning or losing is a social death. You figure it out, just make sure she never bothers me again. You're not afraid I'll make you socially dead right now. If you really had that ability, I would admit it. Then, Shengshu unilaterally cut off eye contact with Lingfeng and pushed him in front of Uchiha Qing Yan. Uchiha Qing Yan was also an honest person, slightly bowing to Lingfeng. Please give me your guidance, senior. Lingfeng's eyes twitched slightly, and seeing the smile on Shoju's face, he let out a heavy sigh. Yesterday, I developed a new ninjutsu, and Shoju knows best how powerful it is. This technique once helped the strongest Hokage defeat an enemy that threatened the entire ninja world like a god. Hearing Lingfeng's boastful tone, everyone turned their curious gazes toward Shoju. Shoju recalled how his grandfather used wood release to overpower Uchiha Madara and nodded seriously. This technique is indeed astonishingly powerful. But Lingfeng, my sister said. Lady Tsunade said that daring to expose this technique would send us to the water prison, right? Lingfeng pointed at Uchiha Qing Yan. Shengshu, look at her eyes. That's the gaze of a strong person. Can you really bear to refuse Qing Yan's request? The surrounding students immediately felt a surge of excitement, and even the teachers and parents nearby were drawn in. Shengshu, are you willing to let me perform this technique? Even if the cost is unbearable? Shengshu felt a rush of blood to his head. All right, Lingfeng, go ahead and fight. Whatever responsibility there is, I'll take it on. Cheers erupted around them, and a blazing fire ignited in Uchiha Qing Yan's eyes. Thank you, senior brothers, for your support. Please, let me witness the technique you mentioned. Lingfeng nodded heavily, forming an unprinted seal. Ninja technique, seduction technique. With a bang, Lingfeng's figure disappeared. Only a voluptuous beauty, shrouded in white smoke, remained in place, posing seductively to the surroundings. Rope tree. Qing Yan. Everyone. At this moment, Konoha village was still a barren entertainment desert, with only a few able to withstand such stimulation. The sound of popping could be heard continuously as teachers and parents spurted nosebleeds, rolling their eyes and fainting. Even the umbu, watching from the trees, covered their masks, blood dripping continuously through their fingers. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, glancing between the posing woman and the astonished rope tree. Such a depraved ninjutsu. No wonder Lady Tsunade said she would send you to the water prison. I didn't expect you to be such a rope tree. Senju Lingfeng, I will kill you. Even the sage of six paths couldn't save you, I swear. Rope tree's eyes turned red as if he had activated the Sharingan. Grabbing a kunai and charging forward, Lingfeng hurriedly transformed back and ran away, shouting as he went. We need to reason this out. You forced me to use it. What the hell are you saying? If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'll take your surname. The two of them gradually moved further away, leaving only Uchiha Qing Yan standing there in a daze, his face alternating between pale, red, and black. Qian, Shou, Ling, Feng. Not far from the school, in a small grove, sounds of screams like that of a pig being slaughtered could be heard. Spare me. After a long time, Lingfeng lay on the ground, bruised and battered, while Shou Shu was panting nearby. My friend, calm down, think positively. That guy definitely won't show up in our class again. Upon hearing this, Shou Shu flipped over and grabbed Lingfeng by the neck. You bastard. How am I supposed to face others? If you don't die today, I'll take your surname. Bang, 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 bang. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen put away his bloody handkerchief and said to the pale-faced Tsunade, it's just kids playing around. This is also the bond between Lingfeng and Shou Shu. Tsunade shot a glance at the third Hokage. Is this the bond of my brother? Kids playing around and you bleed? If I weren't here, you would definitely have to visit Konoha Hospital. Old man, this is my opinion. Lingfeng must not be treated as a test subject. I understand the pressure on the village, but that is absolutely no reason to tolerate human experimentation. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and nodded slowly. All right, since you want to teach a medical ninjutsu, then keep an eye on him nearby. Remember, make sure he develops a bond with the village. Got it, got it. Tsunade waved her hand impatiently and turned to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, exhaling a long puff of smoke, seemingly deep in thought. His entire figure became somewhat illusory in the swirling smoke. Chapter 5. Medical camp under attack. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years ago, Lingfeng graduated successfully and became a genin. According to tradition, he should have formed a team with other genin and lived a happy life of catching cats and walking dogs. For Lingfeng, living like this for a lifetime would have been just fine. But things didn't go as he wished. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he was dragged to Konoha Hospital by Tsunade. At this time, Konoha Village's medical system had just been established, and there were gaps everywhere. All doctors and nurses learned the shadow clone technique, using clones to fill in when needed. In Konoha, if you ask which department had the highest mastery of shadow clones, it wasn't the Umbu, nor the Root, nor the long-established ninja clans, but Konoha Hospital. Their shadow clones not only lasted long, but also had fine control and were particularly durable. Although Lingfeng was a novice in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade would not let go of this free labor. Thus, Lingfeng quickly secured a position, living a life where Saturdays were guaranteed to be busy and Sundays were not. Of course, Lingfeng didn't dare to neglect his training. The Second Shinobi World War was about to break out. According to the original plot, Konoha, Suna, Iwa, and Amagakure would all get embroiled in chaos. Konoha would become the biggest victor of the Second Shinobi World War, giving birth to a plethora of heroes like Konoha's White Fang and the legendary Three Ninjas. But behind there were countless Nin and genin buried in foreign lands. Although he had gained the ability of a fruit, Lingfeng did not want to flip over in the gutter and end up on the memorial stone too early. Less than a year later, the Second Shinobi World War broke out as scheduled. Konoha urgently dispatched ninjas to the front lines, and the medical ninjas from Konoha Hospital were directly incorporated into the medical troops. Thus, Lingfeng, who had always avoided the battlefield, inexplicably found himself in the thick of it. After crawling and rolling for 2 years, he became the team leader of the medical camp. This was not surprising. The battlefield did not care about seniority, and surviving a few times naturally led to becoming a higher-ranking officer. And Lingfeng, while not particularly strong, was definitely hard to kill. At this moment, in a medical camp behind the main Konoha forces, planting technique, countless slender wooden thorns shot out from Lingfeng's palm, piercing into the flesh with a puff. Here they come. Lingfeng walked out of the tent carrying a large plate of meat skewers. Outside, there was a large pile of firewood, and 6 young ninjas were sitting in a circle. Senju Ropetree and Uchiha Qingyan were among them. Lingfeng, Qingyan, it's too hot. Uchiha Qingyan formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A ball of fire appeared, followed by a chorus of gasps and coughing from those around. The fire was blazing, but everyone was staggering, their faces covered in soot. Uchiha Qingyan also had an awkward expression. She was more skilled at using fire style to burn people, and this was her first time barbecuing. Qingyan, pay attention to the cooking time, Lingfeng shouted while distributing the meat skewers to everyone. No one paid attention to the earlier incident and happily accepted the skewers to start grilling. Lingfeng also stuffed a skewer of meat into Qingyan's small hand. Don't just stand there, eat it. It's freshly grilled. Qingyan's face turned bright red as she obediently accepted the skewer. Lingfeng raised the skewer of meat and shouted, "In our cohort of 65 genin, I didn't expect that today we could gather 7 of us here in this medical camp. This is a rare reunion. Everyone must eat and drink well." The crowd cheered and began to feast heartily. After Lingfeng entered the battlefield, his fellow ninjas gradually joined the fight. Among them was Uchiha Qingyan, who graduated a year earlier. War is brutal, and Lingfeng occasionally encountered acquaintances in the medical camp. The people he met today were all injured soldiers sent back from the front lines, But only Qingyan was saved by Lingfeng by chance. A month ago, while on a mission, Lingfeng happened to find Qingyan being attacked by enemies. He decisively intervened to save her, driving off the attackers and carrying Uchiha Qingyan back to the camp, taking care of her meticulously for a long time. However, he did not expect that after her recovery, Qingyan became completely obedient to him, losing the cold demeanor she once had. Although everyone was enjoying skewers, their eyes would unconsciously glance at the two of them. Particularly, Shangshu admired them secretly. He was the most passionate and also the most prone to injury, which naturally meant he spent the longest time recovering, thus witnessing the entire process. At first, Qingyan wished to eat Lingfeng alive, and now, not long after, she had completely succumbed. Could it be that after his grandfather, the Senju clan could once again ride on the Uchiha? However, his attention was quickly drawn to the grilled meat. He didn't expect there would be barbecue in the medical camp. He was reluctant to leave. Life on the front lines was nothing but military rations, truly not a life for humans. Over a month ago, Shangshu was injured by an explosive tag after falling into a trap. In the original story, he should have been killed on the spot. But influenced by Lingfeng, he had become more cautious. So although he was severely injured, fortunately, he did not die or become crippled and was sent to the medical camp. However, today he suddenly received orders that regardless of his injuries, he must return to the headquarters before dark. Of course, he wasn't the only one who received the orders. Most of the people present got the same directive. It seemed that a major operation was about to take place on the front lines. Thus, Lingfeng organized a barbecue party to send off his returning comrades. As night fell, Shangshu and the others left, and the medical camp returned to silence. Lingfeng took a round, changing the dressings where needed and checking what needed to be checked, then lay back down, quietly flipping through the panel. Naruto Pirate Traversing System, Beginner, Sleeping, Host Information Name, Senju Lingfeng, Konoha Village, 15 years old, Skills Mastered, Body Flicker Technique, Proficient, Ninja Tool Throwing, Proficient. Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique, Proficient, Earth Wall, Mastered, Earth Submersion, Mastered, Earth Dragon Bullet, Mastered, Water Barrier, Mastered, Water Wave, Mastered, Water Bullet, Mastered, Mastering Sage Techniques, Mastered. Shadow Clone Technique, Expert, Physical Body, 85 Mental State, 33 Chakra, 101 Chakra Attributes Water. Earth Special Ability Forest Fruit Natural Power. Lingfeng rarely participates in battles due to being in the medical camp and is still at the Genin level. As for his strength, excluding his fruit abilities, he's at the Chunin level. After all, fruit abilities only add skills, not buffs. Given his thin Senju bloodline, it's already impressive to reach the Chunin level. Don't just compare him to the Sand siblings or the Konoha 12. They have their own backgrounds and bloodlines. Most common ninjas are likely stuck in the Genin circle, while the remaining 20 who are Chunin are already the elites that everyone envies. As for whether one can become a Jonin, that depends on the heavens, the earth, the ruler, the parents, and the teacher. In large-scale wars, Genin are cannon fodder, and Chunin are likely to be casualties as well. Although Lingfeng is far from the battlefield, he has found himself in danger several times. Without the Sun fruit, he would have been able to just be a bystander by now. Once, he was surrounded by several ninjas, and after breaking through the encirclement, he discovered that his body was full of holes, with a sword stuck in his back. Another time, he was buried alive by earth techniques, and had to turn into a big tree to dig himself out. On yet another occasion, he was captured by the enemy, and only managed to escape by using elemental transformation when there were no more enemies around. The Second Ninja World War lasted for 10 years, and only a little over 2 years have passed since then. Moreover, just a few years after the Second War, the Third War began. The ninja world really has a troubled fate. Enough, I'm tired, time to sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard several intense explosions and roars. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Lingfeng suddenly sat up at the start. Not far away, flames soared into the sky as dozens of gray-clad ninjas fought against Konoha ninjas. Catching sight of the enemy's distinctive breathing mask, the corners of Lingfeng's eyes twitched slightly. The Rain ninjas actually made it here. At that moment, a J-nin accompanied by 7 or 8 CH-nin passed by. There were about 40 enemies, They must have accidentally stumbled into the medical camp. So they needed to be eliminated quickly. None could be spared. The others responded and quickly scattered. The Jainin glanced at Lingfeng and issued orders without hesitation. Medical ninjas. Cover the injured for retreat. The medical camp had mechanisms in place to confront enemies, and the enemies had their own guards to deal with. So there was no need for Lingfeng to worry about it. Lingfeng nodded and turned away without hesitation. After walking a few steps, he noticed someone lying on the ground, with a scorched back, clearly injured by an explosive tag. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was Uchiha Qingyan. Hiss. Lingfeng touched Qingyan's neck, checked the wound, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she just fainted from the shock. You owe me another life. After saying that, he carried Qingyan on his back, identified the direction, and fled towards the base. To stay away from the battlefield, the medical camp was situated some distance from the Konoha camp. Lingfeng ran quickly. He would be safe once he reached the Konoha camp. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression turning a bit grim. He had just sensed ahead that a team of several hundred people had appeared. Most of them possessed water-based chakra, clearly indicating they were from the Ray Ninja forces. This was not an accidental intrusion. They were clearly aiming to take over the entire medical camp. Lingfeng quickly changed direction and continued to flee. However, 3 Chunin and 2 Genin from the Rain Shinobi team split off and pursued him. The number and rank of the pursuers were perfectly balanced to suppress him. Lingfeng frowned. This is troublesome. Among them, there are sensory ninjas as well. Chapter 6. The Advancing Medical Ninja. Lingfeng jumped from branch to branch. Qingyan felt the jolt and slowly woke up. Seeing herself on Lingfeng's back, she couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. It's you. Thank you for saving me. Don't move. There are pursuers behind us. Is that so? Qingyan pondered for a moment. Put me down. I can hold them off for a while. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. There are 3 Chunin and 2 Genin on their side. In your current state, staying behind would only lead to death. Hearing this, Qingyan's expression dimmed. At this time in the ninja world, the quality of Konoha ninjas was undoubtedly the highest. The ninja school founded by Senju Tobarama was an extraordinary existence in this era. It directly broke the monopoly of ninja clans and continuously supplied fresh blood to the village. Although these ninja school graduates were not as strong as clan ninjas, their foundations were quite solid. After a few years of honing on the battlefield, they could hold their own against some Chunin from small ninja villages. As for people like Shinjutsu and Qingyan, one person could deal with 7 or 8 Chunin from other villages. If Qingyan weren't injured, blocking the small team would be no problem, but now, staying behind would be like delivering oneself to the enemy. Qingyan gritted her teeth. Help me destroy my Sharingan. Leave me here, and you escape. Destroy your Sharingan? I can't bear to do that. Lingfeng ran quickly, unable to catch his breath. The first half of the sentence was what he was thinking, while the second half slipped out. Qingyan only caught a few words and immediately felt her heart race, making her speech a bit stammered. You, what did you say? Lingfeng sensed something was wrong and hurriedly explained, I am a good youth who believes in the will of fire. How could I abandon my companions? Qingyan stared at Lingfeng with a strange expression, and after a long while murmured, better for 1 person to die than for 2, right? These days in medical camp have been the happiest days of my years. Thank you for your care, Lingfeng. So, I don't want you to die here. Lingfeng felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his shoulder. Turning his head to look, he was instantly stunned. Qingyan had tears in her eyes, and what appeared in her gaze with a glaring red Sharingan. Lingfeng, what's going on? During this past month of being with Qingyan, I did take care of her quite a bit. But out of that, 20% is the doctor-patient relationship, 20% is the bond of classmates, and the remaining 60% is purely because she is easy on the eyes. Yet, this little bit of care actually moved the proud Ice Beauty. Lingfeng felt a doubt rising in his heart. Uchiha Qingyan, with her talent, why did she only awaken her eyes now? What had she gone through before? After running for a while, sensing that the range shinobi were getting closer, Lingfeng knew he couldn't shake them off. He jumped to the ground and gently set Qingyan down. Leave everything to me. Don't worry, we won't die. However, Qingyan wanted to retort, But seeing the look in Ling Feng's eyes, she decided not to say anything further and just nodded heavily. Ling Feng formed a seal, and the ground collapsed into a pit. Qing Yin understood instantly, said please take care, and then jumped down. Don't worry, it won't take long. Ling Feng used earth release to seal the pit, and with a wave of his hand, countless blades of grass grew around, covering the traces of the pit. As a medical ninja, Ling Feng usually stayed away from the front lines, and even when he was occasionally caught up in battles, using earth release and water release was enough to handle the situation. Therefore, not many people knew that he could also use wood release. After dealing with all the traces, Ling Feng hid in the grass. Whoosh! After a few moments, 5 rain ninjas leaped down from the trees, subtly surrounding the grass where Ling Feng was hiding. The leading ninja took out a kunai. Come out, otherwise you will die. Ling Feng raised his hands high, trembling all over as he stood up, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. I surrender. I'm a medical ninja. Please don't kill me. In a ninja world, there is no Geneva Convention, and the fate of captives is usually grim. The only exception is medical ninjas. Who would refuse a healer? A few rain ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with surprise. Their primary objective for this operation was to capture a medical ninja from Konoha. Over the years, Konoha and Amigakure had fought fiercely, suffering heavy casualties on both sides. However, Konoha, with its efficient medical logistics, could quickly send injured soldiers back to the battlefield. These battle-hardened ninjas often became even stronger. In contrast, Amigakure had few medical ninjas, and their skills were quite lacking. Whether an injured person could stand up depended 20 on treatment skills and 80 on their physical resilience. With this imbalance, Amigakure was gradually unable to cope. They had just learned the location of the medical camp from a spy and planned this operation. Their primary goal was to capture a few medical ninjas, or at the very least, to disrupt Konoha's medical system. The leader of the Rain Ninjas coldly asked, "Where's the other person?" Ling Feng's expression became gritted teeth. "That Uchiha bastard left me behind and ran away. I even saved him." While saying this, he looked back with hatred. The Uchiha clan. A glint of brilliance flashed in the Rain Ninja leader's eyes as he pointed a kunai at Ling Feng's throat. "Reveal his information." Ling Feng swallowed hard and instinctively shrank his neck. That guy was named Uchiha Ju, who had activated the 2 Sharingan and was a lower ninja. Although injured, he was very strong. He added at the end, "You guys must be careful." His demeanor and mannerisms were strikingly similar to the traitorous characters in anti-Japanese dramas. Hearing that he was just a lower ninja, several Rain ninjas couldn't hide their greed. As long as a member of the Uchiha clan opened their eyes, they were worth their weight in gold, whether dead or alive. If dead, they could extract the eyes. If alive, they could breed. Unexpectedly, this immense fortune had fallen into their laps. The leader of the Rain Ninjas pondered for a moment and ordered the 2 lower ninjas. "You continue to chase and hold on tight. We'll be there soon and then strike together." The 2 nodded eagerly and rushed after him. The leader of the Rain Ninjas was very satisfied with Ling Feng's cooperation and didn't make it difficult for him. He just bound him tightly and attached several explosive tags. This move was very sinister. If the opponent attempted to rescue the captive, even if he couldn't stop them, he could directly detonate the explosive tags. At worst, they would both be blown apart, and if luck was on their side, they might even take out the reinforcements. In this way, whether it was the rescuers or the rescued, they would both be in a dilemma. If it didn't save him, it would demoralize them. If they did, it might end up getting their comrades killed. If sensitive ninjas were involved, it would be even harder to explain. Seeing Ling Feng tied up like a dumpling, the leading Rain Ninja issued a new command. "You watch him, and I will go after Uchiha with Rin." Ling Feng smiled strangely. "No need to trouble yourselves. None of you can leave." Parasite vines. Several Rain shinobi suddenly had thick vines sprouting from their bodies, binding them tightly like poisonous snakes. This was a ninjutsu developed by Ling Feng, based on White Zetsu's spore technique. Since White Zetsu could do it, there was no reason for him not to develop it as well. However, while White Zetsu's spores could transform into clones that could attack, heal, and be controlled, Ling Feng's spores could only turn into vines. Nevertheless, it was more than enough to handle the current situation. Ling Feng shook his body and slipped out of the rope. then created wooden spikes that fiercely pierced the three rain ninjas. Two were fatally struck and fell asleep. The leader of the rain ninjas barely avoided a fatal blow and did not die instantly. Would release. The leader of the rain ninjas' eyes turned red with pain as he used his last bit of strength to detonate the explosive tag on Lingfeng. With a hissing sound, white smoke rose from the explosive tag, and a violent explosion tore Lingfeng into several pieces. Only then did the leader of the rain ninjas begrudgingly avert his gaze. Collapsing to the ground, quietly waiting for death, a tender sprout emerged from the ground, and in just a few breaths, it grew into a large tree, twisting a few times to reform Lingfeng. In the horrified gaze of the rain ninja leader, Lingfeng's fingers turned into long wooden spikes, piercing through the opponent's head. Glancing at the direction the 2ch had fled, Lingfeng abandoned the thought of pursuit. He first retracted the wooden spikes and vines from the fallen ninjas and inserted a few kunai to fake injuries before releasing Qing again. Seeing the three corpses of the rain ninjas, Qing showed a surprised expression. She had only hidden for a few minutes, and he had actually eliminated three rain ninjas? Before she could comprehend it, Lingfeng threw her over his shoulder. This place isn't safe. We need to go. With that, he took off running without a trace. Chapter 7. Orochimaru is not to be messed with. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not the same. The meaning of war is different for everyone. For most people, war means displacement or even complete annihilation. But for some, it could be a chance to make a fortune. The daimyo and nobles profit from selling weapons and supplies, living off the spoils. While you ninjas are in chaos, it doesn't hinder our nobles from trading among ourselves and manipulating the market. We are all relatives. Why should we hurt our feelings over some worthless pawns? The ninja villages seize the opportunity to pillage and can also take a good sip of blood. There are indeed war losses and post-war reparations, but compared to plunder, what do they count for? Even the poor sand village, which eats sand, often instigates wars, getting defeated time and again, yet they haven't truly gone bankrupt. The talk of shifting internal contradictions is just an excuse once the fighting is over. Do the contradictions disappear? The goal of the ninja villages is simple: to plunder. As for the war losses, of course, it is the civilians who bear them. Do you expect us ninjas to bleed and cry? Finally, there are those like Lingfeng who wait to benefit. Those who cannot kill me will ultimately make me richer. Lingfeng walked to the side of the rain ninja's corpse. It was far from the battlefield, so Yuan probably wouldn't send more ninjas. After working hard for half a day, it couldn't be for nothing. With that said, he began to search recklessly. Qing thought it made sense and stepped aside, not coming forward to help. After all, it wasn't her own kill, so she wouldn't take a share. According to the ninja village regulations, spoils of war were to be submitted collectively and then distributed based on merit. But in practice, this regulation was just a piece of paper. All were standard weapons, and without names on them. How could one judge if they were spoils or personal belongings? The village chief knew full well, but turned a blind eye. You can handle the stuff as you like, as long as important information isn't concealed. Qing quietly watched Lingfeng busying himself, and gradually her expression changed. The Uchiha clan was proud, and Qing was especially so. In her view, since the enemy was dead, they should at least be given some respect. Searching through the ninja tool pouch was fine, but one should treat the enemy's corpse with dignity. This was also the mainstream view in the ninja world. Except for the Umbu, anyone who touched or dissected a corpse was considered a cultist or heretic. That's why Orochimaru's human experiments caused such an uproar, even forcing the shadow-level contributor out of the village. But Lingfeng didn't have such a mindset. You die your death, but don't waste the stuff on you. What level are you, and you still want burial goods? So, Lingfeng peeled away layers of clothing like an onion. Anything like explosive tags, kunai, shuriken, he took it all. Even the silver bills sewn into the inner clothing were not spared. Qing eyelids twitched when she saw Lingfeng about to pull down the underpants. She finally couldn't hold back. Enough. It would hide things in. Before she could finish her sentence, Lingfeng pulled out a few explosive tags from inside. Huh? What did you just say? Qing was instantly petrified, stammering. In nothing, you continue. She never imagined that someone would actually hide ninja tools there. Wasn't he afraid of an accidental discharge? Forget it, I'll just walk further away. If I keep watching, my Sharingan will get dirty. By the time Lingfeng stood up, the three Rain ninjas were almost stripped bare. Lingfeng took out a scroll and stored the corpse inside. During wartime, corpses were worthless, but in peacetime, when people had the leisure to conduct experiments, they became valuable commodities. Lingfeng wiped his with satisfaction. All right, Qing Yin, let's go. Qing Yin responded and slowly walked over, looking at Lingfeng as if he were a pervert. Suddenly, a hoarse and magnetic voice came from not far away. How interesting. The two were immediately startled and hurriedly took out their kunai, especially Lingfeng, whose heart was pounding wildly. Who could it be to have escaped his perception? A tall and thin figure stepped out from behind a tree. His face was pale, with long straight black hair, purple eyeshadow, and eyes that resembled the vertical pupils of a venomous snake. Lingfeng instantly recognized the identity of the other person. Orochimaru, the commander? The person who had arrived was indeed Orochimaru, the commander of the Konoha ninja force. Orochimaru did not respond, but instead said with great interest, "What an interesting little brat." Lingfeng's eyelids twitched violently, and he thought to himself, "Please don't find me interesting. I can't handle it." If this were in the main storyline, he would definitely turn and run. Back then, everyone knew about Orochimaru's obsession with wood release and Sharingan. Now he could only pray that Orochimaru wasn't that perverted fiend who lusts after bodies. Qing Yin also recognized Orochimaru, put down her kunai, and respectfully said, "Lord Orochimaru." Lingfeng's eye twitched slightly. "Don't let your guard down. This guy is 100 times more dangerous than you, Ren." Though he thought this, he still had to maintain a decent expression. "Lord Orochimaru, what are you doing here?" Lingfeng's expression was exceptionally flattering. Even Qing Yin found it surprising. There was no way around it. Orochimaru's methods were too bizarre. When it came to mental pollution, he would claim second place. And even the Sage of Six Paths wouldn't dare to claim first. Don't be fooled by the fact that Orochimaru was defeated by Itachi's Genjutsu in an instant. He himself was also a master of illusions, so Lingfeng couldn't help but feel anxious. Orochimaru chuckled a few times. "Lingfeng-kun, you seem very nervous." Lingfeng was sweating on his forehead. "Lord Orochimaru, you must be joking." Orochimaru did not continue to dwell on it, but instead asked, "Did you come from medical camp?" Lingfeng and Qing Yin finally reacted and hurriedly reported what they had seen and heard to Orochimaru. "I see. You've worked hard. I've dealt with the enemies on the road, so you should hurry back to the camp." Orochimaru turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked deeply at Lingfeng. "As your master, I also have to thank you for the matter of Shungtong." At this moment, Orochimaru's passion was still high, and Shungtong held significant weight in his heart. Hearing this, Lingfeng's expression became serious. "You're being too polite. Shungtong is also my friend." Orochimaru nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Lingfeng stared blankly in the direction where he had disappeared, frowning and saying nothing. The rope tree was not dead. It was uncertain whether Orochimaru would still be so obsessed with immortality. If he did not immerse himself in human experiments, would he not have to take the blame for Danzo and would not need to leave Konoha? What about the later establishment of the Sound Ninja Village and the Konoha collapse plan? Would there be any changes? Does this count as a change in the storyline? The dog system provided no feedback and no progress, forcing him to feel his way across the river. Lingfeng, Lord Orochimaru has gone far. Let's hurry back to the camp. Qing Yin interrupted Lingfeng's thoughts. Lingfeng regained his composure. "Oh, all right, let's go." On the way, the two walked side by side, chatting as they went. Qing Yin curiously asked, "Lingfeng, although Lord Orochimaru is the disciple of Lord Hokage, you, as a member of the Senju clan and a disciple of Lady Tsunade, why do you have to be so respectful?" Lingfeng sighed. "Orochimaru is not an ordinary person. I admire him. With no bloodline and no background, he has reached the ceiling of a civilian ninja through talent. Even though we have family inheritance, we cannot underestimate him. There are many geniuses in the ninja world, but research-type geniuses are few and far between." Qing Yin, however, had a proud look on her face. "I admit that Lord Orochimaru is strong, but one day I will surpass him." Seeing Qing Yin's attitude of he is the best, I am second, Lingfeng secretly sighed. "You Uchiha, why are you all so oblivious? I thought the second pillar's arrogance was a family trait, but it turns out to be genetic. Qingyan, no matter how you view him, don't get involved with him. Keep your distance as far as possible, understand? Seeing Ling Feng speaking so seriously, Qingyan nodded in agreement, but inside she felt sweet and happy. Ling Feng cares about me. Ling Feng didn't notice Qingyan's little thoughts at all. Seeing her reaction was flat, he thought she was just pretending to be calm and could only sigh secretly. How about waiting for the system to upgrade and then getting a life-saving devil fruit? If that doesn't work, an iron block would do. This time, the journey was very calm, and the two successfully returned to the base. Ling Feng and Qingyan circled around and found the newly established medical camp. However, the emotions of the medical ninjas and patients inside were somewhat strange. After probing a bit, the two fell into silence upon learning the truth of the matter. Chapter 8. The arrival of Tsunade. This time, the medical camp was attacked as part of a plan by Konoha. Even the location of the medical camp was intentionally leaked. Upon learning the truth, Ling Feng was not angry, only shaking his head with a bitter smile. No wonder Shinshu and the others were called back before they had fully recovered. I thought it was due to the urgency of the war, but it turned out to be this. Qingyan's expression was also not good. She had previously received notifications to evacuate. She didn't want to leave for the time being, so she used an excuse to delay. The other party, clearly unaware of the truth, did not insist further, which led to her unwarranted suffering. It must be said that Konoha's plan this time was very successful. In the medical camp, all the ninjas with backgrounds and talents had evacuated. Only a small number of medical ninjas and over 100 worthless bait remained. Meanwhile, thousands of rain ninjas had been wiped out, and this operation was undoubtedly a great victory. Ling Feng felt somewhat unsettled, especially knowing that two classmates from last night's dinner had died in battle. His mood became even more depressed. At the same time, he secretly wondered why no one had informed him. I am from the Senju clan and have awakened would release. How could I possibly become a casualty? Moreover, my status in the medical camp isn't too high or too low, and there is no compelling reason for me to be left behind unless someone intended it that way. Thinking about how the Senju clan would almost vanish decades later, Ling Feng's gaze turned cold and sharp. Roots? They really are everywhere. Qingyan noticed that Ling Feng's mood was off and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Such things are hard to speak of. Ling Feng just smiled slightly and shook his head gently. Suddenly, a domineering voice came from beside him. "Uchiha Qingyan, since you've returned, why not go back to the clan?" Upon hearing this voice, Qingyan's expression darkened, as if covered by a layer of frost. Ling Feng looked over curiously and saw three young men with the Uchiha clan emblem approaching. One of them had a gaze full of intensity. "Uchiha Changju, Uchiha Shinping, Uchiha Fontian. You are everywhere. The clan's mission is complete. Where I want to go is my freedom, and I don't need you guys to interfere." The one who just spoke was Uchiha Shinping, who instantly became energized upon hearing this. "Are you implying that the clan's mission is a burden? I advise you not to forget your position." Uchiha Changju, who had been staring intensely at Qingyan, blocked his path. "Qingyan, I heard the medical camp was attacked, and I am very worried about you. Since you are back, you should be with the clan. I can't feel at ease with you around these weaklings." While speaking, he didn't forget to glance around. Ling Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. Is Uchiha really this bold, directly launching a verbal attack? As expected, the people around them glared in anger at these words. Uchiha Fong Tian also chimed in. "Young Master Changju knows that something happened to the medical camp and is very worried about you. Qingyan, you should listen to him and come back with us." The three of them sang in harmony, a typical rich young master with two lackeys. Worried about Qingyan? Yet he hadn't even stepped out of this camp. Ling Feng's indifferent voice came through like a slap to Uchiha Changju. The three glared angrily. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in Uchiha's affairs?" Ling Feng pointed to the surrounding white tents. "This is the Konoha camp, not your Uchiha clan's territory. I am the team leader of the medical camp, and Qingyan is my patient. Until I say she is healed, everything about her is up to me. Whether it's Senju or Uchiha, anyone who comes here must abide by the rules of the medical camp." Seeing the Uchiha, who had just been arrogant, now humbled, the people around secretly cheered, and many even applauded loudly. "You dare to insult us, Uchiha? Uchiha Changju, fueled by anger, swiftly drew a short sword and pointed it at Lingfeng's chest. The onlookers gasped at Uchiha Changju's arrogance. Some ninjas who had been treated by Lingfeng quietly gathered their chakra, ready to take action at any moment. Qing Yin was furious and reached for her sword, but was grabbed by Lingfeng on her arm. Lingfeng looked at the sword on his chest, confirming it hadn't turned black. Uchiha Changju, right? For what you said, the camp rules are an insult to you, Uchiha. Huh? You've got guts, come on. Let me see if you dare to stab down. Saying this, he began to walk forward towards the tip of the sword. This directly put Uchiha Changju in a difficult position. He had just drawn his sword in a fit of passion, but he didn't dare to actually kill a comrade in public. Faced with Lingfeng's pressure, his face turned red, and he could only retreat step by step. At that moment, an elderly and authoritative voice came. Enough! Sheathe your sword. Everyone turned to see a lean, hedgehog-haired old man who had appeared out of nowhere. His eyes were blood-red, unmistakably the three-tomo Sharingan. 4 Uchiha members exclaimed in unison, "Sixth Elder?" The sixth elder coldly said, "The clan gives you weapons. Is it aimed at your fellow villagers?" Uchiha Changju finally came to his senses and quickly sheathed his short sword, but he didn't forget to complain first. "Sixth Elder, we came to welcome Qing Yin, but this guy not only stopped us, but also spoke disrespectfully to the Uchiha." The sixth elder knew his character, gave a hum, and ignored him, turning to look at Lingfeng. Lingfeng smiled lightly and slightly bowed. The sixth elder nodded. Just now, Changju was impulsive. I will punish him for the fight in the medical camp. Uchiha definitely did not intend to violate the regulations. Bringing back injured clan members is also a common practice among all clans. Lingfeng secretly criticized the cunning and shrewdness. First, they characterized the incident as a personal brawl, then stated that the Uchiha clan wouldn't dare go against the village, and finally claimed it was just a routine matter. They dealt with it harshly, leaving no room for argument. If he were facing the higher-ups of Konoha, he naturally wouldn't get off so easily. However, Lingfeng was just the team leader of the medical camp, and the elder's words were a concession both in face and substance. Since an elder had stepped in, Lingfeng naturally couldn't make decisions for Qing Yin anymore. Ahem, Qing Yin, you were injured during the attack on the medical camp. How do you feel now? Did it aggravate any old injuries? If Qing Yin didn't want to return, she could simply say she was unwell, and Lingfeng could easily keep her there. But Qing Yin understood that the elder's authority was different from those 3 fools, and she had to show respect. Thank you, Elder 6. Thank you, Dr. Lingfeng. I feel much better. Lingfeng nodded. In that case, you can go back. I will come for regular checkups. This is the system of the medical camp, and I hope Elder Liu can understand. You can take the person away, but I need to see her regularly. If she suffers any grievances, I apologize, but I will have to bring her back for further treatment. Elder Liu looked at Lingfeng deeply, nodded, and said, "Not bad," before leaving with his people. Lingfeng was confused. What does it mean? After Qing Yin left, life returned to normal. In the evening, Lingfeng was resting. Suddenly, shouting came from outside the tent. "Lingfeng, are you there?" Lingfeng was filled with surprise and joy upon hearing the voice and hurriedly went out to greet her. "Tsunade, aren't you on the front lines of the Sand Village?" Konoha Village is located in the center of the continent. To put it nicely, it's well-connected, but to put it bluntly, it's surrounded by enemies. Although the village is the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages, with several ninja at the level of Kage, it still faces challenges due to being surrounded on all sides. According to the previous deployment, Tsunade was responsible for the defense line of the Wind Country. A commander with such heavy responsibilities wouldn't easily change their position, so it was surprising to see her suddenly appear on the defense line of the Rain Country. She looked weary and travel-worn, clearly having gone through a long journey. "I've swapped defenses with Shimura, but that's not what I want to talk about. I know about SHU, Lingfeng, thank you." Lingfeng chuckled and said, "What are we thanking for? The rope tree is not just the 1,000-hand young master, but also my brother." Tsunade nodded in appreciation. "Phew, I'm relieved to see you all doing well. I'm going to find Orochimaru now, and I'll talk to you later." With that, he left in a hurry. Lingfeng felt a sense of relief. With Tsunade around, he had a solid backing. However, Tsunade seemed to be holding back her anger. Chapter 9. The ninja team in the Konoha headquarters, inside the command tent, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were gathered together. A rare occurrence. Despite being a long-awaited reunion, the atmosphere in the tent was tense. Tsunade grabbed Orochimaru by the collar. "You bastard. Why didn't you notify Lingfeng to withdraw? If anything happens to him, I want to let you off the hook." Orochimaru's gaze was devoid of any emotion. "The primary target for the Rain Ninjas is medical ninjas, so we need to keep a certain number of them. Most medical ninjas are weak, and Lingfeng, who has would release, is more likely to survive." Tsunade's anger flared even more. "Then what about this mission? Why did you bring him along? What are you really planning?" Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Jiraiya quickly stepped in to mediate. "Calm down, Tsunade. The list was authorized by the higher-ups. It wasn't the Orochimaru's idea." Tsunade shoved Orochimaru's collar away. "I disagree. Lingfeng is the only wood-release ninja. It's too risky for him to participate in this mission." Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue and smiled wickedly. "Don't underestimate this kid. He is quite interesting." At the same time, he thought to himself, Danzo's instructions can also be considered a directive from the higher-ups, right? Tsunade didn't pick up on this wordplay and snorted before leaving the tent. After a while, her voice could be heard from a distance. "Do whatever you want. I'm tired." Jiraiya couldn't help but smile wryly. "Orochimaru, don't take it personally. That's just how Tsunade is." Orochimaru smiled faintly and said nothing. Turning to check the map, Jiraiya was indeed strong, but he wasn't good at commanding in battle. Tsunade clearly wanted to be hands-off, so it seemed he would have to take on more responsibility. Well, let us just consider it a case of the capable taking on more work. Day XXX of missing the lab. Over the next few days, many ninjas gradually received their missions and left the headquarters. Lingfeng is also one of them. His task is very simple: to deliver a batch of scrolls to a certain canyon within a specified time. During the war, there are countless delivery tasks, and Lingfeng took the task without much thought. After completing the task, he was told to stay, as there would be a new task soon. Lingfeng had no choice but to wander around the canyon. I have to say, this place is really hidden. I don't even know how it was found, and quite a few ninjas have already gathered here. Upon closer observation, they are all recent missions Konoha ninjas, and their numbers are still increasing. It's quite strange. Could it be that the true purpose of the previous mission was to gather us here? It all feels so mysterious. It doesn't seem like a good thing. Lingfeng felt a bit nervous as he slowly walked to the edge. Appearing idle, he was actually surveying the surroundings. Under the tree to the east, a group of people gathered together, chatting and laughing. Judging by their appearances, they were either pineapple-haired, blonde, or chubby. They seemed to be ninjas from the three clans: the pig, deer, and butterfly. Not far away by the river, 5 or 6 ninjas were grooming a large dog. With that rugged look, it was clear they were being treated like pampered pets. They were definitely from the Inuzuka clan. In the far corner, there were 8 with long black hair, rolling their eyes at anyone who approached. All right, they were from the Hyuga clan. What's going on? Why are so many clan ninjas gathered here? In fact, the village usually prefers not to use clan ninjas. Although they are powerful, commanding them is not easy. The more assertive clans might take the opportunity to extort the village. While civilian ninjas may not be as strong, they are cheaper, more resilient, and obedient. If possible, the village would not proactively mobilize clan ninjas. The current situation clearly indicated that they were facing a matter of great importance that required any means necessary. Lingfeng had a face full of bitterness. Why did I impulsively take that mission? At that moment, there was a commotion at the canyon entrance, and a team approached with the Fan Clan emblem on their backs, standing out prominently. It was the Uchiha clan. Upon closer inspection, Qing Yin was at the end of the line. Qing Yin just happened to see the solitary Lingfeng and was surprised to meet him again so soon. She felt delighted and nodded slightly to greet him. Lingfeng also smiled and waved his hand. He was surprised that so many Uchiha had come. No wonder they would later embark on the path of rebellion. With the name of founding a village in front and remarkable military achievements behind, not only were they not treated with respect, but they were also suppressed everywhere. Who could endure that? Lingfeng continued to focus on the valley. As time passed, over 300 people eventually gathered in the valley. Most of them were Jonin and Chunin. with the Jinin being family ninjas whose combat abilities were not inferior to ordinary Chunin. To put it bluntly, with this group of people sent out, aside from the 5 great ninja villages, they could pretty much beat anyone they wanted. At this moment, on a high platform on one side of the valley, 3 people stepped forward: Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The ninjas below quieted down upon seeing these 3. As the disciples of the Third Hokage, their prestige was undeniable as long as they weren't found in a bathroom, casino, or basement. Orochimaru took a couple of steps forward and got straight to the point. Everyone, I believe you have realized that the previous mission was merely to gather you here. Now, I will issue the real mission. As long as the mission is successful, we can end this war. The 3 of us will lead everyone deep into the Land of Rain to destroy the enemy's supply lines and completely cut off their supplies. The ninjas present were all seasoned fighters and had already mentally prepared themselves by being left here. But now, hearing they were going to strike at the heart of the enemy, there was an uproar. Such a mission, if handled well, could determine the outcome of the war. If mishandled, it could lead to total annihilation. Jiraiya stepped forward. This mission is of great importance, and the village will offer extraordinary rewards. All participants, regardless of success or failure, will be considered to have completed 3 A-rank missions. If the mission is successful, it will be considered an S-rank mission, and those who make significant contributions will be regarded as having completed 3 S-rank missions. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in amazement. The civilian ninjas were especially wide-eyed with excitement. S-rank missions were typically only available to Jonin, with rewards starting at 1 million. For most ninjas, this was undoubtedly an enormous fortune. Lingfeng's eyes also turned into the shape of money. No matter how dangerous the task is, I don't feel at ease with this money. With the 3 legendary ninjas by my side, what do I have to fear? I don't believe there is anyone in the ninja world who can challenge the 3 of them. By the way, how did the title of the 3 legendary ninjas come about? Lingfeng thought for a moment and suddenly had a dazed expression. Damn, Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amage Cure, a demigod of ninjas. In an era when ninjas still had to perform hand seals honestly, this guy was definitely at the top of the ninja world. In the ninja realm, shadow-level powerhouses are like nuclear bombs. Hanzo is the one with the greatest equivalent and the strongest lethality among them. Because of his existence, Amage Cure possessed strength no less than that of the 5 great ninja villages, and their reputation became as formidable as a nuclear threat. Konoha could no longer tolerate it and personally stepped in to give them a dignified defeat. Thus, the Second Shinobi World War broke out. Looking at the ninjas around him, and then at Qing Yin's direction, Lingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. According to the original plot, only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade survived this battle, being granted the title of the legendary 3 ninjas by Hanzo. All the others perished. Qing Yin did not appear in the main storyline, and it is estimated that she also fell in this battle. Thinking of this, Lingfeng's expression became complicated. Chapter 10. The Information of Rain Shinobi. Just as Lingfeng was lost in thought, Jiraiya pulled out a list and began organizing the teams. Ninjas like to operate in small groups, especially during war. First, small teams are formed from a few people, and then those teams form larger units, progressing in layers, somewhat similar to a 3-3 system. This ensures unified command while also allowing for flexibility and maneuverability. First team, Sasaki Aoi, Akimichi Fum, Hiragaki Iku, Mizunashi Yusa. Second team. Jiraiya continued to read down the list, and Lingfeng listened attentively. Soon, he recognized the pattern. This list was clearly well thought out. Most teams were standard 4-person groups, but there were some lower-ranked teams that had 5 members, using numbers to compensate for any deficiencies and ensure balanced strength. Most teams were formed by familiar faces, saving time on mutual adjustment. As for sensory and medical ninjas, they were completely scattered across various teams. At this moment, Jiraiya's voice rang out. Chiyo Yuki, Uchiha Akira, Narajun, Senju Lingfeng, Uchiha Qing Yin. Well, it turns out my team really has 5 people, and coincidentally, it's with Qing Yin's team. I wonder if it's special treatment. Lingfeng looked around, first waving to Qing Yin to greet her, and then searching for other teammates. On the battlefield, The abilities and personalities of teammates are directly related to life and death, so one must be cautious. After a while, Jiraiya finished reading the list. Besides the three of them, the 340 ninjas in the valley were divided into more than 70 small teams. Lingfeng greeted Qing Yin and quickly found his teammates. After some introductions, they got to know each other's identities and abilities. The captain, Qian Xin, is AJ Nin from a commoner background. He is proficient in fire release, lightning release, and earth release, which just happen to counter the water release commonly used by Rain Ninja. Qian Xin has been active on the front lines of the Rain Hidden Village for many years, achieving remarkable military accomplishments. Lingfeng had a lot of respect for him. This was no longer the peaceful era of Naruto and Sasuke. A mere civilian ninja who became AJ Nin through killing enemies was definitely a formidable powerhouse. Moreover, Chiba Shin was clearly a pragmatist. Initially, he wasn't very interested in Lingfeng and Qing Yin, but upon hearing that Lingfeng was a medical ninja and a disciple of Tsunade, his attitude did a complete 180. At this time, medical ninjas had not yet become standard in ninja teams. However, having fought for years, he understood that a reliable medical ninja could save him multiple lives. As for the other two teammates, Shimizu Akira and Narajun, they were both young Nin in their early 20s. Without needing to introduce themselves, Lingfeng already knew their backgrounds and abilities. Orochimaru was decisive in his actions. Once the team was organized, he ordered them to depart. Lingfeng walked with Qing Yin. Lingfeng felt quite good when he saw Qing Yin. However, thinking about Hanzo of the Salamander, he couldn't feel happy at all. As some familiar plot lines emerged, Lingfeng's memories, which had been sealed for years, became clearer, but he also felt more and more that this mission was not simple. In fact, Lingfeng wasn't too worried about Hanzo. His ninjutsu couldn't counter the forest fruit, and even in a direct encounter, Lingfeng was confident he could hold him off and cover his teammates for a successful retreat. What truly frightened him was Qing Yin's ancestor, Uchiha Madara. If he remembered correctly, Nagato was about to awaken the Rinnegan. At such a critical time, Lingfeng didn't believe that Madara would just sit back and do nothing. With Madara's mastery of Genjutsu, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just a glance would make anyone kneel. This feeling of being controlled was too uncomfortable. He had to find a way to enhance his resistance to Genjutsu. Damn system, I wish you could help me strengthen my mental attributes. On the XXX day of cursing the damn system, in the ninja world, there are roughly 3 methods to enhance resistance to Genjutsu. The first is the ocular techniques represented by the Uchiha, directly transplanting eyes to defeat magic with magic. The second is becoming a Jinchuriki or entering Sage mode. Early on, Naruto was often taught a lesson by Genjutsu, but later he no longer suffered from it. As for the third, it's to train rigorously and systematically. Although the specific methods weren't mentioned in Naruto, it's probably similar to building up resistance through getting beaten up. The more you get hit, the more resistant you become. Transplanting eyes, Jinchuriki, and Sage techniques are too far-fetched for now, so there's no need to think about them. Let us start with the third method. Who should I find to cast Genjutsu on me? Lingfeng turned to look at Qing Yin, his eyes brightening. If Qing Yin activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan, could she help me boost my resistance? Qing Yin felt uncomfortable under his gaze and stammered, Why are you looking at me like that? Lingfeng's smile gradually twisted. Qing Yin, I have something to say to you. It's not convenient here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Qing Yin was taken aback, then suddenly thought of something. Her little face instantly flushed, and her heart raced. After a long while, she finally managed to respond with a small like a mosquito. After a day of travel, the ninja squad set up camp at Gray Cloud Ridge. The barrier team erected the barrier, isolating the camp from the light and noise of the fire, while the team on guard dispersed. This was the first night with new companions, and Lingfeng took out his specialty, grilled meat, while Qing Yin contributed perfectly cooked fireballs. Every ninja village hopes that their ninjas are emotionless killing tools. But practice has proven that human hearts are soft. As everyone ate and drank, they naturally became more familiar with each other. Although they couldn't directly become someone to trust with their backs, at least they could get closer. As night fell and everyone had gone to rest, Lingfeng, unable to sleep, stepped out of the tent and sat by the campfire, flipping through scrolls by the firelight. These were the scrolls distributed before departure, documenting information about the Rain Ninja. For example, their preferred tactics, common ninjutsu, and famous strong fighters. This information was obtained at the cost of countless comrades' lives. Young ninjas like you are rarely willing to look at this dull and tedious information. Lingfeng turned to look in the direction of the sound, and found it was Captain Chiba. Captain Chiba, Lingfeng greeted and replied, not boring. It's all the achievements of you captains over the years. The information on the scroll comes from the front line guarded by Rinnegan. Rinnegan smiled slightly, but his eyes couldn't hide the sadness. He fiddled with the firewood to make the campfire brighter. Achievements? Perhaps. Over the years, I can no longer remember how many enemies I've killed, but I remember clearly the 227 teammates who sacrificed their lives. This scroll is written in their blood. Lingfeng nodded. They are all heroes and should be remembered. However, Chiba Shin was very calm. It's okay if they are not remembered. A peaceful village is the best memorial. He reached out to take the scroll from Lingfeng's hand. You seem very interested in this information. If you have any questions, I can tell you about it. Lingfeng was overjoyed upon hearing this. The description from the person involved is much better than cold, hard text. To prevent misleading everyone, the scrolls issued during such large-scale operations will only record verified information. However, sometimes that kind of ambiguous content is the most valuable. Lingfeng was not polite either. Captain, do you know about the pepperfish Hanzo? There's not much description here. Chiba couldn't help but laugh. Directly asking the opponent's general? What courage! The Rain Ninja is skilled in water escape, and Hanzo's water escape is even more extraordinary. But few people know that what he is actually best at is fire escape. In terms of skill, he is even on par with the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Lingfeng nodded. Indeed, he had used fire release to blow off Nagato's legs. The ninjutsu was secondary. The most terrifying aspect of Hanzo was his use of poison. No matter how careful or prepared one was during battle, one would always inexplicably get poisoned. Qinya lifted his collar, revealing several gruesome scars. Lingfeng's pupils constricted. These were not battle scars, but traces left after surgical treatment. Chapter 11. Ban Yi, you are still shallow. Seeing the numerous scars crisscrossing Qian Yixin's chest, Lingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. Qian Yixin put down his clothes. I have dealt with you Rin for a long time, but I only fought against Hanzo once. The time we had 4 jonin, but in the end, only I survived by luck, though my lungs were severely burned by poison. If it weren't for Lady Tsunade, I wouldn't have made it to now. Lingfeng frowned. How did you get poisoned? Qian Yixin shook his head. I don't know. I saw it clearly. He definitely didn't poison us. And there were no traps set up in advance, yet we got poisoned just like that. Even Lady Tsunade is at a loss. I see. Lingfeng nodded gravely, but he already had the answer in his heart. Thanks to watching anime in his previous life, he knew that Hanzo had implanted the venom sac of a black pepper fish in his body. Therefore, his breath carried deadly poison, allowing those around him to be poisoned without any awareness. Hanzo and his subordinates wore gas masks for years, not to guard against others, but to guard against himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lingfeng's mind. No wonder Tsunade and the others lost to Hanzo, although their strength had not yet reached its peak at that time. They had already stepped into the threshold of being a Kage level. Coupled with their perfect teamwork and complementary abilities, they could have matched 3 Kage level powerhouses. With such a configuration, how could Hanzo defeat them alone? Especially since Hanzo looked so relaxed, and his clothes weren't even dirty. With such strength, why would he need to bow low before the 5 great nations? He could simply charge into the village and release poison. Who could possibly stop him? It must be that the 3 ninjas had already been poisoned at that time, significantly weakening their strength, which was why they were easily defeated. This also explained why, despite the 3 being of similar strength, Jiraiya was the one who got the most severely injured and couldn't stand up, because his resistance to poison was low. Lingfeng secretly nodded. This piece of information is worth at least several S-level missions, right? It's just that the source of the information is hard to explain, so I need to think it over. Lingfeng and Qian Yixin talked for a long time and obtained a lot of useful information. In particular, knowing that the Rain Hidden Village did not have strong experts proficient in illusion or sealing techniques greatly relieved him. When a ninja troops are stationed, They will arrange 2 layers of defense lines, an inner fixed post, and an outer patrol team. A ninja suddenly appeared in front of Qianyi Xin. Captain Qianyi, it's your team's turn for the night watch. Rinnegan. Thank you for your hard work. We will set off right away. He turned to Lingfeng and said, Lingfeng, could you please call them over? We will set off together. To prevent spies from infiltrating, only the captain knows the patrol area of the team. After the team members gathered, Qianyi Xin led them to hand over the defense duties. Soon, the team arrived several dozen kilometers away. Qianyi Xin also began to deploy the patrol tasks. Grey Cloud Ridge has no strategic value, being a low-risk area. So the area each team needs to defend is relatively large. I will pair with Shirmu Ming, and Narajun will patrol separately. Lingfeng and Qing Yan. You two will patrol together. After all, they are lower-ranked ninjas, so it's more stable to have 2 people in a group. Lingfeng and Qing Yan are both hard to come by, feeling that the captain can be dealt with. Everyone began to patrol separately. After wandering for a long time, it was already midnight. The 2 were somewhat tired, so they found a clean patch of grass to sit down. Qing Yan looked up and stared blankly at the starry sky. Lingfeng connected with the natural surroundings and sensed that there were indeed no enemies nearby. So he relaxed and enjoyed stargazing. Having been in the ninja world for over a decade, it seemed like it was the first time he really took a good look at the night sky. The night sky, free from industrial pollution, was truly beautiful. The full moon hung high, casting a layer of hazy silver over the earth, while the dazzling stars formed a river of light, cutting through the night sky. Both of them sat in silence, simply enjoying the moment. After a long time, Lingfeng turned to look at Qing Yan and suddenly froze. The moonlight fell upon Qing Yan, and she radiated a hazy white glow, like a fairy under the moonlight. Lingfeng stared at her blankly, feeling a sudden thud in his heart for some unknown reason. Qing Yan happened to speak up. I've liked watching the stars since I was little. My mom said she would become a star and watch over me in the sky with my dad. But there are too many stars, and I can't find them. You know, with so many people on the ground, is it possible they can't find me either? Lingfeng was taken aback by the words. So she is also an orphan. Therefore, even though it's hard for me to open my eyes, I strive to become the strongest of the Uchiha. In fact, I don't really care about the title of the strongest. I just wonder if becoming the strongest will allow my mom and dad to see me. Lingfeng, do you think I'm silly? Looking at the serious expression on Qing Yan's face, Lingfeng suddenly felt a pang in his heart. I don't know, but if you want to see the stars again in the future, I'll accompany you. Upon hearing this, Qing Yan's face turned red, and her eyes seemed to mist over as she nodded slowly. Taking advantage of the moment, the old flirt boldly wrapped his arm around Qing Yan's slender waist. Qing Yan's body instantly stiffened. It's very cold to watch the stars at night, so don't go alone in the future. After hearing this, Qing Yan's body softened, and she slowly leaned against Lingfeng's shoulder. Lingfeng smelled the pleasant fragrance of the girl beside him and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. He wasn't unaware that Qing Yan had feelings for him, but he didn't respond because he thought she was just a little girl. In his past life, he would have definitely gone online to ask if it was a crime. But now he understood. Since he was here, he might as well accept it. This place was not the peaceful and quiet past life, but a ninja world that treated human lives as mere grass. Under such pressure, getting married and having children naturally had to be expedited. It was common for people to start families in their teens. Some things needed to be kept deep in the heart forever, but some things really didn't need to be stubbornly held on to. Otherwise, by the time one reached the legal age, they would either be an old cow eating tender grass or end up alone. Just like Kakashi. When the 3 of them in Team 7 were still little kids, he was a single dog. Even when the 3 of them could start dating, he was still a single dog. So, in the ninja world, matters of romance couldn't be delayed. If you procrastinate, you just get used to it. At this moment, Lingfeng held a beautiful woman in his arms, feeling very satisfied. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Look at Madara's life, filled with schemes and hardships. First, he fought fiercely with Hashirama, then engaged in a battle of wits and courage with Tobirama. He activated Susu, captured the 9 tails, obtained a Sharingan with a kaleidoscope, and spent decades underground. Only then did he gather the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans. And for himself, All he needed to do was to get married and have children. TSK Madara, you were still so shallow. Lingfeng held Qing Yin in his arms, the two of them snuggling together, with the air filled with the smell of love. Qing Yin, I haven't asked you yet. What do your parents do? Are there any other people in your family? Huh? Why are you suddenly asking this? I just want to know, after all, right? If it's inconvenient, then forget it. It's not inconvenient. Qing Yin shrank a little in Lingfeng's embrace. My father was also a ninja, but unfortunately, he passed away when I was very young. My mother was already in poor health, and not long after, she also passed away. I have an older brother named Uchiha Shinchuan. He took care of me before. 3 years ago, he started a family, so it was inconvenient to live together, which is why I graduated early and moved out to live on my own. Lingfeng was taken aback. So that's the reason you graduated early? I thought you were going to chase me down and beat me up. Qing Yin shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. There's one thing I've always been curious about. With your talent and strength, why did it take you so long to awaken your eyes? Also, your clan's attitude towards you is quite strange. Qing Yin's gaze dimmed. Actually, both of these things are related to my father. Oh, may I ask who your esteemed father is? Uchiha Kagami. Huh. Chapter 12. Qing Yin's past hearing the name of Qing Yin's father. Lingfeng's eyes widened in shock. The second Hokage's personal guard, Uchiha Kagami. He couldn't help but be astonished. That name was simply too shocking. Uchiha Kagami, an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, a member of the second Hokage's bodyguard team. This was as difficult as having Hitler choose a Jew as a bodyguard. Qing Yin was very surprised. Oh, you've heard of my father? For special reasons, both the village and the clan rarely mention that name. Perhaps the older generation still remembers, but among peers, Lingfeng is the first to know. Lingfeng nodded. If you think about it, Qing Yin is actually Ji Shui's aunt, right? Then, am I not Ji Shui's uncle? Danzo, you shameless old thief. My father was the strongest in the clan at that time, but he fell out with the clan because of 2 incidents. Lingfeng was curious. Which 2 things? One is serving as the Hokage's bodyguard, which has caused great dissatisfaction within the clan. The radical faction even claims that he has betrayed the family. Lingfeng nodded. The relationship between the village and the clan is very complex. For small clans, being a bodyguard for the Hokage is a coveted position, but those large clans prefer strong individuals to serve their families. Especially for the Uchiha, loyalty to the Hokage stands out even more. What about the other matter? The other matter is his father's marriage. The clan originally arranged a marriage for his father to marry the daughter of the second elder. However, his father refused and chose to marry his mother from the Akimichi clan. Bloodline clans often choose to marry within the clan to maintain blood purity. Especially for a strong individual like Uchiha Kagami, he not only had to be a red flower stick but also a stud. This refusal to accept an arranged marriage is absolutely seen as heretical by the large clans. Qing Yin's mother's background also surprised Lingfeng. The Akimichi clan, the clan that possesses the Jinjutsu bloodline. Qing Yin, you know about this too? Lingfeng let out a sigh. I understand now. No wonder Uchiha Shursui's Jinjutsu is so strong. It turns out to be the advantage of hybridization. The Inuzuka clan's bloodline limit allows them to manipulate others' 5 senses with Jinjutsu, and those caught in the illusion also suffer real damage. I must say, this ability to blur the line between spirit and reality does have some similarities with Kotoame Tsukumi. After my father passed away, our family often faced exclusion. My mother was already weak, and after a series of setbacks, she couldn't hold on any longer. Before she died, she made a deal with the clan. What kind of deal? My mother placed the Inuzuka clan seal on us. This seal suppresses our spirit, making it extremely difficult for us to open our eyes. But at the same time, if we or our descendants can break through the seal, we will awaken a very high talent for Jinjutsu. Lingfeng understood. Qing Yin's mother was worried that after her death, her 2 children would be ostracized. So she used this method to buy time for them. Once the seal was applied, the clan would somewhat have expectations for the siblings and would not be too harsh on them. Even if they ultimately failed to break through, they would have grown up and developed the ability to protect and support themselves. Unfortunately, the seal was too strong after several years. The siblings still had not opened their eyes. The clan's attitude also became strange, filled with disappointment, hatred, and a certain level of expectation. Lingfeng sighed. Poor parents everywhere. Qing Yin also nodded. But I just refuse to accept it. Why can't I become strong without the Sharingan? The Uchiha aren't invincible. So I train hard. If my vision isn't enough, I'll make up for it with reflexes. If my chakra is insufficient, I'll enhance my physical abilities. I believe that even without the Sharingan, I can still become the strongest Uchiha. Lingfeng was taken aback. No wonder Qing Yin's grades were average when she first entered school, but she improved rapidly and was extremely combative. If she were in another family, such talent and determination would definitely be nurtured vigorously. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan has always prioritized the eyes over individuals, as long as one hasn't awakened their Sharingan. Even if they reach the level of Jonin, they can't escape being looked down upon. Qing Yin suddenly smiled gently, resting her head on Lingfeng's shoulder. Fortunately, I met you. By a twist of fate, I awakened my eyes. Perhaps my mother felt that you were worth entrusting. Lingfeng was a bit smug. I told you. Normally, Uchiha should have opened their eyes when I used the seduction technique. That was such a strong mental stimulus. Qing Yin's face was flushed, and she hit Lingfeng hard. You still say, I haven't dared to go to school for several days, and from now on, you're not allowed to use such inappropriate ninja techniques. Lingfeng's expression became serious. That's a technique to defeat a god. Qing Yin was both angry and annoyed. If you say that again, I really won't pay attention to you. Lingfeng was filled with grievances. Having used the seduction technique to take down Irika, Ebisu, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, the achievements were dazzling. But seeing Qing Yin's expression as if she was going to eat someone, he could only obediently admit defeat. All right, I'll seal the seduction technique for now, hoping that someone will discover its value in the future. The two were in a flirtatious mood. The air was filled with the sour smell of love. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came, and several kunai shot straight towards the two. Lingfeng. Qing Yin. Lingfeng's perception is a derivative ability of the forest fruit, somewhat similar to Kin Bunchaku, requiring concentration to activate. Just now, he successfully confessed his feelings, heard Qing Yin's background, and was being affectionate with her, leaving him no time to sense his surroundings. In a moment of negligence, he was indeed approached by the enemy. Qing Yin instantly appeared in front of Lingfeng, wielding a short sword and deflecting all the shurikens. She fixed her gaze on a figure not far away, the Crimson Sharingan appearing particularly eerie in the night. The Sharingan, no wonder it could dodge my attacks. A figure slowly emerged, wearing a gray vest and a gas mask. Judging by the attire, it was a Jonin from Amage Cure. Normally, a Jonin dealing with a Genin is no different from a hawk catching a chick. Qing Yin's expression was serious. The few shurikens just now were heavy, and although she dodged them, her arms still felt slightly numb from the impact. This guy's strength is formidable. Qing Yin stealthily reached into her tool pouch. Inside, there was a signal flare. As long as she released it, her teammates would come to support her. Even if they couldn't make it in time, the camp would receive news of the enemy, so they wouldn't be caught completely off guard. The Amage Cure ninja noticed Qing Yin's intentions and launched an attack first, sending several shurikens flying at odd angles. Qing Yin jumped to evade, seizing the opportunity to release the signal flare into the air. Unexpectedly, the Amage Cure ninja was faster. Water release, water curtain. A massive water curtain appeared above them. The signal flare struck the water curtain and was instantly extinguished. What a quick reaction! Qing Yin was secretly astonished, forming hand seals with both hands to execute the Great Fireball technique. Compared to others, Qing Yin's Great Fireball was not large, but it was exceptionally fast. The Uchiha clan preferred to release huge fire techniques, as if the larger the scale, the stronger the power, without considering the hit rate at all. However, if one cannot hit the enemy, no matter how powerful the fire technique, it is merely a waste of chakra. Therefore, for the Great Fireball technique, it is better to seek speed rather than size, as it not only increases the hit rate, but also conserves chakra. This was a realization Qing Yin gained while roasting skewers with Lingfeng. As Qing Yin was fervently attacking, Lingfeng was naturally not idle. He raised his hand and shot out several shurikens wrapped in explosive tags, shattering the water curtain in the air. Then, in conjunction with Qing Yin's attack, he hurled a dozen shurikens at the Amigakure ninja. The Amigakure ninja snorted lightly, seemingly mocking their overconfidence, and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water wall, technique. A water wall suddenly rose up, blocking the attacks of the two. Water release, raging torrent wave. The water wall transformed into a rushing torrent, surging towards the two, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Chapter 13. What's wrong with the Jonin? Can't they be touched? With the chakra level of the Amigakure Jonin, this water technique was like being sprayed by hundreds of high-pressure water guns. Lingfeng stood in front of Qing Yin, his hands forming seals as he slammed them onto the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. The ground trembled, and a 3-foot-thick earthen wall suddenly rose up, firmly protecting the two behind it. The Rain Ninja, seeing this, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. It's true that earth style counters water style, but that's under the premise of equal levels. Just look at the late-stage prints. No matter what kind of wind, thunder, water, fire, or earth you have, a single churka ball can smash it all away. The strength of ninjutsu ultimately depends on the amount of chakra one has. Attribute countering is something only a poor fool with no chakra would consider. In front of A.J. Nin's water style, a Genin's earth style is as fragile as an eggshell. Water crashed against the earth wall, producing a series of muffled sounds. He all done. But when the water flow receded, the Rain Ninja nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Although the earth wall was damaged and cracked, it still stood tall. Then, pieces crumbled away, revealing the two unharmed individuals. The Rain Ninja had a ghostly expression. How is this possible? Could he have encountered a big shot pretending to be weak? It doesn't seem like it. Lingfeng smiled faintly. Although he had only used Earth Release, it actually mixed two different powers. In Naruto, only a few ninjas like Kakuzu can simultaneously perform two types of ninjutsu. The combination of Earth Release and Fire Release that the Third Hokage used against Orochimaru was just a fast casting speed, making it appear like they were released at the same time. However, Lingfeng's fruit ability did not conflict with ninjutsu and could be performed simultaneously. In the recent earthen wall, Lingfeng used coarse wood as the framework, tightly locking the soil with dense roots. This greatly increased the defensive power, making it easy to block water release. The Rain Ninja looked at the two and felt like retreating. After that collision, he was sure that the two in front of him were not ordinary Chunin. These two guys had decent strength, and he estimated that it would be difficult to take them down in a short time. If there were other enemies around, it would be problematic. The urgent matter was to relay the information about the enemy appearance at Gray Cloud Ridgeback. The Rain Ninja made a quick decision to prepare for withdrawal. However, while he wanted to retreat, Lingfeng did not intend to let him go. I have a date to attend, and you come in with a surprise attack. And now you think you can just leave after it's over? Too late. Do you think just because you're a Jonin, you can come and go as you please? What is wrong with Jonin? Can't they be touched? Lingfeng clasped his hands together and casually shouted, "Would release, binding heavenly vine technique." Would release? Upon hearing this term, the Rain Ninja felt a jolt and almost fell over. Suddenly, thick vines as thick as his wrists burst forth from the ground and began to wrap around his legs. Konoha has another would release ninja. The Rain Ninja was greatly astonished, and Qing Yin was equally shocked. Last time, when she was hidden away by Lingfeng, she hadn't seen him use would release. Now that they had confirmed their relationship, although Lingfeng couldn't conveniently reveal the existence of the system, there was no need to hide the wood release. But what surprised her was not just that. The Sharingan could see chakra, no matter what ninjutsu was used. It was as conspicuous as a firelight in the dark. Even if hidden underground, it couldn't escape detection. However, at this moment, she couldn't see a trace of chakra, as if these vines were no different from ordinary tree vines. The Rain Ninja was momentarily distracted and became tightly ensnared. Water release, water blade. He spat out a water blade, severing all the vines. But the vines seemed endless. For every one he cut, two more appeared, overwhelming him. The Rain Ninja was filled with both anger and frustration. Damn it, these vines are too troublesome. They can't be left alone any longer. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that although these vines were incredibly tough, they merely restrained him and couldn't harm him. But before he could feel happy, a vine glinting with a metallic sheen pierced through his left arm like a spear. Ah! The rain ninja screamed. Damn little brat. Water release. Water 1,000 blades. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt something was off. His arm had been pierced, yet he felt no pain at all. Looking down, he saw the vine actually devouring his flesh and blood. In just a short while, his once muscular arm had shriveled to almost nothing, resembling a withered branch. Even his sleeve looked empty. The rain ninja let out a terrified scream, desperately trying to pull out the vine, but it was futile. In just a few seconds, he was reduced to skin and bones, collapsing to the ground, weakly groaning. If it weren't for Lingfeng wanting to keep him alive, he would have already turned into a husk. Lingfeng stepped forward and stepped on him. My wood release is different from Lord Hashirama's. It cannot absorb chakra, but it can directly absorb life force. If you don't want to end up like them, it's best to be sensible. With that, he stretched out his hand, and several vines broke through the ground, dragging over 3 mummy-like rain village genin. Oda, Ran, and Fengjia. The eyes of the rain ninja were filled with fear and sadness. The 3 were his subordinates. It turned out that he was carrying out a mission with his subordinates and happened to pass by the Gray Cloud Ridge. At that time, Lingfeng and Qing Yin were talking and did not notice their approach. So, he had his subordinates hide nearby while he went to check the situation. Seeing that Lingfeng and Qing Yin were just 2 genin, he decided to launch an attack. He never expected that the opponent would be so ruthless, killing his subordinates without him even realizing it while fighting against him. Lingfeng was using the techniques that Green Bull employed against Jin and Quinn. In the pirate world, a vine without armament haki doesn't have enough power. But in the world of Naruto, it's more than enough to handle a few fragile ninjas. The rain ninja initially thought that even if he died, his subordinates would still be able to bring back information. But now his face was completely ashen. Have you given up resisting? Lingfeng smiled. It's harvest season again. Chapter 14. The Greatest Confidence. Lingfeng first searched a few lower ninjas and found that there was indeed not much loot. 3 people, 5 kunai, not enough for 1 each. Can Rain Ninja even do anything? With just these few items, would they be willing to throw them away in battle? Look at those from the daily routine. That's what you call generosity, directly washing the ground with ninja tools. Lingfeng tidied up the scattered items and looked at the almost breathless Jonin with ill intentions. In the evening, Shinya Xian spoke at length about the customs and culture of the Rain Hidden Village. Unlike other ninja villages, the Rain Hidden Village had no nobility and was entirely ruled by ninjas. Hanzo was both the daimyo and the shadow, handling both civilian and military affairs. The village also practiced a policy of layered exploitation. Hanzo, Jonin, Chunin, Genin. There was a huge wealth gap between each level. The typical upper class drove BMWs, while the lower class worked like cattle and horses. In the terrified eyes of the Rain Ninja, Lingfeng began the familiar process. First, he searched the weapon pouch, then flipped through the ninja vest, and finally stripped off the outer coat. While searching, he couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a Jonin, "Your wealth is indeed different." Just as Lingfeng was about to go for the Rain Ninja's underwear, Qing Yin could no longer hold back. "Lingfeng, don't go too far." Lingfeng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. There's no way around it. Before, we were just teammates, and I could do whatever I wanted. A mere teammate, no matter how pretty, can't compare to real gold and silver. But now it's different. She's my girlfriend. Regardless of whether her demands are reasonable or not, I should still pamper her. Lingfeng counted his gains and felt quite satisfied. Dozens of shurikens, a large stack of throwing knives, 4 or 5 bottles of military food pills. Although he didn't get the ninjutsu scroll he wanted the most, he did have a stack of silver notes, at least 300,000 or 400,000 taels. Come on, let's split it in half when we meet. Lingfeng grabbed a large portion and stuffed it all into Qing Yin's hands. Qing Yin immediately waved her hands repeatedly. This is too much. I can't take it. And isn't this supposed to be submitted? Lingfeng widened his eyes. Hand over. Hand over what? Who would keep it for themselves? Last time, when Yurin launched a surprise attack on the medical camp, I heard they killed 1,000 people but the spoils they handed over didn't even fill a basket. You didn't hand over everything, did you? Qing Nian weakly nodded, and Lingfeng was left speechless. This girl is just too naive, isn't she? No wonder, despite being battle-hardened, her life is still so tight. This kind of erroneous thinking is unacceptable. Ahem, Qing Nian, this is my first time giving you something. If you don't accept it, how sad would I be? As the saying goes, a person doesn't become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse doesn't get fat without night grass. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think about the future. And as they say, poor couples have 100 woes. Blah blah. In terms of combat intelligence, Qing Yin and Lingfeng are about evenly matched. But when it comes to nonsense, even 10 Qing Yins wouldn't be a match. Before long, Qing Yin was completely bamboozled, her eyes swirling as she confusedly accepted the ninja tool pouch. But she felt warm inside. It feels really good to have someone looking out for you. Lingfeng is right. Money is the courage of the poor. Just the things I have for myself can be exchanged for at least 300,000 taels of silver. Enough to support myself for 2 years. In Naruto, 1 tael of silver is roughly equivalent to 10 yen or 5 yuan. A bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs 60 taels, which is equivalent to 600 yen or 30 yuan, so Qing Yin's income is around 150,000 yuan. This means that for 2 years, I won't have to worry about my family's control. You can cut my benefits, and I can accept that. But you can't possibly take money from me, an orphan, right? What about the reputation of the big clan? After finishing up, Lingfeng flipped the Rain Ninja over. Use the Sharingan to interrogate him and see what you can get. The Rain Ninja has already lost half his life, and 2 tomo are enough. Normally, interrogation is the job of the intelligence unit, and other ninjas shouldn't interfere. However, private interrogations on the battlefield are not uncommon. After all, those on the front lines usually don't hold any critical intelligence. It's mostly about setting traps and schemes, which are not particularly significant for the village, but are crucial for the lives of frontline ninjas. Therefore, the village turns a blind eye and focuses on dealing with those lurking spies. Qing Yin stepped forward, ready to cast an illusion technique. Suddenly, the Rain Ninja revealed a strange smile, and a faint hissing sound emerged from his body. Lingfeng's heart sank. Not good. He rushed forward in a leap, grabbing Qing Yin's arm and flinging her away. In midair, Qing Yin saw a tall wooden wall rise from the ground, separating her from Lingfeng and Yuren. Then came a loud bang, and a massive fireball and smoke shot up into the sky, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Even behind the wooden wall, Qing Yin was thrown far away by the shockwave, landing heavily on the grass. What happened? In the camp, the Konoha ninjas were startled awake. Tsunade also emerged from her tent, recognized the direction, and her pupils contracted. That brat! Then her body turned into an afterimage as she dashed out. Qing Yin had blood oozing from her mouth and nose, her head buzzing, and it took a while for her to regain her senses. Once her body could move, she struggled to get up and staggered to the back of the wooden wall. The ground was charred, leaving only a pit about 2 yards square and over a foot deep. Aside from bloodstains and debris, nothing remained. Qing Yin stood there in a daze, as if she had turned stupid. She wanted to call out Lingfeng's name, but her throat felt like it was blocked. She wanted to cry, but no sound would come out. Suddenly, Qing Yin felt as if her head was going to explode, her hands tightly clutching her head. The Sharingan appeared uncontrollably, and a black dot slowly emerged between the 2 tomo, transforming into the full 3 tomo version. When the headache subsided, Qing Yin slumped helplessly to the ground. Suddenly, she noticed a bulging ninja tool pouch on the ground, the one Lingfeng had just handed to her, which had fallen at some point. Qing Yin crawled over, picked up the tool pouch, stared blankly at it, and then hugged it tightly, bursting into tears. She had just found someone to watch the stars with her. Why did they suddenly leave? Qing Yin felt as if her heart had been torn apart. Suddenly, a tender sprout emerged in front of her, rapidly growing into a tree. Qing Mian. The branches slowly twisted, ultimately taking on Lingfeng's form. You. Qing Yin's eyes widened, almost unable to speak. Phew, that was close, almost died. Lingfeng patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. Lingfeng. Qing Yin rushed into his arms like a fledgling returning to its nest, hugging him and crying loudly. Don't cry, don't cry. It's fine, isn't it? Lingfeng gently caressed Qing Yin's long hair, offering comfort, while secretly feeling relieved. It seems that the Sun fruit is no different from the original work. Elementalization is a passive skill that activates automatically when attacked, and it does not consume stamina or chakra. This fluid body will be my greatest confidence in this chaotic ninja world. Chapter 15. Hanz's Intelligence. When the explosive tags on the Rain Ninja ignited, Lingfeng instantly recognized that there were at least a dozen explosive tags, enough to blow a person to smithereens. Lingfeng didn't know if his sun fruit could recover for being smashed to pieces like in the original work. But Qing Yin was right beside him, and he didn't have time to think too much. In a moment of impulse, he rushed forward. Fortunately, the sun fruit lived up to its name as a natural type fruit. Even if his body was shattered, he could regenerate without losing blood or consuming mana. Lingfeng held Qing Yin in his arms, touching her recklessly while soothing her with gentle words. It's okay, see? I'm fine, aren't I? I told you to search more carefully. Upon hearing this, Qing Yin cried even louder. If it weren't for her stopping him, Lingfeng would have turned over even that rain-soaked pair of underwear, leaving the other party with an opportunity. She almost became an accomplice in harming her beloved. It's all my fault from now on. I'll listen to you, and definitely search thoroughly. After crying for a while, Qing Yin's emotions finally stabilized a bit, and she asked through her sniffles, by the way, Lingfeng, how did you escape the explosion? Well, Lingfeng originally wanted to reveal everything, but upon seeing Qing Yin's 3-tomo Sharingan, he suddenly had a change of heart. This is a would-release substitution technique, much faster than ordinary substitution jutsu, which is why I was able to escape. Unfortunately, this technique is a bloodline limit, so I can't teach it to you. Lingfeng took out the ninja tool pouch from Qing Yin's arms and wiped her tears. Be good, don't cry. I'm fine, and you still have 3-tomo. We should be happy. Besides, that guy is dead, so we can collect these things with more peace of mind. Qing Yin buried her little head in Lingfeng's embrace, holding him tightly and refusing to come out. Just as Lingfeng was enjoying the moment, a voice suddenly came through. Hey, brat, are you okay? Just now. Huh? You guys. Lingfeng was startled. It turned out Tsunade had arrived. Why are you here so soon? Qing Yin jumped out from his arms like he had been electrocuted, his little face as red as a cooked crab. Soon after, the nearest teammates also arrived. Big sister. Captain, everyone. We were attacked by range shinobi, and Qing Yin and I have obtained important intelligence. He secretly exchanged glances with Tsunade while speaking. Qing Yin, still shy, was taken aback. What important intelligence? How come I didn't know? Tsunade understood and said, come with me. At that moment, other ninja squads also arrived. Tsunade ordered, expand the alert area to 20 kilometers, disperse. Chiba and the others replied and left swiftly. As his gaze swept over the remaining wooden walls, he revealed an ambiguous expression. Narajun also subtly nodded. Once everyone had left, Tsunade said, follow me, and turned to head back. Lingfeng and Qing Yin also followed. As it concerned intelligence, Tsunade did not ask privately, but quickly gathered the high-ranking officials. Back in the tent, almost all the bigwigs were present. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade sat upright, while Lingfeng and Qing Yin stood below, accompanied by a few advisors from the Inuzuka clan. Normally, intelligence would first be interrogated by the Yamanka clan, and the parties involved would be separated for verification. Then, the collected intelligence would be handed over to the Nara clan for organization and research, and the results would be reported to the commander. However, due to Tsunade's influence, the process was greatly simplified. Lingfeng carefully reported the events, but Qing Yin became increasingly confused. Why did I become the main force? Why did those detonating talismans become something I intentionally detonated? How did I use illusion techniques to extract information? Fortunately, Qing Yin had a resilient temperament. Even though her heart raced, she still maintained a cold expression. Our biggest gain is that we obtained important information about Hanzo of the Salamander. Upon hearing this, Qing Yin was completely stunned. I didn't, ancestor. Please don't talk nonsense. Falsifying information is punishable by death. At this, Orochimaru and the other three Sanin's expressions instantly turned serious. Hanzo of the Salamander was the main target this time. Jiraiya said sternly, "Hanzo of the Salamander? You can't possibly have been deceived, right?" This was his first reaction. How could such a top-secret matter be known by a low-ranking ninja? "I'm sorry, Lord Jiraiya. I just reported truthfully and am not responsible for discerning the truth." "Well, all right, you're right. Continue." Lingfeng nodded and continued to speak. Hans had a black salamander's venom sac implanted in his body, which released toxic gas with his breath, causing people to unknowingly become poisoned. The venom sac was hidden in his right abdomen. When punctured, the venom would vaporize, paralyzing even himself. His summoning beast, F-Kin, could also exhale poisonous mist, but as long as one held their breath, they wouldn't be poisoned for a short period. Moreover, the salamander released toxic gas at 5-minute intervals and needed to rest before it could release more, in addition to water release and fire release. Hans was also skilled in body flicker technique. Oh, and listening to Ling Feng's endless chatter, Qing Yin was dumbfounded. These things sounded like they weren't made up. Could it be that I lost my memory from the explosion? Tsunade and the others were even more stunned. Are you sure this is information obtained through interrogation? Hans's own autobiography isn't this detailed, right? Ling Feng sighed after a long moment. Well, that's about it. It's the first time I've spoiled something so openly, and it feels quite refreshing. The three ninjas looked at Qing Yin as if asking if she had anything to add. Qing Yin hurriedly shook her head. Are you kidding? Where am I supposed to add anything? Spalasi. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue to wipe his face. Ling Feng and Miss Qing Yin are surprisingly capable. This information is very valuable. Jiraiya nodded in a daze, also greatly impacted. He had always prided himself on his intelligence work, but such detailed information was unprecedented. He never expected to be outdone by two lower ninjas in his area of expertise. At this moment, Nara Shikaku stepped forward a few steps. You two have worked hard. As per usual, we need you both to undergo an investigation. Please cooperate. Qing Yin was extremely nervous. I don't know anything, and I didn't collude before. Wouldn't separate questioning reveal everything right away. Not to mention the Yamashiro clan. But before Ling Feng and Qing Yin could respond, Tsunade spoke first. No need to trouble yourselves. Ling Feng is my disciple. I will vouch for him. If there are any issues, come to me. The Nara ninja was taken aback. Lady Tsunade, that's not in accordance with the rules. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You want to talk to me about rules? I wouldn't dare, but... The Nara ninja could only helplessly look towards Orochimaru, as he was the commander. However, Orochimaru was also unwilling to provoke Tsunade and could only mediate. Well, this information can be easily verified. Ling Feng wouldn't be so foolish. Nara Shikaku is just doing his duty. Tsunade, you are a senior. You should be more understanding. Nara Shikaku slightly bowed, his expression showing no anger. Tsunade snorted lightly and did not speak further. Ling Feng sighed inwardly, realizing just how frightening Tsunade's status was. It wasn't just because of her noble identity, but also due to her powerful medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjas are like alchemists in fantasy novels, always treated as honored guests wherever they go. Especially someone like Tsunade, a master from a great nation. Even if captured by the most reckless hidden cloud village, the Raikage would have to treat her with fine food and drink, absolutely not daring to offend her. If Lu Ji had just shown disrespect to Tsunade, without her saying a word, his own elders would have tied him up first. Qing Yin looked at the imposing Tsunade with admiration, his eyes sparkling. At that moment, Orochimaru said to Ling Feng and Qing Yin, you two can go back now. Today's intel is very important, so remember not to leak it. As for the reward, we will provide it to you once we verify everything. Ling Feng smiled slightly. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Please give me more silver bills when the time comes. I need them. After saying that, he glanced at Qing Yin with a shifty look. Qing Yin blushed and shot him a glare. The others showed a knowing expression, and Tsunade had a satisfied look as if her pig had finally learned to root for cabbage. Once outside the tent, Qing Yin whispered in complaint. How could you say that just now? You scared me to death. Thankfully, Lord Tsunade saved the situation. It's nothing. After all, we are from the same clan. The leader will definitely help me. The most important thing is that the information is true. As for the source, I'll tell you when the time is right. Qing Yin nodded. Anyway, it's all thanks to Lord Tsunade. Don't call her Lord. She prefers being called sister or big sister. Don't get it wrong next time you meet. Huh? Let's not talk about that for now. Lingfeng suddenly said, You awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan? Qing Yin displayed her Kagaya Sharingan, blinked a few times, and proudly said, Yeah. Isn't it amazing? Lingfeng clicked his tongue twice. 3-tomo Sharingan as a guarantee is already at the level of a Jonin, which is truly enviable. But before he could speak, a familiar and annoying voice came from beside him. Qing Yin, is what he said true? Your Sharingan has evolved. Lingfeng looked over and couldn't help but frown. Why were Uchiha Changju, Uchiha Xinping, and Uchiha Fantian together again? Didn't they all split up into different teams? How did they end up mixed together? Clearly, they had been ordered to act in groups. Was this treating Orochimaru's words as nonsense? At this moment, the three looked at Qing Yin in surprise. Uchiha Changju's eyes were especially fiery. He had always had thoughts about the beautiful but aloof Qing Yin, who was tough in fights but said little. However, it was a pity that the feelings were unrequited. Qing Yin had no interest in him, especially after being mocked by Lingfeng and then dealt with by Elder Lu. He finally understood a fact. There was no chance for him and Qing Yin. Since there was no hope, he didn't need to act like a sycophant anymore. Qing Yin, I didn't expect you to awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan. You should know what this means for the clan. I advise you to obediently go back. Otherwise, don't blame us for using force. Lingfeng got angry upon hearing this. Previously, they were teammates, so he couldn't say much and could only bring up the doctor-patient relationship. Now that it's my girlfriend, you're still showing your teeth. Thinking I'm easy to bully? Coercive measures? You dare try that on me and see what happens. Lingfeng stepped forward, a strong killing intent erupting from his body. Uchiha Changju was startled, and upon realizing it was Lingfeng, old grievances mixed with new hatred immediately surged within her. This matter concerned the 3-tomo, and she couldn't let it go. A mere medical ninja, always hiding at the back, really a bunch of. Before she could finish her sentence, her feet were already off the ground. Tsunade had grabbed Uchiha Changju by the neck and lifted her up. A bunch of what? Explain yourself clearly. Lingfeng also gasped in shock. During wartime, insulting medical ninjas. Do you have a death wish, or are you at odds with your own clan? Not to mention his relationship with Tsunade as her disciple and fellow clansman. Cursing medical ninjas in front of Tsunade is no different from pointing at a monk and calling him a bald donkey. Uchiha Changju felt a suffocating sensation and struggled desperately. But in Tsunade's hands, he was like a little chick, lacking any power to resist. As for his two lackeys, they were already scared silly. Perhaps pushed to the edge, Uchiha Changju didn't care much, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. Tsunade chuckled in her heart. Not dodging or avoiding this Jinjutsu. Her body didn't even sway. But Uchiha Changju instead spat out a mouthful of blood. Tsunade casually tossed him aside like trash to the other two. Qing Yin stood there, saying, I told you. If you're not convinced, let your elder come find me. I don't have time to waste with you little brats. Get lost. The three dared not say a word and hurriedly fled in a panic. Rinnegan gave a thumbs up. The big sister is so imposing. Tsunade scoffed. You little brat, just because you awakened the Sharingan, you think you're invincible. Qing Yin, TT after saying that, she advised Qing Yin again, you too. Don't get carried away. The bloodline limit is strong, but those bloodline limit ninjas who think they are invincible often have very short lives. Lingfeng was taken aback. This phrase sounded very familiar. Qing Yin obediently nodded. Lingfeng, however, had other concerns. Big sister, will this make Qing Yin uncomfortable? Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Qing Yin is a registered ninja in the village. She hasn't fled in battle or betrayed the village. So what can the Uchiha do? Are they really going to turn against their own? Then she turned to Qing Yin and said, if the Uchiha can stay, they stay. If they can't, then come to the Senju. It's only a matter of time anyway. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Call me sister. Qing Yin's face turned as red as a tomato. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Tsunade nodded secretly. Having seen too many greedy and scheming Lingfeng and loud Shoshin, she found herself liking the demure and well-behaved Qing Yin more and more. Don't worry. If there's nowhere else to go, just come stay at my house. I don't believe that group of old ghosts from the Uchiha would dare come to my house to take someone. Chapter 17. Infiltration of the Land of Rain. In the following days, Qingyan remained with the small team. Perhaps Tsunade's words had an effect, as there were no more Uchiha causing trouble. The Uchiha might not fear the Senju, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of Tsunade. After Uchiha Chky returned, he was sternly reprimanded by the elders. Why did you choose to offend Tsunade, of all people? Can you guarantee that there won't be any injuries or illnesses in the family? Can you guarantee that you won't get hurt in the future? No? Then how dare you speak so loudly to Lady Tsunade? Are you trying to send off a few old fossils from the clan? In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The Konoha ninja forces were winding and turning. Thanks to Orochimaru's thorough preparations and the significant contributions from the Yamashiro, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans, they perfectly bypassed the defenses of the Rain Ninja village and quietly infiltrated the heart of the Land of Rain. Upon reaching their destination, Orochimaru issued the second phase of the mission. The strongest 20 small teams formed an assault team, directly led by Orochimaru and 2 others, concentrating their firepower on important targets. The remaining teams acted as mobile units, dispersing to carry out assassinations, sabotage, and attack supply lines. In short, the goal was to create as much chaos in the Land of Rain as possible. The team that Lingfeng belongs to is a mobile unit. After hearing the task assignment, Lingfeng fell into silence. Combining the intelligence at hand with the subsequent plot, he easily deduced Orochimaru's true intentions. The strength of the Rain Ninja village is already far inferior to that of Konoha. If the mobile unit is allowed to operate freely, chaos will inevitably ensue at the rear, and the frontline Rain Ninjas will lose their backup, leading to a complete defeat in the war. Therefore, in order to quickly restore order at the rear, Hanzo will inevitably step in to resolve the situation. And Orochimaru is waiting for this opportunity to lead the assault team to attack. This is a grand strategy based on Konoha's strength, with a very high chance of success. The only issue is Hanzo's strength. Before the team disbanded, Tsunade found Lingfeng. Lingfeng, if you want to follow me, I can find a way to keep you and Qingyan by my side. Tsunade knew the real plan and was naturally aware that the mobile unit was likely to become cannon fodder. She couldn't reveal too much information and could only hint at it. But Lingfeng knew that in this battle, Hanzo, being highly toxic, would not fear encirclement. Instead, it would be Konoha ninjas suffering heavy casualties, leaving only the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. As for why Hanzo didn't eliminate them completely, perhaps it was out of compassion. Or maybe he recognized the identities of the 3 and feared that if he killed them, Konoha would fight to the death. Forget it, big sister. The Rain Ninja village is currently weak internally, so just be careful. You know me. I want to take risks. It's guerrilla warfare. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy is stationed, I disrupt. When the enemy is tired, I strike. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. It's something ingrained in my genes, and I want to lose it even after crossing over. Tsunade sighed and didn't press the issue. This mission itself was super S rank, and regardless of the character, it faced great risks. Moreover, her disciple might not be as strong as SHZ, but he would definitely survive better than the foolish brother. Thinking this way, she decided to let Lingfeng do as he wished. Be careful yourself. If it's not a life and death crisis, remember not to expose your would release easily. If you really encounter a life and death crisis, tell the enemy you're a medical ninja and preserve your life first. Tsunade was a bit chatty, but Lingfeng felt warm in his heart. Don't worry, big sister, I will be fine. After that, dozens of mobile units scattered, like cold water splashed in a hot oil. They instantly stirred up chaos in the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, the strongest assault team completely vanished. Days passed. Xian's team was hiding in the woods by the roadside. Due to the long-term rain, this road looked shabby. But this shabby road was an important transportation route nearby. A sparrow fluttered its wings and landed on Xian's hand. Xian took a letter from it, raised his hand, and threw the sparrow back into the air. 15 minutes later, a supply convoy disguised as a merchant team from the Rain Ninja village passed by here. Our main goal is to destroy the supplies. Remember to be quick and decisive. Do not linger in battle, and leave immediately after the job is done. The other four nodded seriously. Before long, a convoy passed by, consisting not only of merchants but also a dozen guards. As the convoy approached, several kunai tied with explosive tags suddenly flew out from the woods, blowing up the carts. The scene turned chaotic, with horses neighing and people screaming. Xinya Xian and Qing Yin rushed out. One threw a kunai with an explosive tag, sending guards flying. The other released fire release, igniting a row of carts. A few unfortunate souls were caught in the explosion, spewing blood and flying far away. The remaining guards finally reacted, seeing only two people, and charged forward with weapons raised. But before they could get close, several shadows suddenly emerged from the woods, immobilizing them. It was Nara June hiding behind a tree using the shadow binding technique. Then, Shimizu Akira and Ling Feng rushed out together, quickly dispatching the guards. Seeing the enemies defeated and the carts ablaze, Xinyexan called out and led everyone to retreat swiftly. After everyone left, a nearby large tree suddenly cracked open, and another Ling Feng emerged. He first used water release to extinguish the flames on the carts, then pulled out a scroll to begin collecting items. Food, clothing, medicine, weapons. He didn't let anything usable go. After packing most of it, Ling Feng's clone sensed unfamiliar ninjas approaching and hurriedly burrowed back underground. After a short while, a patrol team of a dozen rain ninjas arrived late. The leading elite Jonin looked at the wreckage on the ground, his expression very grim. Search everywhere for clues. Then he said to the only sensing ninja, "You go and track their whereabouts." This rain ninja team was quite capable, quickly determining that there were 5 enemies, and the sensing ninja also found the direction the team had left. The rain Jonin's eyes gleamed with malice. "Chase, I want to tear them to shreds." Before he finished speaking, a dozen ninjas suddenly leaped out from the surroundings. They all looked the same. They were Ling Feng's with clones. Little tricks. The rain Jonin sneered, drawing a huge ninja sword from his back. But before he could attack, the clones simultaneously erupted in white smoke, emitting faint hissing sounds. The rain Jonin was startled. Its explosive tags dodged, but it was too late. The clones had already charged into the crowd. After a violent explosion, the rain ninjas were thrown into chaos, howling in despair. The tracking specialized Chunin was particularly targeted and was killed without a complete corpse. The rain Jonin watched the pitiful state of his comrades, his face turning dark. Chapter 18. We go on patrol the sky of the rain ninja village. 9 days of rain and 1 day of sunshine. The fine rain seemed like an unremovable gray veil, filling this country with a chilling atmosphere. In a concealed area, China Xian's team was warming themselves by a fire. Even staying in a rain-sheltered place, they felt sticky all over. Shimizu Akira touched his damp clothes and couldn't help but complain. It's always what this country is really annoying. Nara Jun lazily leaned against the wall, looking listless and fatigued. A troublesome country, a troublesome task. I just want to lie down. Ling Feng had a silly and sweet expression. Everyone bear with it. The more we do, the less pressure there will be on the front line. We're all doing this for Konoha. The will of fire shines upon us. Shimizu Akira, Nara Jun. Brother, everyone is complaining. How can we respond to you saying this? Ling Feng also felt overwhelmed. With members of the Uchiha clan present, he could only refer to the will of fire. No matter if it had a connection to that old thief Danzo, he would stick to his principles and not give them any reason to criticize him. As for Qingyan, he sat expressionless by the fire, seemingly unaffected by it all. In fact, this was Qingyan's normal demeanor, and everyone else had long since gotten used to it. After a while, footsteps could be heard outside. The group became alert. When they saw that it was Chiya Shin, they relaxed. Chiya Shin let out a breath of cold air and stretched out his somewhat stiff hand to warm it by the fire. The rain shinobi didn't chase us. We're safe. However, someone still needs to keep watch at night. At this point, Ling Feng volunteered. Let Qingyan and me go. We're both Chunin with limited combat power. We rely on everyone during battles, so let us take on more responsibility now. Shishimura Akihito was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed. Are you too sure you can handle it? Should I join you? Ling Feng was taken aback and joked. Anyone can do it, but you can't. Besides, I'm with Qingyan. What are you meddling for? Are you looking to get your kidneys taken, or to be a third wheel? Brother Mingi, don't be polite. It's just a patrol. Yurin hasn't caught up, so what is there to be afraid of? We're leaving. Everyone take a good rest. Without waiting for Shimizu Mingi to respond, Lingfeng pulled Qing Yin and left together. The two of them walked through the muddy ground, stepping carefully. After they walked far enough and entered a grove, Lingfeng clapped his hands, and a huge wooden stump, about 2 zhang square and over a person tall, emerged from the ground. The surface was lush and green, while the inside was hollow like a wooden house. The two of them crawled inside, lit a fire, and finally felt warm. Qing Yin, are you cold? A little. Come on. Get closer. Let us huddle for warmth. No. Come on. The two of them snuggled together for a while. Qing Yin suddenly asked curiously, I feel like you're very wary of Shimizu Mingi. Is there something wrong with him? In her eyes, Shimizu Mingi seemed quite straightforward, nothing to be wary of. Lingfeng shook his head. The problem is not him, but his background. Do you know about the root? Qing Yin was taken aback. Root? I've never heard of it. Lingfeng suddenly realized, looking at the time, it should have just been established, so it's normal for Qing Yin to be unaware. Lingfeng sighed. The existence of the roots is still a secret, but you should know a little about it. Huh? Why? The leader of the roots is called Orochimaru Danzo, and he is a member of the Uchiha clan. Regarding this organization, Lingfeng did not hide anything and revealed all the information about the organization, including their methods and past actions. After hearing this, Qing Yin was also dumbfounded. Although life was not easy, Qing Yin had always been proud of the village. Unexpectedly, the seemingly glamorous village had actually nurtured such darkness. It was truly a shock to her worldview. All of this, is real? Qing Yin was too shocked and stuttered while speaking. I don't doubt you, but how do you know such confidential information? Lingfeng sighed. Still the same words. I have my channels, and when the time is right, I will naturally tell you. Actually, I didn't want to talk to you about this dirty business, but you must pay attention to Orochimaru Danzo. Qing Yin was taken aback. Why? He and your father, Uchiha Kagami, were both part of Lord Tobarama's guard team. Moreover, he was the last person to witness your father's death, although there is no evidence, considering his style of doing things. I have reason to suspect that your father's death is related to him. Upon hearing this, Qing Yin was stunned, and then a chilling, killing intent erupted from his body, his eyes turning crimson. Lingfeng, are you telling the truth? Lingfeng held her hand. Qing Yin, calm down. Your father's matter is just a speculation. If it weren't for the appearance of Shimizu Mingi, I wouldn't tell you such ambiguous things. However, one thing is certain. As long as you don't have enough strength, the farther you stay away from Danzo and Root, the better. As for Shimizu Mingi, we will keep an eye on him together. He won't cause any trouble. Qing Yin breathed heavily, and after a while, she finally calmed down, her eyes returning to their black color. I understand what you mean. Until I find out the truth, I'll act as if I haven't heard anything and won't do anything. Lingfeng nodded with relief, then sighed again. We are still too weak. Even if Danzo is the real culprit, we are helpless. To seek justice, we at least need to wait for you to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Qing Yin was taken aback. Mangeki Sharingan? Yes, above the 3 Tomo, there is the Mangeki Sharingan. This is the true power of the Uchiha. As for how to awaken it, I actually have an idea, but I can't tell you now. Otherwise, it won't work. Qing Yin stared at Lingfeng and nodded seriously. All right, if you don't say, then I won't ask. Whatever you say, I will do. Lingfeng smiled slightly and rubbed Qing Yin's little face. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside. Lingfeng smiled and said, the items have arrived. Another Lingfeng walked over, placed down 2 scrolls, and then merged into the huge wooden post. Lingfeng checked the scroll and then handed it to Qing Yin. Unfortunately, many supplies were burned, and there were only weapons inside, no scrolls or silver notes. After receiving the scroll, Qing Yin put it away. Stop complaining. Everyone has been fighting these days, and in the end, it still benefits you. Lingfeng wore an expression of dissatisfaction. I'm struggling too. If it weren't for me blocking with my wooden clones, it wouldn't have been so easy to escape. Next time, tell the captain not to use fire release. Just say to stick explosive tags to make traps, and later let the wooden clones take them away. Qing Yin, hearing this, also had a helpless look on his face. For the sake of money, you really think quickly. Lingfeng sorted out his recent gains, setting aside supplies for personal use, and packed the rest into 5 oversized scrolls. All right, Qing Yin, please summon the cat shopkeeper. Chapter 19. Cat shopkeeper. My brother Qing Yin nodded, bit his finger, and performed the summoning technique. With a bang, a puff of white smoke appeared. A giant orange cat wearing a small hat and holding an abacus appeared. The orange cat was about a person's height and resembled the lucky cat from his previous life. It was the summoning ninja cat shopkeeper of the Uchiha family, and also a capable assistant of the arms dealer, Granny Cat. Cat shopkeeper, it's hard work for you to run here again. Oh, it's little Qing Yin and little Lingfeng, meow. No problem, I'm happy to see you. What good stuff do you have this time, meow? Qing Yin laid out the 5 scrolls. The cat shopkeeper's squinting eyes sparkled. It slowly walked forward and without opening them, just touched them and knew what was inside. So much cargo, it's really astonishing, meow. Let me count. I'll round it up for you, meow. 6,000 kunai, 31,100 shurikens, 470 wind demon shurikens, 4,000 explosive tags, 60 fine ninja swords. Our rule is that the purchase price is usually 50 of the market price. But since this is little Lingfeng's goods, let's make it 55, meow. The cat shopkeeper took out the abacus and quickly calculated. A total of 188, 800 taels. Let's call it 200,000 taels, meow. Lingfeng gave a thumbs up. The cat shopkeeper is generous. Both parties are very satisfied with this transaction. Lingfeng wanted a quick deal. If he sold it himself, it would take ages. Quick cashing out was the way to go. And Cat Boss had plenty of channels, especially during wartime, where earning a few times the investment was considered small. After the transaction, Cat Boss was ready to leave. Lingfeng saw that there were no cats around, grabbed him, and handed over a small scroll. The cat shopkeeper immediately exploded. Meow, what are you doing? I can't take this, it's against the rules. Shopkeeper cat, this is just a little token of my brother's feelings. You must accept it, or I'll throw it in the gutter. No, meow, our rules are very strict, meow. The rules don't apply to brotherly feelings. Do you look down on me? Don't want to acknowledge me as your brother? If you don't accept it, I won't come to you again. How could that be? What's the difference between us and brothers, meow? But this is too much for a cat to handle. After several rounds of tugging, the cat shopkeeper couldn't resist Lingfeng any longer. Sigh. Fine, I'll just treat this as a temporary storage for brother, meow. Saying this, he reluctantly accepted the scroll. Before leaving, the two shared a heartfelt farewell. Little brother, if you have anything next time, be sure to find your brother. I guarantee it will be arranged clearly, meow. Take care, brother. When I return to Konoha, I'll prepare the best catnip and invite the prettiest female cat. Let's have a good gathering, brother. Qing Yin watched these two, looking quite bewildered. After the cat shopkeeper left, he sighed with a face full of resentment. Is this my summoning beast? Lingfeng clicked his tongue twice and patted Qing Yin's head. What a good cat the cat shopkeeper is. After knowing you Uchiha for so many years, you still don't know to ask it to brew some soup or find a little female cat. It's the top supervisor under Cat Granny. Just loosen up a bit, and it would be enough for you Uchiha to have a prosperous year. Seeing that Qing Yin's expression was not too good, Lingfeng felt he had been too harsh and quickly tried to comfort her. This is the family style. It won't change anytime soon. You don't need to worry too much. The Uchiha have been like this for so many years, and no one is starved to death. Qing Yin replied, That's a good suggestion, but don't advise me anymore in the future. So, we can't keep doing this. We need to be more adaptable. You're from the Senju, and I'm from the Uchiha. How adaptable can we be? Then let us get stronger together and have more children, aiming to create a big family. You have the Mangeki, and I have would release. Let us name the family Tsutsuki. Qing Yin blushed and spat. Have a family? That sounds terrible. Do you think I'm a pig? Hearing this, Lingfeng immediately became serious. Don't say that. There was once a top female warrior named by Gumayam. She built a kingdom solely based on her ability to give birth. And all the hundreds of ministers in her country were her own children. Qing Yin covered her ears. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. What a weird name. I don't believe your nonsense. Seeing Lingfeng stubbornly approaching her again, Qing Yin quickly changed the subject. By the way, Sister Tsunade is really nice to you. Without a second thought, she lent you 10 scrolls. Otherwise, how would you carry all these things? Lingfeng's gaze was strange. Qing Yin, when has the big sister ever suffered losses, except at the gambling table? Lend me 10 empty scrolls. and I'll return you 10 filled ones. What? Qing Yin was taken aback. Could it be that Lady Tsunade's gambling is just a facade? Oh, that's not it. It's just that she's a bit unlucky with her addiction to gambling. Yet she never gives up. The two joked around, and as they chatted, they grew tired and fell asleep in each other's embrace. As for the vigilance task, it was left to the poor shadow clone. At dawn, the rain had lightened. Qing Yin woke up first, looked at the sky, and shook Lingfeng. Lingfeng, it's dawn, we should head back. Lingfeng woke up in a daze. Huh? Oh, okay, get up. Qing Yin was both amused and exasperated. A ninja responsible for vigilance was actually sleeping so soundly. After a while, when Lingfeng was completely awake, the two of them tidied up and prepared to leave. Before they left, Lingfeng inserted his hand into the ground, and his entire arm transformed into a big tree. When he stood up, his arm broke off, leaving the tree behind on the ground. Lingfeng's arm was broken at the shoulder, but soon a new arm grew back. Qing Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "Your wooden clone is truly remarkable." She knew that in less than half a day, this big tree would transform into numerous wooden clones. Lingfeng nodded. In fact, not just wooden clones, any clone can be a divine skill if used well. After Lingfeng learned the shadow clone technique and combined it with the forest fruit, he developed a new type of wood clone. By transforming a part of his body into a tree, the tree absorbs nutrients and grows, eventually turning into a varying number of wood clones. Compared to ordinary clones, this type of wood clone has many advantages. It lasts longer, has a greater sensing distance, does not disappear immediately upon taking damage, can perform earth release, and consumes very little chakra. The downside is that it grows slowly, taking more than half a day, and is quite weak, comparable to a ninja school graduate. While it may not be very effective in combat, it's sufficient for use as a human bomb. Recently, Lingfeng has been following his team, ambushing the supply lines of the Rain Ninja from a distance while his wood clones wait to take advantage of the situation. When danger arises, they explode without hesitation, as the explosive tags were also taken from the enemy. This has left the Rain Ninja in a state of chaos, unable to catch up with Team Chia. Meanwhile, Lingfeng has been taking advantage of the supply lines, profiting greatly in just a few days, multiplying his assets several times over. Chapter 20. Han's scheme, the Land of Rain, is located between the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. In times of peace, it is a bustling trade hub. Even if the citizens do nothing, the continuous flow of merchant caravans ensures they have enough to eat and wear. However, once war breaks out, the Land of Rain becomes a battleground for the major powers. At the center of Rain Ninja Village stands a towering building in a cyberpunk style. This is the tallest building in the Land of Rain, a vanity project from when the country's finances were still decent. At that time, it was hoped that such large infrastructure would stimulate the economy. Unexpectedly, while the upper echelons enjoyed the benefits, the middle class barely got by, and the common people remained impoverished. In the future, Yahiko of the Akatsuki will often sit here lost in thought. But for now, this is Hans's residence and office. Lately, Hans has been in a very bad mood. Initially, things were going well with Konoha, but unexpectedly, they sent a team of ninja directly into his territory, causing chaos. It must be said, these Konoha ninjas are truly difficult to deal with. Sending a small force to eradicate them is like throwing a meat bun to a dog. A large army cannot even find them. For a time, the entire Land of Rain is in turmoil, with many supply lines cut off and production nearly paralyzed. While the fighting is done by ninjas, it is the civilians who produce the materials. Previously, they only had to work a bit harder for less pay, but now it is a matter of life and death. In an instant, the population dividend of Rain Ninja Village has vanished. The rear is in disarray, and the front line is naturally in dire straits. What started as a downturn has now turned into being pressed to the ground. Upon seeing the battle reports, Hans even considered going to the front lines himself. But fortunately, his intelligence is still intact, and he had to force himself to stop. Without restoring supplies, going there would be useless. Looking over the entire Rain Ninja Village, the only capable fighter is himself. If he does not take action, there is no one who can resolve this group of Konoha ninjas. Han sighed deeply, lacking foundation. If only there were a few more shadow-level ninjas. It wouldn't be this embarrassing. I really can't manage. Well, I can only resolve internal issues first, and then slowly deal with Konoha. However, as the saying goes, misfortune never comes alone. Just as Hans was feeling down, he received another piece of bad news. The Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja, seeing the commotion here, couldn't resist taking advantage of the chaos and began attacking the borders of the Land of Rain. Hans was stunned. He hurriedly convened a high-level meeting promoting democracy, brainstorming, and seeing if anyone had good ideas. At this moment, the high-ranking Rain Ninja were arguing incessantly in the meeting room. Hans quietly watched, saying nothing. After a while, everyone sensed that the atmosphere was off. Why are we the only ones talking and the leader isn't expressing his stance, making us feel like we're just shouting at the street? Leader, you're being a bit unreasonable. So, everyone quieted down and silently looked at Hans. Hans took a deep breath and made a difficult decision. What everyone just said made sense, but I still decide to seek peace with Konoha. What? The room erupted in an uproar. My lord, no. How can we give up so easily? I want to fight to the death. Why should you surrender first? The martial faction even pulled out kunai, shouting to let themselves bleed to show their determination. Shut up. Hans was furious. If we don't seek peace, do you want to fight Konoha, Rock Ninja, and Sand Ninja all at the same time? The crowd fell silent. Sorry, my lord. We were just too loud. Hans secretly sighed. If they could fight hard, who would want to seek peace? The so-called wise men who understand the times are all beaten into submission. Don't you see? The contract expert Sishi, before being overwhelmed by foreign devils, was also very tough and wanted to take on the whole world. Konoha is on our eastern side, and the Rock and Sand Ninja are on the western side. We cannot fight on two fronts, so we must seek peace with Konoha and concentrate on defending the west. At the same time, he lamented, if you guys had a bit of backbone and produced a couple of shadow-level ninjas, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. At this point, someone below asked, My lord, why do we need to seek peace with Konoha? We've been fighting for so long. It probably wouldn't be easy to stop the war, so why not first deal with the wind and earth countries? Before Hans could speak, someone opposed this proposal. The reason was simple. The land of fire is too rich and looks down on the trifles of the land of rain. The land of wind and the land of earth, on the other hand, are completely different. They are starving wolves. Even if they gnaw the land of rain down to the bones, they would still want to savor the taste. I was thinking too simplistically. The senior who had just asked also realized this, and, after a moment of thought, volunteered. My lord, you don't need to handle the peace negotiations. I will take full responsibility for it. Hans looked at him, knowing that his subordinate wanted him to take the blame. With the war imminent, as the spiritual totem of the land of rain, he could not bear such a stigma, so he reluctantly nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. At this moment, Hans could be considered a powerful and cunning hero. His subordinates were all capable and tenacious, in stark contrast to the later incompetent fools. However, while he agreed, Hans still opened his mouth to advise. This matter needs to be prepared early, but don't act too soon. Let the West hold on for a few more days. Even if we have to give up some defenses, it's fine. My lord, why is that? We are seeking peace, not surrender. Sarutobi likes empty names, so I will give him an empty name, but we must obtain real benefits. Therefore, we must first demonstrate our strength and then express goodwill so that we can gain the greatest benefits. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. My lord, how should we demonstrate our strength? Hans smiled slyly. They're a perfect opportunity right now. If we can deal with those troublesome ninjas, Konoha will surely feel the pain. I will personally take action. As for the other matters, I'll leave it to you all. The others present replied in unison, yes. I have to say, at this moment, everyone in the Rain Village is brave and ready to fight. Under Hanzo's leadership, the explosive potential for war is far beyond that of other small countries. At this time, Hanzo could never have imagined that he would transform from a great ruler into a schemer in the future. He even single-handedly eradicated the newly formed Akatsuki organization, only to end up dying a tragic death and being manipulated by impure reincarnation. Just imagine, if Hanzo could cast aside his desire for power and sincerely embrace the Akatsuki organization, the future of the Rain Village would surely be very different. If they could just lie low for 10 years, the Rain Village would have at least 3 shadow-level powerhouses. Hanzo, Yahiko, and Konan, a group of elite Akatsuki members. And Nagato, who is not inferior to a perfect Jinchuriki. By then, the Rain Village could rightfully become the sixth great ninja village. Unfortunately, there are no such ifs in this world. Chapter 21. First encounter. Hanzo did not hide his encirclement and, with his subordinates, charged out with great fanfare. Within just half a day, Orochimaru received the news. The land of rain has constant rainfall, and its underground is filled with interconnected tunnels, resembling an underground world. Countless displaced people reside here, along with many wandering ninjas and bandits hiding in the shadows. Somewhere in this tunnel world, the Leaf Village ninjas have built a secret base. Orochimaru licked his lips. I've really been waiting for a long time. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. The first phase of the objective has been completed. We have successfully kept Hanzo in the Land of Rain. Now we move to the second phase. Find an opportunity to kill him. Orochimaru nodded. How is Lingfeng Kuen's intelligence? Jiraiya showed an admiring expression. I have gathered a lot of information on Hanzo, and it matches what Lingfeng said. So far, the credibility of the intelligence provided by Lingfeng is very high. Orochimaru said, That's good. He turned to Tsunade and asked, How is the progress on the antidote? Tsunade, sitting to the side, looked tired. I don't know what species of the black pepper fish Hanzo has implanted, so I can't produce a targeted antidote. However, I have studied several types of highly toxic pepper fish that are common in the Land of Rain and made a universal potion. It should work well. But here we can only rely on manual preparation, and I can only make a little over 10 doses for now. Orochimaru nodded. That should be enough. Thank you for your hard work. In the Mai village, which was originally a prosperous and stable village, most of the villagers scattered and fled due to the outbreak of war. Only a few, unable to part with their homes, remained here. In an abandoned house, 4 Leaf Village ninjas sat around a fire eating wild fruits. They were Lingfeng, Qingnian, and 2 supporting Nin. A few days ago, the Chiba Shin team was attacked by the Rain Ninjas while ambushing the supply team and was blocked by a large number of Rain Ninjas. A fierce battle ensued, and the team was completely scattered. Lingfeng endured several wounds and, under the bewildered gaze of Rain Run, fled with Qingnian. The 2 of them hid and dodged, just in time to encounter the 2 scattered Konoha Nin. Lingfeng looked at the 2 people and found them familiar, but he just couldn't remember who they were. So, the 4 of them decided to team up and temporarily hide in Mai Village. Long Tua reluctantly ate more than half of a wild fruit and finally couldn't hold back. Recently, there hadn't been any rain nearby, so I might as well go to the village to look for food. Long Tua also agreed. I'll go too. A few days ago, it was all Lingfeng and Qingnian who went out to gather fruits, so I can't just eat for free. Previously, Lingfeng had been too successful in his robbery and got a bit carried away. To make space for the scrolls, he sold even the military rations despite Qingnian's advice, and as a result, found himself in a situation of not having enough to eat. Lingfeng can go without food or water, but Qingnian cannot endure it. Therefore, he developed the ability to bear fruit, and finally made his tree bear fruit. He falsely claimed to have discovered a fruit forest, which alleviated the urgent needs of a few people. However, eating fruit every day has now made him salivate at the sight of wild fruit, and everyone is also struggling. The 2 side characters insisted, and Lingfeng could only nod. Then it's hard work for both of you. Lingfeng and Qingnian were roasting by the fire in the room while waiting. Suddenly, there were sounds of breaking and noise coming from not far away, followed by screams and cries of surprise. Is it the enemy? Damn it, we should escape now. Lingfeng and Qingnian exchanged a glance and quickly rushed out, stealthily approaching the door of a small room. Lingfeng took a step forward, ready to kick the door open. Just as he was about to do so, he heard a heart-wrenching roar from inside the house. A huge shockwave erupted, shattering the windows and sending the door flying out. Damn! Lingfeng stood at the door and was directly knocked back several feet. Qingnian, who was behind the wall, was unharmed. Lingfeng, are you okay? Qingnian was startled and quickly drew a kunai, staring intently at the door. However, the room fell silent again, with not a sound to be heard. Lingfeng got up, spat out a few mouthfuls of mud, and followed suit. The 2 looked at the creaking house, exchanged a glance, nodded, and then cautiously walked inside. They saw 5 people lying on the floor of the inner room. Actors A and B were holding blood-stained shurikens, their 7 orifices bleeding, dead beyond recovery. Lingfeng walked over and touched them, frowning slightly. They were killed by the shock. Then he looked at the nearby civilians. 2 adults, a man and a woman, lay in a pool of blood, already lifeless. Not far away, a little boy was lying on the ground. Qing Yin went over to check and found that the boy was fine, just unconscious. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly picked him up from the ground. The little boy looked about 7 or 8 years old, with a delicate complexion and long red hair covering his eyes. Upon seeing his appearance, Lingfeng couldn't help but gasp. "Hiss, Nagato." Then he looked around. Wasn't this exactly the scene when Nagato first opened his eyes? Lingfeng felt completely numb. What should he do when encountering the newly awakened Nagato? 1. Go our separate ways. You carry your rice, and I'll walk my path. 2. Brainwashing should start from childhood, nurturing him with love from a young age to cultivate a golden hand fighter. 3. The way of the world is ruthless, killing and taking eyes. From now on, I shall temporarily be the ruler of the ninja world. At this moment, Lingfeng really wanted to pry open Nagato's eyelids to get a good look at the Rinnegan. However, he still made a decisive decision. After all, these were Uchiha Madara's eyes, likely already heavily monitored. If he showed any unusual behavior, he would definitely be targeted. Even if Uchiha Madara was not present, he was surely lurking nearby. Thinking of that perverse madman, Lingfeng tightened his back door and secretly decided not to go to the toilet for the next few days. He would hold it in. Qing Yin was unaware of Lingfeng's wild thoughts, her attention fully on Nagato. Poor thing, losing family at such a young age. Clearly, it was a ninja war, and it had nothing to do with them. Lingfeng sat beside Qing Yin, appearing to simply accompany her. In reality, he was highly tense, extending his perception through the grass and trees around him, trying to find the trace of Ju, but unfortunately, there was no gain. However, Lingfeng was also mentally prepared. It was normal not to sense Ju, as he could perfectly conceal his chakra. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he pressed his palm against the ground. Countless thin roots, like spider silk, emerged from his palm, spreading outwards. This technique mimicked Gaara's sand sensing. When facing an enemy who concealed their chakra, he would directly use physical contact for perception. In no time, within a radius of over 10 feet, everything above and below ground had nowhere to hide. Even the tree roots, stones, and bones buried underground were all incredibly clear. This time, indeed, there was a movement. Lingfeng felt that there was a strange humanoid object wandering recklessly underground, right beneath the house. However careful it was, it could not completely avoid the underground roots. As long as it broke a root, Lingfeng would be able to sense it. Ju, you're really here. Chapter 22. Unexpected gains, feeling Ju's presence. Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was sure that Ju was lurking here. If he found nothing, it would mean he couldn't sense Ju at all. That would mean there could be a pair of eyes watching him at any time, making him anxious even when speaking. He didn't know if it was Black Ju or White Ju. Black Ju had no special use other than trickery. White Ju, on the other hand, was completely different, practically a treasure trove, acting as cannon fodder, being an experimental subject, grafting and transplanting, chatting and gossiping, serving as a power bank. Being an organ donor, except for being made into food, it had done almost everything, especially the bodily tissues, which were more effective than prosthetics. Lingfeng didn't know if he would use white Zetsu cells in the future, but if Qing Yin wanted to become the strongest Uchiha, he would definitely need to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan, and at that time, the usefulness of white Zetsu would be significant. Even if it couldn't be used for the time being, he could find a Third Hokage, Danzo, or Orochimaru to exchange for something. High-quality Hashirama cells. Isn't it too much to ask for a sealing scroll? He had been coveting the Flying Thunder God and Edo Tensei for a long time. Lingfeng controlled the tendrils, slowly gathering around Ju, who was completely unaware that he had become a fish in a barrel. Just as he was about to make a move, Lingfeng suddenly stopped. He wasn't sure if it was Hey Ju or Bai Ju below. Bai Ju was easier to deal with. He could be treated as an ordinary person who had eaten the yu fruit and just tied up. Hey Ju, on the other hand, was too slippery with a body that was fluid. Without the black stick of yin-yang escape, he had no confidence in capturing him alive. To avoid alarming the snake, it would be better to seek another opportunity. After all, there were plenty of Baiju around. After making up his mind, Lingfeng shifted his attention to Nagato. Qing Yin whispered, "What should we do? He's so small, and his parents are gone. He'll starve to death in this desolate village." Lingfeng sighed. "We can't manage this. We have to stay alert. We are Konoha ninjas, and the Rain ninjas are still hunting us. It's actually more dangerous for him to follow us. Although I feel sorry, let's just let him stay." The reason Jiraiya was able to take care of the three little ones is not only because he is strong, but most importantly, the war has already ended. Although there is still chaos in the Land of Rain, the Konoha ninjas are no longer enemies, which is why we can stay here for so long. Right now, the two countries are in the midst of fierce battle. There is no such stable environment. Besides, according to the original plot, Nagato will meet Yahiko and Konan, and by coincidence, he will encounter the three ninjas fighting Hanzo, and only then will he become Jiraiya's disciple, since we can't provide him with a better choice. Let's not interfere with his life trajectory. Qing thought for a moment and realized that with just the two of them, they truly lacked the ability to protect him completely, so they could only helplessly nod. Lingfeng patted Qingyan's shoulder. "Let's bury his parents. That's all we can do." After burying Nagato's parents, the two quietly left. Before leaving, Lingfeng helped Nagato heal his wounds, and Qingyan left a package of food. As for the body of the Konoha ninja, Lingfeng took it away. Although they had only known each other for a few days, they were companions. So it was better to take him back to his hometown for burial. Additionally, Lingfeng secretly collected Nagato's parents' blood. After the two left, Nagato slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, tears streaming down his face. Father, mother. In the days that followed, Lingfeng and Qingyan continued to hide and evade capture. With outstanding perception and strength, plus shadow clones that would self-destruct at the slightest disagreement, the two wandered for 2 months without encountering any danger. One day, they took advantage of a rare moment of leisure to chat. "Qingyan, can your eyes still show the pattern of 2 Tomo? The Manjiki Sharingan can display the lower level 3 Tomo. Can the 3 Tomo Sharingan also show an even lower level form?" Qingyan was stumped by the question. No one in the Uchiha clan had ever thought of such a strange operation. Given their nature, they would rather tattoo a 6 Tomo on their eyes than display a weakened form. Qingyan tried it, and indeed it didn't work. Lingfeng looked disappointed. "Forget it. It's fine if I can't. I won't mind." "Qingyan, are you speaking human language? I have strength and looks, and you find me unworthy. Boring. Why should I bother with this? Playing dumb to catch a big fish." Lingfeng widened his eyes. "Look at our Senju clan members. Do they have any would-release techniques? Just think about it. When you're in the heat of battle, if your opponent suddenly uses a technique like the insertion technique, wouldn't you be thrown off? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable?" Qingyan nodded, feeling quite thrown off. In the end, Lingfeng shook his head in frustration. "You Uchiha are great at fighting and brawling, but unfortunately, you only know how to fight and brawl." Qingyan was left speechless. "I know you're talking nonsense, but there's some truth to it." The two of them wandered around for another day, dealing with 2 groups of Rain Shinobi in between, and finally resolved their food problem. This time, Lingfeng was no longer careless. Not only was he reluctant to sell military supplies, but he also kept a good amount of food and jerky. No matter how good the silver notes and weapons are, they can't be eaten. After continuous battles, Lingfeng felt that his strength had improved quite a bit, especially with the devil fruit. He had developed many strange abilities that made his mind more active. Since he could grow fruit, it would be reasonable to grow food and medicinal herbs as well, right? Lingfeng opened the attribute panel again. Naruto Pirate Shuttle System, Beginner, Dormant, Host Information Name, Senju Lingfeng, Konoha Village, 15 years old, Mastered Skills, Substitution Jutsu, Proficient, Transformation Jutsu, Proficient, Clone Jutsu, Expert, Body Flicker Jutsu, Mastered, Ninja Tool Throwing, Proficient, Taijutsu, Proficient, Earth Release, Heart Beheading Technique, Proficient, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Mastered, Earth Release, Moving Through the Earth, Expert, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb, Mastered, Water Release, Water Formation Wall, Mastered, Water Release, Water Wave, mastered. Water Release, Water Bullet, mastered. Water Release, Water Blade, mastered. Water Release, Submarine Technique, Mastery of Sage Arts, proficient. Jinjutsu Resistance, mastered. Explosive Tag Application, expert. Shadow Clone, expert. Seduction Technique, expert. Physical Strength, 451 Mental Strength, 165 Chakra, 499 Chakra Attributes Water. Earth Special Ability Forest Fruit. Nature's power basic attributes have significantly improved, with physical strength and chakra reaching the peak level of Chunin. Mental strength is relatively weaker, but with Qing Yin as a training partner, progress is substantial. What surprised him the most was the skill bar. Both clone jutsu and moving through the earth reached expert level, and there was also an additional explosive tag application. What is going on? He hadn't practiced these jutsu recently. Chapter 23. The three little ones. Lingfeng actually had some awareness of this. He wasn't particularly interested in explosive talismans. Although they are firearms, their power is neither too small nor too large, and they are prone to exposing one's whereabouts. Therefore, he rarely used explosive talismans, mostly relying on his clones instead. Sometimes, when he woke up from sleep, he would find new ways to use explosive talismans popping up in his mind. It now seemed that the wooden clones could also share experience. This discovery shocked Lingfeng. Wooden clones are more resilient than shadow clones, and once they disappear, their memories do not come back. Lingfeng had never experienced a sudden increase in experience like that, so he always believed that wooden clones couldn't accumulate experience like multiple shadow clones could. Now it seemed that it was possible, but the effect wasn't as obvious. Since there was a bug, it had to be exploited. Lingfeng's tiger-like body shook, and he created a large group of clones. Each one was stuffed with a stack of explosive talismans, and then he sent them out. Watching the excited wooden clones rush out, Lingfeng always felt that these guys had some issues with their mental state, not knowing who they follow. Qing Yin, how does it feel to detonate 600 billion explosive talismans? Qing Yin suddenly looked at Lingfeng, her face filled with fear. Did you sha? 600 000 000 000 11 zeros. That would cover Konoha village several meters thick, right? I've heard the villagers secretly curse the Uchiha for being abnormal. Now it seems my boyfriend isn't any better. Lingfeng took a deep breath, his gaze becoming profound. In his heart, the strongest technique in Naruto was not the Rinnegan or Otsutsuki, but Conan's simple explosive tags. The power of a single tag is indeed limited, but 600 billion is enough to cause a qualitative change through quantitative change, and then further transformation, and transformation. Even if one tag has only the equivalent of 10 grams of TNT, 600 billion tags would amount to 6 million tons, while the little boy bomb was only 15,000 tons. What does this mean? The Konoha destruction plan. Orochimaru collapsed a few houses. Pain invaded Konoha, and the Shinra Tensei didn't kill many people. If it were 600 billion explosive tags, not blowing Konoha village to pieces would be considered Conan's mercy. Art is an explosion. The only problem is that learning the art costs money. Lingfeng began to brainstorm. How do you make an explosive tag? Draw the symbol on paper and infuse it with fire attribute chakra equivalent to sea-level ninjutsu. Thus, the cost structure of an explosive tag became clear. The labor cost of hiring someone to draw the symbol and infuse the chakra accounts for 99.9, while the cost of utilities, paper, ink, desks, chairs, tea, and other materials account for 0.1. If he used wood release to make a carving plate and then resurrected a few fire release ninjas with earth grudge fear, wouldn't that directly lower the price of explosive tags? This is going to be a breakthrough. With this thought, a faint green light appeared in Lingfeng's eyes. A few days later, Lingfeng welcomed the first sunny day after entering the rain country. Here, the sun is rarer than a comet. Lingfeng faced the sun, feeling his soul elevate. Sun, grant me strength. His voice echoed far and faded into the wind. Qing Yin wore an expression of caring for a fool. If it weren't for knowing that Lingfeng sensed no one around, she would have covered his mouth. As for how to cover it, Qing Yin couldn't help but blush, feeling a wave of numbness throughout her body. Lingfeng thought that Qing Yin was worried about the enemy and patted her on the back. Don't worry, There are no enemies within a 3-kilometer radius. We don't need to worry about enemies we can't sense. There's no way they can escape. Qing Yin rolled her eyes at him and looked around. The environment here is really nice, but it's a pity that we are just passing through. Lingfeng smiled lewdly. Once the war is over, let's find a beautiful place to establish the Otsutsuki clan's territory. Qing Yin blushed, spat, and ran away. Lingfeng also followed in with a shameless grin. After a while, the two set off again and arrived at a small town. Surprisingly, this small town had quite a population. Although the pedestrians looked dispirited and emaciated, and homeless people and beggars were everywhere on the streets, most of the shops were still open. In this war-torn country of rain, this small town was like an oasis in the desert. Watching the orphans rummaging through garbage for food, Qing Yin couldn't help but sigh. These small countries are truly pitiful. Lingfeng was somewhat dismissive. The people may be pitiable, but the small country itself is not deserving of sympathy. Take this rain country, for instance. It has ambitions but lacks the corresponding strength. And it is not surprising at all that it resorts to unscrupulous means and ends up in its current predicament. In his previous life, Lingfeng's country was also backward and had been beaten down, but in the end, it still stood up and dealt with several other kind people one by one. This process did not rely solely on fists and interests. It also depended on credibility, reputation, effort, and even compromising for the greater good. Suddenly, a commotion broke out not far away. Catch those 3 little rascals. Don't let them get away. The two looked over curiously, seeing 3 children hurriedly running by with food, followed by an angry vendor. A boy with orange hair, a girl with blue hair, and a familiar boy with red hair. A flash of brilliance appeared in Lingfeng's eyes. Nagato, fate is truly wonderful. We meet again so soon. The few people passed by quickly, but Nagato did not recognize the two. When Lingfeng and the others saw Nagato, he was already unconscious. Although he later woke up, he did not dare to open his eyes, so he did not know what Lingfeng and the others looked like, only that they were 2 young Konoha ninjas. Lingfeng looked at the other 2 children. It seemed they were Yahiko and Conan. In his memory, the 3 of them lived together for quite some time, and then they encountered the battle between the Sannin and Hanzo. In other words, following them would lead to Tsunade. At that moment, the shopkeeper ran over to Lingfeng. Lingfeng was quick-witted and swiftly grabbed him. Forget it, just a few little kids. How much could it be? Just consider it a purchase. In a secluded shack, the 3 little ones sat on the ground, panting. Mihiko wiped the sweat from his brow. That was close. If we got caught, not only would we go hungry, but we would definitely get beaten up, Xiaowen said. I just looked back and saw someone stopping the boss for us. Mihiko exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Are they acquaintances? I don't remember having friends here. Xiaowen shook his head. I don't know them, just 2 strangers. They probably just have a good heart. After hearing Xiaonan's words, Mihiko let out a big sigh of relief. That's great. They're really good people. But let's not think about that now. I'm about to starve. Saying this, he divided the bread among Xiaonan and Nagato, and the 3 of them began to eat heartily. For a moment, laughter echoed in the shack, and although there were drafts from all sides, it still felt warm and cozy in a different way. Chapter 24. The secret room. Lingfeng and Qing Yin walked back and forth in the small town. They seemed to be idle, but in fact, they were searching for news about other Konoha companions. Dozens of small teams and hundreds of ninjas seemed like a lot. However, when spread across the vast rain country, it was like sprinkling a bit of pepper in a large water tank. Plus, both of them had been operating in remote areas, so they hadn't encountered any Konoha companions for a long time. Since they finally came across a town with some popularity, they naturally wanted to search thoroughly. The two chatted while walking through the market. Seeing that Nagato was in good health, Qing Yin felt much better. That child had suffered a lot, but he looked very energetic, which reassured me. Lingfeng had something in mind. These children are remarkable, but what about the future of the rain country? Qing Yin nodded and suddenly noticed something in the corner of the wall, quickly tugging at Lingfeng's sleeve. Look! Lingfeng looked over and was instantly shocked. It turned out there was a messy painting in the corner, resembling a child's doodle. But both of them immediately recognized it as a Konoha code. Qing Yin asked, 7 miles to the west. Should we go over? Lingfeng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As he recalled, Nagato and Yahiko had only known Conan for a short time when the 3 Sannin fought Hanzo. After that battle, Konoha and Amigakure officially ceased hostilities. This meant that both sides were still in a state of enmity. Therefore, this Konoha signal could also be a trap. After some contemplation, he decided to check it out. If it was a trap, then let him, a nature-type ninja, take the risk. Otherwise, if he turned a blind eye and let his fellow Konoha comrades suffer because of it, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. He had to go. He couldn't keep wandering like this. If he continued on this path, he would truly become a wandering ninja. Lingfeng instructed Qing Yin to hide well and made his way to the designated location following the signal. It was located outside the town, where there used to be shops, but now it had fallen into disrepair. Lingfeng knocked on the door rhythmically a few times. There was no response, and the surroundings were completely silent. Pushing the door open, he found the room empty. Lingfeng looked around, suddenly forming hand seals, with chakra continuously flowing around him. Release. A special wave of energy emanated, and the scene before him rippled like water. When the calm returned, a hidden door appeared in the corner of the room. Such a clever illusion. Lingfeng opened the door and drilled inside, walking down for more than 10 meters to arrive at a basement. Inside the room were 3 people, 2 standing and 1 lying down. All of them were Konoha ninjas. Upon seeing someone come in, they all took out their kunai and prepared for battle. When they recognized that the newcomer was Lingfeng, the 2 standing ninjas exclaimed in surprise. Lingfeng, Lingfeng. Lingfeng was also taken aback. Captain Chinyak-san? Brother Chun? The 2 were none other than Chinyak-san and Nara-chan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Lingfeng looked at the person lying down with confusion. This person was wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy, and was clearly seriously injured. Initially thinking it was Shimizu Akira, a closer look revealed the hair color and physique were wrong. Moreover, the other party had a pair of Sharingan with 3 Tomo, clearly a member of the Uchiha clan. Captain, I didn't expect to encounter you guys. Where's Brother Akira? There are 5 of us, but one of them is missing. Shimizu Akira? Is it true that evil will eventually be punished? In the eyes of the travelers, Shimizu is the original sin. The prejudices in people's hearts are like a great mountain, and I come to add some soil to it. Chinyak-san shook his head. I haven't seen him since we parted last time. What about you? Didn't you come with Qing Yin? Lingfeng hadn't spoken yet, but the Uchiha on the ground became excited. Qing Yin? Are you talking about Uchiha Qing Yin? Lingfeng looked over with a displeased expression. What's going on? Is someone trying to target my wife again? Why do they keep staring at her every day? Chinyak-san realized it. Lingfeng, let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Yuan. He is a companion we met by chance a few days ago, and he is seriously injured. You're a medical ninja, so please help him take a look. Upon hearing that Lingfeng was a medical ninja, Uchiha Yuan's eyes lit up with joy. Ever since he got injured, he had just been applying some medicine and hastily bandaging himself. He had been feeling increasingly weak and had developed a fever, likely due to infection. If he didn't receive proper treatment soon, he probably would last much longer. Lingfeng still has professional ethics. Hearing that there are injured people, he hurriedly went to check the wounds, disregarding his discomfort. As he unwrapped the bandages, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. There were several knife wounds and extensive burns on the body, and it seemed they had been caught in the rain, causing the wounds to become severely infected. If it weren't for a strong constitution, he would have been queuing up for soup by now. Lingfeng didn't waste any words and started cleaning the wound, debriding and draining the pus. First, some emergency treatment was needed. A complete healing would take time. I'll go out and find Qing Yin first. Lingfeng had just finished speaking when Uchiha Yuan became excited again. Hey, you haven't said whether it's Uchiha Qing Yin or not. Lingfeng's face turned completely black. You damn dog, is it never going to end? First, eat something and build up some strength. When I come back, you'll be in for it. Lingfeng left a few medical instructions, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Uchiha Yuan. Lingfeng and Qing Yin have joined together. Is everything all right? It's fine, it's not a trap. The captain and Nara Jun are also here. Lingfeng brought Qing Yin over, briefly explaining the situation as they walked. Once they entered the secret room, before Qing Yin could greet anyone, Uchiha Yuan called out. Qing Yin, is that really you? That's great. You're okay. Qing Yin was also surprised. Brother Yuan, you're here too. That's wonderful. Her face was a mix of joy and surprise, completely unlike her usual cold demeanor towards other clan members. Huh. Lingfeng had a puzzled expression. The other two were also munching on snacks with interest. Qingyan pulled Lingfeng to her side, wrapping her arm around his. Brother Yuan, this is Lingfeng Lingfeng. Brother Yuan is my father's disciple and the strongest among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. He has always taken great care of me and my brother, and most of my ninjutsu was learned from him. Qingyan leaned her head on Lingfeng's shoulder, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. At the same time, she whispered to Lingfeng in a barely audible voice, Brother Yuan is quite stubborn and has always opposed our affairs. If you can win him over, the resistance from the clan will be reduced by half. His family and mine have been close for generations, so don't go too overboard. Lingfeng suddenly realized, You're my brother-in-law, right? Don't worry, there will be plenty of good drinks and good cigarettes. If that doesn't work, we could take a stroll around the scenic street. But going in person is too dangerous. I can have my wooden clone distract Qingyan, or simply let the rope tree handle it. Uchiha Yuan saw Lingfeng whispering to Qingyan and felt like he could chew on the other's ear, his expression turning ugly. You're the medical ninja that Changju mentioned. Hello, Brother Yuan, it's me. Lingfeng wore a gentle smile. He smiled at everyone, which was one of the skills he learned in the medical camp. Not to mention the mere Uchiha. Even in front of Danzo, he could smile as brightly as blooming flowers. However, Uchiha Bito clearly wasn't buying it. Not impressive at all. He seemed to be even weaker than Changju. Lingfeng instantly broke down. You're so strong. Chapter 25. Taking action. Hearing Uchiha's words, Lingfeng was almost furious enough to explode on the spot. Am I not as good as that idiot? Who are you trying to disgust? Uchiha must have a grudge against medical ninjas, right? One runs into the medical camp spouting nonsense and gets caught by the strongest medical ninja. The other is even more reckless, directly challenging his own attending physician. Our Senju have thick blood and long lives, but we don't dare to be as reckless as you guys. A healer has a benevolent heart. A healer has a benevolent heart. Lingfeng silently recited in his heart, took a deep breath, and suppressed his displeasure. Then, he gathered green light in the palm of his hand. You can't afford to delay your injury. Let's treat it first. Qingyan, seeing Lingfeng's expression, also showed concern and said, Yes, Brother Yuan, your health is important. Let's treat it first. Uchiha Yuan thought it made sense too. They were still in enemy territory, so it was better to restore combat capability first. With a cold snort, he signaled Lingfeng to treat his wounds. Lingfeng showed a difficult expression. Brother Yuan, the treatment hurts a bit, and the anesthetic is all used up. Uchiha Yuan waved his hand. Who do you look down on? A mere injury. What's the big deal? Just treat it as usual. Lingfeng took out the tools with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The original big brother is truly a role model for our younger generation, so I won't be polite. The next moment, the sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed in the secret room. Ah! After a long time, the screams finally stopped. Uchiha Yuan lay on the bed, pale as a dead fish. Lingfeng wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling much better. All right, it's over. The treatment was very successful. Get a good night's sleep, and when you wake up, simple movements will be no problem. However, avoid strenuous exercise and take good care of the wound. Qingyan hurriedly approached to check on him, and in front of her, Uchiha Yuan could only force a smile and say he was fine and felt nothing at all. Only then did Qingyan shoot a glare at Lingfeng. What do you mean there was no anesthetic? That batch of anesthetics was never sold to Cat Boss. Lingfeng noticed Qingyan glaring at him, and, feeling a bit guilty, turned his head to the side. Qianyi Xian walked over to Lingfeng's side, and Narajun also went to check on Uchiha Yuan's injuries. Qianyi Xian, how is Yuan's injury? Lingfeng nodded. No problem. Although it could be treated directly, that would be too rough and would inevitably leave some hidden injuries. I have already controlled his wounds, so let him recover slowly. This way, there won't be any after effects. Chiba Nobinaga let out a sigh of relief. That's good. After all, a living Uchiha is more valuable. Lingfeng what? Before he finished speaking, a kunai was pressed against his neck. Qingyan and Yuan Gang were about to act, only to find their bodies frozen. A glance out of the corner of their eyes revealed that a shadow had controlled the two of them. Uchiha Yuan was furious. Qinya, what do you mean? Qinya Xin ignored him and instead stared at Lingfeng. Lingfeng-kun, I must thank you. I thought I could only obtain one pair of Sharingan, but I didn't expect you to bring him back to life and even bring an extra pair of Sharingan. The most precious thing about the Uchiha clan is the Sharingan, but a living Uchiha is also a valuable specimen. Upon hearing this, both Qing Yin and Uchiha Yuan's expressions darkened. Lingfeng remained completely unfazed. Captain Chiba, you're not being honest. Is your primary goal really the Sharingan? Chiba Shin paused slightly, then chuckled softly. Sharp guy, you really can't be fooled. That's right, Lingfeng, you're the highest priority target. Uchiha Hara looked at Lingfeng with some surprise. The Sharingan had always been the target of contention, so it was not surprising to be targeted. But why was this guy prioritized over the Sharingan? If he was so important, why send him to the battlefield? Captain Chiba, you have a great record and have killed countless enemies. I don't believe you are a spy or a traitor. Looking at your style, you should be from Root, right? When did you start targeting me? Hearing him mention Root, Qing Yin's eyes sharpened. Chiba Shin also felt a bit surprised. You actually know about Root? For Tsunade-sama's sake. I can tell you. Narajun exclaimed, Sir. Chiba Shin didn't care. It's fine. Members of Root are bound by the curse seal of silence and cannot reveal any secrets. But Chiba Shin was one of the founding elders of Root established by Danzo with a high status and was one of the few members not subjected to the seal. Later, he was sent to the front lines in the Rain Village as a regular Jainin. During this time, he killed countless enemies, achieved remarkable feats, and formed a deep friendship with Tsunade and others. In fact, this time entering the Land of Rain was not a command from Root, but a normal deployment. If nothing unexpected happened, Chiba Shin would continue to hide his identity until victory or death. However, after seeing Lingfeng use Wood Release at Grey Cloud Ridge, he, being a high-ranking member of Root, naturally knew Danzo's desire for Wood Release, so he sought out Narajun, who was also from Root, preparing to take action against Lingfeng. The two had wanted to take action a long time ago, but their team happened to be scattered by the Rain Shinobi, losing track of Lingfeng. Although they picked up Uchiha, he felt no joy. It wasn't until Lingfeng returned that Chiba Shin finally couldn't hold back and took action. Hara and Qing Yin were both furious upon learning the truth. Qing Yin's expression was cold, and Uchiha Hara cursed loudly. Chiba Shin, you bastard! Are you still a ninja of Konoha? You! Before he could finish, Chiba Shin raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning pierced through Uchiha Hara's shoulder, making him scream in pain. I was afraid you'd die before, so I hesitated to act. Now that your injury won't kill you right away, it's best for you to behave. Suddenly, Chiba Shin's expression turned blank, but he quickly shouted, and his chakra surged, returning to normal. Qing Yin let out a muffled grunt, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She almost fell for it. The Jinjutsu of the Sharingan is indeed as famous as its reputation, but unfortunately, your eyes are still too immature. Narajun said darkly, Please, both of you, don't create any trouble. As he spoke, shadows suddenly transformed into shadow ropes, tightly binding Qing Yin and Hara. One of them happened to wrap around Qing Yin's neck, tightening and causing her to let out a muffled sound. Lingfeng's gaze instantly turned cold. Narajun, you're seeking death. Although he was restrained, Narajun was still startled by Lingfeng's gaze, his heart racing. He quickly sent out several shadow ropes to tightly bind Lingfeng. Heh! Lingfeng sneered disdainfully. Countless parasitic vines suddenly emerged from Qinexin and Narajun, tightly binding the two. Then, sharp wooden spikes sprouted from Lingfeng's body. If Qinya Xin insisted on killing Lingfeng, he would inevitably be pierced by the spikes like a hedgehog. Sure enough, he didn't have the resolve to gamble with his life and chose to evade instead. After being entangled by the parasitic vines, Narajun loosened his grip, and the shadow binding technique was. With a swift motion of his kunai, Qing Yin directly cut his throat. Chapter 26. Damn, you have Nara too. Qinya Xion's eyes were about to burst with rage as countless currents of electricity erupted from his body, tearing apart the vines on him. Lingfeng was taken aback. Is this a change in the form of lightning release? An integrated offense and defense, very similar to the Chidori technique of the second pillar. However, there is no time to worry about that now. Lingfeng shouted at Qing Yin, You take Brother Yuan and leave first to hold them off. After saying that, a wooden wall suddenly rose in the secret room, separating the two of them. Qing Yin didn't hesitate, saying be careful as she helped Uchiha Yuan to leave. Qingxin glanced at the thick wooden wall, then at the poised Lingfeng, and after a brief thought, chose not to pursue. Clearly, he aimed to take down Lingfeng, the highest priority target. Rumble. Muffled sounds echoed from underground. Suddenly, a large fire erupted, launching the shop into the air, and two figures dashed out one after the other. The one in front looked somewhat disheveled. It was Lingfeng. He landed on the ground, holding a kunai and ready for battle. Before Qin Xian could land, he formed hand seals and unleashed a great fire extinguishing technique, sending a wall of fire toward Lingfeng. What the heck? Started with a big move. Lingfeng was about to unleash his fruit ability when he suddenly realized something was off. The blazing fire in front of him was only a few meters wide, far from the overwhelming scale of Banyes. Lingfeng suddenly realized, after all, the fire extinguishing technique was just a B-rank ninjutsu. And this was how B-rank ninjutsu should look. Madara's technique was like a 10-level beauty seller showcase, with no reference value at all. However, Chiba's strength was that of AJ Nin, and his chakra was considerably more than Lingfeng's. Lingfeng's water release couldn't stop the great fire destruction. However, Lingfeng was experienced and calmly threw out a kunai tied with an explosive tag. Art is an explosion specifically designed to deal with all sorts of flashy techniques. The explosive tag detonated violently, easily tearing apart the wall of fire. Lingfeng took the opportunity to deploy the water barrier, easily blocking the residual waves. However, before the water wall dissipated, Chiba Shin instantly appeared behind Lingfeng. His battle awareness was decent, but unfortunately too weak. The gap in our strength cannot be bridged by such trivial tricks. With that, he thrust his ninja blade, instantly piercing through Lingfeng's right shoulder. Lingfeng's body suddenly stiffened, motionless, emitting a hissing sound. This, not good. Chiba Shin's pupils shrank sharply, hurriedly retreating. With another loud bang, the explosive talismans on Lingfeng's body suddenly detonated. Fortunately, Chiba Shin was alert and was not injured. Wooden clones. Was it just when the water wall blocked them? Suddenly, 7 or 8 Lingfengs emerged from the ground. My wooden clones are somewhat different from the original lords. They aren't as powerful, but they are more concealed. Then, the clones began to launch their attacks. Some threw hidden weapons from a distance, while others rushed directly forward. Chiba Shin snorted coldly, casually dodging the attacks. In the gaps while avoiding the attacks, he formed hand seals and executed gray ash burn, enveloping all the clones in high-temperature smoke and dust, which then ignited in an instant. A series of screams and explosions echoed from smoke. The explosive talismans carried by the wooden clones were ignited one after another, blowing the clones into pieces. The real body is here. Chiba Shin dashed toward a nearby large tree, slashing it in half with a single blow. Lingfeng awkwardly dodged the attack and quickly jumped away. Lingfeng couldn't help but secretly smile bitterly. As expected of AJ Nin, they truly have a dimensional advantage over ordinary CH Nin. He couldn't fight back or escape. He could only wait for death obediently. He understood that without using his fruit abilities, he definitely had no way to deal with Chiba Shin. However, they were too close to the town here. Lingfeng pondered for a moment, then turned and ran away. Qin Xin was taken aback and hurriedly chased after him. The two were in a game of pursuit. Although Lingfeng occasionally sent out wooden clones to block him, the distance was still closing in. After running for 20 to 30 miles, Lingfeng dove into a secluded forest, sensing that there were no other traces of people, and then stopped. A few breaths later, Qin Xin arrived, surveyed the surroundings, and coldly said, "Do you think you can buy time by taking advantage of the terrain?" Lingfeng raised his hands, and the surrounding branches and vines coiled towards Qin Xin like venomous snakes. Qin Xin exclaimed, "No marked ninjutsu," but his movements were not slow at all, and a fire release technique turned Lingfeng's attack into ashes. Then, Qin Xin appeared behind Lingfeng. Before he could react, a knife pierced through his right lung. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are an important test subject. Your death will bring a better future for Konoha." Lingfeng trembled all over. Suddenly his body turned into wood, and then several wooden tentacles stretched out to entangle Chiba's shin. It turned out that this was just a wooden clone. At that moment, Lingfeng appeared from behind a tree and threw out several shurikens. After being hit, Chiba's shin instantly transformed into white smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. This is bad. Lingfeng was taken aback, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Just as he was about to turn and flee, a knife pierced him from behind. Did you think I wouldn't recognize your true self and your clone? Chinya Xian's voice was devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, several sharp thorns sprouted from Lingfeng's back and fiercely stabbed into Chinya Xian's body. Chinya Xian was taken by surprise. Strangely, however, he felt no pain from the wound, as if the vines were absorbing something. Just as Chinya Xian cut through the vines, he stumbled and felt a wave of weakness wash over him, nearly falling to the ground. He forced himself to jump to a distance and looked at the wound. His body had already begun to wither. Meanwhile, Lingfeng slowly turned around, and his wound healed instantly. Chinya Xian was filled with shock and anger. Wuyin healing? You actually inherited Wuyin healing. Wuyin healing was one of the strongest abilities of Senju Hashirama, capable of instantly healing wounds, quite similar to the powers of a nature-type fruit. Lingfeng naturally wouldn't explain much. Only, Captain Chinya, you are a battle-hardened jonin. Without using your true body, how can I draw you out? At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Chinya's strength was indeed formidable, not inferior to those elite jonin. It's likely that even under the hands of shadow-level powerhouses, he could hold his own for a few exchanges. Unfortunately, he was still a high-attack, low-defense, fragile target. A single kunai or a detonating tag could take his life. The natural system fruit is indeed better. In this world without Haki, I have infinite opportunities for trial and error. Chinya was panting heavily, gritting his teeth and saying, your body is truly a monster. Lingfeng was unconcerned. Otherwise, why do you think Danzo wants to find me? This power should be in the hands of the roots. Only we are. All right. Stop talking about some dark justice. To put it bluntly, it's just cowardice. When strong enemies come, you don't dare to fight and can only scavenge the battlefield like hyenas. Shut up. Chiba's eyes were about to split with rage. Danzo is the true Hokage. After saying this, he suddenly tore his clothes, revealing a blood-red curse mark on his chest. Lingfeng was taken aback. What the hell, you have it too? Chapter 27. Uchihamadura. Seeing the red curse seal on Chinya Xian's chest, Lingfeng instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Isn't this the seal used by the Kage to seal the bridge? How could Chinya Xian have it too? I have to say, the fruit really is at the forefront of the Hokage world. While others are still playing with color contact lenses, you've already moved on to tattoos. Sealing techniques have always been one of Lingfeng's biggest fears. Although Chinya Xian's technique is completely different from the four-symbol seal, Lingfeng still turned and fled without a second thought. You can't escape. Chinya Xian roared furiously, channeling his chakra. Forbidden technique, burning mountain fire cloud. As the ninjutsu was activated, the entire world seemed to fall silent. A red light barrier appeared around Chinya Xian, instantly enveloping a radius of 1 kilometer. Lingfeng was also trapped inside. There was no escape. Underground, in the next moment, the light shield was filled with countless red clouds, constantly surging like boiling lava. This ninjutsu did not last long. After a while, both the light shield and the red clouds dissipated. However, in the area covered by the light shield, the trees had turned to gray-white charcoal, and the ground was dark red, with many places crystallized into a glass-like state. At that moment, it began to rain, and the raindrops hit the scorching ground, sizzling and turning into white smoke. Ninjutsu ultimately could not withstand the might of nature. The rain pattered down, and the surface eventually returned to normal temperature. After a while, a green sprout emerged and quickly grew into a large tree. Lingfeng stumbled out from behind the tree trunk, his face exceptionally pale. Thankfully, I had rooted myself deep enough. Otherwise, I might have really died. The nature system can elementalize to evade attacks, but if all the elements are destroyed in one go, there would still be a risk to life. Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh. His development was still not enough. If he had obtained fruits like flash, magma, thunder, or freeze, What was this little bit of high temperature? Or, if he had the level of Green Bull, being able to cover the entire screen in greenery with just a thought, this forbidden technique would be useless even if expanded 100 times. Lingfeng felt very unhappy. He originally thought that aside from the trump cards of shadow-level powerhouses, no ninjutsu could pose a threat to him. Unexpectedly, today he was caught off guard. A mere Chiba Shin almost made him capsize in the gutter. It seems he needs to have more respect in the future. Lingfeng didn't know if he was overthinking it. The forbidden technique of Chiba Shin was indeed a sealing technique, storing chakra during normal times and then detonating it at a critical moment, taking the enemy down with him. It could be called the ninja world version of a drop of water in normal times, the Pacific Ocean in times of difficulty. Chiba Shin had engraved the curse seal for over a decade. A Jounin's technique, accumulated with so many years of chakra, would naturally possess power not inferior to that of a Kage-level ninja. But Lingfeng was unaware of this and was still belittling himself. I'm so weak. I need to keep developing. When will the system restart? Can I eat 2 fruits? Damn system. I'm going to sleep after I'm done. So useless. After resting for a while, Lingfeng quickly left. The commotion just now was too loud. If he stayed any longer, he might run into someone. Lingfeng returned to the shop and used Earth Release to create a cave as the ground collapsed. Qingyan and Yuan were hiding inside. It turned out that as soon as they charged out, a wood clone was there to assist them. They directly used Earth Release to hide in place, pulling off a trick of darkness under the lamp. Upon learning that Shinya Xian was dead, Qingyan was not too surprised. Uchiha Yuan, however, was horrified. A guy without even a ninja vest took down a Jonin all by himself? Are the lower ninjas of Konoha that powerful? However, there was no time for the three to linger. They quickly tidied up the traces and fled. A few hours later, a group of rain ninjas arrived at the battlefield. The area within a few thousand meters was charred black, with only a large tree remaining, which was quite abnormal. After studying for a long time, they concluded that it was just an ordinary tree, nothing unusual. Searching around, they found nothing. The rain ninjas gathered by the large tree. Reporting back, there were no clues. We also have no leads. The leading Jonin frowned. In fact, the charred area was the biggest clue. Such power was not inferior to Lord Hanzo. Who could provoke such a strong person? While pondering, the leading Jonin suddenly noticed an old man had appeared behind them without them realizing. The old man was wrinkled, wearing a large black robe, with gray-white hair down to his waist, revealing only one eye. But that eye glowed blood red. It was the Sharingan with 3 Tomo. The Jonin was dumbfounded. Who is this guy? When did he appear? He quickly pulled out a kunai and shouted, "Who goes there?" The other rain ninjas also looked over in shock, finally noticing the old man's presence. The old man said nothing, merely casting a cold glance at the rain ninjas. The leading Jonin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill ran from his feet to the top of his head. What kind of gaze is this? It carried no killing intent, yet it made one feel as if they were in a sea of corpses and blood. Who? Who is this person? Even Lord Hanzo was not this terrifying. Suddenly, he realized that although he was fully conscious, his body was uncontrollably attacking his own subordinates, and the surrounding rain ninjas began to kill each other. Some were crying in pain, some were begging for mercy, and some were angrily cursing, but it was all in vain. They could only watch helplessly as they killed their companions or were killed by them. Soon, he was the only one left on the battlefield. But it was not over. He trembled and pushed the kunai into his own throat. Such a powerful jinjutsu, such a dangerous person. Who exactly is he? With this question, the rain ninja's consciousness completely fell into darkness. Light rain began to fall, quickly suppressing the smell of blood. The old man just stood there dazed. The ground bulged, and a black and white yin-yang-faced pitcher plant emerged. Lord Madara, there are no clues on the ground, but we found something strange underground. The old man was none other than the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. What? The root system of this tree is dozens of times more developed than that of a normal tree, almost spreading across the entire land. Observing the scene, this tree was created by wood release, but strangely, there were no traces of chakra on it. No chakra. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. I remember there being a wood release ninja appearing in Konoha again. That's right. He seems to be on this battlefield as well. Keep an eye on him. Hashirama's wood release is not something mere gravel can touch. Chapter 28. Uchiha Yuan's reflection in a small town not far from the battlefield. It was particularly lively today. A young man was animatedly recounting the miracle he had witnessed. At that time, a red light enveloped the forest, and in just an instant, everything turned to ashes. The power was simply like a god descending to the world. On that day, Qin Xian's grand move was so flashy that it was seen from afar. Although the land of rain is in constant war, the most common thing seen by civilians are throwing kunai, using knives, or spitting fire, which is already considered astonishing. How could they have seen such a spectacle? How much exaggeration was in his words? Only heaven knows. However, the people around still listened with great interest, especially three children, their eyes wide open, with the orange-haired boy's eyes sparkling with excitement. The power of a god. It must be able to change this country. Once back at their hiding place, Yahiko still couldn't hide his excitement. That must have been a powerful ninja fighting. If only I could be that strong too. Conan sighed. The selection of ninjas is very strict. Orphans like us are only seen as cannon fodder. The Rain ninjas are in dire need of people. As long as you sign up and train for a few days, you can become a ninja. The survival rate of such ninjas is self-evident. Yahiko and Conan have been wandering for many years, so this kind of thing was not new to them. Damn it! Yahiko slammed his hand on Nagato's thigh. If only we could find a strong ninja to be our teacher. Nagato winced in pain. Conan disapprovingly said, Yahiko, your idea is too dangerous. Besides, how could we possibly know where there are strong ninjas? Just as Nagato was rubbing his thigh, he suddenly asked, do you really want to find a teacher? Seeing Yahiko and Conan looking over, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Yahiko pulled Nagato over and ruffled his hair. Nagato, do you know something? Hurry up and spill it. Conan pulled Yahiko aside and said gently, Nagato, just tell us what you know, otherwise, Yahiko will keep bothering you. Nagato lowered his head. Do you remember those ninjas in the tavern before? Yahiko nodded. I remember, those guys occupied the tavern and Wu Ti even let us near. I could see their lips moving. They said that in a few days, there would be a decisive battle at Cairo Lake, and even the Salamander Hanzo would participate. Yahiko, Salamander Hanzo? Conan, you can read lips? Nagato nodded. Yeah, I don't know how I do it, but ever since I started wandering, I've had this ability. Yahiko and Conan. Huh. In the past few days, Lingfeng and the others have been hiding from place to place. Relying on wood clones, they narrowly escaped several searches. Since battling Shinya Xian, Lingfeng's strength had notably improved, firmly reaching the level of a Jonin. Hokage Pirate System, Beginner, Dormant. Host information name, Senju Lingfeng, Konoha Village. 15 years old, skills mastered. Earth release, ground walking, expert. Mastery of sage art, proficient. Jinjutsu resistance, mastered. Explosive tag application, expert. Shadow clone, expert. Seduction technique, expert. Note: due to memory reasons, only expert and most commonly used skills are displayed. Physical body, 547 spirit, 275 chakra, 690 chakra, attributes water. Earth special ability moss fruit. Nature's power Ling Feng often sparred with Qing Yan. In terms of physical skills and ninjutsu, he surpassed her by quite a bit. However, in actual combat, without using his fruit abilities, he simply couldn't win against her. The Jinjutsu from the Sharingan was just too troublesome. Although theoretically, one could judge movements by watching the hands and feet, in reality, it wasn't that simple. Once he accidentally caught her eyes, it was basically game over. It seemed that after being suppressed by the seal for too long, Qing Yin's Jinjutsu had progressed by leaps and bounds, changing almost daily. Although Ling Feng's mental strength was also improving quickly, the duration he could hold on was getting shorter and shorter. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel desperate about his future. One day, Ling Feng gave Uchiha Yuan his final treatment. All right, you're completely healed. You recovered quite quickly. Uchiha Yuan replied, Thank you, Ling Feng, you really are something. After a few days together, his impression of Ling Feng changed a lot. Uchiha believed in the supremacy of the strong. Apart from being more good-looking, he was no different from the brutes of the Land of Lightning. Ever since he learned that Ling Feng had defeated Chiba Shin, Uchiha Yuan's attitude towards him had greatly improved, especially in recent days. Lingfeng's series of clever maneuvers left the Rain Ninja at a loss, which made him admire him even more. His body needed a few days of rest to fully recover. Fortunately, the strongest aspect of the Uchiha clan is their eyes, and this minor injury wouldn't affect their strength. Although, with Tsunade backing him up, he didn't need to worry about the Uchiha. He still had to be attentive since he was the brother-in-law of Qingyan. This wasn't Konoha, where there were good smoke, good wine, and charming streets. So Lingfeng could only make good use of his strengths as a medical ninja.
In a world where ninjas often risk their lives, there are many who wish for a doctor in the family. Uchiha Yuan nodded, feeling completely relieved.
With his current condition, dealing with a Rain Jonin would definitely be no problem. Plus, with Lingfeng and Qingyan by his side, as long as they didn't encounter the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander and an army of ninjas, they could be quite formidable in the land of rain. Uchiha Yuan was experiencing such comprehensive medical service for the first time, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Uchiha needed to improve their relationship with Konoha Hospital in the future. The Uchiha were born for battle, scoffing at logistics. Looking through the family tree, many couldn't become ninjas, and it was rare for a medical ninja to emerge from several generations. No matter, coupled with their usual arrogance and emotional nature, they were not well received by medical ninjas. Even if medical ninjas came over, they would only follow the rules, providing little extra care or advice. As for the effectiveness of the treatment, one could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. If they couldn't heal you, it just meant your heart wasn't sincere. In fact, not only the medical team, but also the intelligence team, barrier team, and archive team had no Uchiha presence. In their eyes, it was better to focus on improving their strength than to waste time studying these small tricks. As long as their strength was sufficient, they could, like Uchiha Madara, break through all obstacles with sheer force. They completely forgot that in Uchiha history, there was only one Madara, who also had a rather challenging life. Under such ideological influence, combined with the instigation from Konoha's higher-ups, the gap between the Uchiha and the village grew deeper and deeper. Uchiha Yuan was unaware that, decades later, the mighty Uchiha would only be able to rely on 2 kids for intelligence, and these 2 were more rebellious than the other. Why did the Third Hokage pay attention to them? Was it really because of their strength and talent? It was because children were easier to deceive. Chapter 29. The 3-man robbery team recently. Uchiha Yuan had been reflecting more and more. The Uchiha's industry. The Uchiha's way of doing things. The Uchiha's future. But Lingfeng didn't know any of this and was still asking questions. Brother Yuan, you haven't answered the last question yet. Uchiha Yuan's expression stiffened. His future brother-in-law was quite good. He was powerful, proficient in medical ninjutsu, sweet-tongued, and understood human relationships. It's just that he had too wild an imagination and kept asking strange questions. For example, since the Sharingan requires mental stimulation to awaken, why not give children some mental drugs and then directly cast illusions? Where would one find safe and effective drugs? Lingfeng said you've asked the right person. I have what you need, guaranteed to be good quality and affordable, no cheating. Uchiha Haruka nearly exploded on the spot. What the hell? Do you think we Uchiha are? Uchiha is a proud clan. How could we resort to such underhanded methods? I must discuss this with the elders. No, I'll report this. Yesterday, he asked himself again, does Uchiha have any marriage ties with Hyuga? Did the child awaken their eyes? One Sharingan and one Byakugan? Or a red eye without Tomo? Or a Byakugan with Tomo? Uchiha Haruka was left with a headache from Lingfeng's questions and could only cough lightly. Let's talk about this later. I'll go find some food. You and Qingyan can rest for now. After saying this, he hurriedly left, leaving Lingfeng with a face full of curiosity. Recently, Lingfeng became fascinated with combined ninjutsu. So many powerful skills, it seems only Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame have seriously studied combination attacks. What a waste of combat potential. Just imagine if Uchiha Sasuke had both the Manjiki and Byakugan at the same time. What kind of effect would that have? Super long-range perspective to unleash Amaterasu. Want revenge? Standing in Uchiha territory, he could directly incinerate the entire Hokage building. And when fighting the Raikage, he could burn from the inside out. You dare to cut your belly open. Similarly, can Wood Release also be combined with other ninjutsu? Their S potential. Staring at Uchiha Haruka, who was not there, Qingyan quietly approached. What would a child born from a combination of Senju and Uchiha be like? Tsutsuki. Stop it, talk seriously. Seriously, Tsutsuki. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're being unreasonable. You want to reason with me? Oh no, this is fine. The two were playfully bickering when Lingfeng's eyes suddenly became sharp. Qingyan sensed the change and cautiously asked, "What's wrong?" Lingfeng glanced at Qingyan and returned to a lazy demeanor. Qingyan understood and pretended to continue chatting nonchalantly. The two were sitting on the ground, with Lingfeng's hand pressed against the surface, from which dense roots sprouted, spreading like a web underground. Just moments ago, for humanoid figures had infiltrated and broken through his root network. Since they came to him, he wouldn't refuse. Lingfeng and Qingyan were chatting casually. After a few minutes, Lingfeng suddenly laughed and said, "Got it." Qingyan, "Got it. What did you get?" Lingfeng exerted force with his arms. It was only then that Qingyan noticed that his hands had turned into wood, deeply embedded in the ground. After a while, white monsters were entangled by thick vines and dragged out from the earth. Their mouths were sealed, unable to speak, only able to emit strange cries. It was Qingyan's first time seeing a white absolute, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. What kind of monstrous thing is this? It didn't look human, yet its expressions were rich, and it clearly possessed a considerable level of intelligence. When he activated his Sharingan to take a look, he found that there was not a trace of chakra within the monster's body, but it was filled with overwhelming vitality. Lingfeng smiled slightly. This is a good thing. Remember to keep it a secret. Not a word should be revealed. Your future relies on these few things. Qingyan's eyes were full of disbelief. What does this ghostly thing have to do with me? Lingfeng took out the scroll and stuffed them inside. Normally, living beings cannot be placed in a scroll. However, Baiju is a plant-like being with a strong vitality, so it should be fine for a while. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter as long as the cells can be used. Just Baiju's corpse is enough to exchange for a chance to see the sealing book. Of course, he wouldn't hand over everything. He had to leave one for Qingyan. If Qingyan opens the Manjiki Sharingan in the future and wants to retain light, apart from transplanting a blood relative's eyes, he would have to rely on Baiju. As for whether Qingyan will open the Manjiki Sharingan, Lingfeng is not worried at all. After all, he's a Transmigrator. In Naruto crossover stories, how many Uchiha around the protagonist haven't awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Isn't hiding the true ability of the Forest of Deception just for this reason? On this day, the three continue to rob. Since the robbery team became 3 people, their efficiency skyrocketed. In the past, Lingfeng was reluctant to confront the Jonin of the Rain Hidden Village directly. He was afraid that the other party would escape, leak information, surround him, and put Qingyan in danger. Now that Uchiha's original strength has been restored, dealing with the Jonin from the Rain Hidden Village is very easy. With himself and Qingyan in the vanguard, a lone Jonin from the Rain Hidden Village wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, Lingfeng's appetite has also grown much larger. I found out that there is a weapons workshop next to Chi Luo Lake. Today they're going to transport a batch of weapons, and we can ambush them and take this batch of goods. Yuan and Qingyan nodded seriously. Previously, there was some communication of information between various teams and commanders. But as Hanzo the Salamander has been surrounding the Konoha teams, everyone has entered a state of fighting alone. Whether it is combat, intelligence, or supplies, they can only rely on themselves. Lingfeng and the others kept their mission in mind, trying their best to disrupt the supply lines of the Rain Ninja Village. So whenever Lingfeng had time, he would spread his wooden clones around, acting as human bombs. This tactic wasn't hard to think of. There were many clone techniques. However, most other clone techniques had their drawbacks, such as the pain returning to the original body with shadow clones or the short duration of water clones. Overall, the risks outweighed the benefits. Therefore, it was the first time for the Rain Ninja Village to experience human bombs, causing chaos throughout the Land of Rain. Uchiha nodded slightly. No problem. I will hold off the strong ninjas from the rain. You and Qingyan go grab the supplies. Lingfeng no longer avoids it. He can openly and legitimately use wood clones with explosive tags, which is much more efficient than following Chinyak Cyan. In just a few days, he has gathered 1 million Ryo worth of resources and even Uchiha Yuan has reaped some benefits. It was at this moment that Uchiha Yuan realized that the cheerful guy in front of him was actually the only would-release ninja from the Senju clan and Konoha village. Not to mention the relationship between the two clans. That fool Uchiha Changju didn't he even know this kind of information and tried to use his identity to pressure others? For the first time, Uchiha Yuan felt a deep concern for the future of his clan. Chapter 30. Unexpected changes the next day. The three arrived at the weapon workshop, and everyone was stunned. The day before, during their reconnaissance, there was only one Jonin and a few Chunin here, which made the workshop seem heavily guarded given its size. But just overnight, the situation had changed drastically. The entire workshop was surrounded, and just among the patrolling teams outside, there were already Jonin present. Qing Yin and Uchiha Yuan turned to look at Lingfeng. Lingfeng couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. This wasn't the case yesterday. I swear I definitely didn't alert the snake. Uchiha Haru frowned slightly and ultimately had to give up helplessly. Let's retreat. With the current defensive strength, going up would be suicide. Qing Yin nodded in agreement. The outer patrols are all led by Jainin. The ones inside must be formidable. It can't just be Hanzo the salamander, right? Suddenly, Lingfeng's expression changed. Not good. We've been discovered. A team of ninjas is coming. Judging by the chakra. 2 Jainin and 4 CH Nin, we need to retreat. Qing Yin and Lingfeng were startled and quickly followed Lingfeng to escape. In a secret room of the ninja tool workshop, a tall, long-haired ninja was meditating with his eyes closed, surrounded by several Jainin guards. It was Hanzo, the salamander, and entered. Sir, we've just sensed 3 unfamiliar chakras, and the patrol team has been dispatched to capture them. Hanzo slowly opened his eyes. It must be those guys from Konoha. In that case, there's no need for an ambush. Let's hurry and strike before the Konoha ninjas receive the news. Yes, soon. All the Rain ninjas sprang into action. Meanwhile, Lingfeng and the others had already been chased far away. They never expected that their appearance had inadvertently disrupted Hanzo's plans, leading to the early outbreak of the legendary battle of the 3 ninjas. However, they couldn't afford to think about that now. This group of Rain ninjas was exceptionally persistent, chasing them for dozens of miles without giving up. Several times they had clearly shaken them off, but once their speed slowed down, the pursuers quickly caught up. Moreover, their strength was quite impressive. Neither traps nor shadow clones could hold them off for long. Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. Can't shake them off. Qing Yin, I'm afraid there are sensory ninjas among them. This is troublesome. Neither I nor Uchiha Yuan are sensory ninjas and can't block their perception. In fact, Lingfeng's perception is not a ninjutsu, but rather through his ability to connect with plants. As long as someone steps on a plant, it's almost like stepping on him. Therefore, he also lacks the ability to block perception. Qing Yin, if we keep running, encountering other Rain ninjas will be very troublesome. Uchiha Yuan nodded. That's right. It's best to take them out directly. If not, at least eliminate the sensory ninja. It looks like we have no choice. Lingfeng clasped his hands together and created a shadow clone. Let him follow you guys first. I'll hold him off for a while. Once you're safe, I'll come find you. Qing Yin looked worried and said, what if I stay behind too? Uchiha Motoru also felt it was too dangerous. They have 2 Jonin. It's too much for you to handle alone. Lingfeng chuckled and said, don't worry, it's not a direct battle, just setting some traps. Lingfeng's attitude was very firm, so Qing Yin and Uchiha Yuan had no choice but to leave first. Soon, 2 Jonin and 4 Chunin caught up. Lingfeng focused his gaze and saw 2 Jonin, 1 male and 1 female, both dressed in supporting roles. The remaining Chunin were even more like mere extras. The male Jonin, seeing that only Lingfeng was present, mocked, just cannon fodder? Lingfeng's eyes twitched slightly. You, a mere Rain ninja, really dare to speak like that. In the original storyline, apart from the Akatsuki and Hanzo, weren't all the other Rain ninjas just nameless cannon fodder? The female, Jonin, directly ordered attack. The others acted decisively, throwing kunai and shurikens that instantly drowned Lingfeng like a torrential rain. Seeing Lingfeng, who was still standing despite being pierced like a hedgehog, the male Jonin coldly remarked, what a pathetic guy, and was about to continue the pursuit. Did I let you go? Lingfeng's voice suddenly echoed, and countless vines emerged around. The two Jounin reacted quickly and successfully dodged, but the remaining Chunin was tightly entangled and instantly drained of life. Lingfeng coldly stared at the two Jounin. Countless wild grasses and flowers sprouted from the ground, quickly spreading out, and wherever his gaze fell, the wasteland was covered by a layer of green carpet. The two Jounin had never seen such a spectacle and were momentarily dumbfounded. Now it's my turn. Soon, the two of them fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Both had their eyes wide open, their faces filled with horror, as if they had encountered something terrifying. It's no wonder they reacted this way. Lingfeng unleashed the powers of the natural-type devil fruit without any reservations. In the eyes of people in the Naruto world, he truly resembled a monster. Especially since he had lost half of his head, he still nonchalantly killed the male Jounin, which directly caused the female Jounin to break down. However, Lingfeng's expression was not very good at the moment. He searched the two and found a scroll, discovering that Hanzo the salamander was hiding in that workshop. More importantly, they had grasped the whereabouts of Tsunade and the others, preparing to ambush them by the shores of the Nin Lake. Lingfeng held the scroll, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. This won't do. Our appearance has likely alarmed the snake in the grass. The big sister is also here. I must go take a look. It doesn't matter for others, but Tsunade is both a teacher and a family member, and I can't just stand by and do nothing. Lingfeng looked in the direction where Qing Yin had disappeared. Han's attention was focused on the assault team, so Qing Yin and the others should be safe. After thinking for a moment, he condensed a clone to find Qing Yin while he himself headed to the location marked on the scroll. TSK, what a hassle. The technological development of the Hokage is so distorted. They have biotechnology at the genetic level, yet they don't even have a phone. Once the dog system restarts, I must buy a bunch of phone bugs. Soon, Lingfeng arrived at the shores of Qiluo Lake. Boom, boom, boom. A dull roar came from the distance. Upon hearing it, Lingfeng immediately recognized the sound of numerous explosive talismans. The battlefield was right over there. Chapter 31, I can save his life. When Lingfeng arrived, the battle was nearing its end. In the lake was a gigantic salamander, looking adorably dazed, which was Han's summoned beast, FJ. Han stood on the salamander's head, looking down at the enemy. Unlike in the original story, Hans was now facing a dozen or so Konoha ninjas, all panting heavily. The two at the forefront were Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade was at the back, performing medical ninjutsu on an injured comrade. Scattered around the lakeside were about 100 corpses, including both Konoha ninjas and those from the Rain Village. Seeing the scene, Lingfeng was secretly astonished. What a huge change. Originally, Hans the Salamander fought barehanded, without drawing any weapons, and his clothes were not even dirty. On Konoha's side, apart from the three legendary ninjas, everyone else was dead, and Jiraiya had to rely on Tsunade to stand. But now, Hans the Salamander had long removed his mask, wielding a sickle in his hand, his clothes tattered and his right arm covered in blood. On Konoha's side, the three legendary ninjas clearly still had the strength to fight, and several Jounin were struggling to hold on. It was a scene of equal strength with both sides suffering heavy losses. Lingfeng felt a stir in his heart. The intelligence I provided has taken effect. So, he quietly sneaked to the vicinity of the battlefield. Hanzo the Salamander was seriously injured, but his momentum showed no signs of diminishing. To actually fight to this extent with an old man, Sarutobi's disciple, is truly commendable. He glanced at Tsunade, who was desperately trying to save him. This troublesome medical ninja had already been held back. You still have no chance of winning. The real battle is about to begin. Lingfeng was taken aback. Old man, this part wasn't in the original plot. Why are you adding scenes at random? Tsunade gritted her teeth, completely ignoring the commotion around her, and exerted all her strength to perform the palm healing technique. When she saw the face of the injured person, Lingfeng was even more shocked. SHJ. Why is he here too? SHJ seemed to have been affected by the explosion. Half of his body was mangled and bloody. Hanzo suddenly moved, and the salamander beneath him opened its mouth wide, releasing a thick purple mist. Wind release, Gale Palm. The two Konoha ninjas joined forces to use wind release, instantly dispersing the toxic mist. The remaining toxic mist was nothing for them, who had antidotes. First, take care of one. Taking this opportunity, Hanzo suddenly charged towards Tsunade. First, take out the healer. Hanzo clearly understood team battles. Explosive flame array. Hanzo slammed the ground, and thousands of explosive tags burst forth from the ground, surging towards Tsunade like a tidal wave. Even if Tsunade had the 100 healing technique, she would still be blown to pieces. Tsunade's eyes widened, but she still showed no intention of getting up to evade. Wood release. Birth of the World Tree. At the critical moment, Lingfeng landed in front of Tsunade, pressing both hands on the ground, and countless giant trees erupted from the ground, blocking the explosive tags. Boom! After a violent explosion, the giant trees and explosive tags were obliterated. But Lingfeng continued to exert his abilities, and countless giant vines sprang up, lunging at Hanzo like pythons. Hanzo's eyes widened. Wood release. As an old generation powerhouse, he was well aware of the power of wood release. Although he knew that Senju Hashirama could not be resurrected, he was still frightened and quickly retreated. Fuji was not so lucky, as he was directly ensnared by the giant vines. Countless vines pierced into him and began to drain his life force. Fuji let out a piercing scream as his body rapidly shriveled. Summoning technique. Release. Hanzo hurriedly canceled the summoning technique, saving its life. Taking this opportunity, Lingfeng appeared behind Orochimaru and Jiraiya, gathering green light in his hands, using the palm healing technique to heal the two. Medical ninjas are not just Tsunade alone. Hanzo stared intensely at the few of them, a murderous aura surrounding him. The Konoha ninjas were tense, ready to face the upcoming attack. But Hanzo remained motionless for a long time, before finally letting out a sigh. It seems that in this war, Konoha has achieved victory. Sarutobi's disciples, I acknowledge you. Today, in the name of Hanzo, I declare you as the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Carry this title and live well. After saying this, he formed hand seals and vanished in an instant. Lingfeng finally let out a sigh of relief. Many Konoha ninjas also sat down on the ground. We won. We really won. Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas. Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas. Soon, the Konoha ninjas cheered loudly, and Lingfeng smiled with joy. Although the title of the legendary 3 ninjas was still bestowed by Hanzo, its meaning was completely different now. In the original storyline, it was more of a display of strength rather than a compliment to the 3. It was only due to the efforts of the 3 ninjas themselves and Hanzo's disappearance that the title was solidified. Now, however, it was no longer a lofty praise, but an equal acknowledgement. This also meant that although the 3 ninjas were still young, they had already reached a status that could rival the older generation of powerful ninjas. Jiraiya turned around and patted Lingfeng on the shoulder. Thank you, not only for your help just now, but also for the information earlier. Orochimaru said nothing, but walked over to Tsunade's side, looking at SHRU with a worried expression, and said, Tsunade, shut up. Tsunade's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot, as she desperately gathered chakra to perform the palm sage technique. Lingfeng quickly stepped forward, concentrating chakra into green light with both hands to heal SHJu. But as soon as he made contact with SHJu's body, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. SHJu's condition was too dire. Half of his body was severely burned, his right arm was reduced to just a stump, and his internal organs were almost completely devastated. Tsunade. Lingfeng didn't know what to say. Shut up. Medical ninjas cannot stop treatment until the patient is confirmed dead, Tsunade said through gritted teeth, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, Lingfeng had a flash of inspiration. There's another way. Please have Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya stay. Everyone else, please step back. Everyone. Tsunade, did you hear that? Get out of here. The other Jonin hurriedly scattered. Lingfeng clasped his hands together, and several wooden walls emerged around, enclosing the 3 ninjas and the rope tree. The usually expressionless Orochimaru also showed an anxious expression. Lingfeng-kun, do you have a plan? We will cooperate fully, but... Orochimaru didn't continue, but a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. The rope tree is his own disciple. Even if he dies, his corpse must never be defiled. That's right, I, Orochimaru, am just that double standard. Lingfeng took out a scroll. This is something I stumbled upon, and it might save Sheng Tian's life. With both hands forming seals, white smoke billowed, and a tightly bound Hokage appeared. Chapter 32. Taking in what the hell is this thing? Although Tsunade was worried about Shengtian, she was still taken aback by the ghost-like Hokage. This is a life form I accidentally captured, possessing both animal and plant characteristics, and can perfectly integrate with the human body. Big sister, Shengtian's internal organs are missing, and there is no hope left. The only chance is to use this thing to complete his body. Orochimaru said coldly. This is indeed a method, but the premise is that this life form is as miraculous as you say. Lord Orochimaru, I haven't conducted any experiments, nor do I have any data to support it. But Shengtian can't wait. Lingfeng stared into Orochimaru's eyes, showing no signs of retreat. He is not only your disciple, but also my brother. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Lingfeng, and after a while, his expression softened. Tsunade, I agree. What about your opinion? Tsunade was still hesitating, but after hearing Lingfeng's words, she suddenly recalled what the other party said a few years ago when he first wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. I don't want to show off my power. I just want to protect my friends. If I learn medical ninjutsu, I can protect you both if you and Shoshiro get hurt. The childish voice lingered in her ears. Tsunade's gaze became resolute, and she took a deep breath, nodding firmly. All right. Lingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, obtaining consent was just the first step. He only knew that white Zetsu could fill in a body, but he didn't know the specific operation. Although Madara had a bold move of directly cutting off an arm and using it, it certainly wasn't that simple. After all, Obito had been wrapped like a mummy and took a long time to recover. Fortunately, with Orochimaru and Tsunade, two of the strongest in the ninja world, he didn't have to worry about it himself. Next, Lingfeng used the palm sage technique to maintain the vitality of the rope tree. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Orochimaru dismantled that unfortunate white Zetsu piece by piece to fill in the body of the rope tree. A day and a night passed. Lingfeng used the palm immortal technique for the first time and depleted all his chakra. Orochimaru and Tsunade looked pale, and they could barely lift their arms. Fortunately, S.H. Suk's body had been completely repaired. Lingfeng sat down heavily on the ground. Tsunade, forcing her tired body, placed her hand on the forehead of the rope tree and closed her eyes to silently feel. How is it? There was a hint of urgency in Orochimaru's voice. After a long while, Tsunade finally opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face again, her voice choked. Thank you, Lingfeng, thank you. Everyone had been busy for a long time and could finally take a break. Lingfeng used his abilities to expand the shed into a house, and also made beds, tables, and benches to make everyone more comfortable. Wood release is truly a convenient ability. Orochimaru comfortably leaned back in his chair. Hans has already admitted defeat. The war is over. We can finally go back. Tsunade also sighed, then looked at Shinjutsu. Although Shinjutsu was no longer in life-threatening danger, what this white substance was remained unknown. Once we return, we will need to conduct a detailed examination with instruments. Lingfeng frowned. Sister Tsunade, with S.H. Ru's condition like this, he won't be able to go back in a short time, right? Tsunade pondered for a moment and could only nod. Then let's wait a few days until his injuries stabilize before we leave. Orochimaru also nodded. Then I'll stay a few more days too, so I can help out when the time comes. Jiraiya, what about you? Lingfeng's heart stirred as the plot changed again. In the original story, the three of them were idle, and with Jiraiya injured, they had been stuck in Rain Village for quite a while, which is how they encountered Yahiko and the others. Jiraiya, of course I am with. Before he could finish his sentence, the voices of Konoha ninjas came from outside. 3 adults, we've captured some spies. Orochimaru's expression turned cold. Bring them in. I just said the war is over, and you send spies. What does that mean? Besides, my precious disciple is lying right next to me. What do you want to do? To everyone's surprise, the so-called spies turn out to be just 3 children. Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Wasn't that Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato? All right, they were hiding on the side watching when the 3 Sannin fought against Hanzo, the salamander. In the original storyline, the 3 Sannin were seriously injured and didn't notice them. Now that there's a group of Konoha Jonin wandering outside, how could they possibly not be discovered? Lingfeng quickly released his roots, and sure enough, there were a few white absolute underground. They are really vigilant. Just in time to make up for my losses with you. Among the three little ones, Mayuki was the smartest and directly knelt down on the ground. Ninja Master, we are orphans. Please teach us ninjutsu. The other two followed suit and knelt down as well. Orochimaru said calmly, just kill them. Everyone. Lingfeng was not surprised. Orochimaru was a rare person who understood. The chains of hatred had already formed. They would either be slowly digested over time or stopped with killing. There was no empathy to speak of. Tsunade said unhappily, Orochimaru, shut up. They are just kids. Besides, the war is over. Orochimaru looked completely unconcerned. The explosive tags on the children were equally threatening. Our war has ended, but the Iwnin and Sunanin are still here. The war continues. Such small children cannot survive on their own. Rather than slowly starving to death, it would be better to let them die without pain now. Lingfeng's eyes twitched slightly upon hearing this. As expected of you, Orochimaru. What you said makes perfect sense, and Jiraiya and Tsunade were left speechless. After a long while, Jiraiya sighed and said, I will stay. Orochimaru and Tsunade. Although there are reasons behind it, we have indeed caused harm to this country. I will take care of these children, which can be considered a small way to make amends. The great sage Toad said, I would wander and meet the prophesied child. So my journey will start here in the land of rain. While they were talking, Conan suddenly pointed at Lingfeng. Are you the big brother who helped us stop the boss? Lingfeng smiled slightly. Oh, you've noticed me? Xiaonan stood up and deeply bowed. Thank you very much for your help that day, which allowed us to have a full meal. It's nothing, just a small matter. If I can help a little, I will. Lord Jiraiya is an impressive figure. If you follow him in your training, perhaps you can truly make the land of rain a country without hunger. I suppose by that time, you will become the deities of this country. Lingfeng had something in mind, while Yuhiko seemed to be deep in thought. Meanwhile, Nagato was trembling slightly. This voice, knowing that the three had been hungry for several days, Jiraiya first took the three little ones out for a meal. Orochimaru quietly watched them leave, a hint of helplessness passing through his gaze, always feeling like an old friend was raising a tiger to cause trouble. Forget it. Even if something happens, it will be years later. I don't believe these three little ones can become shadow-level powerhouses. When the time comes, I can just kill them. With this thought, Orochimaru felt much more at ease. Chapter 33. Transaction. Orochimaru suppressed his unease. His greedy gaze fixated on white Zetsu. This thing is good. So white and big. Lingfeng, where did you find this white creature? When treating SH-10's injuries, he discovered that this thing was tough and durable. With strong compatibility, it was simply the perfect material for human experimentation. I found it in the forest east of the Land of Rain. Although I don't know what this thing is, I can feel the wood release vitality within it. Lingfeng lied without changing his expression, and Orochimaru had no doubts at all. This is the advantage of pretending to be a wood release ninja. I can say whatever I want, and you can choose to believe it or not. Tsunade, who was standing nearby, also walked over with a serious look on her face. Orochimaru, does this white substance look like that? Orochimaru nodded, his long tongue licking his lips. It seems like the living cells of Hashirama, but they are much stronger than those cultivated in the Konoha lab. Tsunade had always known that Konoha was researching wood release cells, but she had a misunderstanding about their origin. She thought they were cultivated from the flesh and blood left behind when the First Hokage was treated after the Valley of the End battle. She never expected that Hiruzen Tsurutobi directly dug up her family's ancestral grave. Tsunade's gaze turned slightly cold. Who on earth could do such a thing? In terms of strength, Konoha is only slightly stronger than the other four ninja villages. But when it comes to research, the other four villages combined can't compare to Konoha. Who could achieve this? Could it be a civilian researcher? Looking at white Zetsu's appearance, it shouldn't be something left behind by her grandfather's indiscretions. Orochimaru chuckled. Don't think too much about it. In any case, this is an incredible find. Lingfeng-kun, do you have more of this creature? No. I mean, Konoha will definitely pay a satisfactory price for it. TSK, as expected of the clear-headed Orochimaru, who would never say a word of nonsense about the will of fire and expect to get something for nothing. Lingfeng took out a scroll and placed it on the table, Inside was a living white absolute. These white absolutes were caught as soon as they approached him, completely unaware, so there was no need to worry about leaks. As for whether Konoha would use them for experiments or interrogate them for information, that had nothing to do with him. Orochimaru picked up the scroll and nodded in satisfaction. Lingfeng, speaking of which, you are a great contributor to this battle. It's not just the information you provided. With the establishment of contact with other ninja teams, Lingfeng's human bombs have also become well known. The flashy operation left the three Sannin in shock. It was equivalent to the explosive tags that were originally meant to be sent to the front lines being used entirely on themselves. After the information was relayed back, the higher-ups in Konoha were greatly astonished and showed great interest in this new tactic of Central Flower blooming and fighting to sustain fighting. Danzo even wanted to restart the research on impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru, Lingfeng, I wonder what you desire? Lingfeng pondered for a moment. I want to exchange for the opportunity to study the Book of Seals. Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened slightly, seemingly surprised. She had never seen this guy so dedicated to ninjutsu before. Orochimaru was very pleased. Good, a kindred spirit. Tsunade and Orochimaru didn't say much more. With Lingfeng's achievements in battle, he was qualified to exchange for the reading rights of the Book of Seals. We can report it, but the Book of Seals is of great importance. Lingfeng, you'd better think about which ninjutsu you're interested in advance and report it. This, Lingfeng hesitated a bit. The Book of Seals was so large, and there were definitely many forbidden techniques. However, he only knew a few, such as Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, and Dark Walking. He wasn't sure how many jutsu he could learn, but his first choice was the Flying Thunder God Technique, and as for the others, the more the better. Orochimaru chuckled upon hearing this. What a greedy little guy. No problem. I will report it truthfully. Lingfeng cast a subtle glance at Orochimaru. Of course I want the Edo Tensei, but not the version from the Sealing Book, rather, your modified version. As night fell, a row of wooden houses appeared by the Chro Lake. The Hidden Leaf Village had already ceased hostilities with the Rain Shinobi, and since SH Moku needed time to recover, Orochimaru used Chro Lake as a base to summon all the Leaf teams back. Lingfeng no longer concealed himself and performed a makeshift version of the linking home technique, conjuring up a row of small houses. The Konoha ninja, who had been sleeping rough for half a year, could finally get a good night's sleep. Late at night, Lingfeng lay in the house. Suddenly, he felt a movement in his heart, turned over, and got out of bed. A figure appeared in the room. Lord Orochimaru, you're here. Lingfeng, you call me here in the middle of the night. Is there something you want to discuss? I want to talk to you about that experimental subject. I think Lord Orochimaru would be interested. Orochimaru did not hide his interest. That's right. That white creature is very helpful for my current experiments. With it, I can make significant breakthroughs in several experiments I have on hand. Lingfeng nodded. Lord Orochimaru, you are the foremost researcher in Konoha, and logically, you should have the highest authority over the use of experimental materials. But if I guess correctly, you don't conduct your experiments so freely, do you? Orochimaru chuckled. Continue. Science requires rigorous proof, but also needs imaginative speculation. Don't you think there are too many constraints in the village, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru suddenly felt a pang of empathy and couldn't help but sigh. Lingfeng, you understand research, but unfortunately, those old stubborn ones. Suddenly, he paused and then let out a strange laugh. Lingfeng, you aren't as honest as Tsunade says, are you? As for the pursuit of truth, I can't be as dedicated as you, but I certainly yearn for it. Lingfeng took out a scroll and placed it on the table. I want to make a private deal with you. Here is a complete experimental subject, and I can also guarantee that any future experimental subjects will be prioritized for you. Orochimaru licked his lips. Sounds good, Lingfeng, so what do you want? Chapter 34. The rope tree has awoken. Lingfeng shook the scroll. I want the transplantation technology for this kind of creature. Not the technology currently used on the rope tree, but a complete, safe, and mature technology that can be applied to anyone. White Zetsu is a clone of Senju Hashirama. Although it is a degraded version, its cells are highly invasive. If carelessly transplanted into a human body, the outcome would surely be the same as with the pot shadow, enduring endless erosion A slight misstep could turn one into a giant tree. The reason the rope tree succeeded is that he is the direct descendant of Senju Hashirama. His compatibility with white Zetsu's tissue is extremely high, with almost no rejection response. Therefore, this success is merely an exception and holds no reference value. Of course, this does not negate the value of white Zetsu. In the original storyline, Uchiha Madara used white Zetsu's bodily tissue to save Obito. However, the technology used was clearly different. Madara first used a gooey white mass to patch up Obito's wounds, then slowly grew limbs. This process takes longer but allows the body to gradually adapt to the Hashirama cells, combined with the suppression of the Sharingan, thus successfully completing the transplantation. Theoretically, Uchiha Obito could do it, and Qing Yin certainly could as well. But Lingfeng needs to be much more cautious. Unless he obtains a safe and mature technology, he would rather give up this power than let Qing Yin take the risk of transplantation. Orochimaru nodded. I see. It seems Lingfeng still has other experimental subjects. But that's fine. This deal is very worthwhile. I agree. With that, he happily put away the scroll. Orochimaru understood that although Konoha's research system is rigid, having more people means greater strength. Spending more time, relevant results can eventually be researched. Moreover, as the only would-release ninja in Konoha, these results are very likely to be applied to Lingfeng. In other words, Lingfeng paid a high price just to gain time advantage. Looking at it this way, he still benefits. After Orochimaru left, the door next to them opened, and Qing Yin walked out. Is this okay? If the village finds out, even if you are a hero, you can't escape unscathed. After the war ended, Lingfeng sent a clone to bring her back. Don't worry, with Orochimaru's abilities, unless he gets someone to take the blame, he will never be discovered. Most of the time, Orochimaru's human experiments were exposed because Danzo sacrificed him to protect himself. Qing Yin fell silent for a while before asking, Lingfeng, are you doing all this for me? Lingfeng was taken aback by her words. A woman's intuition is indeed frighteningly accurate. Unfortunately, with Qing Yin's current status and strength, she is still not able to protect these secrets. Therefore, Lingfeng did not dare to reveal too much to her. Lingfeng gently patted her head. Don't think so much. Just focus on improving your strength. When you unlock the kaleidoscope, I'll need you to protect me. Qing Yin leaned her head against Lingfeng's chest. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you with my life. Lingfeng kissed her forehead and said, How about coming to my room tonight? It's late, you should get some rest. Qing Yin pushed Lingfeng away, who was becoming a bit too playful, and turned to run back to her own room. In another room, the dim candlelight had not extinguished all night. Tsunade sat by the bed, watching over Ju. After a day and night of surgery, she had stayed up half the night. Even she could not withstand the fatigue and leaned against the bed, dozing off. Suddenly, a hoarse voice woke her up. Water, water. Tsunade jolted awake to find Ju had opened his eyes and was weakly staring at her. Ju, water, you're awake. That's great. Water is coming. Tsunade was so excited that she momentarily lost her words. She had originally thought that even if Ju's body could coexist with the white Zetsu, it would take at least half a month for him to regain consciousness. She did not expect a reaction after just one day. Tsunade hastily fed him some water. After drinking, Ju fell back into a drowsy sleep. Tsunade unwrapped the bandages on Ju's body to check his condition. The results surprised her. The flesh that had been sewn together was already beginning to fuse in many places. Tsunade tried using her healing technique. Under the stimulation of the green light, the white tissue became rapidly active, fusing with Ju's body at a visible speed. This thing is truly amazing. Tsunade did not continue the treatment. Sometimes, healing too quickly is not necessarily a good thing. Given Ju's current state, letting him recover slowly by himself was the best choice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Orochimaru had visited many times. Watching Ju's recovery speed made him click his tongue in wonder, wishing he could take his beloved disciple back to Konoha immediately. On this day, the three Sannin and Lingfeng gathered again by Ju's side. Most of the bandages on Ju had been removed, and many wounds were directly exposed. One cannot help but say that the Hashirama cells are truly remarkable. Not only can they heal injuries, but they can also automatically match the body. The most obvious example was Ju's right arm. Previously, his arm had been blown off and replaced with a white Zetsu arm. Since Ju was just a boy and the white Zetsu was an adult, the two arms were mismatched in size. Unexpectedly, the white arm had automatically adjusted to fit Ju's body. Now, apart from the color difference, they were of equal size and length. Reactions to this varied among the group. Tsunade, most concerned about Ju, was amazed by the white tissue's miracle but focused solely on her brother's well-being. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled. His precious disciple seemed to have truly transformed into a treasure. He wanted to dissect him, feeling reluctant yet eager. Perhaps they could discuss it later, cutting just a little bit each time. As for Jiraiya, he only knew that this thing was related to wood release, and he didn't understand much else. However, he was naturally happy that Ju was out of danger. At this moment, Ju on the bed slowly opened his eyes. Sister, everyone. Tsunade hurried over to support him and fed him a large cup of water. Since merging with the white Zetsu, Ju had hardly been eating, but his water intake had increased significantly. At first, the others were very worried, but after a few days, they found that it seemed to have no adverse effects. Everyone was puzzled and could only let it be for now, planning to examine him thoroughly once they returned to Konoha. Chapter 35. Conspiracy. After drinking the water, Ju did not fall asleep, but instead felt very energetic, prompting Tsunade to find some cushions for him to lean back on in bed. Ju looked at everyone, a hint of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry for worrying you all. Orochimaru stepped forward. Ju, how are you feeling? Ju forced a smile. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. I feel much better, and the wounds don't hurt anymore. Ju's breathing was relatively steady, but his voice was a bit hoarse and deep. The explosion had injured his vocal cords, making his voice somewhat resemble Orochimaru's. Tsunade quickly said, Ju, don't speak. You should lie down and rest. Ju shook his head. No, I've been lying down for too long, and it's rare that I have energy today. Orochimaru also encouraged Tsunade. Tsunade, let him talk. Being too restrained is not good for his recovery. Well, okay, but don't overdo it. The group chatted for a while, mostly about how comfortable or uncomfortable he was and how his wounds were healing. Orochimaru appeared somewhat taciturn, and after a long while, he seemed to have made some resolution. Ju, Hanz's attack wasn't directed at you. Why didn't you dodge at that time? Ju lowered his head, looking ashamed. I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sensei, I let you down. At that time, I was just unlucky. I suddenly felt a pain on my right side, and my movement was delayed, so I couldn't dodge. Orochimaru murmured, unlucky. Huh. Lingfeng suddenly thought of something. In the original plot, Shu was killed by the explosive talisman. Now he almost died under the explosive talisman again. It's hard to explain it as just bad luck. Shu, Lingfeng stepped forward and said, you were also injured by an explosive tag before. Did you have this feeling back then? Last time? Shoju furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his head, revealing a look of surprise. Indeed, he had felt this way last time, but it wasn't as obvious as this time. He thought it was just a side stitch, and since the injury wasn't severe, he didn't pay much attention to it. Tsunade, understanding the situation, turned pale. With a swift motion, she stood up and walked over to tear off the bandages on Shoju's body. It's useless. Shoju's right side has already been replaced with new tissue. The surgery was done by the two of us together. If there were any traces, we wouldn't have missed them. Jiraiya stroked his chin. When encountering an explosive tag, the body would feel pain, affecting movement. It sounds like a curse or illusion activated under specific conditions. Orochimaru shook his head. It's not an illusion. The interval between Shoju's two injuries was several months. An illusion couldn't last that long. If multiple illusions were cast, it would be even more impossible. The first time was at the base, where there were many people, but the second time we were always together. Who could cast an illusion on the three of us without being noticed? Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Indeed, if someone had that ability, they could have easily killed Shoju instead of going through all this trouble. Then it must be a seal. But Shoju has been staying in the village. Who placed the seal on him? Moreover, even the Umbu doesn't have such advanced seals. The three ninjas were at a loss. At this moment, Lingfeng, with a naive expression, spoke up. In Konoha, besides the Umbu, are there any similar organizations or families? Upon hearing this, the three ninjas first looked stunned. Then their expressions turned even worse. Especially Tsunade, who was now pale with anger. But she still gritted her teeth and said, "We need to investigate this." Lingfeng was taken aback. "I was just about to reveal the ninja code of the organization. How come you still don't know?" But then he understood. The existence of the root is still a secret, something that neither he nor SHJ should know. He kept quiet because he didn't want to get involved. Suddenly, Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. He. Ha, what a clever tactic. Using the explosive tags as a trigger, and then utilizing the explosion to eliminate all traces to the greatest extent. Tsunade slapped her hand on Orochimaru's shoulder to stop him from continuing. "Let's talk outside, SHJ. You need to rest well." After saying that, she took the lead and walked out of the room. SHJ looked confused, as if he grasped something but was still a bit lost. "Teacher, my sister." "SHJ, listen to your sister, rest well, and don't worry about anything else." After saying that, she signaled Jiraiya and Lingfeng with her eyes and followed Tsunade out. Once they were outside, Tsunade gave Lingfeng an order. "You little brat, go back first. Everything you've seen and heard today must not be leaked. Not even a word to Qing Yin." Lingfeng saw that the fire had reached the root, quickly agreed, and ran away in a flash. Lingfeng also had no evidence to say it was definitely Root's doing. But who is Danzo? The infamous Root leader. If there's any unclear blame, it's better to pin it on him. It might not be right, but it's definitely a safe bet. Moreover, considering Danzo's nature, even if he didn't directly carry it out, he likely has some connection to it. Previously, Chiba Shin and Narajun had targeted him and Qing Yin, and now it's a life-and-death situation with Root. Why hold back any longer? Sarutobi, Danzo, and those others, you'd better take care of yourselves. Originally in the plot, Tsunade wandered around because she had lost her brother in Kato, and thus had no more attachment to the village. This was also what the higher-ups of Konoha wanted to see, because politically, Tsunade posed too great a threat to them. In terms of identity, she comes from a noble background, being the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito, and is also a princess conferred by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. In terms of strength, she is a genuine Kaga-level powerhouse. The title of the legendary Three Ninjas speaks for itself. In terms of interpersonal relationships, she is the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. Anyone who doesn't want to die has to show her respect. Most importantly, Tsunade is intelligent, has a fiery temper, and strong opinions, making her hard to control by the higher-ups. Whether she wants to become Hokage herself or support her brother, the Konoha higher-ups can't manipulate her. Of course, Tsunade also has a weakness, her family, and the one who understands this weakness the best. Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. The Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 36. SH0 Awakens would release as a traveler, a veteran Naruto enthusiast, and a troll on the forum. Lingfeng had watched Naruto at least 8 times in his previous life. During that time, he always felt that the power structure of Konoha was quite awkward. After the Third Shinobi World War, the upper echelons of Konoha could be divided into 3 generations: the old, the middle, and the young. The representatives of the older generation were naturally the Konoha F4. They all remained in the village, and although they often argued fiercely among themselves, they were exceptionally united when dealing with outsiders, resolutely protecting their small group. The representatives of the middle generation were the 3 Sannin and White Fang. They were the successors cultivated by the older generation. However, it was very strange that just as this group of people achieved success and their reputation subtly caught up with the older generation, everything went wrong. Either they died, left, or betrayed. The representatives of the younger generation were the Minato couple and the new heads of various clans, such as Uchiha Fugaku, the Hyuga brothers, and the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Among them, except for Hyuga Hisashi, everyone else remained in the village. However, due to their lack of experience, they could only obey the Konoha F4. This kind of structure is hard to believe to be mere coincidence. In Lingfeng's heart, the 3 Sannin, or White Fang, were the most suitable candidates for the Fourth Hokage. They were in their prime, with strength, experience, and temperament all at their peak. making them capable of taking on great responsibilities. As for Minato, although he was also outstanding, such a young Hokage seemed more like a puppet. Not to mention Gaara. That was a special case for Tsunagakure. Apart from the Chiyo siblings, he was the only shadow-level powerhouse left. If Akatsuki, Sasori, or Yagura were still around, the fifth Hokage wouldn't have much to do with him. In fact, given Minato's age and experience at the time, he was more suitable to be a captain of the Umbu, honing his skills for another 10 or 20 years before taking over as the fifth Hokage. When Minato was just over 20, he broke through the Third Shinobi War, forcing the AB brothers to retreat. After enduring for another decade or so, along with Kushina, just thinking about it was exhilarating. The peaceful days passed quickly. The Konoha team infiltrating the Land of Rain had already gathered, but Orochimaru was stubbornly refusing to leave. Everyone thought he wanted to take the opportunity to gather intelligence or even make a profit during the chaos of war. But in reality, he was just waiting for S.H. Ju to recover. There were quite a few Rain ninjas as spies around, and half of S.H. Ju's body was made up of white zetsu, making it hard to conceal if he couldn't regain his mobility. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Hanzo of the Salamander finally couldn't sit still anymore and sent a fiercely worded letter demanding that the Konoha ninjas leave immediately. After all, he needed to go to the west to fight, and an elite foreign military force was lingering in his east. Who could stand that? Orochimaru, seeing that he really couldn't stay any longer and with S.H. Ju nearly recovered, finally packed up and headed back. He even complained about the hardships of the journey and took several carts, which infuriated Hanzo to the point of cursing. Jiraiya chose to stay behind. He wanted to continue gathering intelligence on the Land of Rain and take care of the three little ones. In the drizzling rain, the Konoha convoy slowly moved forward. Among them, the most spacious was the special carriage for Tsunade and S.H. Ju. Lingfeng, thick-skinned, pulled Qingyan to stay inside. Shangshu, is there anything unusual about your body? Shangshu helplessly replied, "You've asked dozens of times already, really nothing." But seeing Lingfeng's intense gaze fixed on him, he could only helplessly wave his hand. Okay, I'll try again. After saying that, he formed hand seals and controlled the chakra to flow within his body. See, there's no change at all. Wait, no. Tsunade hurriedly asked, what's wrong? It seemed that he could feel a new power within him, very unfamiliar, but very strong. Lingfeng leaned closer. Try it. Can you control this power? Shangshu nodded, closed his eyes, and silently felt it. No problem. This power is not difficult to control. Suddenly, several sharp wooden spikes sprang out from the right side of Shangshu's body. Lingfeng was standing too close and almost got pricked like a hedgehog. Qingyan hurried over and pulled him aside. Tsunade widened her eyes in shock, her face filled with disbelief. This would release. Lingfeng enjoyed himself in Qingyan's embrace while secretly thinking, sure enough, you can too. Uchiha Bido was able to use would release through the body of Black Zetsu, so rope tree certainly wouldn't be a problem. Tsunade hurriedly got off the carriage to find Orochimaru. The two chatted for a while, and Orochimaru also squeezed into the carriage with a surprised expression. After confirming rope trees would release, they drove Lingfeng and Qingyan out. Lingfeng's face suddenly turned green. Damn it, ungrateful. Lingfeng could only hold on to Qingyan, looking gloomy as they walked. He could faintly hear intense arguments coming from the carriage. Qingyan, what are they arguing about? Lingfeng, I guess they are discussing whether or not to tell the village. Qingyan, why not tell the village? Is it because of the roots? Lingfeng, it cannot be said, it cannot be said. Qingyan, tch. In the end, Orochimaru and Tsunade decided to inform the village about this matter. After all, you can't hide the fire with paper. Once the village finds out and comes asking, it will be passive. Orochimaru sent a confidential message to the higher-ups of Konoha using a messenger hawk. Tsunade also used her own method to relay the news back to her clan. Next came the monotonous journey. To avoid drawing attention, Orochimaru did not reinforce defenses ostentatiously, but kept everything as usual. Thus, after traveling for most of the day, Lingfeng and Qingyan were ordered to ride in a carriage. Shangsu opened his palm, and a small sapling slowly emerged from his palm. How amazing. This is the feeling of wood release. Lingfeng, do you have any insights or experiences? As brothers, Don't keep it to yourself. Quickly tell me. Lingfeng had a constipated expression. What am I supposed to say? I'm a devil fruit. We're not in the same category. Lingfeng repeatedly declined. But couldn't he resist the persistent antics of Shengshu? In the past, Shengshu was a sunny and cheerful young man, but for some unknown reason, he had become both cheap and shameless, like a slippery eel. With no other choice, Lingfeng recounted all the wood release techniques he knew. He mentioned techniques like tree whirl birth, tree sea birth, tree binding eternal burial, wood block wall, tree whirl wall, violent gun tree, thorn kill technique, and so on. As he got more excited, he even talked about blue-silver entanglement and blue-silver cage. Anyway, I only know the effects but not how to perform the techniques. So you can research them on your own. Tsunade. She had seen the scrolls recording her grandfather's ninjutsu. Why hadn't she seen these blue techniques before? Could it be that there were hidden techniques in the village? Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger. Teacher, you really are something. Chapter 37. Returned to the camp before going back to the village in the following days. The carriage became much quieter. Shengshu was too busy practicing wood release to bother Lingfeng, and Tsunade had her own heavy thoughts. Lingfeng and Qing Nian continued to battle with illusions. One escalating in illusion power while the other saw a surge in illusion resistance. The group made their way back to the Konoha camp quickly. The ninjas who stayed at the Konoha camp, whether uninjured or wounded, all came out to greet the heroes as long as they were able to move. It was their deep incursion into enemy territory, risking great danger to destroy the enemy's supply lines, that led to the front line's great victory. Everyone cheered continuously, and it was unclear who started it, but soon shouts for the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha began to rise from the crowd. The calls grew louder and more synchronized, eventually resembling the roar of waves. Finally, they were back. Lingfeng jumped out of the car with Qing Yan. Looking at the long-lost camp, he felt a surge of emotions. Tsunade also got out. How do you feel? Are you excited? Thanks to you, many of them were able to survive. I have already told the old man about your achievements, and the rewards will definitely be generous. Lingfeng chuckled. Big sister, you have to help me fight for more. Tsunade chuckled. Don't worry. I won't let you suffer. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice came over. Tsunade, they have arrived. Tsunade's expression turned serious. They're here. Then she said to Lingfeng and Qing Yan, you guys go ahead, I'll find you later. After saying that, she got out of the car, cloaked and masked, and went straight to find Orochimaru. Lingfeng saw from a distance that 3 people entered a huge tent. Surrounding the tent were layers of ninjas, seemingly idle, but actually on guard. Qing Yan lowered her voice. The village really takes wood release seriously. They actually sent so many people. Lingfeng remained silent. He hoped that the higher-ups could act more normally and stop wasting good talent. In the tent, besides Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Rope Tree, there were 5 masked ninjas. Judging by their chakra fluctuations, they were all elite Jainin level. The leader stepped forward and bowed to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, thank you for your hard work. According to orders, we will take over from Senju Rope Tree now. Tsunade frowned. Take over? Whose orders? Who are you? The leading ninja's voice turned cold. Lady Tsunade, the Konoha ninjas must unconditionally obey the Umbu. Otherwise, it will be treated as treason. Tsunade was taken aback, thinking she misheard. Me? Treason? Are you drunk? You're from the Umbu. Where's your proof? Just because you say so. Treason. Go ask the old man behind you if he dares to put that label on me. Fine. The leading ninja took a few steps back and suddenly shouted angrily, attack. 2 masked ninjas charged at Orochimaru, 2 charged at Tsunade, and he himself rushed towards Rope Tree. Orochimaru merely watched coldly the entire time. Seeing the 2 attacking him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting. He gently twisted his body, dodging their attacks. Then, a swarm of venomous snakes burst from his sleeve, tightly binding the 2. Tsunade grabbed one of the attacker's hands and swung it like a sack, smashing it hard into the other person. The 2 collided, producing a sound of cracking bones, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. With your kind of trash, you think you can deal with me? A shadow level against Jainin, it's usually a one-hit kill. The leading ninja, seeing his subordinates fail, became anxious and accelerated towards Rope Tree. His own strength was far inferior to Tsunade and Orochimaru, so he could only take Ropetree hostage for a chance. Ropetree suddenly put his hands together. A few wooden vines burst from the ground, coiling around him like a python. The leading ninja, being an elite J-nin, reacted quickly and jumped back to evade. Orochimaru had already freed his hands and directly kicked him back, wrapping him tightly in the wooden vines. Tsunade stepped forward, looking down at him. "We will go back, but we won't hand over Ropetree to you. Tell your people behind you, if Ropetree encounters any more trouble, no matter who is responsible, I will only go after him. If he dares to run, I will find his clan. If he has the ability, he can hide his entire family. If you understand, disappear from my sight, get lost." After saying that, she kicked him far away, tearing apart the wooden vines wrapped around him. The masked ninjas, feeling hopeless, could only flee in disgrace. Tsunade spat angrily. "TCH, a rat in the gutter. What a thing." The Konoha army packed up and returned to Konoha in a grand manner. A few days later, they saw the familiar gate. At this time, a welcoming party stood outside the gate. The Konoha F4 were all present, with Hiruzen Sarutobi leading the way, followed closely by two others. Lingfeng was particularly focused on the old man standing in the front row, his face wrapped in bandages and his hands still intact. "Is that Danzo? This is the first time I've seen him. I've fought against the Root organization several times and even tricked Danzo a few times. But this is the first time I've seen the real person. Speaking of Danzo, he really is an interesting character. He played a significant role during Konoha's 2 breaches at the gates. Besides the 4 old men and women, representatives from various ninja clans were also present. After all, this is an opportunity bought with the lives of their clansmen, so they had to show up. However, they carried themselves with dignity. Even if their faces were full of joy, they could maintain their composure. The real emotional outburst came from the ordinary ninjas and civilians. Everyone cheered and celebrated, welcoming the victorious troops. The Third Hokage stepped forward, addressing the ninja troops. "Heroes of Konoha, welcome home." A simple sentence that triggered thunderous applause. Even Lingfeng felt a little excited. "This old man has some charm. Through your hard work, we have protected the land of fire, safeguarded the village, and our beloved parents, partners, and children. We will never forget your achievements. We remember your sacrifices." He continued, "Now, you can finally put down your burdens and hurry back to reunite with your concerned families. The relevant rewards and compensations will be distributed later in the village. Now, I announce the ninja troops are disbanded." The ninja troops erupted in cheers. Everyone dispersed on the spot, reuniting with their families who came to welcome them. The Konoha F4 approached Orochimaru and Tsunade, asking a few simple questions before crowding around a heavily wrapped person and leaving. As they departed, Lingfeng felt someone was watching him. Turning around, he just happened to lock eyes with Danzo. This old man, what kind of scheme is he plotting now? But he still wore a bright smile, even slightly bowing in greeting. Danzo was taken aback. His remaining eye narrowed slightly before he turned and left. "Still not giving up on wood release? Old geezer, do you really think you can handle wood release? Truly a longevity sage, hanging himself, seeking a long life." Chapter 38. Rewards must not be less. Lingfeng always felt very puzzled about Danzo's strength. He was a classmate and rival of the Third Hokage. Logically speaking, after so many years of doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers every day, he should have reached the level of a strong shadow. Yet, despite all that effort and various schemes, he was still just a shadow level. What a lonely struggle. However, Lingfeng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. In the future, Danzo would definitely plot against Shinjiro. In the original plot, he likely succeeded because of an unexpected advantage. Orochimaru and Tsunade never thought this old man would dare to get serious. Now, both of them were tense, and he had no chance. As for himself, "He, can you actually poke me while I stand here, little dog? Lingfeng, come over here." Just as he was pondering, Lingfeng suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Uchiha Hara standing next to a group of young people. Oh, young Uchiha youth? If this were behind the scenes, it would definitely make Orochimaru drool. Those people looked at Lingfeng with varying expressions. Curiosity, scrutiny, confusion, and a hint of hostility. Lingfeng was not timid. He nodded to a few people and then greeted them. "Brother Yu, Lingfeng, come here. I want to introduce you to a few friends." These are all outstanding members of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. You should get to know them better in the future. Lingfeng's heart stirred. After spending so long together, Uchiha Yuan clearly knew how to handle things better. All right, I acknowledge you as my big brother-in-law. I'll have Shunshu take you to the entertainment district later. Just as he was pondering, Uchiha Yuan brought over a young man. He looked a few years younger than Lingfeng, but had a mature and steady demeanor. This is my younger cousin, Uchiha Fuyue. You two should get to know each other. Oh, nice to meet you, clan leader. No, cousin. Hearing that name, Lingfeng was instantly awake. This was the man who would put an end to the Uchiha clan. It seemed like he wasn't married yet, right? If I kill him now, wouldn't both Sure Sui and Itachi be gone? Uchiha Yuan then pointed to a beautiful girl with long black hair who was chatting enthusiastically with Qing Yin. This is Uchiha Makoto, the genius girl after Qing Yin. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Uchiha Makoto walked over with an assertive posture. So you're Qing Yin's boyfriend. Not bad looking, but you seem a bit weak. Lingfeng was taken aback. Something felt off. Isn't Makoto famously a virtuous wife and good mother? Looking around, he noticed that the people seemed unfazed, clearly accustomed to her behavior. Only Fugaku stepped forward and tugged at her sleeve. Makoto, after all, you are Qing Yin's girlfriend, so don't be too rude. Uchiha Makoto turned to look at Fugaku, then glanced at the hand that was holding her sleeve. Let go. Uchiha Fugaku quickly released his grip, retracting his neck like a defeated rooster. Lingfeng was shocked. Could it be that Makoto had been possessed? But then he thought, it would be strange if she didn't become close friends with Uzumaki Kushina. It seems that both of them were similar before marriage, but after marriage, they became quite different. Uchiha Yuan continued to introduce Lingfeng to 7 or 8 clan members. Lingfeng discovered that the people he introduced followed a pattern. They were either young individuals with quick minds who were not opposed to Lingfeng and Qing Yin's relationship, or they were militant individuals who believed that might makes right, and they were more concerned about whether Lingfeng was strong or not. Lingfeng couldn't help but sigh. His brother-in-law was really attentive. After a long day of fussing around, Lingfeng finally returned home. Lying on his long-missed and familiar bed, he slept particularly soundly that night. Early the next morning, a dark ninja sent a message for him to go to the Hokage's office. Oh, is it here? Lingfeng was filled with anticipation. It seemed that his reward had arrived. He hurriedly rushed to the Hokage's office and immediately saw the large scroll on the desk. The Book of Seals. Lingfeng's saliva is about to drool. In the room, besides the third Hokage, Tsunade is also present. The third Hokage took a puff of his cigarette. With a kind and gentle expression. Little Lingfeng, I have heard about your performance on the battlefield. You did exceptionally well. Lingfeng is quite perceptive, immediately putting on a shy demeanor. Third Hokage, you flatter me. This is all thanks to the trust of Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade. I'm just strictly carrying out orders. However, ultimately, it is your leadership that shines. Your will of fire inspires us, allowing us to forge ahead and burn ourselves for the sake of Konoha. Tsunade was left speechless. When did her disciple become so eloquent, delivering a stream of flattering words that were all so pleasant to hear? The third Hokage laughed heartily, feeling that the words struck a chord. Truly my good apprentice. However, as a leader, one must maintain a certain demeanor. Little Lingfeng's understanding is quite profound, but your efforts cannot be overlooked either. The third Hokage indeed has high morals. Suddenly, the third Hokage's expression turned serious, and his voice became deep. Jin and Lingfeng, in light of your excellent performance on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, I, in the name of the Hokage, hereby promote you to Chunin without assessment. Given your contributions, becoming a Jonin would also not be a problem, but you know your situation. The higher-ups have decided to keep things low-key. Lingfeng nodded. He was even happier this way. In addition, after discussions at a high level, you are granted the privilege to choose 3 ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. 3? That's so many. Lingfeng was overjoyed, but also a bit troubled, as he couldn't make use of so many right now. Does the third Hokage have to be chosen now? He only knew a few ninjutsu, and some of them were quite useless. The third Hokage shook his head. No need for that. This reward is valid at any time. Lingfeng felt relieved upon hearing this. In that case, I would like to first exchange for the multiple shadow clone technique and the flying thunder god technique. As for the third one, I'll think about it. The third Hokage took a puff of smoke and nodded as well. Since Orochimaru had already gathered information beforehand, he was somewhat prepared for this. Immediately, he took out a scroll and copied the contents of a sealing book onto it. This scroll not only contains the information about the two jutsu, but also the insights from previous practitioners, which I will give to you as well. Lingfeng said happily, "Thank you, Third Hokage. I really appreciate it this time. These insights are very useful. The shadow clone technique is one thing, but as long as one has a simple mind and plenty of chakra, it's not difficult to learn. However, the flying thunder god technique is different. It requires not only keen spatial awareness, but also high demands on chakra control. If I have the insights from those before me, I can avoid many detours. Sarutobi, you're quite a good person. By the way, Third Hokage, there's one more thing." Lingfeng took out a scroll and placed it on the table. "Previously, when I was in the Land of Rain, I visited a weapons workshop. This is a trophy, and now I'll hand it over to the village." Seeing the familiar scroll, Tsunade squinted her eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be something for me." The third Hokage opened the scroll, checked the contents inside, and also showed a surprised expression. Chapter 39. The difficulties of flying thunder god. Seeing the scroll given by Lingfeng, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. There were too many items inside. Kunai, shuriken, ninja swords. Most eye-catching were the stacks of explosive tags. When the cannon sounds, gold will flow. The Second Ninja World War was in full swing. Each country was either madly stockpiling ninja tools or had already consumed a lot of their war supplies. The prices of ninja tools skyrocketed. Especially explosive tags were in high demand, but low supply. Although the spoils of war captured by ninjas had to be surrendered. Rules are rules, and execution is execution. The third Hokage knew that this order was just a piece of paper. Yet, Lingfeng broke the norm and actually surrendered them. On the contrary, the third Hokage was at a loss. Little Lingfeng, well done. These weapons are enough to sustain a ninja squad for several days. However, the village cannot show no appreciation. Do you have any requests? Feel free to mention them. Lingfeng was not polite. I want to request some land by the Death Forest and also a shop on the main street outside the Hokage building. Huh? What do you want those for? The war will eventually end, and the shop on the main street is for a future source of income. The area by the Death Forest is more compatible with wood release. I see. The third Hokage took a puff of smoke and began to ponder. Is this request excessive? Not at all. The main street outside the Hokage building is the most prosperous place in Konoha, and it is indeed hard to find shop. But for the village, it's nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself has several vacant shops. The land by the Death Forest is even less valuable, because wild beasts often roam there. No one would want it even for free. The third Hokage thought about it. He was worried that he earned too much and feared gossip from the villagers. You are a meritorious hero. I agree to this request, and I will personally give you another shop. 2 shops would be just enough to combine into a large store. Oh, thank you so much, Lord Third. The third Hokage handled the paperwork on the spot, transferring the shop and land to Lingfeng, and swiftly issued new property deeds. The entire transaction took place under Tsunade's watchful eyes. Tsunade had no objections throughout the process. Her current status was almost equivalent to that of the Senju clan leader. Since she didn't say anything, it meant that this land and shop were Lingfeng's private property, unrelated to the clan. Even if Lingfeng leaves the Senju clan in the future, he has the right to take these assets with him. However, when leaving the Hokage building, Tsunade unceremoniously extorted a pile of banknotes before letting him go. Lingfeng returned home and carefully stored away the house deed and land deed. He planned to open a shop after the system rebooted and trade between the two worlds. Ninjas fight to the death just for those resources. With money, it would be much easier to buy them. Why be so rough? However, he couldn't focus on that for now. Enhancing his strength was the priority. Lingfeng couldn't wait to open the scroll and learn the 2 ninjutsu he had long coveted. Starting with the easier one, he first learned the multiple shadow clone technique. With the level of a prince, he could easily master this ninjutsu in one night, and Lingfeng had no problem doing the same. In just over 10 minutes, he had mastered the multiple shadow clone technique. However, He soon realized the difference between the multiple shadow clone technique and the shadow clone technique, and understood why this technique was classified as forbidden. The shadow clone technique evenly distributes the user's chakra among the clones. The shadow clone technique allows the user to control the number of clones, ensuring that enough chakra remains for the user. The multiple shadow clone technique, on the other hand, forcibly creates thousands of clones, leaving the user with only a fraction of their chakra. If the remaining chakra is enough to sustain life, then the technique is considered successful. If not, then it could lead to death. One must admit, Naruto's luck is truly remarkable. He unwittingly performed the multiple shadow clone technique and actually succeeded. If his chakra had been insufficient, he could have been finished off in the first episode. Lingfeng learned the multiple shadow clone technique. Although he could barely perform it with his limited chakra, he didn't want to try. The feeling of a sudden drop in chakra was truly uncomfortable. Then, Lingfeng activated the Flying Thunder God technique. This was the main event throughout the entire Naruto storyline. Aside from being crushed in terms of raw power, the Flying Thunder God has never been countered. The best evidence is the glorious life of Minato Namikaze. During the Third Great Ninja War, he made the Cloud and Rock ninjas feel uneasy, establishing a legendary reputation as the Yellow Flash. In the Nine Tails incident, he put the previously invincible Obito in a tough spot. If he hadn't chosen to perish with the Nine Tails, Obito would have been struggling for the rest of his life. By the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, with celestial beings flying around and powerful beings everywhere, the Flying Thunder God remained the strongest support technique, without a doubt. In Lingfeng's eyes, the value of the Flying Thunder God is no less than that of Wood Release or the Mangeki Sharingan. But such a divine technique hasn't been practiced by anyone since the Second Hokage. Danzo would rather go to great lengths to wipe out the Uchiha clan for their Sharingan than send his subordinates to learn the Flying Thunder God, which indirectly proves the difficulty of mastering this technique. But Lingfeng refuses to believe in such superstition. The Flying Thunder God, I am determined to learn it. After all, in the post-Naruto era, it's embarrassing to greet others without a few space-time ninjutsu. Lingfeng studied the Flying Thunder God technique word by word and almost broke his head over it, but finally understood the intricacies involved. No wonder the Flying Thunder God is so difficult. Either you have exceptional talent and succeed on the first try, or you end up in pieces. How many people under Danzo would dare to use it so recklessly? The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique is the combination of space-time ninjutsu, summoning techniques, and sealing techniques. In the world of Naruto, space-time ninjutsu is actually quite common. Some are simple and easy to learn, such as summoning techniques and reverse summoning techniques, as well as sealing items with scrolls. Others are very profound, like Edo Tensei, which can break the boundaries of life and death, exploiting the loopholes in the cycle of reincarnation to summon souls to the present world using summoning techniques. As for Kimui, Heavenly Hand Power, and the Yellow Springs Bairi Saka, they are all customized versions that recognize the eye rather than the person. The Flying Thunder God technique is more like a variant of reverse summoning within space-time ninjutsu. Instead of using blood as a medium, it uses a technique infused with chakra as a medium to reverse summon oneself along with the surrounding space. The reasoning is simple, but there are 3 difficulties involved. Chapter 40. The initial success of the Flying Thunder God. Lingfeng summarized that mastering the Flying Thunder God technique requires overcoming 3 main difficulties. First, one must have a sense of perception. At the very least, one should be able to perceive their own chakra and locate the Flying Thunder God seal. In the manga, both the second and fourth Hokage use the same perception ninjutsu. Second, one must possess a substantial amount of chakra, despite how casually the second and fourth Hokage used it. The Flying Thunder God technique is undoubtedly a high-energy consuming ninjutsu. Third, and most importantly, the practitioner must have an exceptionally strong spatial perception talent. A single misstep could result in teleporting only half of a person. This point is well understood by Konoha's F4. Many times, they witnessed half a person suddenly appearing in front of them, or only half a person remaining, with blood and entrails everywhere, frightening some of the older members nearly to the point of trauma. In fact, the most challenging part of the Flying Thunder God technique is the first attempt. Because there is no concept of it the first time, one doesn't know how much space to channel, easily resulting in cutting their own body in half. Only if one survives the first attempt can they have the opportunity to improve through practice. Lingfeng frowned. Why does it feel like the Flying Thunder God technique is similar to the Sunflower Enchantment, difficult at first? Moreover, given the deadly nature of failing the Flying Thunder God technique, who exactly wrote those insights provided by the Third Hokage? I initially thought they were about success, but now it seems they are mostly theoretical discussions, which greatly diminishes their value. Most importantly, since the Flying Thunder God technique is so dangerous, why did no one in the Konoha higher-ups dissuade me when I expressed my desire to learn it? Tsunade and Orochimaru might not know the details. But what about the Third Hokage? As a disciple of the Second Hokage and the custodian of the Sealing Book, how could he not be aware of the risks? Lingfeng thought of another question. Since the Flying Thunder God technique is so dangerous, why did Minato Namikaze learn this ninjutsu in the first place? Was it really purely voluntary? Lingfeng couldn't help but stroke his chin, feeling that things were getting more interesting. But these risks didn't scare him. He officially began to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. First, he needed to design a technique formula. There were no specific requirements. It was entirely up to the caster's personal preferences. The second Hokage had a variant of the Senju clan's emblem, while the fourth had the Sword of Love. If Lingfeng wanted to, he could even turn it into a spring palace picture. He thought about it, but didn't dare to, fearing he might be killed by Qing Yan. After pondering for a while, he solemnly wrote down 2 characters, Justice. Just wait. Once the system restarts and enters the pirate world, he would surely make the Flying Thunder God technique famous. With the technique formula set, Lingfeng inscribed it onto a kunai according to the scroll's records, sealing a portion of his chakra into it. Then, he used the shadow clone technique, sending one clone with the kunai to run to the Forest of Death. The clone, kunai in hand, took off running. Lingfeng closed his eyes, silently feeling the chakra within the technique. As the distance increased, his perception began to blur, and he estimated that he would be completely unable to sense it beyond 100 miles. Once the technique's position remained unchanged, Lingfeng formed hand seals. Flying Thunder God technique. With a whoosh, the upper half of Lingfeng's body vanished, leaving only his large hips and legs alone in place. After a while, he collapsed weakly to the ground, turning into a pile of dry wood. Lingfeng's vision blurred for a moment, and the scene around him instantly transformed into a lush, primeval forest. I succeeded on the first try. I truly am a genius. Lingfeng had just taken a few steps when he suddenly fell flat on his face. Looking down, he saw that everything below his waist was gone. Lingfeng, forget I said anything. Lingfeng looked helpless and quickly grew his lower body back. Practice makes perfect. This time it would definitely succeed. With a whoosh, Lingfeng vanished again, leaving a pile of parts behind. When he returned home, he discovered that his arm was missing. Lingfeng was immediately furious. What the hell? I refused to believe it. In the following days, he focused solely on practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, darting between his home and the Death Forest. Sometimes he felt like he had forgotten something, but he quickly brushed it off and continued his training. 7 days later, Qing Yan, with a cold expression, came knocking at his door. After being back for so long, he hadn't even checked on her once. What do you want? During these days, Lingfeng had been training day and night on the Flying Thunder God technique. When he was tired, he would collapse into sleep, and when he was hungry, he would simply eat military rations, completely forgetting about Qing Yan. When Qing Yan angrily arrived at the Senju clan, she realized she had no idea where Lingfeng lived. This made her feel even more wronged, but since she was already there, she could only embarrassingly ask around to find his place. When she finally found Lingfeng's home, half of the people in the Senju clan knew that he was dating someone, and now his girlfriend had come to visit. Qing Yan pushed the door open, only to be stunned. There was no one in the room, just a pile of firewood stacked high. What is this? Why is there so much firewood piled up in the house? Before she could react, Lingfeng suddenly appeared in the room, landing stylishly on the ground. He looked down and touched the ground. This time, nothing was missing. Lingfeng let out a long sigh of relief and finally revealed a joyful smile. Great! I did it! Now, I'm the fastest man in the ninja world. No one in the entire ninja world is allowed to speak loudly to me. Thousand. Hands. Ling. Feng. A delicate shout rang out, and Ling Feng immediately felt a chill run down his spine. When he saw Qing Yin, who was smiling with a hint of mischief, he felt as if the sky had fallen. I'm doomed. Hehe, Ling Binkun. Have you been living quite freely lately? Qing Yin, with red eyes, approached Ling Feng step by step. A scream echoed in the room. After a while, Qing Yin sat leisurely at the table, sipping tea. Ling Feng lowered his brows and served quietly by the side. Seeing his appearance, Qing Yin finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. In an instant, it was like the bright moon emerging from the clouds and mountain flowers blooming. Ling Feng stared blankly, swallowing hard. Once the system is activated, I want to get a sweet fruit. There can't be a next time. Do you understand? Yes. Qing Yin ultimately picked it up high, gently put it down, and got up to help him gather firewood. It's the first visit. How can a person do this? Ling Feng quickly created shadow clones to tidy up the house while he took Qing Yin out shopping. They shopped for most of the day, and only when Ling Feng's calves cramped did Qing finally return home with a satisfied expression. On the way back, she also had an extra kunai engraved with a technique. Ling Feng lay on the bed as if paralyzed. Next time, he should have a shadow clone accompany him on shopping trips. Chapter 41. Sarutobi's combat deployment. The sky in Konoha was particularly blue. The streets of Konoha were especially lively. The people of Konoha were particularly good-looking. For the next month, Ling Feng lived a comfortable life. Apart from countering the Flying Thunder God technique and illusions, the rest of the time was spent eating, drinking, and having fun with Qing Yin. Now that he had money, he used cash instead of notes every time he shopped, just to enjoy the sound of coins. Having made so much money in the land of rain, what was the point of not spending it? To wait until he died for others to spend it? Did he think he was Kakuzu? If there was one downside, it was that Senju had disappeared. At first, Ling Feng would go to inquire about him. Later, he found that he was no longer being called to the lab for all sorts of experiments like before. He realized Senju had become the new target. Since that was the case, my friend, you can work harder. Unfortunately, the leisurely times did not last long. New news soon came from the front lines. After seeing the news, the Third Hokage exclaimed, "What the hell?" and hurriedly called for a high-level meeting. The three advisors, the two Konoha ninjas, Jiraiya was absent, and the leaders of various clans gathered together. The Third Hokage took a puff from a cigarette. Nara Shikaku, please explain the current situation. Yes. A resolute-looking man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle stepped forward. He was Nara Shikaku, the current head of the Nara clan and the chief of Konoha's military department. Everyone, recently we achieved a significant victory in the Rain Village, and we thought this war would end smoothly, but now it seems we were overly optimistic. As soon as he said this, the audience erupted in an uproar. Not long ago, the Rain Village fought against the Sand and Rock villages and suffered a major defeat. Now they were completely routed. Wait, Tsunade frowned and interrupted. What about Hanzo the Salamander? How could the Rain Village lose so quickly with him around? Hanzo's poison was a strategic weapon against armies. Nara Shikaku showed a helpless expression. Well, this is also related to you, three Sannin. Tsunade, Orochimaru, during the war in the Land of Rain, the three of you fought Hanzo to a standstill. It is said that Hanzo did not receive proper treatment and has not fully recovered. In the battle against the Sand Village, he was ambushed by the Third Hokage, Yuta, and the advisor, Chiyo, and was seriously injured, which led to the downfall of the Rain Village. Tsunade interrupted again. No, I know how strong Hanzo's poison is. Even if he is injured, he shouldn't lose so badly. Nara Shikaku's expression became even more helpless. Lady Tsunade, I heard that before you fought Hanzo, you specifically researched the toxicity of the salamander and created an antidote. Tsunade nodded. That's right, that happened. That's where the problem lies. At that time, there were spies from the Sand Village in the Land of Rain. They obtained Hanzo's poison and the antidote you didn't use. The Sand Village's Chiyo completely cracked Hanzo's poison based on your research results, so Tsunade, unexpectedly, defeating the enemy only made the situation worse. She originally wanted to use the Rain Village to severely deplete the Rock and Sand Villages, but she didn't expect them to be so ineffective. Danzo opened one eye. Shikaku, continue. What is the current situation? Shikaku continued. The Rain Village suffered a great defeat and is forced to retreat step by step. The previously aggressive Rock Village is acting unusually, pillaging for a while before quickly retreating, and is now stationed at the border of the Grass Country. The Sand Village, however, is advancing deep into the Land of Rain, looking to wipe it out completely. The expressions of everyone in Konoha turn grim. The Grass Country is located between the Fire and Earth countries, serving as a strategic buffer zone for both sides. This country is a typical fence-sitter. It has always knelt to whoever is stronger, and it seems to be quite adept at it. If Konoha does not deploy enough military force here, they won't hesitate for a second to side with the Earth country. If that happens, the northwestern border of the Fire country will be completely open, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The Rock Village's actions are clearly in agreement with the Sand Village, helping to divert Konoha's attention. The meeting room fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head. Everyone, the situation facing Konoha is very serious. I hope everyone can work together. His hawk-like gaze swept across the crowd, especially lingering on Danzo's head for a moment. Tsunade, you go to the Land of Rain and see if you can help Hanzo recover as soon as possible. The Sand Ninjas are rampaging in the Land of Rain. It's best if they solve their own problems. Yes, Tsunade stood up and agreed. But she also felt a strange sensation in her heart. Clearly, the other party was injured by her, and now she was being asked to go out of her way to treat him. The Third Hokage then looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, previously I sent a message to have the ninja forces at the River Country defense line transferred to the Rain Country defense line. If it were just a guard against the Rain Ninjas, it would be more than enough, but now the opponent is the Sand Ninjas, and Shigekuni alone is too strained. You should make a trip back to the Rain Country border to help Shigekuni guard against the Sand Ninjas. Orochimaru nodded. I have no objections. Previously, we sent a ninja team to disrupt the Rain Ninja supply lines, and it achieved good results. I suggest we continue to try. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. That's up to you. You and Shigekuni could decide the specifics. He then turned to Danzo. Danzo, although the Rock Ninjas have not made any moves, you know what kind of character Inoki has. The border of the Grass Country is up to you. Shimura. Danzo nodded. Don't worry. Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette. As for the west side, please report as soon as possible what families will cooperate. And I also ask all clan leaders to support. The various clans present had no objections and hurriedly expressed their support. Okay, no problem. We'll send people money and ninja tools. At this moment, Danzo asked again, Hiruzen, what about the east side? We can't neglect the Cloud and Mist villages. Indeed. The Third Hokage pondered with his head down and suddenly looked at Mito Kurenai and Shikaku. Kurenai, Shikaku, you two form a delegation to the Land of Thunder and do whatever you can to stabilize them. Those brutes will definitely try to take advantage of the situation. It's okay. Just take your time with them. If it really comes to a deadlock, just agree verbally in the name of the advisors, and I will overturn everything later. Everyone. As expected of someone who plays politics, his heart is so crafty. Chapter 42. The situation of SHU, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was deploying the combat plan. Suddenly, Danzo interrupted him. Hiruzen, what about the Mist Village? Those guys are also not easy to deal with. The few ninja blades of the Hozuki clan have already found their successors, and they are not easy to deal with. After saying this, Danzo fixed his single eye sharply on the Third Hokage. Having been friends for many years, the Third Hokage instantly understood the meaning behind his gaze. Although the hidden Mist Village is isolated overseas, that group of battle maniacs cannot be ignored. In that case, Takafumi clan leader, how about you take charge of the southeastern defense line of Konoha? Upon hearing the Third Hokage's words, everyone's gaze quickly focused on a middle-aged man. Besides the Konoha F4, this person's position is the most prominent. He is none other than the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Takafumi. Uchiha Takafumi frowned slightly. A clan guarding a village. Isn't that a bit too much pressure? However, how could our proud Uchiha back down? There is no problem in terms of combat strength, but I hope the village can provide some financial support for the ninja tools. The Third Hokage nodded. That is not a problem, but I can't allocate it all at once. I will arrange for it to be delivered in batches, so it won't delay your use. Hearing the Hokage say this, Uchiha Takafumi had nothing more to say and nodded in agreement. The Third Hokage and Danzo exchanged a glance, looking as if their scheme had succeeded. Beside them, Orochimaru and Midogate wore mocking expressions. As for the others, they didn't feel anything was wrong. Only Narashikaku looked at the Konoha F4, then at Uchiha Takafumi, his brow involuntarily furrowing. Pre-war meetings are always precise and efficient. As the Hokage's orders were conveyed, the war machine of Konoha began to operate. Lingfeng didn't particularly care. After all the hard work he had put in before, he thought he could at least enjoy a few days of peace. But to his surprise, the next day he received the draft notice. His and Qing Yin's names were prominently listed. Lingfeng felt like his head was going to explode. Even when taking advantage of opportunities, shouldn't the sheep get a break? So he made a quick decision and went to Tsunade's place. Tsunade was also extremely busy. She needed to go to the Land of Rain, but before leaving, she had to finish up the work at the Konoha Hospital and the medical camp. Big sister, can't you just let me off the hook? Look, I just got back from the Land of Rain, and I almost got blown up several times. I'm still having nightmares about it. Besides, I made so many contributions. Would the village really let me go to the front lines? Tsunade initially didn't want to pay attention to Lingfeng, just busying herself while half-heartedly responding. Eventually, getting fed up with his persistence, she finally stopped. You little brat, let me be clear. If you were an ordinary ninja, I could really make arrangements to let you stay in the village and slack off. But you are now a hero, a meritorious figure. So many eyes are watching you. Do you think the Book of Seals is just for show? You have to go this time, whether you like it or not. Lingfeng was instantly dumbfounded. Did I just screw myself over? But I'm just a chunin and a medical ninja at that. You wouldn't want your precious disciple to die in a foreign land, would you? Tsunade looked at Lingfeng with a face full of disdain. This was something Qing Yin said, and I still believe it to some extent, but as for you, forget it. Lingfeng's flattering smile suddenly stiffened. I made a mistake. I should have let Qing Yin come. All right, stop with the ghostly ideas. I'm very busy, so just say what you want. If you don't say anything, I'm leaving. Forget it. Lingfeng let out a heavy sigh. Since the leader is so generous, I won't be polite. I want to learn the summoning technique. I knew you were being honest. Tsunade snorted coldly, bit her finger, and performed the summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke appeared, and a large slug, about 3 to 4 meters long, appeared on the ground. Lady Tsunade, long time no see. Compared to Gamabunta and Manda, the quality of the living slug was 100 times higher, completely the difference between a noble lady and a street punk. But Lingfeng knew that this one's abilities were at least as strong as Gamabunta and Manda. This living slug is my disciple, Senju Lingfeng, and he wishes to sign a summoning contract with you. Of course, it's no problem for Lady Tsunade's disciple. After saying that, the slug's body split open, revealing a slimy scroll inside. The slug took the scroll and handed it to Lingfeng. Write your name in blood, then press your 5 fingerprints, and you will establish the contract. You know the seal for the summoning technique, right? Lingfeng nodded and opened the scroll. The scroll contained a series of names, all markings left by previous mediums. The second to last was Tsunade, and the last one was SH Tree. Is SH Tree's summoning beast also a slug? I didn't know that before. Lingfeng bit his finger, wrote his name, and pressed his fingerprint. After leaving the mark, he faintly felt a connection with something distant. The contract was completed, and the living slug transformed into a puff of white smoke and left. Big sister, why do you want to go to the Land of Rain alone? Isn't that too risky? Do you want me to accompany you? I've learned the flying thunder god technique. I can take you to escape in critical times. In order to show her sincerity, Tsunade decided to go to the Land of Rain alone to heal Hanzo, the salamander. The Land of Fire and the Land of Rain had just ended their hostile relationship. Not to mention those martial factions, Hanzo himself didn't have much credibility. No need. Your reputation has probably spread throughout the Land of Rain. Taking you there might raise suspicions of flaunting power. And don't underestimate me. If trouble arises, I'll actually escape better on my own. All right. Lingfeng said no more. Tsunade's strength lies not only in offense and defense, but also in her extremely high stamina and self-healing ability. Regardless of who the opponent was, It wouldn't be impossible for Tsunade to escape. By the way, where's S.H. Sook? I haven't heard from him in a long time. I don't dare to ask around because it's related to wood release. Tsunade sighed. Forget it, those test subjects were provided by you. So it's not a leak to tell you. Under the stimulation of test subject number 1, S.H. Sook has fully awakened his wood release and made tremendous progress in strength. So he's focusing on training, aiming to fully integrate with test subject no. One as soon as possible. Lingfeng. Oh. Chapter 43. Heading to Duan C Street. Previously witnessed the awakening of Shinshu's wood release. At that time, it was just a small trial, and I couldn't tell what level his wood release could reach. After all, both Hashirama and Yamato use wood release. Now, from what Tsunade means, it seems that Shinshu's wood release is quite powerful, and his strength has significantly improved. But thinking about it, it's reasonable. The CH Nin level Uchiha Bido, with his circular face and white Zetsu, has speed and power comparable to that of Elite J-Nin. So, will Shinshu participate in this war? I heard that you and Lord Orochimaru will both be on the battlefield. I'm worried. Don't worry. Tsunade smiled faintly. I've already made arrangements with the village. Before I leave, he must return to the clan's territory, with Grandma watching over him. I want to see which fool dares to plot against him. Lingfeng was taken aback. Oh, the ancestor is personally taking action, which is indeed reassuring. Vortex Mizuhara, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, would bind the Nine Tails at the slightest disagreement. Having her, who can sense malice, take care of S.H. Ju is indeed the most suitable choice. Moving S.H. Ju under her watch is no different from stealing chickens under the Nine Tails' nose. Noticing Tsunade was busy, Lingfeng exchanged a few simple pleasantries, borrowed a few large-capacity scrolls, and then took his leave. After that, he went to the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha had not yet been driven out of the village and still occupied a large area of land in the center of the village. The Uchiha were always exclusionary, and coupled with their strong fists and low emotional intelligence, the flow of people here had sharply declined. Lingfeng couldn't help but shake his head in silence. Not to mention the Nine Tails incident, even from a real estate perspective, you would still be driven out. Who would allow a cemetery in the very center of a business district? As soon as he arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, he could faintly feel numerous scrutinizing gazes. Goodness, it was almost turning into a country within a country. Lingfeng stopped in his tracks and did not continue to enter. Although the hatred between the Uchiha and Senju clans had mostly dissipated, and he had also gotten to know a few young Uchihas, he was still unwilling to venture in recklessly. If he were to encounter someone like Uchiha Changju, who was a troublemaker, it could lead to complications. Lingfeng doesn't care about himself. He mainly worries about causing trouble for Qingyan. Don't be fooled by her gentle and pleasant demeanor in front of him. In front of others, she can be quite aggressive and hesitate to take action, regardless of whether they are from the same clan or not. Lingfeng originally wanted to use the Flying Thunder God to go in and find someone, but suddenly saw Fujiwara and Mikoto walking over. Huh, they got together at such a young age? Really shocking. Fujiwara, Mikoto. Lingfeng greeted the two. Fuyue politely greeted him. Brother Lingfeng. Mikoto's personality was even more cheerful. Brother Lingfeng, are you here to find Qingyan? Wait for me, I'll go find her. After saying that, she dashed away like a rabbit let loose. Ah! Lingfeng gazed at Mikoto's back from a distance and murmured, then I'll trouble you. At this moment, only the silly Fuji take was left, and he certainly couldn't say nothing. Lingfeng could only make small talk. Fuyue, what are you all in such a hurry for? Fuyue didn't hold back. This time, our Uchiha clan is heading to the southeastern border to prevent an attack from the Mist Shinobi. This is a rare opportunity for a campaign, and the clan is making preparations. Mikoto and I also want to see if we can make it to the battlefield. Lingfeng was astonished. You two haven't graduated, right? The situation is so serious? Fuyu shook his head. We volunteered to go to the battlefield to gain some experience. Lingfeng felt speechless. It seemed that besides himself, everyone around him was a battle fanatic. Lingfeng suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself. Southeast Defense Line Mist Ninja. What actions did the Mist Ninja take during World War II? While pondering, Mikoto and Qingyan came over. After chatting for a bit, Fujiwara and Mikoto said their goodbyes and left. Although he wanted to see the gossip, going to the battlefield was more important. After the two left, Qing Yin said with a half-smile, "Speaking of which, this is your first time coming to the clan's land to find me. Previously, you always used Flying Thunder God to directly enter my room." Lingfeng raised his chin slightly, signaling. Looking at their expressions, "Am I out of place here?" Qing Yin glanced around, noticing that many Uchiha were staring this way, especially the younger generation, who seemed particularly eager. Qing Yin felt helpless ever since she opened her eyes. Her status had risen dramatically. The younger generation would often come forward with shameless enthusiasm, which annoyed her greatly. She could only maintain a cold demeanor, showing no kindness to anyone. Ironically, this proud and aloof personality was particularly popular among the Uchiha. The more she behaved this way, the more the young Uchiha were captivated. Over time, many voices emerged in the clan claiming that Senju Lingfeng was not worthy of her. Qing Yin sighed. "Forget it, I should find a quieter place." "No problem." Lingfeng left the clan's territory with Qing Yin and wandered around the village. At this time, the village was filled with a tense atmosphere, with ninjas wearing stern expressions everywhere, which dampened the spirits of the two. Lingfeng suddenly thought of something. Last time he mentioned that he would treat the cat shopkeeper after returning to the village, and now that so much time has passed, it would be rude not to invite him. Why not invite him over? Just in time, I found a good place. After saying this, he took Qing Yin's hand and used the Flying Thunder God technique, taking her out of the village. Short Book Street, a major flower street in the southwestern part of the Land of Fire. It was filled with casinos, hotels, and amusement parks, making it a place where ninjas could easily offend the three prohibitions. In a small but exquisitely decorated tavern, the two suddenly appeared. Qing Yin's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect the Flying Thunder God technique to be so amazing. Teach me." Previously, when she saw Lingfeng use this technique, she only thought it was convenient. Now, experiencing it firsthand, it truly had endless uses. Learning it seems difficult. Maybe I'll wait a bit longer. The initial killing attributes of the Flying Thunder God are indeed too terrifying. Even the Uchiha can't withstand it. Although she didn't know how talented Qing Yin was in space-time techniques, he certainly didn't want to have half a wife. Well, Qing Yin looked somewhat unhappy, but didn't he insist? She looked up at the hotel and curiously asked, "What is this place?" Chapter 44. Treat the cat shopkeeper. Well, this is a very small restaurant. It should have just opened, and everything looks very new. A red lantern hangs at the entrance, and the signboard reads, "Inviting Core Restaurant." Qing Yin frowned. "Inviting Core? What does that mean?" Lingfeng. "Don't worry about the details. I think this is great." Coming quickly, Lingfeng pulled Qing Yin into the restaurant, and unexpectedly, it was a different world inside. The crystal chandeliers on the ceiling refracted dreamy and colorful lights. The exquisite tables and chairs, along with the small bar, exuded an air of elegance everywhere. Behind the bar stood two delicate-looking young waitresses with long legs and slim waists. However, their outfits were not like ordinary maids, but rather resembled those of office ladies from Lingfeng's past life. Compared to being flirtatious, their cool demeanor was even more striking. This place is quite beautiful." Qing Yin had never been to such a place and didn't know how to describe it. "Why do we come here?" Lingfeng smiled with satisfaction. "Didn't expect this." "Right. This is our family shop." "What?" Qing Yin's voice became sharp, looking around in disbelief. "When did you? And who are they?" Qing Yin angrily pointed at the two girls. The two girls smiled wickedly, formed hand seals, and a puff of white smoke appeared, revealing that they were actually Lingfeng's clones. How about that? Séduction technique, manifestation technique. In the end, flesh trade is a lowly business. If you want to make money, you have to create a girl group. When did you decide to open such an inappropriate shop? Don't you dare slander a good person. The idea was proposed by Brother Yuan. The drinks were provided by him. The storefront belongs to Sheng Shu, and the decoration was done by someone he found. In the end, I was only responsible for planning and operation. Why blame me? Of course, thanks to the two brothers' generosity, I take the lion's share of the profits. Give. Qing Yin's eyes twitched. And Brother Yuan and Sheng Shu. When did you talk to them? While you were asleep, of course. If you weren't asleep, we would have used shadow clones to talk. Let's not talk about that. Quickly call the cat manager over. I put a lot of effort into today's meal. He said to the clones, "Are you ready?" The two clones gave a thumbs up. "Don't worry, it's all set." Then they transformed back into professional female white-collar workers. Qing Yin's face twitched, but since she was already there, she had no choice but to let Ling Feng pull her into the biggest room and use summoning technique to call the cat manager over. "Brother, sister-in-law, nice to see you again, Meow." The cat manager greeted with a smile. Suddenly his cat eyes widened. What is this, Meow? Long time no see, brother. This is a heavenly cat room specially created for you by your brother to help you relax properly." Ling Feng clapped his hands and said, "Everyone come up." The door opened, and several little cats gracefully walked in. Some were slender and long, some were lazy and luxurious, some had a proud expression, and some were charming and cute. They were all little female cats with shiny, smooth fur. "Go, entertain my brother well, and serve 1 pound of catnip for each Meow." Meow. The little female cat's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and they all pounced towards the cat shopkeeper. "Meow, brother." The cat shopkeeper's words were cut off as he was buried by the little female cats. Ling Feng and Qing Yin quietly slipped outside to drink tea. Qing Yin's face was flushed as she fiercely pinched Ling Feng. "Stop messing around like this. Ouch, ouch, ouch." After what felt like a long time, the door opened again. The cat shopkeeper walked out, his 4 legs moving in a funny way, wearing a wise expression. "Brother, you have made things difficult for me. How am I going to explain this to your sister-in-law when I go back? Brother, you trained these useless girls for me. What is there to explain?" Ling Feng sprayed some strong cologne on the cat shopkeeper to mask the smell and handed him a card. "Brother, this shop is newly opened by me. The ninja world has not been peaceful lately, and I often have missions, so I can't take care of this side. After thinking it over, I can only entrust it to you to help me look after it, and I hope you won't refuse. As for sister-in-law, you don't say, I don't say. No one will gossip." The cat shopkeeper accepted the car without showing any expression and said distressedly, "All right, Meow, you really make it hard for your brother." Qing Yin watched this scene, feeling her temples throb. Then the 3 took their seats, and the atmosphere was quite warm with toasts being exchanged. "Brother." "Hick, business has been good lately, right?" Not bad, Meow. Thanks to you, I made a good profit before. If you have good stuff, remember to save some for your brother." "Of course. I'm going to the battlefield again soon, and I'll inform you first if I have good things." "You're a righteous brother. Let's drink another one. We love eating fish, but we can't raise fish." After drinking for a while, Ling Feng drunkenly asked, "Brother, you're well informed. What do you think of Konoha?" The cat shopkeeper's face turned red, and he burped. "What aspect are you talking about?" "Cough, what else?" "The Ninja World War. My sister-in-law and I have to go to the front lines. Feeling anxious. Do you have any news you can share?" Oh, you mean this?" The cat shopkeeper poured himself another drink. "I can't say much about other things, but if you ask about the war, you're definitely asking the right person. Hick, brother will tell you. The places where weapon trade rises may not necessarily have wars. But places where weapon trade does not rise will definitely not have conflicts. The most accurate indicator is the explosive tags." Ling Feng was curious. "Oh, what's the trick here?" "Silly little brother. Think about it, other ninja tools can be reused, but this thing can't. Once used, it's gone, and if you want to use it again, you have to buy it. The explosive tags, in particular, are very difficult to store. Even a spark can set them off. So, unless absolutely necessary, no one would hoard these things. Once bought, they must be used up quickly." The cat shopkeeper pointed at his own big head. "The flow of weapons in the ninja world, especially explosive tags, is all stored here. Just look at you guys in Konoha. Your biggest rivals are the sand and rock ninjas, and most of the weapons in recent years have flowed to them. The cloud ninjas might take advantage of the situation, but a full-scale war won't break out because the weapon reserves are simply not enough." He shook his big head. "The only strange place is the Mist Village." Chapter 45. Speculation on the destruction of the land of whirlpools, Mist Village. What's going on over there? Hearing the cat shopkeeper say this, Qing Yin immediately became alert. The Uchiha clan was defending the Mist Village located in the southeast corner. "Ugh, little brother, this is related to commercial secrets, and I shouldn't have revealed it. But since you asked, I won't hide it, Meow. Since the start of the Great Ninja War, The Mist Village has received quite a lot of ninja tools. Although they have been very quiet, the 5 great nations are important customers. So our Ninja Cat clan has been keeping an eye on them, meow. Lingfeng hurriedly raised a glass of wine to the cat shopkeeper. Brother, do you have any findings? Well, looking at the trading volume of various countries, the Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja are dead set on war. The Cloud Ninja is mainly focused on harassment. What about the war reserves of the Mist Village? If they're focused on harassment, then they're definitely overprepared. With all these weapons, they have to fight. But if you say they want to launch a full-scale war against Konoha or the Cloud Village, that would definitely be far from enough. So, I started paying attention and found that among their supplies over the past 2 years, there are particularly many tools for breaking barriers and seals. Barriers, seals. Qingyan's expression changed. Are you saying? The cat shopkeeper licked his paw, a glint flashing in his eyes. That's right. I suspect they are preparing to take action against the land of whirlpools. Under normal circumstances, Konoha and the Whirlpool Hidden Village support each other, making it utterly flawless. But now Konoha is mired in war and has no time to look east, which is the perfect opportunity for them to strike one by one. Ling Feng suddenly stood up. So that's it. It all makes sense now. The Uzumaki clan, as descendants of Azura and distant relatives of the Senju clan, not only possess powerful vitality, but also have fearsome sealing techniques. Under the leadership of their clan leader, Uzumaki Kushina, they established the country of whirlpools and the hidden Whirlpool Village. In my memories, the country of whirlpools was destroyed by numerous ninja clans working together, and the surviving clan members went into hiding, dispersing across the world. Only the most noble Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina remained in Konoha. There is a significant issue here. Why did Konoha stand by and do nothing while the country of whirlpools was perishing? Some say it was because the Third Hokage and Shimura Danzo coveted their techniques. But that doesn't hold water. Not to mention that most of those techniques were based on the Uzumaki bloodline. What was the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan at that time? It was like, I learned your secret techniques, you safeguard my nuclear weapons. With such a relationship, if Konoha wanted something, they could just ask directly. Why sacrifice their staunch ally? It would be as absurd as watching Pakistan be annihilated by India for agricultural products while China stands by. Another very suspicious point is that after the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, their clan members prefer to wander and suffer rather than seek help from Konoha. This clearly indicates a deep hatred for Konoha. Yet, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina, who were in Konoha, held no hatred towards it. Konoha even had no qualms about making Uzumaki Kushina the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This shows that Konoha did not feel they had done anything wrong. So what exactly caused the drastically different attitudes between the two sides? Ling Feng had seriously considered this issue before. The only reasonable guess is that the Uzumaki clan did seek help from Konoha, but for some reason, Konoha did not receive the distress signal. Therefore, a huge misunderstanding arose between the two sides. The survivors of the Uzumaki clan believed that Konoha had betrayed them, while Konoha was actually completely unaware. There is too little information about this part of history in the original work, so Ling Feng didn't want to make wild guesses. However, now that he has experienced it firsthand, along with the intelligence provided by the cat shopkeeper and Qingyan, he suddenly had a bold guess. The one who annihilated the Uzumaki clan was none other than the Mist Village. The reason is simple. They coveted their sealing techniques and wanted to take the opportunity to weaken Konoha. Therefore, while Konoha was deeply mired in war in the west and had no time to look east, they brazenly sent troops to attack the land of whirlpools. Although the Uzumaki clan was not numerous, their strength was not to be underestimated. They fought desperately against the Mist Village while seeking help from Konoha. From the map, the land of whirlpools is located between Konoha and the Mist Village. If they wanted to seek aid, the first to receive the news would surely be the southeastern defense line, which is where the Uchiha are stationed. Ling Feng, Qingyan, who is the highest commander of your Uchiha clan on this southeastern front. Is he a radical? Qingyan was taken aback by the question, showing a hint of astonishment on his face. The highest commander is the second elder, Uchiha Dian, who is also the grandfather of Uchiha Chanju. He is a meritorious figure for our Uchiha clan. Before the establishment of Konoha, his whole family contributed greatly to the Uchiha, counting from his grandfather's generation. He is the only one to survive within 3 generations, which has led to his extremely stubborn personality. If we really talk about it, he is definitely an unmitigated radical. Lingfeng nodded and murmured, "It all matches up, all of it. It must have been Uchiha Tensei who cut off the connection between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha, leading to Konoha's failure to provide timely assistance and the complete destruction of the Uzumaki clan. The key point is that Konoha took the blame for it. In the eyes of the world, Konoha betrayed its own brotherly ally. This undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Konoha's reputation. Therefore, in the subsequent storyline, although Konoha still had allies, all the relationships were extremely fragile. It wasn't until Naruto, Gaara, and Killer Bee became friends that the situation improved. As for why Uchiha Tensei did this, the reasons remain unknown. Perhaps it was due to an old grudge against the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps he wanted to use this method to force a complete rift between the clan and the village. Or maybe there were other reasons. However, this matter could not be hidden from Konoha's upper echelons. No wonder Konoha's F4 viewed the Uchiha as a great threat. Their hostility towards the Uchiha and the subsequent policies against them were not only due to the teachings of the Second Hokage, nor solely because of the losses from the Night of the Nine Tails, but also because the Uchiha themselves were not entirely innocent. That said, why station the Uchiha at the Mist Village's front line? Everyone thought that a clan defending a village was a great honor. But people like Lingfeng, Nara Shikaku, and Cat Shopkeeper could see through the Third Hokage's little schemes. With Mist Village's internal strife for many years, it was impossible for them to launch a large-scale attack on Konoha. In this way, although the Uchiha were stationed at the front lines, they had no opportunity to achieve merit. As for the military supplies, it was said they would be given in batches. The first batch would definitely be just a token gesture, and as for the subsequent supplies, if you didn't even participate in the battle and the first batch of supplies was of no use, how could you expect more supplies? Dream on. This matter is complicated. In fact, Konoha originally wanted to weaken the Uchiha, but unexpectedly, the Uchiha retaliated and smeared Konoha's face with dirt. Chapter 46. The Factions of Uchiha. Lingfeng sent away the drunken cat shopkeeper before revealing his suspicions and the related stakes to Qing Yen. Qing Yen was shocked and turned pale. After all, she was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, and while she wouldn't go so far as to self-destruct her clan for the village, she definitely cared about the village. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan was innocent. How could this happen? Lingfeng, do you have any way to handle this? Lingfeng pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. You Uchiha are divided into radical, conservative, and moderate factions, right? I don't know if that's true, but that's what fan fiction says. Qing Yin nodded. That's right. Well, fan fiction got it right. The simplest solution would be to replace that second elder with a conservative or moderate, and then have the village send people to assist in defense. If there were a few outsiders, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. Qing Yin shook his head helplessly. That's not feasible. Among the 3 factions, the leader of the moderate faction is the clan leader, and he definitely won't leave the village. Uchiha Madara is the shared leader of all 3 factions, so he can boldly go to the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku was chosen through compromise among the 3 factions, so there's nothing to worry about. But the current clan leader is different. As soon as he steps onto the battlefield, the grievances at home will come back to haunt him. The leader of the conservative faction is the elder, whose prestige definitely surpasses that of the second elder. But he became blind in his early years, so he can't come to the front lines. As for the others, they simply can't shake the second elder's position, and having the village send people for joint defense would be even more difficult. It would definitely cause resistance and create a big mess. Lingfeng seemed to have grasped an important point and asked curiously the elder of the Uchiha clan. Is blind? Qing Yin nodded. It said that he was injured in his youth and lost his sight. As for the specific reason, everyone who knows remains tight-lipped, and I'm also unclear about the details. Lingfeng curiously asked, Isn't Uchiha all about power? How can a blind man serve as the Grand Elder? Qing Yin shot Lingfeng an annoyed glare. We're not the crazy members of the Take-Torai family. The Grand Elder has made great contributions, and even the second elder never doubts that. How can he not hold a high position? Lingfeng lowered his head in silence. Having made great contributions, he lost his light, boldly speculating, could it be because of Izanagi or Izanami? Given the age and status of the Grand Elder, he must have come into contact with a monument at the Southie Shrine. Although the content has been heavily altered, the description of the evolution of a Sharingan is indeed authentic. Moreover, he definitely knows Madara and Izuna, and is well aware of the existence of the Mangeki Sharingan. The conditions for the evolution of the Mangeki Sharingan are quite puzzling. The initial setting was to personally kill the one you love the most, which aligns well with the prestige of the Mangeki Sharingan when it first appeared. Later, it changed to having the one you love die in front of you. This condition is too broad. In a fighting clan like the Uchiha, those who can become elders are certainly battle-hardened. For them, witnessing the death of friends and family is not just commonplace, but absolutely not rare. In this light, there are plenty of people who meet the conditions for the Mangeki. So, from the time of the Warring States with Madara and Izuna awakening the Mangeki, to Fugaku, Shursui, Obito, Itachi, Sasuke, Shin, and Sarada, all of them seemingly popping up with Mangeki left and right, there can't have been decades of silence in between, right? The Grand Elder having a pair of Mangeki Sharingan is nothing extraordinary. As for why the Grand Elder lost his light, I fear only the higher-ups know. Since it cannot be changed, Lingfeng rubbed his chin. Then let's keep a close watch. Right now, everything is just speculation. Even if we tell the village, no one will take it seriously. We can only rely on ourselves. If there's any movement from the mist, regardless of orders, we will act directly to rescue. We will save as many as we can. In this matter, if we go against orders, so be it. At worst, we can bring the people of the land of waves back to Konoha. After all, the second elder is just a frontline commander. Whether in the village or the clan, he can't have absolute power. Qing sighed, it can only be this way. Lingfeng had another idea in mind. Although the abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan vary, there are still some similarities among blood relatives. The most representative examples are Sasuke and Itachi's Amaterasu. If Qing Yin could awaken the Kodoame Tsukumi like Shursui, all problems would be easily resolved. He could directly brainwash the second elder, and it would be done. Then, he could give Danzo a wave of ideological education and immediately bring peace to the ninja world. Lingfeng returned to Konoha with Qing Yin. Qing Yin didn't dare to waste a minute and went directly to find the elder. The elder was a chubby old man with a gentle personality, always smiling at everyone. However, this benevolent old man, resembling a coach from Anshi, was nicknamed the Flame Demon in his youth. Little Qing Yin, it's been a while since you came. Although he couldn't see her, the elder recognized her footsteps immediately. Elder, I have important intelligence to report to you. What's so urgent? Qing Yin fell silent. The elder understood and waved his hand, signaling the guards protecting him to step back. Only then did Qing Yin step forward and narrate everything. The elder listened quietly, still smiling, but Qing Yin could sense that he was not at ease. Qing Yin, you've worked hard. This matter is indeed very important. That child is named Lingfeng, right? He's a good kid too. I understand the situation now. You and your little boyfriend should keep this confidential for now. You can leave. Qing Yin bowed and said, Take care, elder, before turning to leave. The elder showed a look of longing. After hundreds of years, from open conflict to covert struggle, what is the meaning of it all? It's not as clear as what a few children can see. However, this is also an opportunity. If the Uzumaki clan is destroyed, we will naturally be completely opposed to the village. But if we save the Uzumaki clan, it would be a significant step towards the village. Come here, the elder called out, and several Uchiha Jonin suddenly appeared. Please bring the clan leader over. Also, call Uchiha Haru, Uchiha Kaze, Uchiha Yuki. The elder listed a series of names, totaling dozens of people. The Jonin nodded slightly and vanished in an instant to summon the others. The battlefield. Only the battlefield can forge true eyes. The elder opened his eyes, revealing pale pupils. The Grudge of the Water Shadow by Lien, the Ghost Lantern of Huanyu. I have not forgotten this grudge. Chapter 47. The explosive flagwood Shikaka. 1 week later, the Konoha forces gathered. At the village entrance, the third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, sent everyone off with a benevolent expression, looking reluctant to part. Lingfeng stood in the crowd, looking at him with a face full of resentment. How much longer do we have to wait? If this drags on, we won't make it for lunch. Upon learning that the Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja had joined forces to attack the Land of Rain, the higher-ups in Konoha immediately understood that the two factions had begun to secretly communicate. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen lose face. Damn it, when Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobarama were around, you all were light and easy to push over. Now that I'm on stage, you're all getting stiff, huh? Especially the Sand Ninja. It's a shame that Lord Hashirama helped you build several oases. Ungrateful wolves. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt offended and decided to take a big gamble. He summoned 3,000 ninjas to go to the border of the Land of Rain for support. Konoha also issued a statement. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. This reinforcement is absolutely not aimed at the Sand Ninja, but rather to guard the border. What you do in the Land of Rain is none of my business, but you cannot enter the Land of Fire. Of course, our Konoha is a great family, and the quality of ninjas varies. Some disobedient ones have entered the Land of Rain on their own, so please bear with it. Given Lingfeng's outstanding performance last time, he naturally became one of the reinforcements. After leaving Konoha, Lingfeng followed the main force, dragging his feet as they moved forward. He was thinking about how to get out of the combat sequence and return to the medical camp, but things didn't go as he wished. Commander Orochimaru suddenly received some intelligence. No one knew what it said, but after reading it, Orochimaru's expression turned grim, and he ordered the organization of an elite team of 500 to go support first, while the larger force would follow slowly. Lingfeng, unfortunately, became a member of the vanguard. While the main force marched in an orderly manner, the vanguard pressed on through the night. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the border headquarters. At this moment, the basic qualities of the ninjas were evident. Orochimaru appeared calm and relaxed, as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll after a hearty meal. The Jonin were just gasping for breath. Although they had expended a lot of energy, they quickly got to work. The Chunin were drenched in sweat, and as soon as they stopped, they looked for a place to rest and focused on recovering their stamina. As for the communication and sensory ninjas, who were not particularly skilled in combat, they looked as if they had been pulled out of water, lying on the ground, unable to get up. Lingfeng didn't want to stand out too much, and he maintained a mediocre demeanor, feeling tired but not yet kneeling. Glancing at the struggling companions around him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The medical camp was much better. There was no one urging him while traveling, someone to bear the load, someone to block the enemies, someone to rescue in danger, warm meals to eat, and a cozy place to sleep. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he placed his hand on a large tree. His palm extended a thorn that pierced into the tree, crazily absorbing its nutrients. Before long, he had regained his stamina, while the nearby trees began to wilt a bit. TSK, this ability is really useful, but unfortunately, it can only replenish what is lost, not enhance strength. Just as he was reflecting, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Lingfeng. Long time no see. Lingfeng was startled. Who's behind me? Huh, who are you? A tall, thin man in a high-neck black outfit and sunglasses had suddenly appeared behind him, looking to be about the same age. This unremarkable attire and lack of presence were characteristic of the Oil Girl clan. The man in sunglasses adjusted his small sunglasses. It's been a long time, Lingfeng. I can't believe you didn't recognize a classmate, he said, feeling a bit disappointed despite having anticipated it. Classmate? Still part of the Oil Girl clan. Lingfeng's mind flashed with a thought. You are Wainushi Rishin. Wainushi Rishin, my classmate. Outstanding grades, but no sense of presence. Let's just say, among the excellent students in Lingfeng's grade, he was the only one who hadn't interacted with Qing Yin. Qing Yin hadn't even noticed that there was such a person. Rishin, it turns out to be you. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be here too. I heard you've become a CH Nin already. Congratulations. Wainushi Rishin nodded, his voice emotionless. I'm glad you know I'm the first CH Nin of our batch, but I'm not happy that you didn't recognize me. Lingfeng's expression stiffened. Is it never-ending? As someone who is in a relationship, how can I pay attention to you? Don't mind these details. When did you arrive? It's rare to meet an acquaintance, just in time to gather some information about the front lines. I was previously stationed with my family at the defense line of the country of Chuan. I came along during the last rotation. Oh, What's going on at the front lines? Can you give a brief introduction? Well, it was relatively stable before, but the situation has become more complicated recently. Lingfeng and Yun were chatting when the command center fell into chaos. According to the orders of the Third Hokage, this campsite was under the command of Kakashi Hatake, with Orochimaru as an assistant. With 2 shadow-level ninjas stationed, it was assumed they could handle any situation. However, it was unexpected that an incident occurred as soon as Orochimaru arrived at the camp. Previously, Sunagakure had invaded the Land of Rain, frequently engaging in close reconnaissance with Konoha scouts. Everyone managed to maintain the facade of being allies, and no conflicts arose. 3 days ago, however, Sunanin's combat style suddenly changed. Brazenly showing off against Konoha ninjas, Orochimaru was worried about potential changes, which was why he rushed over without stopping. To his surprise, 2 Konoha reconnaissance teams were ambushed today. Out of the 2 teams, consisting of 8 people, only 3 managed to escape. The attackers did not reveal their identities. But given the current situation in the Land of Rain, it was a no-brainer to figure out who was behind it. This incident was extremely severe. It was akin to previously just spitting insults, but now it was like delivering a heavy blow, almost equivalent to a formal declaration of war. Kakashi Hatake was instantly enraged and picked up his white fang, ready to retaliate. He had long been dissatisfied with these desert locusts. Previously, as the only shadow-level ninja, he could not leave his post and had to endure his anger at the headquarters. Now that Orochimaru was here, it was perfect for him to take over. Taking advantage of the fact that the Sunanin had not gone far, he must deliver a hard blow to make them remember. This left Orochimaru in a dilemma. I just arrived, and I can't even tell which is the bathroom and which is the cafeteria, and you want me to take on such a big responsibility? Couldn't we at least have a proper handover? However, Kakashi Hatake had been holding back for too long and insisted on letting the Sunanin bleed. Orochimaru's scalp tingled. This guy talks a good game. You kill 5 of mine, and I'll kill 5 of yours, absolutely not taking advantage of you. But if he really went out and didn't kill 5 high-ranking Sunanin at their base, he would definitely not rest. As for the others, they would just be collateral damage. Helpless, Orochimaru could only persuade him gently. Brother Kakashi, good steel should be used on blade. With your status, going out to kill a few small fry is an insult to you, isn't it? Besides, searching for the enemy will waste time. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. It would be better to send out a few elite teams first to feel out the Sunanin strength. Then we can let you out. Let's skip the foreplay and go straight for the kill. When Kakashi Hatake heard this, he realized that Orochimaru understood him. He managed to suppress his anger and stayed. However, Orochimaru felt he couldn't show no response at all. The last battle had already proven that sowing discord in the enemy's territory was a very enjoyable activity. Thus, Orochimaru picked up the list and began to form an enemy operations team. Chapter 48, Reconnaissance Team. New teammates Kakashi Hatake reviewed the list provided by Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you put in a lot of effort, but some of these guys are a bit weak, aren't they? Could it be that your experiments lack funding, and you are starting to accept bribes? Orochimaru smiled unabashedly. This is a list I developed together with advisor Nara. Every name was carefully considered. Some of the ninjas may not have high levels, but their survival abilities are top-notch. Kakashi Hatake nodded. He was a battle-hardened veteran and certainly did not blindly trust ranks. While a Nin could kill a Genin in one strike, a Genin could also take down a Nin without needing a second blow. In a world of fragile ninjas, there were many examples of the weak overcoming the strong, especially for a reconnaissance team operating deep behind enemy lines. Prolonged solo missions were necessary. Compared to strength, abilities like intelligence gathering, interrogation, supply management, and medical perception were far more important. Unless a shadow-level ninja was present to force their way out, otherwise, no matter how strong a single team was, if exposed, they would be surrounded and killed. Kakashi Hatake continued to look through the list and frowned when he saw the information on Lingfeng's team. There's a newly promoted Chunin? Isn't that a bit forced? I know Yun Lishan, though. He's one of my former subordinates. The young genius of the Yun clan, although not strong enough yet, possesses comprehensive abilities. Orochimaru chuckled. Kakashi-kun, have you seen the last battle report? He was one of the biggest contributors in the previous fight. Biggest contributor? Kakashi Hatake suddenly realized, oh, he's that would release ninja. Orochimaru nodded. That's right, it's him. Kakashi Hatake reviewed the battle data from the last fight. At that time, for confidentiality reasons, Lingfeng's name was concealed, so he did not recognize him immediately. Now, with Orochimaru's reminder, he quickly recalled. When reviewing the battle report, Kakashi Hatake also gasped in surprise. This guy, although also a would-release ninja, was completely different from the noble and just Lord Hashirama. The combination of would clone and explosive tags was incredibly smooth and quite disgusting. Kakashi Hatake even thought that if someone like him, who could run and hide and explode upon capture, popped up in his defense zone, he would have a headache. Orochimaru, I still recognize his strength, but he is a precious would-release ninja, and he doesn't even have children. Isn't it too dangerous for him to carry out this mission? Orochimaru chuckled. No worries, Lingfeng is not a delicate flower. As he spoke, his gaze subtly swept over the others in the room. Unexpectedly, the Root organization could quietly leave messages in my room, urging me to send a would-release ninja to the battlefield. I wonder if there are any members of Root among these people. Lord Sarutobi, the Root you indulged seems to have gradually begun to slip out of control. Orochimaru licked his lips. This kid not only knows would-release, but is also excellent at interrogation and intelligence gathering, having been a great help in the last battle. He is also an outstanding medical ninja with a strange perception ability. If Lingfeng were here, he would definitely be astonished. I have always hidden my talents, never showing any abilities beyond basic would-release. I didn't expect Orochimaru to know so much. Kakashi Hatake's expression grew serious. Aside from his weaknesses and strength, this guy was essentially a jack-of-all-trades on the battlefield. Of course, this weakness was merely Kakashi Hatake's perspective. After all, in his eyes, in all of Konoha, aside from the Third Hokage and the legendary 3 ninjas, no one's purity was high. Lingfeng and Yunlishin were still chatting when they learned that the Konoha reconnaissance team had been attacked. Lingfeng frowned. Just arriving and encountering such a situation, regardless of the scale of the conflict or its cause, since there were casualties, the nature of the incident was different. Sarutobi Hisashi wasn't that weak now. Konoha would definitely want an explanation. Therefore, the escalation of the conflict was inevitable. However, Lingfeng didn't know that he and his old classmates were already on the list. Suddenly, 2 messenger birds flew over and landed on Lingfeng and Yunlishin's shoulders, one for each, and neither flew away. The 2 took the notes from the birds' claws, which summoned them to gather at the command tent. Upon arriving at the command tent, about 30 to 40 people had already gathered. At the front were Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru, with several jonin from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans nearby, handing out scrolls one by one. Seeing this familiar scene, Lingfeng felt an ominous premonition rise in his heart. They wouldn't throw me into enemy territory again, would they? Why do I have to go out for guerrilla warfare every day? When he opened the scroll, Lingfeng was stunned. Deep into the land of rain. Investigate the Sand Ninja's defenses, especially find out where their command center is. Looking at the operational requirements, teams would act in units of 4, and each team could reorganize according to the situation at any time. What does reorganizing mean? Translated, it means if your team suffers casualties. If you have the ability to find another team, you can continue with them. If you can't find one, then good luck. To this, Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru both expressed that it was normal. Hatake Tsukumo said, I went through this when I was young. I can do it, and you can definitely do it too. Orochimaru added, do you think I would bother with useless people who can't complete their tasks? Lingfeng swallowed hard and quickly flipped through his teammates' profiles. Whether one could survive on the battlefield depended not only on one's own abilities, but also significantly on the competence of one's teammates. To put it bluntly, if you were teamed up with Senju Hashirama, there would be no need to worry about tactics. They could just go smash the crystal directly. Inuzuka, Hinata, Yamashiro Shinichi, and even Rishin, we are actually on the same team. The profiles all had photos, and as Lingfeng looked through the information, he searched for his teammates. Team leader Inuzuka Hinata, a jonin from the Inuzuka clan, accompanied by a large dog named F. Maru, skilled in close combat and reconnaissance. Team member Yamashiro Shinichi, a chunin from Yamashiro clan, proficient in sensory, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, especially skilled in swordsmanship. What the heck is this? Lingfeng looked around and, upon spotting the target, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The opponent had spiky hair, stood at least 2 meters tall, and was completely muscular, with arms thicker than Lingfeng's legs. If it weren't for the skin color being off, one might think it was the real Third Hokage. Is this guy from a mountain clan? As for the last one, it was naturally Yamanaka clan Nin, Yamanaka Rishin. He was skilled in using parasitic insects for attacks, defense, ambushes, reconnaissance, poisoning, detoxification, tracking, and communication. Looking at the long list of skills, Lingfeng couldn't help but admire him. No wonder he became a Nin in his first year after graduation. Having many skills is never a burden. Chapter 49. Sand Ninja Elite Team. The reconnaissance team had just been formed when Kakashi Shigeru hurriedly sent them out. Lingfeng reluctantly followed his new teammates back to the Land of Rain. Despite the desolation of the Land of Rain, the border with the Land of Fire was covered by a vast forest. The 4 people and 1 dog weaved through the woods, searching for traces of the Sand Shinobi. The Inuzuka clan members were generally hot-blooded and impulsive, and Inuzuka Hirashi was no exception. While other teams moved cautiously, he charged directly into the depths of the battlefield, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Lingfeng. Inuzuka here found a suspicious location. There are traces of ninjas having been here, but a long time has passed, and the scent has dissipated, making it impossible to track. Inuzuka here gritted his teeth in frustration. There are no enemies here. Let's continue searching. With that, he took the lead and left. The other 3 exchanged glances and silently followed. Lingfeng was venting his frustrations internally. He's already a jonin. Why is he still working so hard? The Inuzuka clan, do they really think they can become Hokage? How has he survived this long on the battlefield being so enthusiastic? He glanced at his 2 teammates. Yamanaka Shin had a look of helplessness on his face. Oil Woman's movements were slow and deliberate, making it hard to read her expression. Lingfeng had an idea in mind. Fortunately, the team members were relatively normal. Although he had his thoughts in a ninja squad, as long as the captain did not betray the village, they held absolute authority. No matter how much the team members questioned the captain's orders, they could complain to the Hokage afterwards, but at that moment, they had to strictly follow the orders. This was an iron rule of Konoha village. Therefore, even if Lingfeng was dissatisfied, he could only obediently follow along. Fortunately, they were in the jungle. Lingfeng's perception range has greatly increased. Even when tired, he can absorb the life essence of trees. In the blink of an eye, half a day has passed. He searched 7 or 8 places in a row, but still found nothing. Not to mention the Sand Shinobi, he didn't even encounter a single hair. During this time, he also fell into a trap, triggering a hidden wind release technique, which almost severed the tail of Rinnegan. The principle of medical ninjutsu is to stimulate cell regeneration through chakra, which works on both humans and dogs. So Lingfeng had to temporarily play the role of a veterinarian. After a series of setbacks, even with Inuzuka Hirashi's enthusiasm, he felt a bit discouraged at this moment. Lingfeng bandaged Fengwan. Captain, let's take a break. Reconnaissance is also a matter of luck. If we keep searching, even if we can hold on, Fengwan won't be able to. Inuzuka Hirashi frowned as he looked at his 3 subordinates, then at the disheveled Fengwan. It could only helplessly compromise. All right then, we will. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Watch out." Suddenly, 7 or 8 fireballs flew out from a nearby tree, smashing towards the 4 of them. Compared to ordinary fireballs, these were bright white, enveloped in a dark yellow flame, resembling several shooting stars. Fortunately, with Inuzuka Hirashi's warning, the 4 and the dog narrowly avoided the fireballs. Just when they thought the fireballs had missed, they unexpectedly curved in midair and came crashing back towards them. Lingfeng reacted the fastest, forming hand seals with both hands. Water release, water barrier. A circular wall of water rose up, protecting the 4 of them in the center. The fireball struck the water wall, emitting a hissing sound. In just a few breaths, the fireball not only failed to be extinguished, but instead broke through the water wall. The water release couldn't extinguish it. Lingfeng suddenly thought of something and quickly shouted, "Get back. This is a bloodline limit. Scorch release. Don't touch it." While saying this, he leaped aside and used his plant sensing to perceive the surrounding environment. What is going on? I can't sense anything. Inuzuka Hirashi pointed at a nearby tree. Just a moment ago, there was an unusual aura on this tree, but now it's gone. Oil Girl Rishin. They must still be in the same place. Attacking the location where the fireball appeared. Inuzuka Hirashi. Leave it to me. Kazamaru. Kazamaru barked once, and the man and the dog executed their technique, Fong to Fong, charging towards the tree like two whirlwinds. Perhaps sensing the danger, the fireball suddenly changed direction, attempting to intercept them. This also revealed the enemy's position. Lingfeng used the water dragon bullet technique to block the attack. Although he couldn't extinguish the fireball, he successfully deflected it. Yatanjia smashed the large tree into pieces. However, before they could take advantage, 3 sand shinobi jumped down from the tree. One middle-aged ninja, carrying a fan nearly as tall as himself, appeared to be a jonin based on his attire. The 2 young ninjas, one male and one female, were dressed like chunin. In terms of numbers, Konoha actually had the advantage. However, the few sand shinobi did not hesitate to launch their attack. The middle-aged sand ninja took the fan from his back, opened it, revealing 3 purple spots on it. A 3-star fan? Just like the one used by Temari. Lingfeng's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Be careful, it's wind-released ninjutsu." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged sand ninja swung his fan violently. A violent storm, mixed with massive wind blades, surged towards them. Wherever the fierce wind passed, trees were sliced into pieces. Such powerful force. He intended to defeat the enemy with a single move. Inuzuka Hirashi shouted, "Lingfeng, Earth Release." Lingfeng threw out a dozen kunai wrapped with explosive tags. Then, he formed hand seals, Earth-style, multiple earth wall. Thick earth walls rose up, merging into even thicker walls, protecting the people of Konoha behind them. The explosive tags detonated upon contact with the strong wind, and the explosion's shockwave disrupted the wind force, scattering the wind blades within. The remaining wind release's power was greatly reduced and stopped by the earth walls. A middle-aged sand ninja shouted, "Tsuchiki, Yevin." The 2 responded and quickly acted. The sand ninja boy named Tsuchiki circled around the earth wall and took out several kunai to shoot at the 4. The Konoha ninjas were momentarily stunned. Ordinary throwing. Although the technique was commendable, what use could such an attack have? The Konoha group counterattacked. Yamashita Shin threw several shuriken to knock down the kunai aimed at him. Oil Girl Rishin released her paralyzed insects to form an insect shield, easily blocking the kunai as well. Lingfeng frowned and pulled out a kunai to deflect the opponent's attack. On the other hand, Inuzuka Hirashi, feeling underestimated, shouted angrily not to look down on him. His claws swatted away the kunai and merged with F. Maru to form a gigantic 2-headed wolf. Yag Yag. Chapter 50. Retreat and counterattack. The 2-headed wolf kicked off the ground with its 4 legs, transforming into a massive whirlwind that charged violently towards Tsuchi. Oh no! The middle-aged sand ninja furiously waved his fan, sending a violent wind towards the 2-headed wolf, but it was shattered by the wolf's formidable physique. Taking this opportunity, Tsuchi hurriedly threw out a dozen kunai. The 2-headed wolf caught a glimpse out of the corner of its eye and easily dodged the kunai. However, the missed kunai made a turn and struck the 2-headed wolf hard. At this moment, the 2-headed wolf stood 2 to 3 meters tall, and the kunai and sewing needles were no different. The 2-headed wolf howled and, undeterred, transformed into a massive whirlwind charging towards Tsuchi. Fear finally appeared in Tsuchi's eyes. This whirlwind was at least 10 times more powerful than before. Even a glancing blow could be fatal. In a critical moment, Yi Qian changed her hand signs, merging 7 or 8 fireballs into one gigantic fireball, which she hurled towards the 2-headed wolf. The 2-headed wolf showed no fear towards the storm and kunai, but did not underestimate the fireballs, having to stop its assault and roll to avoid the fireball. After the fireball missed, it did not disappear, but instead transformed back into smaller fireballs that circled around the girl. Lingfeng's eyes narrowed, silently cursing the situation. The blaze-release ninja indeed consumed a lot of chakra while gathering fireballs, and given the girl's age, she had likely reached her limit with those few fireballs. However, Manipulating the fireballs required very little chakra, meaning they could be maintained for a long time. Toshi took the opportunity to distance herself from the Konoha ninja and jump beside Yichien. Thank you, Yichien. Yichien nodded and continued to stay alert for the Konoha ninja. At that moment, Yamanaka Shin jumped beside the two-headed wolf, holding a large sword. Captain, we can't touch the blaze release. This two-headed wolf is too big. The two-headed wolf let out a low growl and reluctantly canceled its transformation. There was no choice. Although the two-headed wolf had exceptional physical defense, blaze release was pure magical damage. With its size, it was practically a target. In Izuka, Hiraishi secretly felt a headache. It was hard to find the enemy, preparing to reap some achievements, only to encounter such a tough situation. The leader should be Iwagaki, our take from Sunagakure. He was the most troublesome range type for me. And on top of that, there was a blaze release ninja. Neither the wolf Fong nor the cursed insect could gain an advantage. Even if we had the numerical advantage, dragging this out would be pointless. While he was deep in thought, our take suddenly spoke. Toshi, these guys are not easy to deal with. No need to hold back. Take out one if you can. The Konoha group. Understood. Toshi leaped high into the air, throwing two wind magic shurikens aimed straight at Lingfeng. Lingfeng. Although the wind demon shuriken is very fast, how could such a straightforward attack possibly be effective? Lingfeng swiftly dodged the wind demon's shuriken, keeping a close eye on She to see what follow-up moves were coming. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his body and looked down to see a sharp blade protruding from his chest. It turned out that the wind demon's shuriken had actually returned and struck Lingfeng from behind. The people of Konoha were taken aback, and Lingfeng himself was utterly confused. What was going on? This level of attack wouldn't harm Lingfeng, but he didn't want to expose his natural abilities, so he found a comfortable position and lay down. Lingfeng. The Konoha group was alarmed and wanted to check on him, but were blocked by Lang Zhu's wind technique. In the mountains, Shun-Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, it's magnetic release. This guy's also a bloodline limit ninja. Magnetic release is the signature bloodline limit of Sunagakure, but its manifestations vary. The third Hokage could freely manipulate iron sand, while Tushi's technique could magnetize weapons. When enemies touched the magnetized weapons, the magnetism would transfer to them, and attacking with a magnetized weapon would cause it to pursue the opponent relentlessly, leaving no room for evasion. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, a character named Troy used this technique. A long-range J-Nin and two bloodline limit CH-Ni. Moreover, my body should have been magnetized just now. Damn it. In Izuka, Hiroshi finally made up his mind. Leave. Shanzan, release the bugs. We retreat. Yamanaka Shanzan unleashed a swarm of parasitic bugs from his sleeves, advancing towards the sand ninjas. Taking this opportunity, the three of them turned and fled. Yevin. Yes. Lang Zhu used wind release, while Qianin unleashed fireballs to clear the parasitic bugs. Tushi, your ninjutsu has been exposed, so you go back and relay the message. Qianin and I will deal with them. After saying this, he chased after Yichien. Tushi watched them leave and suddenly felt a shiver, quickly turning to dodge. A kunai grazed his face, leaving a deep wound. Tushi turned around and shouted angrily, "Who?" But the next second, he was stunned to see that it was the supposedly dead Lingfeng, still with the wind demon's shuriken stuck in him. It looks like it's just us left, which makes things easier. Lingfeng approached Tushi while speaking. Tushi, being a prodigy of Sunagakure, would not easily admit defeat. Fool, no matter what tricks you use, in my eyes, you're just a living target. After saying that, he took out two scrolls and jumped high into the air, forming hand seals. The scrolls erupted with white smoke, and countless ninja tools poured down like a torrential rain. Oh, even a poor place like Sunagakure can wash the ground? Facing the overwhelming attack, Lingfeng did not dodge or evade, receiving it all head-on, instantly becoming like a porcupine. She landed on the ground and sneered in contempt, playing tricks. But the next second, her smile froze. Ninjutsu tools fell from Lingfeng's body, and his wounds quickly healed. Damn it, is this guy a monster? There's no chance of winning. Run. Tushi also did not want to fight and decisively turned to escape. As she passed by the shuriken thrown by Lingfeng, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back, stumbled a few steps, and fell to the ground. Lingfeng appeared behind him without him noticing. She widened his eyes. His lips moved a few times, completely breathless. There was a shuriken stuck in the ground, clearly marked with a Zheng E symbol. Little brat, I don't want to be the dragon AOT on. Yet you insist on leaving this for me, creating opportunities. At that moment, a dull rumbling sound came from distance. Lingfeng murmured, making such a big commotion should be enough for them to escape. Chapter 51. Returning empty-handed after Lingfeng left. Lang Zhu and Yi Qian quickly returned. Both of them were covered in dirt and looked as if they had just escaped from fire. Yi Qian, in particular, appeared quite disheveled. Half of her face was blackened, her clothes were filthy, and her left sleeve had been torn off. Her pale arm was exposed, covered in burns. Yi Qian scanned the surroundings with a grim expression. Were those Konoha ninjas out of their minds? They actually stuck explosive tags on her. Lang Zhu also looked worried and shook his head gently. Those guys must have used shadow clones for self-detonation. There were no bloodstains. Yi Qian was taken aback. Who would dare to use shadow clones for self-explosion? Although they wouldn't be injured, the pain would still be felt. Who could withstand so many clones being blown to bits? The two talked as they walked back to the place where they first encountered the Konoha ninjas, only to suddenly change their expressions. There were several new pits in the ground, along with a pool of blood that hadn't been there before. Moreover, Lingfeng's body and she had vanished without a trace. Lang Zhu's heart sank. This is bad. We've been deceived. That Konoha ninja, isn't dead. Without caring about potential traps, he rushed over and scanned the area. According to their agreement, even if she left, she would leave behind a signal. But now there was nothing. The only explanation was that she was in grave danger. Lang Zhu could only return to Yi Qian's side and said angrily, "Those cunning Konoha ninjas." He was a team leader, responsible for protecting his teammates. If he had to abandon the team for the mission, it would be somewhat understandable. But now, to have lost a bloodline limit without a trace. Lang Zhu could already picture himself being reprimanded by the Third Hokage. He then turned to look at Yi Qian and secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, it wasn't her that was left behind. At that moment, Yi Qian furrowed her brow slightly. Lang Zhu, why are there only pits on the ground? Not a single ninja tool left. Lang Zhu was taken aback, and then noticed that all the ninja tools on the ground had been taken away. This made him even angrier. They finished the meat, drank the soup, and even licked the plate clean, yet he hadn't taken down a single Konoha ninja. This time, he really lost everything. It turned out that when Lang Zhu and Yi Qian chased the Konoha ninjas, dozens of masked ninjas emerged around them. These ninjas were the wooden clones that Lingfeng had prepared in advance. Ever since the Land of Rain, Lingfeng felt that as long as he teamed up with others, he should leave behind wooden clones. In case of emergencies, they could respond, and if there were no emergencies, they could loot the spoils. This time, seeing the new team leader so fired up, Lingfeng felt particularly uneasy, so he deliberately left behind many wooden clones. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently saved Inuzuka Here's Stone and the others. Lang Zhu and Yi Qian saw the enemy approaching. Although they didn't know it was clones, they were not flustered. The two quickly noticed that the attackers were weak, facing ninjas skilled in wind release and blaze release. This level of enemy was nothing more than easy pickings, no matter how many came. However, they never expected these enemies to disregard martial ethics, as they were all equipped with explosive tags, relentlessly bombarding the two. Having never encountered such a situation, they were momentarily flustered, especially Yi Qian, who was grabbed by a clone. If it weren't for Lang Zhu's quick reflexes, Yi Qian might have been done for. Even so, Yi Qian was not in a good position. Not only was her sleeve torn off, but her arm was also injured. The originally graceful girl had turned into a charred duck. Lang Zhu looked around. The enemy's cleanup methods were very sophisticated, leaving no trace at all. He could only accept his misfortune. Well, let's retreat for now. Protecting Yi Qian was more important than dealing with the pursuing enemies. Having already lost a magnet release ninja, if anything happened to Yi Qian, his own ninja career would also come to an end. No, perhaps it would be wiser to defect directly. Yi Qian also nodded grimly, following him away. Neither of them noticed the almost invisible mark of justice on Yi Qian's shoulder. This was Lingfeng's handiwork. He found the black flying thunder god technique too conspicuous. So he spent some time inventing this small, nearly colorless version of the technique. Although it consumed more chakra, it was much more discreet. In a distant cave, Lingfeng's 3 teammates gathered here to rest. Shanyong Shini closed his eyes and silently sensed his surroundings. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. There were no signs of others around. They should have shaken them off. However, considering that the enemy might have methods to block perception, let's hide a little longer. Inuzuka High Race let out a sigh of relief. But thinking of Lingfeng, he slammed the ground hard. Damn it, it's all my fault for being too weak. Which caused Ling Fengkuan. Inuzuka High Race personality was like this. Although passionate and impulsive, he was also very loyal. Yun Vlishan said lightly. Lingfeng may not have encountered any danger. The other two were stunned at her words, especially Inuzuka High Race, whose expression turned to one of surprise and joy. Huh, what do you mean? Lishan, did you discover something? Yun Vlishan, I left some tracking bugs when I evacuated. Those bugs just brought back information. Not long after we left, there was another battle there. At this moment, Inuzuka High Race also calmed down again. There were only 2 people chasing us at that time, and that magnetic ninja was not among them. If Lingfeng did not die at that time, then he only faced one enemy. If caught off guard, perhaps he could truly turn the tables. Saying this, Inuzuka High Race patted Yunwan beside him. Then let's hurry back. Although we don't know how the Sand Ninja blocked our perception, this forest is vast, and as long as we are cautious, it should be fine. While speaking, he walked out. Although Shanyong Shini had been silent, he followed suit upon seeing this. No need for that. Yun Vlishan called everyone to stop. The bugs have searched, and Lingfeng is no longer there. It would be useless for us to go. Inuzuka High Race was taken aback upon hearing this. He and Yun Vlishan had both been at the front line in the land of rivers and knew each other quite well. Yun Vlishan's tracking bugs were very skilled, not inferior to the Inuzuka clan's sense of smell. Since even he could not find Lingfeng's trace, going himself would probably yield no new discoveries. Inuzuka High Race pondered for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Let's return to the base first and report the situation regarding the enemy to the leaders. Especially the magnetic ninja and the scorching ninja. We need to pay extra attention. As for Lingfeng, I will take full responsibility. Chapter 52. The development of fruits depends on imagination night. Lingfeng stood on the mountain. The strong wind howled, causing his clothes to flap loudly. Without any companions around, Lingfeng could finally unleash his abilities without restraint. He closed his eyes, and countless vines emerged from his body, silently spreading and intertwining with the surrounding trees. Soon, vines also sprouted from the trees, continuing to expand outward. Before long, the vines covered a large area of the forest. If someone were to look down from above, they would find that a massive web of vines, centered around Lingfeng, extended for several dozen miles in every direction. Lingfeng closed his eyes, silently sensing the presence of ninjas. At the 3 o'clock direction, 2 kilometers away, there were 4 people. At the 11 o'clock direction, 11 kilometers away, there were 5 people. At the 5 o'clock direction, 8 kilometers away, there was 1 person. At the 9 o'clock direction, 27 kilometers away. Soon, the positions of ninjas within dozens of miles were in his mind. The grass and trees could perceive the number and strength of the ninjas and could also distinguish the chakras he had encountered before. However, the specific identities still needed to be verified one by one. Lingfeng grew a large flower on his back. The flower spun and flew towards the nearest target like a helicopter. Lingfeng had long mastered this technique, but had never revealed it. After all, in the world of Naruto, the ability to fly is extremely rare. Keeping this trump card hidden could be a lifesaver in critical moments. However, now that he has learned Flying Thunder God, this technique seems less important. If he encounters an enemy from whom he can't escape even with Flying Thunder God, this technique would likely be useless. Lingfeng's figure quickly disappeared into the night. In the forest, a team of ninjas was resting. 1J Nin and 3CH Nin, a standard elite squad. To remain concealed, they didn't even dare to light a fire, but they still couldn't escape Lingfeng's perception. At this moment, a few of them were chatting. The harvest tonight was good, and they had obtained a lot of intelligence. The guys from Konoha were not easy to deal with, but they certainly wouldn't expect that we actually are. As they spoke, A sound of air being sliced through came from above. The few were startled and looked up, but the pitch-black night sky revealed nothing. Suddenly, countless wooden spikes fell from the sky, covering an area of 10 meters like raindrops. The Jainin shouted, "Enemy attack." Only then did the others react. There was no time to perform jutsu. They could only hurriedly dodge. But the attack was too dense, aside from the Jainin. The other three were instantly pierced like hedgehogs. The Jainin had just let out a sigh of relief when Lingfeng's attacks followed in quick succession, with 2 waves of shuriken flying one after the other. The Jainin focused and noticed that the first was a regular shuriken, while the one behind it was tied with an explosive tag. He quickly made a judgment. The first was a decoy, and the one behind was the real killing blow. So he dodged the first wave of shuriken and then used Earth Style to block the second. With a few sounds of PU, the shuriken struck the stone shield but did not explode. Just as the Jainin was puzzled, he suddenly felt a pain in his back and fell into complete darkness. It turned out to be just the opposite. The shuriken with the explosive tag was the decoy, while the regular shuriken carried the flying thunder god technique. Lingfeng directly teleported over and solved the Jainin with a single strike. Lingfeng began to collect the spoils. The wealth of several people was quite substantial, especially the Jonin, who brought several Earth-release ninjutsu scrolls. Selling them to the cat shopkeeper could easily fetch over 100,000 taels of silver. Ninjutsu scrolls hold their value very well, and their prices do not fluctuate due to war or peace. Lingfeng waved his hand, and the wooden stakes planted in the ground took root and sprouted, turning into a small forest that covered the traces of battle. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Lingfeng also felt a bit drowsy and found a quiet place to rest. That night, he had gone through all the places where there were people. He had killed about 20 to 30 enemies in total. Of course, among those he encountered were also Leaf Village ninjas. Since Lingfeng did not want to team up, he did not disturb them and quietly left. At this moment, Lingfeng sat on the ground. His arm had transformed into a branch, covered with strange seeds, and in front of him were pits of various sizes, with the smell of gunpowder lingering in the air. Lingfeng took a seed and threw it hard. The seed hit the ground and exploded violently. It worked. Lingfeng showed a delighted expression. Last night, Lingfeng used his flying ability in battle for the first time, and it must be said that the effect was outstanding, easily making the enemies cry out in terror. Lingfeng couldn't help but think of Deidara. Little Deidara's role on the battlefield was definitely underestimated. In an era of close combat, he was already flying a strategic bomber with plenty of bombs, substantial weight, wide range, fast speed, and guidance capability. The gap is beyond mere generational difference. On a battlefield filled with numerous ordinary ninjas, his lethality is likely not any less than Hanzo the Salamander. So Lingfeng tried to replicate this combat style. He has the ability to fly, but the issue is with the ammunition. Explosive tags are possible, but they're too fragile. Lingfeng had a sudden inspiration and remembered the great Usopp's Zero Green. In One Piece, there are very few people who fight using plants. Apart from Green Bull and Bings, there is the great Usopp. He obtained the Zero Green seeds from the island of Boing, and the one with the highest damage is the explosive skeleton grass. If he could cultivate this kind of seed, wouldn't that be equivalent to having unlimited ammunition? Lingfeng decisively put it into practice, and after several attempts, he finally cultivated the exploding skeleton grass. This thing is just like a grenade. As long as it is thrown and touches the ground, it will explode, with power far exceeding that of a detonating talisman. The only downside is its short shelf life, lasting at most 1 day, so Usopp only cultivates and harvests it right before battle. But for Lingfeng, this is not a problem. He himself is a moving Boeing island. Lingfeng spread his palm, and a bomb skeleton grass seed sprouted in his palm. He slammed it hard onto the ground, and the seed was impacted, instantly exploding. Lingfeng's arm was torn into pieces, but a large pit was also formed on the ground. The power of this attack was definitely not inferior to the earthquake fist of explosion release. I could be considered a half explosion release ninja now. As his arm regrew, Lingfeng looked at his feet. The current method of flying was slower and not agile enough. Against ordinary ninjas, it was natural to have a dimensional advantage. But if he encountered other ninjas with flying abilities, like a Noki or the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, he would definitely be crushed. If he controlled the power of the skeletal explosion grass and used the recoil from the explosion to fly, he would definitely be faster. After all, no matter how fast a helicopter is, it can't compare to a jet plane. Chapter 53. Explosion Release Ninja in the Sand Ninja Base. Commander Ebi Zong was furious. He received the news in the morning that the magnetic release ninja, Tsuchi, had unfortunately died in battle. This news almost made him lose his breath. The Sand Ninja village was remote, and there were only a few bloodline limits. Although magnetic release ninjas were not unique, they were usually treasured like precious gems. And now one was gone. Ebi Zong exploded with rage and gave Wolf Bamboo a good beating. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was one of his old subordinates, and Yi Qian begged him, he would have thrown him in jail for a few days. At that moment, a ninja walked in and presented a scroll. Lord Ebi Zong, there is new intelligence. Ebi Zong took the scroll and began to read. Initially, he looked somewhat impatient, but then he gradually became serious, and finally, his eyes widened. 4 Jonin, 9 Chunin, 17 Genin. Such heavy casualties in just one night. But strangely, despite it being bad news, a smile appeared on Ebi Zhang's face. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lingfeng used his clones to self-destruct during the day and conducted airdrop bombings at night, disrupting the enemy force's peace. If it weren't for the barrier that blocked perception around the Sand Ninja camp, they wouldn't have been able to find a place at all. Lingfeng should go and strike. After a few days, the enemy suffered heavy casualties, and for a while, everyone was in a state of panic. Lingfeng was not in a hurry and sent out wooden clones to search little by little. With such a large camp, how could it possibly be hidden for long? At this moment, Lingfeng was sitting in a stone cave on a cliff. This cave was discovered by chance and had been tidied up as a resting point. Lingfeng was fiddling with a few scrolls beside him. He had swept away several teams, but unfortunately, none of them had any ninjutsu scrolls. For Lingfeng, the most valuable loot was the ninjutsu scrolls. Whether trading or selling, it was much more profitable than simply selling ninja tools. The current search efficiency was too low. It would be great if he had a wide range of observation haki. When would the system be able to restart? The system required a significant change in the plot, but it didn't specify what exactly. Lingfeng saved the rope tree one after another, helped the 3 ninjas defeat Hanzo, and even indirectly caused the defeat of the Rain Country War, which has already changed a lot, but the system has remained silent. Since that's the case, let's be even more radical. Lingfeng rolled over and stood up, walking to the edge of the cliff. He closed his eyes and sensed silently. At this moment, he had already sent out his clones and left behind many marks. Lingfeng formed hand seals and performed the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure flickering continuously in the jungle. When he arrived in a new location, he suddenly caught a faint scent of blood. Something's happening. Lingfeng smelled the scent and moved forward. Not far along, he found the ground in disarray, with faint bloodstains visible. However, the scene had been tampered with, losing any traces to follow. But this was not a challenge for Lingfeng. He sensed several clusters of aura not far away using the plants around him. To the east, Lingfeng's figure flickered as he arrived outside a hidden tree hole. A strong smell of blood wafted out from inside, mixed with murmurs. This guy is too troublesome. It would be better to just kill him. Just wait a little longer. I have already shaken his spirit, and soon he will obediently spill the information. Lingfeng was taken aback. It turned out someone had been captured. At this moment, the only combatants were Konoha and the Sand Shinobi, while the Rain Shinobi were huddled and too afraid to come out. Therefore, whether it was the captors or the captured, one side in the cave was bound to be from their own. Just as Lingfeng was about to verify the identity of the person in the cave, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Have you seen enough? It's over. Then came the sound of a blade slicing through the air. Lingfeng crouched down to dodge the attack and quickly created some distance. Turning his head, he saw a ghostly transparent shadow where he had just been standing. The shadow rapidly became clearer, revealing a tall ninja. Lingfeng was slightly surprised. Camouflage concealment technique? Isn't that a jutsu from Awakens? After a moment of thought, he realized that the camouflage concealment technique was neither a bloodline limit nor a secret technique, so it wasn't necessarily unique to the Awakens village. As for stealing jutsu, which village hasn't done that? The tall ninja was also surprised that Lingfeng had dodged his attack. Dodged it? Not bad, kid, quite alert. As he spoke, his figure disappeared again. Lingfeng's ears twitched slightly, then he sniffed again. The camouflage technique was indeed impressive. Not only did it make the figure disappear, but it also eliminated sound and smell. However, it was of no use to Lingfeng. The area was densely vegetated, and Lingfeng could easily pinpoint his location. Suddenly, the tall ninja reappeared behind Lingfeng. With a sinister smile, he swung his ninja blade down, ready to cut his head in half. But just as he raised his knife, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the wooden spike in Lingfeng's hand had pierced through his heart. You! The tall rock ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. Lingfeng turned around. You people have become overly confident after learning the camouflage technique. Don't you know about sensory ninjutsu? He then pulled out the wooden spike, drawing a spray of fresh blood. The tall ninja slowly collapsed to the ground, and Lingfeng took the opportunity to rip off his weapon pouch. Suddenly, another voice came from behind him. You're too confident as well. A short knife stabbed into Lingfeng's back. A hedgehog-headed ninja slowly appeared. Killing Oda is commendable, but unfortunately, it ends here. As he spoke, he attempted to pull out his katana, but found it stuck. Just as he was in shock, numerous vines suddenly erupted from Lingfeng's body, wrapping around the hedgehog-headed ninja like poisonous snakes. Lingfeng turned around, drew his great sword, and the blade quickly healed. One captive is enough. Your words are too many, so I'll just keep you. You're not dead. The hedgehog-headed ninja was taken aback, but then revealed a fierce expression. Don't underestimate people. After saying that, his body trembled, causing a violent explosion that shattered all the vines that had entangled him. Lingfeng was taken aback. What kind of move is this? Caught off guard, he was also sent flying by the shockwave, spinning a few times in the air before landing. The hedgehog-headed man charged at Lingfeng, his fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed toward his face. Lingfeng frowned, raising the katana in his hand to block. The hedgehog-headed ninja reacted quickly as well, turning his fist into a palm and striking the side of the ninja blade. With a loud explosion, the katana was shattered to pieces. An explosive tag. No, this is explosive release. Another bloodline ninja? Chapter 54. Even Li Gui can do what Li Kui does. Lingfeng felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty in his heart. What was going on? Wasn't the sand ninja known as the Bloodline Desert? He only remembered magnet release and scorch release. So how could explosion release also appear? Lingfeng couldn't help but secretly complain. For traversers, coming to an era before the main storyline is indeed unfriendly. Although one can grasp the general historical process of the ninja world, it's often measured in years. The people and events that appear in between are all a blur. For example, the hedgehog-headed figure in front of him. Who knows when a blast-release ninja emerged from Sunagakure? Moreover, for Lingfeng, blast-release ninjas are indeed not easy to deal with. They can explode everything they come into contact with, making techniques like parasitic vine less effective. At that moment, the blast-release ninja snorted coldly and charged towards Lingfeng like a cannonball. Although blast release is powerful, it requires physical contact to inject chakra, which is a drawback. However, because of this, blast release ninjas have very excellent physical skills. The blast release ninja threw a punch towards Lingfeng's chest. The power of this punch could kill an ordinary chunin even without using blast release. Fortunately, Lingfeng's physical skills were also not weak. He extended his palm to block this powerful punch. The blast release ninja did not notice that there was a small green seed in Lingfeng's palm. With a loud bang, purple-red smoke spread out in all directions. Lingfeng jumped out of the smoke, his right forearm partially broken, but quickly healed again. The explosion ninja also sprang out of the smoke. Compared to Lingfeng, whose clothes were slightly dirty, he was in a much worse state. His body was covered in wounds, and his arm, which had just exchanged blows, was bleeding profusely. Damn it! Why can a Konoha ninja also use explosion release? Just now, Lingfeng had hidden a skeleton explosion grass seed in his palm. The two had triggered an explosion upon contact, so the explosion ninja didn't notice what was in his hand. To be fair, the power of the explosion release was indeed significant, as it had neutralized most of the strength of the skeleton explosion grass. Otherwise, his arm wouldn't just be injured, it would be gone. Seeing the misunderstanding, Lingfeng couldn't be bothered to explain. Am I becoming a stand-in? Perfect. Then I'll use you to practice. Let's see if a stand-in can take down the real deal. Lingfeng's back sprouted several small skeleton grass seeds, which detonated directly, propelling him towards the explosion release ninja, delivering a punch to the chest. So fast, the explosion release ninja was taken by surprise, unable to react in time, and could only barely dodge the punch. The smoke produced by the explosion of the skeleton grass conveniently covered Lingfeng's damaged body, and as the smoke dissipated, his back had already recovered. Seeing that Lingfeng was difficult to deal with, the explosion release ninja jumped several meters back to create distance, forming hand seals as his figure gradually became transparent. Lingfeng, camouflage ding technique? You could do it too. He instantly understood the other party's intention. Explosive release, scorch release, dust release, and similar bloodline limits possess extremely strong lethality. As long as they hit, victory is assured. Therefore, the explosive release ninja wants to conceal his presence and launch a surprise attack. Lingfeng leaped to the side of the big tree and leaned against it. Ready for battle. Explosion release ninja. This guy is quick to react. With this, I can't launch a surprise attack from behind. After all, explosion release can't hit through a mountain. However, since he is so familiar with explosion release, it seems that he must also be an explosion release ninja. Explosion release is a unique bloodline limit of our village, and we absolutely cannot allow other villages to interfere. Lingfeng was on high alert. Suddenly, there was movement on the right. A semi-transparent figure lunged towards him. Lingfeng raised his kunai to block, and upon contact with the opponent, it shattered into pieces. The explosive release ninja, having failed in his attack, did not linger in battle and quickly retreated, his figure disappearing once more. Thus, the two fell into a stalemate. The explosive release ninja, relying on his camouflage, continued to launch sneak attacks, while Lingfeng could only remain in place and passively defend. As time passed, the explosive release ninja gradually gained the upper hand, feeling secretly pleased. He was completely unaware that his opponent was becoming increasingly adept at explosive release. Initially, each strike was immensely powerful, causing clouds of smoke, but later became more skillful, always managing to perfectly counter the attacks. The explosive release ninja, filled with fervor, failed to notice anything amiss and instead believed that his opponent was low on chakra. After a long while, Lingfeng was finally satisfied. Seeing that the explosive escape ninja was also starting to pant, he prepared to end this special training. Lingfeng intentionally revealed a flaw. The impatient explosion ninja indeed fell for it and punched Lingfeng's shoulder. Lingfeng felt a strange chakra on the opponent's fist, and in the next second, a wound the size of a bowl exploded. The explosive release ninja was overjoyed in his heart. He succeeded with such a wound. Even the reckless Third Hokage would die. However, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Lingfeng's body did not bleed a single drop, and the wounds had a wooden texture. This is bad, it's a trap. The explosion ninja immediately realized it and turned to escape. But how could Lingfeng let him have his way? He grabbed his arm, and vines emerged from his body, binding him tightly. Then, wooden spikes pierced into his body, preparing to drain him to the brink of death. Don't underestimate me, the explosion ninja shouted, shattering all the vines and wooden spikes. Lingfeng frowned slightly. Is the fruit ability not usable? Then he threw down a smoke bomb, and in an instant, thick smoke rolled around, making it impossible to see one's own elbow. A smoke bomb? Boring. Do you think you can? Before the explosive ninja could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck and blacked out. Lingfeng clapped his hands and said, "All right, that's a wrap." The explosive escape ninja lay on the ground. On the spot where Lingfeng had grabbed his arm, there was a conspicuous flying thunder god mark. Chapter 55, The Mysterious Shun-E in the Mountains. Lingfeng searched through the explosive release ninja. Truly worthy of being a bloodline ninja, his wealth was indeed substantial. The explosive release ninja didn't use much ninja tools, so kunai and shuriken were scarce. But there were quite a few medicines. chakra replenishing military food pills, secret medicine for treating external injuries. High-quality items that ordinary ninjas couldn't afford were found in several bottles on him. I wondered how he could be more enduring than me. It seems he must have taken quite a few drugs. These few blue pills are nice. However, the valuable items weren't the drugs, but two scrolls. One was a wind-release scroll from Sunigakure, and the other was an earth-release scroll from Awagakure. These weren't ordinary scrolls recording 1 or 2 ninjutsu. Each contained a dozen or so ninjutsu, ranging from E rank to B rank, clearly accumulated spoils of war. Just these 2 scrolls could be considered family heirlooms in some smaller clans. Giving them to Cat Shopkeeper, without a million Rio, that's just wishful thinking. However, Lingfeng didn't plan to act just yet. As for the Earth Release Scroll, let's not talk about it for now. Obtaining it is a stroke of luck, and I definitely need to train first before making a few copies for backup. Although I can't refine the Wind Release, I can still study it, especially since I'm currently at war with the Sand Ninjas, whose mainstream ninjutsu is Wind Release, knowing oneself and one's enemy. So, let's discuss it after the war ends. Scrolls aren't ninja tools, and their prices will remain firm even after the war ends. Moreover, these items can be copied and sold or disassembled and sold. This requires careful planning. Lingfeng carefully stored the scroll and looked at the explosive release ninja on the ground, feeling troubled. Killing him was definitely not an option. After all, this was a living bloodline limit. Whether it was to be tied up for ransom, taken back for breeding, or simply sold to Orochimaru, it would certainly be worth more than the scroll. He had previously lacked experience and ended up killing the magnetic release ninja. And to this day, he still felt a pang of regret. Lingfeng looked at the cave in front of him. The noise from the recent battle was quite loud, and since no one had come out for so long, there should be no enemies left. He glanced at the explosive ninja on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Relying on shadow clones for guard duty wasn't reliable. This guy was quite powerful. If he really woke up and was determined to leave, a few clones wouldn't be able to stop him. As for tying him up and burying him, that wouldn't work with someone who could explode. He couldn't just turn him into a stick figure. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lingfeng's mind. Since your bloodline can turn people to dust, then find a guard that isn't afraid of being shattered. Lingfeng bit his finger, formed hand seals, and summoned a slug. Hello, Lord Slug. The slug blinked its small eyes. Lingfeng, long time no see. This is the first time you call me. Is there something you need? Lingfeng pointed to the cave. I would like to ask you to go over and help rescue a few of my companions. There are people being interrogated for information inside the cave. Since the ones who crawled out are enemies, the prisoners must be our companions. He then pointed at the explosive release ninja. Also, please keep an eye on him. This guy has explosive chakra and can detonate anything he comes into contact with. The slug said, explosive release? That's quite rare. No problem. Leave this to me. You go ahead. Then, a slug that was about the length of an arm split off from its body. This clone is enough to heal your companions. Lingfeng said thank you and took the little slug into the cave. There were more than one person in the cave. Most of them were lying on the ground, and only one large guy was tied up with ropes, covered in blood, leaning against the wall. As he approached, Lingfeng was taken aback. Shun-E? This person was his new teammate, Yamamoto Shun-E. At this moment, his eyes were vacant. Drool was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he showed no reaction to Lingfeng's calls. The slug leaned closer. Is this your companion? His chakra is very chaotic. It seems he has fallen into an illusion. Then I'll wake him up. No. The slug quickly stopped him. He is deeply trapped in the illusion. Waking him up carelessly could harm his mind. You put me on him. Lingfeng hurriedly followed suit. A faint green light emerged from the slug, somewhat similar to the palm technique, but with a vibrant and lively feeling. Lingfeng's pupils narrowed. Is it a celestial technique? Taking advantage of this moment, Lingfeng looked at the others who had fallen to the ground. They had already lost their breath, but surprisingly, they were all sand ninjas. After a while, Shan Zhongshan furrowed his brows and let out a faint groan. Lingfeng hurriedly stepped forward to perform medical ninjutsu, helping him regain his strength. After a while, Shan Zhongshan slowly opened his eyes. He was extremely shocked to see Lingfeng, thinking he was still in a jinjutsu. Lingfeng explained before he believed he had returned to the real world. At first, he was overjoyed. Lingfeng, you're not dead. That's great. Then he seemed to recall something. his expression filled with horror. Quick, go back and tell the commander. There's something suspicious about the Sand Ninja invasion. Hurry up, don't worry about me. When the ones who capture me come back, I won't be able to escape. It turned out that when Inuzuka Hirashi and the others were forced to flee that day, they were filled with regret. Once they escaped the pursuit, they intended to return to retrieve Ling Feng's body. However, they encountered 3 Jonin. Their strength was extraordinarily powerful, especially the explosive release user with the hedgehog hairstyle, whose every move could trigger a violent explosion. Whether it was Inuzuka Hirashi's subordinates or his own swordsmanship, they were all easily crushed. Even when Inuzuka Hirashi and Yunmaru combined into a 2-headed wolf, they could not withstand the power of the explosion and died on the spot. He himself was severely injured and became a captive. Lingfeng suddenly realized and quickly comforted. It's okay, the enemy has already been dealt with. Lord Slug is keeping watch outside. Listening to him, it seemed as if the enemy was taken care of by the slug. The slug blinked its small eyes, neither confirming nor denying it. Shan Zhongshun looked at the slug lying on his chest healing, revealing a look of sudden understanding. Lingfeng, what do you mean by suspicious just now? Shan Zhongshun, he pointed to the dead sand ninja beside him. These guys are also the work of those hedgehog-headed people. Lingfeng. Chapter 56 returned to the camp. Lingfeng rescued Shenishir, and the explosive ninjas indeed slowly regained consciousness. Who am I? Where am I? But he quickly regained awareness and hurried to get up, wanting to escape. As soon as he moved, he felt something wet, cold, and slippery on him, seemingly still wriggling. The explosive ninja's hair stood on end. Looking down, he saw several slugs clinging to him, binding his hands and feet, while a large slug loomed menacingly behind him. The explosive ninja was terrified and quickly began to circulate chakra, wanting to blow the small slugs apart. I advise you not to do that. The large slug spat out acidic liquid onto a nearby rock, and with a sizzling sound, bubbles and white smoke began to rise from the stone, soon creating several holes. The small slugs were filled with acidic liquid, and as soon as they were injured, it would flow out. I guarantee you won't be left with a single bone. The explosive ninja was instantly drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly stopped his technique. He struggled to sit up, still intent on escaping, clearly looking around for a chance to flee. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity. Lingfeng had already stepped out, and seeing that he had awakened, Lingfeng chuckled. Thank you very much, Lord Live Slug. I knew he wouldn't be honest. He then looked at the explosive ninja. Awakened? Just in time. He grabbed his collar and dragged him back into the cave like a dead dog, throwing him in front of Shan Zhongshan. Shan Zhongshan had already recovered a lot. He slowly got up and walked step by step toward the explosive ninja. With his massive physique, gloomy expression, and blood-soaked body, he looked like a demon god. The explosive ninja had thought of himself as a tough Iron Man, but upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but tremble all over, shrinking back as if he were a little wife caught in a mountain bandit's den. Just a few minutes ago, the other party had been a prisoner, but unexpectedly the situation had flipped in an instant. Lingfeng, Shan Zhongshan, I'll leave him to you. Upon hearing this name, the explosive release ninja Tongzi's pupils constricted, and he almost blurted out a curse. The Shanzhong clan, why didn't you say so earlier? Who doesn't know that the Shanzhong clan has strong mental abilities? We wasted half a day here using illusions for nothing. That said, isn't the Shanzhong clan supposed to be elegant and carefree? How did such a fierce character come out of it? I believe you if you told me he was the illegitimate son of the Third Hokage. Shan Zhongshan, he didn't care about the inner turmoil of the explosive release ninja. One large hand covered his head, while the other formed seals, beginning to use a secret technique to read memories. The explosive release ninja seemed to be stimulated by something. His body stiffened, his eyes rolled back, and he instantly fell into a deep sleep. Lingfeng secretly clicked his tongue. Is this the secret technique of the Mountain Clan? It's conveniently tempting. However, the secret technique of the Mountain Clan requires Yin attribute chakra. With just his Senju lineage, he can't expect any good results. The urgent task is to quickly make up for his shortcomings. Due to the nature of elemental transformation, he doesn't need to worry about ninjutsu and taijutsu. Although sealing techniques and space-time ninjutsu pose a threat, they have a long startup time. Having learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he can handle them well. The only remaining issue is against soul and mental ninjutsu. Once this problem is solved, he can stand tall. What Third Hokage Danzo get lost? Just as Lingfeng was lost in thought, there was also a result on Yamashiro Shinichi's side. He was sweating profusely, slowly retracting his hand and sitting back down. As for the explosive release ninja, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, drooling and completely losing consciousness. This is a precious captive. He wouldn't have killed him, would he? Lingfeng kicked once, and only after seeing it could still twitch did he feel relieved. Did you find anything? In the mountains? Shun-E rubbed his temples to alleviate the fatigue after casting the technique and nodded. This guy is not a sand ninja. He is a member of the Rock Ninja Explosive Unit, named Sunshan Junha. Lingfeng nodded. I said, when has Sunagakure ever used explosive release? Why would the IWA ninja infiltrate the battlefield of the Land of Rain? Are they trying to sow discord between us and the Sand Ninja? But that doesn't make sense. Do we still need to provoke a rift between us and Sunagakure? Yamaguchi Shinichi shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not that simple. Although we haven't uncovered the details, we can be sure that the Sand and Stone Ninjas have teamed up. Lingfeng was taken aback. The Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja were arch-enemies. The Sand Ninja was being overly ambitious, teaming up with the Rock Ninja to backstab their ally, Konoha. Isn't a false ally easier to deal with than a real enemy? Why didn't he continue to search for memories just now? Yamanaka Shinichi shot him a glare, annoyed. You think too highly of me. I'm not good at searching for memories to begin with, let alone in this state. If it goes on, it might damage his brain tissue, and then it wouldn't matter who comes. Lingfeng nodded helplessly. All right, then let's take him back to the intelligence team. Shanzhongshan sighed. It's far from the camp here, and if we take him with us, it will be difficult for us to return to the camp quietly. Lingfeng turned to look at the slug. Lord Live Slug, can you take him to the Wetbone Forest first? I'll contact you later. The slug shook its head. No. The Wetbone Forest is different from Myomushin and the Dragon Earth Cave. Those without a contract cannot enter. What if we use his blood to leave a mark on the scroll? That would count, but once a contract is established, he becomes a contractor, and I can no longer act against him. Your plan will still fail. Can't we make an exception? No exceptions. Lingfeng was a loss for words. Clearly, the thousands of snakes were always clamoring to eat Orochimaru, but when it came to the living slugs, they suddenly became so principled. There was no other way. Since that's the case, please go ahead. Several small slugs crawled down from Senju Hayato's body and merged back with the slug. Lingfeng Kuan, farewell. The slug transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Lingfeng, what are you going to do? What else can I do? Let's set off. Lingfeng grabbed Yamashita Shinichi with one hand and held the explosive ninja with the other. Yamashita Shinichi, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, his vision suddenly blurred and the surroundings changed. Then it blurred again and there was a new scenery. This repeated several times, and the three of them reappeared in a messy tent. Lingfeng let out a long breath and released the two people. All right, we're back. Chapter 57. If I can't handle Oyamaki, I can't handle you. Shun-E in the mountain shook his head and looked around, his expression gradually becoming fascinating. Lingfeng Junyu. Actually, no space-time ninjutsu. Lingfeng did not hide it and smiled while nodding. The Flying Thunder God technique was obtained from the village, and since it went through the proper process, there was no need to conceal it. He had been sent here right after he learned it, inadvertently creating a time discrepancy, so the higher-ups were unaware. A long time had passed since then, and those who were well-informed should have received the news. Yamanaka Shinichi's eyes widened. You guy really makes people envious. He was a clan ninja, and the information he possessed was not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. So he understood better what space-time ninjutsu meant. Aside from summoning techniques and scrolls, space-time ninjutsu was one of the highest-level techniques in the ninja world. Currently, in the entire ninja world, there were only the Flying Thunder God technique and the Heavenly Sending technique on the surface. The latter could only transport objects and not people. Learning the Flying Thunder God technique, if not the strongest, definitely made one hard to kill, as long as there were no premature deaths. They would surely become a Kaga-level powerhouse in the future. Yamanaka Hayun silently repeated to himself, not greedy, not greedy. Where are we now? Lingfeng. This is the tent for storing supplies in the Konoha camp. I've marked it for easier access. Yamanaka Shinichi looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean by easier access? He approached the tent entrance, carefully peering outside. And indeed, there were Konoha ninjas coming and going. Lingfeng, you really are something. Let's go to the command center. Lingfeng nodded and pointed at the still unconscious Moriyama Hayato. Don't forget to bring him. Yamamoto, Shinichi sneered. Of course not. He lifted Moriyama Hayato like a dead dog and brought him to the command center. Hatake Tsukumo was reading a family letter with a warm expression. Upon hearing that the two brought back important intelligence and a prisoner, his eyes immediately lit up. He stuffed the family letter into his pocket and hurriedly dragged Orochimaru, who was looking at the secret scroll, to the command center. Hatake Tsukumo sat in the main seat. Lingfeng, Shinichi, it's so great that you two are back. Quickly tell me what happened. Lingfeng looked at Yamashita Shinichi and made a gesture inviting him to speak. You gathered the information, so you should share it. Yamashita Shinichi glanced gratefully at Lingfeng and reported the details of the events that led to his capture. The two commanders remained relatively calm. They were more concerned about intelligence that could affect the battlefield than about how Yamashita Shinichi was captured or how to rescue him. This was not cruelty, but rather a basic quality of being a battlefield commander. It was only when they heard about the alliance between the Rock Ninja and the Sand Ninja that their expressions turned serious. After Yamashita Shinichi finished speaking, Orochimaru nodded. Lingfeng-kun, Shinichi-kun, this intelligence is very important. You've worked hard. Hatake Tsukumo tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. This news was explosive, enough to influence the battlefield here and even the entire ninja world war. As the commander, he had to consider much more than Lingfeng. The Sand Ninja and the Rock Ninja had joined forces, but it was certainly not a united front. To what extent had they allied? Why had they not been detected before when both the Rock Ninja and the Sand Ninja appeared in the Land of Rain? What methods had they used? Hatake Tsukumo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At the same time, while Yamashita Shinichi was reporting, Moriyama Hayato slowly regained consciousness. Although he was dizzy, he was a seasoned ninja who had fought for many years. He quickly controlled his heartbeat and breathing, lying on the ground, pretending to be unconscious while eavesdropping on the conversation. Soon, he concluded that he was in the command center of Konoha, and the two people in front of him were the top commanders. This was truly an unexpected joy. He hadn't expected that as a piece that had been sacrificed, he would have a chance to become a general. Although he would definitely die, being able to exchange himself for someone else was worth it. This way, he could become a hero of a Wagakure, and his child would have a brighter future. Being born in a great ninja village is reassuring. There's no need to worry about being wiped out like those small villages. Moriyama Hayato lay on the cold ground, his heart ablaze. At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo walked over to Lingfeng and Yamashita Shinichi, giving their shoulders a heavy pat. You worked hard. I will. Before he could finish his sentence, Moriyama Hayato suddenly jumped up and punched Hatake Tsukumo in the head. Lingfeng and Yamashita Shinichi were both taken aback, especially Lingfeng, seeing that Hatake Tsukumo instinctively wanted to raise his hand to block. His heart was already in his throat. Yamashita Hayato unconsciously revealed a sinister smile. With this punch, the opponent would either die or be crippled. Just at the moment of contact, Hatake Tsukumo's figure suddenly disappeared. Yamashita Hayato! The next second his ankle tightened, and his body was tossed like a sack, crashing heavily to the ground. The ground cracked, and Yamashita Hayato felt a searing pain in his back. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hatake Tsukumo clapped his hands. Did you think I couldn't tell that your punch was off? Trying to play tricks on me? You're still 100 years away from that. Unfortunately, Yamashita Hayato couldn't hear this at all. They adhered to the will of stone. What is the will of stone? High emotional intelligence, resilient and tough. Low emotional intelligence, stubborn and hard-headed. Yamashita Hayato struggled to get up, roaring as he charged at Hatake Tsukumo. His blood was boiling like a male protagonist. Unfortunately, his strength was on a completely different level from Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo easily dodged. Yamashita Hayato's fist struck the table, instantly exploding it, and the ninja blades on top flew in circles. Seeing that his attack missed, Yamashita Hayato charged at Hatake Tsukumo again. Stubborn as ever, Hatake Tsukumo caught the flying ninja blade and reversed it, inserting it into Yamashita Hayato's mouth. This strike was extremely precise. The blade was shoved into Yamashita Hayato's mouth, pressing against the root of his tongue, but it didn't injure him at all. Yamashita Hayato's eyes suddenly cleared. His whole body stiffened and he dared not move. There was no way out. He couldn't fight back, and if the opponent applied a little force, his head would have a hole in it. As for using an explosive technique to destroy the blade, that was even more out of the question. With the blade tip in his mouth, once it exploded, he couldn't say what would happen to the opponent, but his head would definitely be blown apart. Suddenly, a chilling murderous intent erupted from Hatake Tsukumo. I don't like to treat prisoners brutally. If you keep resisting, I'll have to treat you as an enemy. Yamashita Hayato couldn't help but shiver, cold sweat pouring down his body. Such pure, murderous intent he had never felt even from the Tsuchikage. He actually wanted to kill this monster. Seeing that the opponent had lost the will to resist, Hatake Tsukumo chuckled, and the overwhelming killing intent instantly vanished. Isn't this understanding the situation? That's right. If I can't handle Ohayaki, how can I not handle you? Chapter 58. Instruction from Shadow-level expert with Yamashita Hayato subdued. Lingfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Someone, seal this kid's chakra and send him to the intelligence team. I want to know all the information in his head. And by the way, get a new table. Yes. Several ninjas hurried in, placed a chakra-sealing seal on Yamashita Hayato, and then took him away. Throughout the process, Yamashita Hayato behaved as docile as a quail. Lingfeng and Yamamoto Shinichi witnessed the whole process and couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Yamamoto Shinichi was better off, as his family was involved in technology and didn't like fighting and killing. Lingfeng was so greedy that his eyes turned red. This power, speed, reflexes, and combat skills were all far beyond his reach. Indeed, in an era where combat strength had not collapsed, the gap between Shadow Level and Elite Jonin was too great. Senju Hayato possessed a bloodline limit and was considered top tier among Jonin, yet faced with Hatake Tsukumo, he was beaten like a grandson. Orochimaru watched the whole scene, showing no intention of stepping in to save the situation, and even lacked interest in watching. It was clear that in his eyes, the so-called explosion-release ninja was simply not worth his attention. It wasn't until the farce ended that Orochimaru finally spoke. Lingfeng, how do you feel? Lingfeng smiled helplessly. It's really eye-opening. Lord Tsukumo's strength is beyond my imagination. With his natural abilities, Tsukumo definitely can't take me down, but similarly, I have no way to deal with him either. In his eyes, my attacks are probably like slow motion, and even using Flying Thunder God just feels like frame drops. Tsukumo placed his hands on his hips. After all, I'm a few years older. So Lingfeng can practice for a few more years without any problem. Lingfeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Kakashi's personality was so different from what he had imagined. He had thought he would be a cold-blooded killer, a gentle father, or a sunny and loving person. But he never expected him to be a goofball. Kakashi pat Lingfeng on the shoulder. Lingfeng, you have great talent and have mastered several top-tier ninjutsu. But ninjutsu is just a tool. What matters is the person who wields the tool. So never neglect your basic training. Lingfeng was greatly shocked. Indeed, he had been too immersed in the power of the forest fruit and Flying Thunder God, and had not done basic training for a long time, causing his physical fitness to stagnate. In the long run, this was not a good thing. The best example was Sasuke and Naruto. In the early part of Shippuden, Orochimaru used drugs and forbidden techniques to boost Sasuke's strength dramatically. He completely overpowered Yamato's team, devoured Orochimaru, controlled Suigetsu and Yugo with one move, and killed Deidara. A series of impressive achievements made Naruto seem dim by comparison. But what happened afterward? From the opening of his Manjiki Sharingan to acquiring the power of the Sage of Six Paths, his strength improvement mainly relied on extracting his ocular power to evolve Susanoo. Despite having the eternal Manjiki, his performance in battles against Sage Kabuto was no better than Itachi's. In contrast, when Naruto first appeared in Shippuden, he was quite weak. However, due to his solid foundation, he quickly mastered both Sage Mode and Ninetales Mode. although Naruto's Uzumaki lineage was a significant advantage, giving him an extraordinary chakra reserve. Wasn't basic training precisely meant to enhance these aspects? After coming to this realization, Lingfeng deeply bowed to Kakashi Hitaki. Thank you, Master Kakashi, for your guidance. Ah, you're too polite. These are just basic theories. Even if I don't say them, you can figure them out yourself. Orochimaru stepped forward. Ling Tinkun. Earlier, Inuzuka Pakken said you were missing. I didn't believe it at the time, and sure enough, you have achieved great merit again. Ling Feng's expression darkened. It's all my fault for leaving the team without permission. Otherwise, the captain wouldn't have been harmed. By the way, where's Li Shan? Shan Zhong sighed. Li Shan encountered the rock ninja with us and was injured while escaping. At that time, a rock hidden followed after him. So it's likely that his chances of survival are slim. Ling Feng's expression turned very ugly. Where were you ambushed? Right at the place where you found me. About 20 miles east in the pine forest. Could it be that you? I need to go find Li Shan. What? Shan Zhongshun hurriedly stopped him. No, it's too risky. It's been a few days already. You may have been killed or captured. Moreover, you took out 2 Jonin, and the rock ninja will definitely send people to investigate. Even if you want to go, you need to gather more people. Ling Feng waved his hand to interrupt him. You said it yourself. It's been several days. I can wait, but the mountain can't. After saying that, he prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God. Wait. Kakashi Hitaki suddenly spoke up to interrupt. Are you good at tracking? Ling Feng was taken aback and silently shook his head. Perception and tracking are 2 different things. Hitaki Sakumo performed a summoning technique and summoned a small white dog. Its name was Baiyin. Take it with you. Ling Feng took the puppy, thanked him, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Kakashi Shiboku clicked his tongue a few times. Someone really mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. With his achievements, he could have exchanged for the Flying Thunder God long ago, and this technique was very suitable for a max-level assassin like him. Unfortunately, his perception of space wasn't sufficient, and he didn't dare to try. Trying to learn it through shadow clones was useless. The sensation between the clone and the real body was vastly different. If the main body learned it, the shadow clone would naturally know it. But if the shadow clone learned it, the main body would still be a novice. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Shiboku-kun, are you not worried about Ling Feng-kun's safety? Kakashi Shiboku didn't care at all. He is quite strong, awakened would release, can use Flying Thunder God, and also knows medical ninjutsu. Tell me how he could lose? He glanced at the worried Yamashiro Shinichi. Shinichi, go back. Your clan is still waiting for you. Only then did Yamashiro Shinichi come to his senses, slightly bowing and saying yes before turning to leave. Seeing his dejected expression, Kakashi Shiboku frowned. Wait a minute. Yamashiro Shinichi, Lord Shiboku, do you have any further instructions? Kakashi Shiboku organized his thoughts in his mind. Shinichi, your advantage lies in your mental strength. Learning sword techniques is a waste. Don't be so stubborn. If you're going to assist, then assist. Who says only those standing in the light can be called heroes? Yamashiro Shinichi didn't respond and simply thanked him before turning to leave. Kakashi Shiboku looked helpless. This kid, so stubborn. Orochimaru just quietly watched, not saying a word. After all, he had no interest in the Yamashiro clan. Chapter 59. Tracking the oil woman leaving the mountain. After returning to the cave, Ling Feng walked east and quickly found the pine forest mentioned by Shun-E in the mountains. He easily discovered the traces of the battle. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground, Ling Feng's expression became very grim. I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't expect that my moment of recklessness would cost you your life. Now the only thing I can do is to find Li Shan and avenge you. Ling Feng muttered a few words to himself and took out a small white dog from his bosom. Baiyin, I'm counting on you. Baiyin nodded its little head. The oil woman clan has been living with insects for a long time, so their scent is easy to recognize. Leave it to me. After saying that, it started sniffing the ground and soon made a discovery. With a call, it dashed out ahead. Ling Feng quickly followed. Baiyin walked intermittently, frequently rechecking the direction. Along the way, they discovered several traces of battles and traps, as well as many broken insect carcasses. After traversing dozens of miles, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. Baiyin sniffed at the cliff's edge. Many of the previous scents were from winding paths, likely intended to mislead the enemy, but they hadn't shaken him off. The scent stopped abruptly here. The enemy must have fallen down. Lingfeng leaned over to take a look at the cliff, which was at least 100 meters deep, with edges that looked as if they had been cut by a knife or chiseled by an axe. At the bottom of the cliff was a dense forest, appearing like a thick green carpet. Lingfeng's expression was not good. Under normal circumstances, with a ninja's skills, he would have simply climbed down slowly. But why Nushi Narukami was being chased, so he probably just fell down directly. Lingfeng, what should we do now? Bai Yin understood that he was just an assistant, and whatever needed to be done had to be decided by Lingfeng. Lingfeng thought for a moment. I need to go down and take a look. I can't sleep until I see it with my own eyes. After saying that, he took out a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique and threw it out. Once the kunai landed, he embraced Bai Yin and teleported over. Bai Yin's vision blurred, and they had already arrived at the bottom of the cliff, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. What a convenient ability. Little Lingfeng, your Flying Thunder God technique is really impressive. You're overpraising me. I just learned it, and I still have a long way to go. Lingfeng's words were not modest at all. His Flying Thunder God technique was still at the level of teleportation and stabbing, compared to Obito's advanced techniques like guiding lightning. The second stage of Flying Thunder God and mutual instantaneous rotation, he was lacking by a significant margin. If he were to face Obito in a one-on-one battle like during the Nine Tails Chaos, he would turn into a pincushion in less than a minute. Previously, Lingfeng had also been researching the high-level uses of the Flying Thunder God technique, but had never grasped the key. Today, Kakashi Ataki helped him break through that barrier. He had been trapped in a misunderstanding all along. The reason the Fourth Hokage earned the title of Yellow Flash was not just because of the Flying Thunder God technique. More importantly, it was his combat awareness, reflexes, and unparalleled combat intelligence. Without improving his strength and only studying the Flying Thunder God technique, he would never achieve a qualitative breakthrough. Lingfeng and Bai Yin were talking while searching around. The bottom of the cliff was densely covered with grass and trees, with giant trees blocking the sky. If the oil girl happened to fall off the cliff without dying, she might really escape. Suddenly, Bai Yin shouted, Lingfeng, over here. Lingfeng hurried over. In an inconspicuous corner, there were a few dead parasitic insects. Bai Yin sniffed. They had been dead for no more than 3 hours, which means they still had the strength to release the parasitic insects after falling off the cliff. Lingfeng finally felt a bit relieved in his heart. Dozens of miles away, Yun Vlishin was breathless, leaning against a big tree. His body was covered in wounds, and his clothes were stained with blood, looking utterly disheveled. Yun Vlishin rolled up his sleeves, revealing a festering wound on his arm, which had stuck to his clothes. Gritting his teeth, he tore the fabric away from the wound. Even with strong willpower, he couldn't help but shiver all over, his face turning pale. Then, a number of parasitic bugs crawled out of his body, gnawing at the rotten flesh on the wound. The dense forest was full of life, with the sound of birds chirping and insects buzzing. Suddenly, the buzzing of the insects changed slightly, and Yun Vlishin instantly stood up, nervously scanning his surroundings. He had set up the parasitic bugs around him. Once they detected any situation, they would attack the nearby insects, causing a change in the buzzing. Very few people could notice this change, but it was as clear as an alarm in the ears of the Yun tribe. Yun Vlishin crouched down, holding a kunai. Completely still, his muscles tensed. Fortunately, the enemy did not appear. After a while, the buzzing returned to normal, indicating that the enemy had gone far away. Yun Vlishin slowly lowered his kunai and let out a gentle sigh of relief. Suddenly, he jumped several feet away from where he had just stood. A few stone thorns shot up. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been pierced by now. A figure slowly appeared. It was the Jonin Jukiyama Moku who was pursuing him. He never expected that the Yun clan could utilize bugs in such a way. Yun Vlishin maintained his expression. I'm surprised, too, that you noticed the change in the buzzing. He spoke lightly, but his heart sank to the bottom. Using Shadow Clone to deliberately interfere with the parasitic bugs, while the main body takes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. What a terrifying guy. He hadn't been able to shake him off for 2 days, and the parasitic bugs had suffered considerable losses. Continuing to drag this out was meaningless. He could only go all in. Swarms of parasitic bugs surged out from Yun Vlishin's body, transforming into a massive cloud of insects swirling around. Secret technique, insectejade. The insect cloud rushed towards Jukiyama Moku from all directions. Then, several more clouds of insects appeared nearby. It turned out he had ambushed some parasitic bugs around as a backup, and now that he decided to fight desperately, there was no need to hide his strength. Facing such a powerful and cunning Jonin, he had no qualifications to hold back. Earth Release, Stone Man. Jukiyama Moku formed hand seals, and stones covered his body, coalescing into a towering stone figure. The parasitic bugs instantly engulfed the Stone Man, wrapping it into a massive black sphere. From within came a chilling, rustling sound. The parasitic bugs frantically gnawing at the stones. As expected of the Yun clan, what a terrifying method. Unfortunately, bugs can sometimes be quite fragile. Suddenly, thick yellow smoke erupted from the black sphere, releasing a pungent odor. The parasitic bugs began to stir restlessly. Yun Volition was startled, wondering why he was stimulating his chakra to strengthen his control. But contrary to his intentions, as the yellow smoke spread, the parasitic bugs scattered in all directions. Chapter 60. Rescue and Interrogation. Yun Volition was taken aback. Jukiyama Moku had somehow thrown 2 specially made smoke bombs, and the yellow-gray smoke emitted a pungent smell. Yun Volition was afraid the yellow smoke was toxic and hurriedly jumped away. Jukiyama Moku emerged step by step from the smoke. How's that? The effect is quite good, right? This is a specially made insect-repelling smoke bomb using dozens of kinds of drugs, perfect for dealing with you bug users. Yun Volition's heart sank immediately. This was worse than poison gas. At least the parasitic bugs could somewhat detoxify from poison. But now the parasitic bugs avoided the smoke like it was a no-go zone. Yun Volition could only draw his kunai, bracing for the worst. Jukiyama Moku wiped a new wound on his face with his hand. This scar is left by you. I never expected that a mere chunin could leave a scar on my face. This humiliation must be washed away with your blood. Jukiyama Moku charged at Yun Volition, who quickly defended himself. The two brushed past each other. Jukiyama Moku emerged unscathed, while Yun Volition had a deep new wound on his chest. Next, Jukiyama Moku, like a cat playing with a mouse, continuously attacked, always avoiding Yun Volition's vital areas, leaving behind wounds all over his body. Yun Volition fought back with all his might, but the difference in strength was too great, and soon he was covered in injuries. Before long, his stamina reached its limit, and he could no longer hold on, panting heavily as he knelt on the ground, blood soaking the ground beneath him. Can't move anymore. Young ninja. Goodbye. Jukiyama Moku appeared behind him, raising his knife to his neck. At that moment, a whoosh of air broke the silence. Jukiyama Moku was startled and quickly leaped to the side. A few kunai flew past, and then Lingfeng, holding by Yin, appeared in front of Yun Volition. Yun Volition, who was already fading in and out of consciousness, murmured upon seeing Lingfeng arrive, "Lingfeng, you're not dead." Then his body went limp and collapsed. Shadow Clone Technique. A puff of white smoke billowed, and Lingfeng's shadow clone caught Yun Volition, leaping back to start treatment. Bai Yin covered his nose and said, "Lingfeng, I can't stand this smell anymore. I'm leaving first, be careful." With that, he turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. After a long time, Yun Volition gradually regained consciousness. He suddenly sat up and saw a familiar figure sitting next to him. "Lingfeng, where's the enemy?" "You're awake." Lingfeng relaxed his expression. "The enemy has been dealt with. Over there." Yu Enlishan looked over, and the wooden figure was dry and shriveled, resembling a mummy, lying on the ground with barely any breath left. "That's good." Yu Enlishan felt relieved in her heart, then exclaimed in surprise, "Lingfeng, you managed to capture a Jonin by yourself? As a Chunin, what gives you the right to be so impressive?" Lingfeng answered vaguely, "My ninjutsu is more restraining against him." Then the two fell into silence. After a while, Lingfeng apologized, "Sorry, it's all because of me. Yun Volition, let's not talk about this anymore. How are the captain and Shun?" Lingfeng's expression darkened. "Shun E is fine. He's at the camp now. The captain, he..." Lingfeng didn't continue, but you knew Lishan already understood his meaning. "There's no need to blame yourself. It was our mistake to leave you alone there. So coming back to find you is just making up for the oversight." The captain must think the same way. Seeing that Lingfeng still looked a bit upset, you knew Lishan changed the subject. "How did you find me?" "At first, I had no clues, but Bai Yin suddenly caught a scent and followed it here, which is how I ran into you. You knew Lishan realized. The scent must be from the special smoke bomb of the Tongshan woodman. Unexpectedly, while the smoke bomb drove away the parasitic bugs, it also attracted Lingfeng. If he had killed himself cleanly, it would have been fine, but instead, he tortured himself, which gave Lingfeng ample time to rescue him. It seems that the Tongshan woodman indeed had a justified reason for seeking death. However, what puzzled him was why the other party would carry such a special smoke bomb. The poison gas bomb is understandable, but those yellow fumes have almost no other purpose besides driving away insects. With dozens of drugs, the cost is not low, and it's almost certain that this thing is specifically targeted at the Yu clan, at most involving the Inuzuka clan and the Hitaki family's ninja dogs. Thinking of this, Lishan immediately became alert. Lingfeng, this person has very important information about me. Can you help me? Lingfeng was somewhat troubled. I'm not good at interrogation. Can't we just ask when we get back to the camp? The oil girl shook her head slowly but firmly. Lingfeng suddenly realized, for information related to families, each ninja clan hopes to have it in their own hands. Whether to disclose it to the village completely depends on the interests involved. This is also a kind of game between the village and the family. If possible, it would be best to interrogate for information right here. So anxious? Lingfeng had never met someone like this before. Wait, can Shinichi do it? He can directly search memories. Lishan was taken aback. Directly search memories? Has Shinichi's secret technique reached such a level? Although he didn't want to involve other families, the Yamashiro clan was indeed unique in interrogation. Moreover, since the Yamashiro clan had a good relationship with the Yuan clan, it was better to disclose this to them than to the village. So he nodded in agreement. Then please, I'll leave it to you. Just wait. Before he finished speaking, Lingfeng vanished, leaving only a shuriken on the ground. Lishan was surprised. Space-time ninjutsu. Before he could fully process his astonishment, Lingfeng reappeared, dragging a bewildered Shinichi Yamashiro with him. Upon seeing Lishan, Shinichi was overjoyed. Lishan, you're okay. That's great. The three of them had a bond that was akin to life and death, so their feelings for each other were naturally deepened. Lingfeng explained the cause and effect, and Yamamoto Shinichi readily agreed to help. Yamamoto Shinichi placed his hand on the head of the Tongshan wooden man and began to perform the secret technique. This time, the execution of the secret technique was evidently much more skillful, and he quickly found what he was looking for. The Upper Water Flow Clan, so that's how it is. Chapter 61, Yamamoto, Haruto, the Upper Water Flow Clan. Lingfeng and Oil Girl Lishan were both taken aback upon hearing this name. The Water Flow Clan is known for their mastery of controlling venomous bees, and is a bug-controlling clan that is on par with the Oil Girl clan, as well as being a secret arts family of awakens. Lingfeng remembered that this family was once defeated by the Oil Woman clan, which caused significant losses to awakens, leading to their gradual decline. In the main storyline, Naruto and Team 9 acted together to search for the Mikazuki bug, resulting in a conflict with the Kamisui ninja. At that time, the Kamisui ninja couldn't even defeat a mere genin, indicating how much they had fallen. However, now, they were still a relatively strong ninja clan. Oil Woman Rishin quickly pressed for answers. This guy is definitely not from the Kamisui family. What is his connection to the Kamisui clan? Why is he equipped with that special smoke bomb? Yamano Shinichi did not hide anything and candidly shared the information. In recent years, the Kamisui clan has spent a huge amount of resources according to their family scrolls to cultivate a brand new, powerful ninja bee. A few days ago, the ninja bees were finally successfully cultivated, and they couldn't wait to launch a surprise attack on the Konoha camp, both to experiment with a new ninja insect and to gain military merit to elevate their family status. The Awagakure command naturally opposed this. As soon as the Kamisui clan made a move, the ninja bees would swarm. Everyone knew that IWA Shinobi had come to the Land of Rain. Although the information couldn't be hidden forever, it must not be exposed in this way, or else the Tsuchikage would have his skin peeled off. Therefore, he specifically assigned a group of Jonin to keep an eye on the Kamisui clan. However, he clearly underestimated the Kamisui clan's ambition. These madmen were actually plotting to launch a surprise attack on the Konoha camp. The Awagakure commander was stunned and quickly issued the special smoke bombs. Once they made any rash moves, they would be taken down immediately, and these special smoke bombs were designed to deal with the Kamisui clan swarm. So that's how it is. Oil Woman Rishin said to the two, Lingfeng, Shinichi, can you keep this information confidential for me? Lingfeng, Shun, E. This information is very valuable to us. I want to report it to the clan leader. It turns out he wants to withhold the information and let the Oil Girl clan deal with the attack from the Upper Waterflow clan. You Upper Waterflow clan want to gain credit to elevate your status. Don't we Oil Girl clan need that too? At a critical moment, helping you out wouldn't be out of the question. Lingfeng and Yamashita Shinichi exchange a glance. This could be considered a blatant act of stealing credit, but among teammates who share life and death, such things are not taken into account. The two readily agreed, but they still needed to communicate their concerns. Yamashita Shinichi asked, Rishin, are you confident in dealing with the attacks from the upstream? Their strength is not weak either. If you want to take the K, that's fine, but don't capsize in the gutter. Oily Woman Rishin replied, to be honest, without this intelligence, I really wouldn't have much confidence. At most, it would be a 40 to 60 chance. However, if I cultivate targeted parasitic insects from now on, I have an 80 confidence in completely defending the camp. Even if it doesn't work, the losses will definitely be controllable. Hearing the certainty in Oily Woman Rishin's words, Yamashita Shinichi felt relieved. He also knew that parasitic insects could undergo targeted evolution, and if they could cultivate a batch that was immune to bee venom, the upstream ninjas would indeed be giving themselves away. Half a day later, Oily Woman Rishin's external injuries had mostly healed. She was eager to return and relay the intelligence. Let's go back. Although this place is remote, it's still a battlefield, and enemies could appear at any time. The other two naturally had no objections. Thus, Lingfeng led them and the Tizan Wooden Man back to the camp. Lingfeng didn't even realize that his flying Thunder God technique had become increasingly proficient. In the past, he had to concentrate fully when teleporting, afraid of losing any parts. Now he could effortlessly teleport 3 people at once, and not only that, the distance he could cover was getting longer, and the activation speed was getting faster. If he were to face Young Daimei now, he definitely wouldn't turn into a hedgehog in less than 10 minutes. In the Konoha camp, inside the tent of Yamashiro Shinichi, 4 figures appeared in an instant. When they saw their surroundings, they instantly froze, and Yamashiro Shinichi almost knelt down. In the deepest part of the tent sat an old handsome man with gray hair, meditating with his eyes closed, accompanied by 4 or 5 young handsome men with blonde hair. They were the clan leader and elites of the Yamashiro clan. Heart turn technique. The ninjas of the Yamashiro clan disregarded the rules of combat and immediately focused their attacks. Yamashiro Shinichi, no. Aburame Neru. Lingfeng was initially startled, then quickly reacted. Shadow clone technique. A row of more than a dozen shadow clones appeared. 3 of them blocked the ninjutsu and instantly lost control. Probably not expecting such a move, the affected shadow clones looked confused. Before they could react, the remaining shadow clones rushed forward, pinning them to the ground with a flurry of hands and feet. Lingfeng knew that there were people from the Mountain Clan in the later routes, and out of fear of mental attacks, he had specifically studied how to resist the secret techniques of the Mountain Clan. Later, he came up with a trick, using shadow clones to shield the main body from disaster. Today, instinctively used it, and the effect turned out to be surprisingly good. The old silver-haired handsome guy, who was originally as steady as a rock, couldn't sit still upon seeing such a maneuver. What the hell? How could someone come up with such a devious trick? When the members of the barrier class reported that Shun-E from the Mountain Clan had disappeared, he remained calm. When he discovered the flying Thunder God mark in Shun-E's tent, he was still calm. When Lingfeng and the others suddenly appeared, he was still calm. But when he saw that one shadow clone could counter several of his powerful moves, he could no longer stay calm. If this method spreads, will the Mountain Clan still be able to survive? If the enemy knows sealing techniques, they could directly seal the shadow clone that got hit, which means one shadow clone could trade for a member of the Mountain Clan. No, I absolutely cannot panic. Enough, stop it. The chaotic scene instantly fell silent. Taking advantage of Lingfeng and the group of shadow clones being momentarily stunned, the Mountain Clan members hurriedly released their mental transfer and rushed back to their own bodies. Damn, that experience was too terrifying. Being pinned down was one thing, but what did it mean to have several shadow clones squatting behind, making the tiger seal? Shun-Yi from the Mountain Clan knelt down with a thud. Lord Clan leader Lingfeng and Yun Lishan secretly thought it was bad. They didn't expect that the handsome old man in front of them was actually the clan leader of the mountain tribe, Yamashiro Sido, a seasoned powerhouse of the same generation as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. If it were ordinary clan members, they could try to intimidate them. If it were high-ranking members of the clan, they could attempt to lure them. But what could they do in front of the clan leader? What kind of thing could test such a cadre, help him with a coup? Yamashiro Sido coldly said, "What are you little ones up to?" Before Lingfeng could argue, a sudden flash of light appeared in his eyes, and in an instant, he appeared beside the T-Senmoku, placing his hand on the latter's head, emitting a faint white light. The T-Senmoku rolled his eyes and fainted again. Yamashiro Shinichi, Ors Lingfeng. Yun Lishan, Encounter. Chapter 62. The conditions of the Mountain Clan. The Mountain Clan does not excel in body techniques, and Shan Zhongqingdo is even older. But who would have thought that his speed could be this fast? Lingfeng thought that the clan leader would not take action personally, so everyone was on guard against others. Unexpectedly, a moment of negligence allowed Shan Zhongqingdo to rush close to the Tongshan Wooden Man. Seeing him perform his secret technique, Lingfeng almost jumped up, since they planned to hand over the Tongshan Wooden Man to the Oil Girl clan upon returning. They did not avoid discussing it in front of him. The Tongshan Wooden Man, half-conscious, overheard quite a bit. The three of them felt their hearts racing, wishing they could rush up and snatch him away. But even with a few more guts, they didn't dare to act against the clan leader on someone else's territory. Shan Zhongqingdo's mastery of secret techniques was far beyond that of Shan Zhongxin-Yi, and in just a few breaths, he obtained the information he wanted. He glanced at the three of them. The Upper Water Flow clan, the new ninja bees, the ambush on Konoha, and this behind-the-scenes deal. You three little brats have quite a few tricks up your sleeves. Lingfeng was completely dumbfounded. The oil girl wore sunglasses that obscured her face, making it hard to see her expression, but it surely wasn't good. Shan Yongxin lowered his head, looking resigned. Little ghosts are just little ghosts. Do they even know that the sensory barrier of the Konoha camp is managed by our Shanzhong clan? If I don't nod, do you think a mere ninja clan can rush close to the camp? Lingfeng and the others were taken aback. Is there such a thing? After all, they were just shunin. How could they know about the secrets of the ninja world? Yamanaka Lishin quickly stepped forward and bowed. Lord Sido, this was all my idea. Please do not blame Lingfeng and Shinny. This is a rare opportunity for our Yamanaka clan, and we hope you can support us. The Yamanaka clan will remember this favor. Sido of the mountains slowly sat down, his expression a mix of a smile and a smirk. Kid, you make it sound easy. Defending the camp is the responsibility of our mountain clan. As long as the enemy comes in, we will bear the responsibility for inadequate defense. Ultimately, your plan amounts to us, the mountain clan, taking on the responsibility to create an opportunity for your Yamanaka clan. How can it be so easy? Yamanaka Lishin, not good with words, was immediately left dumbfounded. Lingfeng was perceptive and noticed that Lord Qingdo and the mountains did not outright refuse. Lord Qingdo, we understand it's difficult to force a strong person, but everything can be negotiated, right? How can you give Lishan a chance? Lord Qingdo and the mountains looked at Lingfeng with great interest. The Flying Thunder God technique. You are Lingfeng of the Senju clan? Indeed, I am the younger generation. I know you are Tsunade's disciple and the youngest team leader of the medical unit. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. You flatter me, senior. It's just a matter of good luck. Lingfeng thought for a moment and decided to add a code. Chief Qingdo, Yun Lishan saw the whole process of me using the shadow clone technique. In the mountains, Qingdo's face darkened, having just forgotten about this. And you brat brought it up again. Are you threatening me? Lingfeng quickly waved his hand. Lord Qingdo, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely didn't mean that. But think about it. If you don't give any opportunity at all, even if Lishan promises to keep his mouth shut, can you really trust him? Even if you are humble, can your clansmen have no grievances? The oil woman and Shanzhong have no past grievances and no recent grudges. Why create a rift over this? The mere duty of a guard cannot compare to the friendship of a ninja clan. Lingfeng's mind was racing. and his words were reasonable and well-founded. After listening, Qingdo in the mountains pondered for a moment and slightly nodded. It's commendable that you've come up with such a thorough justification. I can cooperate with the Oil Woman clan to put on this act. However, I can't help for free. In addition to keeping my mouth shut, I have other demands. Lingfeng, you say? The Oil Woman clan will definitely not be stingy. Shan Zhongqing Do snorted coldly. The Oil Woman clan naturally has to show something. However, this is not something that a junior like you can decide. Go back and tell old man who to come and talk to me tomorrow. You can leave now. I still have matters to discuss with the little ghost Lingfeng. The Oil Woman paused as she left the mountain, turning to look at Lingfeng, her expression becoming hesitant. Shan Zhongqing Do glared. What? Can I still harm him? Lingfeng also nodded slightly, indicating for him to go first. Yu reluctantly took her leave from the mountain. Immediately, Shan Zhongqing Do glanced to the side, where a handsome, middle-aged man approached. The two whispered a few words and finally nodded in agreement. Shan Zhongqing Do, Qinsho Lingfeng. This is Shan Zhong Yuan, and he is also the father of Shan Shani. Senior Zheng Yuan. Lingfeng greeted, feeling full of surprise. How could such a handsome uncle have such a fierce son like Shani? Moreover, what did he want me for? Not to mention the Yun clan, Lingfeng. Since you've gotten involved, you have to agree to a condition. Lingfeng frowned slightly, but still politely said, Senior, as you say, I will not refuse what I can do. Shanshu Qingdo replied, Good. My condition is that you marry his daughter, Shanshu Xingyi. Lingfeng, Yamashita Shinichi, what? In the face of the two's shock, Yamashita Sito remained unfazed. I know you're a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade's disciple, but Hashichi is my granddaughter. Talented and beautiful, more than enough to match you, and I do not even require you to marry into our family. Lingfeng hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. Wait, senior. Please think it over. This request is absolutely unacceptable. Lingfeng believes that, even if he doesn't agree, Qingyin would still come to find him if he were to refuse slowly. Qingyin is not the kind of person who comes from a prestigious family. The tone of Shanzhong Qingdo turned cold. What? Our Shanzhong family's daughter is not worthy of you. As far as I know, you are just from a Thousand Hands branch, right? Lingfeng cursed inwardly, wondering which family's traveler married into a clan in mountains. Of course, he had phrased it beautifully. The main theme was that he was unworthy. Where, how could I possibly be worthy of Miss Xingyi? Besides, I already have someone I love, and many elders in my clan have met her. Shan Zhongqing nodded. All right, since that's the case, I won't play the villain anymore. Let's change the conditions. Lingfeng was taken aback. You are waiting for me here? I heard that you can read the Book of Seals one more time. Lingfeng, I really underestimated you. You actually want a forbidden technique. Old man, your appetite is too big, isn't it? I might as well just marry into your family. Chapter 63. There are so many secrets to the spirit transformation technique. Lingfeng chuckled a few times. You wouldn't want me to give up the opportunity, would you? Dream on. In the mountains, Qingdo shook his head with a smile. Don't be nervous. I think even Risen wouldn't agree, but the answer is very close. Lingfeng, have you heard of the spirit transformation technique? I know. The spirit transformation technique. An S-rank ninjutsu. It allows the soul to leave the body and transform into a living spirit, ignoring distance to travel directly into another's mental world. This technique has many uses. It can not only kill or control enemies, but also transmit information and transfer chakra. Do you know how this technique came about? Lingfeng shook his head in confusion. He only knew that the technique had been used before and ended in a tragic death. In fact, this technique was originally a family ninjutsu of the Yamashiro clan. During the Warring States period, the spirit transformation technique was the Yamashiro clan's ancestral secret. With this ninjutsu, the Yamashiro clan became a prominent family. However, they later suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the Senju clan, losing not only their strong warriors but also their secret scrolls. The survivors ultimately creating a technique called Heart Turn, which had a short range, low damage, and could only attack in a straight line. Since then, the Yamashiro clan gradually declined, eventually becoming a vassal of the Sarutobi clan. Recently, a ninja named Kato Dan emerged, astonishing everyone by demonstrating the spirit transformation technique. The Yamashiro clan was taken aback and, through careful investigation, discovered that the Senju Tobarama had included the spirit transformation technique in the sealed book. However, at this time, the ruling power was the Third Hokage. Despite the apparent friendship between the Sarutobi clan and the Yamashiro clan, it was actually a relationship of exploitation and being exploited. The Sarutobi clan heavily relied on the Inuzuka clan, but strictly limited them to prevent their growth. Therefore, Sarutobi Hisashi would never allow the Yamashiro clan to master the spirit transformation technique, and the Yamashiro clan could only suppress their covetousness for the spirit transformation technique and silently wait for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. Lingfeng achieved great merit and had the opportunity to learn the art of spiritual transformation. Shanzhong Qingtu wanted Lingfeng to learn this technique and then teach it to the Shanzhong clan. Moreover, they had also prepared a reward that Lingfeng would find hard to refuse. Lingfeng frowned. "Senior, I don't have an attribute chakra, so I can't learn the spirit transformation technique. You're essentially asking me to give up an S-rank ninjutsu. Isn't that too great a cost?" Yamashiro Sido shook his head. "Not quite. According to the records of the Yamashiro clan, the spirit transformation technique is divided into two parts: soul attack and spirit defense. Kat Danzaku learned soul attack, which can attack the soul, control the body, and transmit chakra. Meanwhile, spirit defense allows one to resist attacks from the soul and mind." Lingfeng's spirit lifted. Are the cultivation conditions for soul attack and spirit control strict? It's a pointless question. It's not difficult, yet there have been so few cultivators over the years. Soul attack has extremely strict requirements for aptitude. One must possess pure In attribute chakra, and those who meet the conditions are 1 in 10,000. However, once the conditions are met, the cultivation speed will be very fast. Spirit control has no requirements for aptitude. Theoretically, anyone can cultivate, but the cultivation speed is very slow. As for power, our ancestors have resisted the illusions of the Mangeki Sharingan. Lingfeng, do you know about the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? It's only been a few decades since the Valley of the End battle, and in the shinobi world, the demonic Uchiha Madara with his Kaleidoscope Sharingan. How could I possibly not know? Lingfeng suddenly realized. It seems that in the eyes of the older generation, a kaleidoscope is indeed considered a very confidential item. If the speed of spiritual control cultivation is very slow, then obtaining it would not hold much value for me. This is the old man's reward, and I will help you solve this problem, allowing you to learn spiritual control in a short period of time. Lingfeng. He quickly nodded in agreement. Although it was only a half-complete spirit transformation technique, it could make up for his shortcomings, and its value far exceeded that of other forbidden techniques. Once he no longer feared soul and mental attacks, he could stand tall. Don't worry, once this matter is settled, I will go find the Third Hokage to exchange for the spirit transformation technique. Good. Shanzhong Qingdo's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. The deal is done. As for how to cooperate with the Yamanaka clan, I will naturally discuss it with them. However, I still have something I want to ask you. You said, as long as it's not marrying a granddaughter, it's all good. What do you think of that kid, Shenny? Be honest. Lingfeng hesitated for a moment and said timidly, I don't think he looks like a member of the mountain tribe. The members of the mountain tribe are all very good looking. The mountain tribe Sido here, despite his age, is still a handsome guy. But this guy, Yamamoto Shinichi, is rough and stocky, with a broad face and a dark complexion, standing next to the other tribe members. He looks like an O'Neill who accidentally wandered into a boy band. After hearing Lingfeng's response, Yamamoto Sido smiled helplessly. The mountain tribe's body transformation technique requires in-release chakra, but did you know that among the mountain tribe members, only about half possess in-release? The rest, no matter how talented, cannot practice other ninjutsu. Lingfeng was taken aback. Why is that? Isn't this a waste? In the mountains, Qingdo secretly sighed, knowing that this clan rule was purely a shackle on himself. But this clan rule came from the oppression of the Sarutobi clan. Your existence serves the purpose of being my eyes and tools for gathering intelligence. Shenyi's talent for shadow techniques is not high. He cannot learn the body flicker technique. Although he has great talent in perception, he is unwilling to be an auxiliary ninja. He would rather learn swordsmanship from Kakashi Hitaki then study the clan's ninjutsu. As the clan leader, I should punish him severely, but as his grandfather, I still hope he can fulfill his wishes. You mentioned these to me. Is there something you need my help with? Qingdao nodded. I am preparing to find an excuse to expel him from the clan. Once he loses his clan membership, he will no longer be bound by clan rules and can learn whatever he wants. You're his friend, and I hope you can take him in and help him through this difficult phase. Qingdao took out a scroll and handed it to Lingfeng. Of course, I won't let you work for free. Lingfeng opened the scroll and gasped, quickly tucking it into his bosom. Don't worry, I will definitely get along well with Shun-Yi. After Lingfeng left, Shan Zhong stepped forward. Father, thank you for planning so much for Shun-Yi. But if the Oil Girl clan can't hold off the Upper Waterflow clan, won't our defense be compromised? Zheng Yuan, how many times have we issued warnings about attacks this month? For large-scale attacks involving over 100 people, 11 attacks involving over 10 people, and countless small-scale attacks. Each time has been successful, but success can become cheap. Only appropriate failures can reflect our value. Besides, the Oil Girl clan may not be well known, but their strength is not weak. If they can help, why not let them help? Pig, deer, butterfly. What's wrong with adding a bug? Chapter 64. The ambitions of the Upper Water Flow clan in the distance of the Konoha camp. There was an inconspicuous cave. At the entrance hung a gray-brown beehive, with thumb-sized wasps flying in and out. There were also many wasps patrolling the area like sentinels, entering the cave and passing through a long, winding passage. One could reach a massive cavern. In one corner of the cavern, there were more than a dozen beehives, but these were much larger, about the size of water tanks. Most were a similar gray-brown color to the entrance hive, with only the smallest one in the center displaying a vibrant blood-red color. Something could be faintly seen wriggling inside. The current clan leader of the Upper Water Flow clan, Shanshui Lia, stood with his hands behind his back, carefully observing the red beehive, as if admiring the most exquisite treasure. At that moment, a figure walked in, his younger brother and the person he relied on most in the clan, Shanshui Chinon. How is the preparation going? Shanshui Lia asked. The clan members are all ready. Besides us, there are 4 J Nin, 17 elite CH Nin, and even 9 of the best genin. However, brother, those guys have been keeping an eye on us. Our actions might be quite inconvenient. Shanshui Lia said, avoid them as much as possible. If we can't, then there's no other choice. If they try to stop us, just take them out. Iwagakure does not need cowardly ninjas. Shanshui Chinon frowned. Will this anger Lord Tsuchikage? Shanshui Lia smiled slightly. Our Tsuchikage values results above all. As long as we can achieve the expected outcomes, sacrificing a few ninjas is nothing. You should know how big the appetite of the new ninja bees is. If we don't attack the Konoha camp, where can we find so much chakra-rich flesh? Shanshui Chinon nodded and said no more, continuing to observe the beehive. The Upper Water Flow clan was originally not inferior to the Oil Girl clan. However, at the beginning of the establishment of the major ninja villages, the Oil Girl clan recognized the trend and decisively joined Konoha, becoming one of the first clans to integrate into the village. With this identity and their historically low profile, their status in the village was as stable as a mountain. It could be foreseen that as long as they didn't act recklessly, they could continue to develop under Konoha's protection indefinitely. In contrast, the Upper Water Flow clan took a completely different path. When Iwagakure was first established, they chose to keep a low profile and ignored the village's invitations. Only when the establishment of the Land of Earth became unstoppable did they bow their heads and join the village. Due to this dark history, the Upper Water Flow clan's status became very awkward, both in terms of position and strength, gradually declining. However, they were still reluctant to give up everything and leave. Therefore, they wanted to take advantage of this war to rebuild the reputation of the Upper Water Flow clan. Soon, in no more than 3 days, the blood bees would hatch, and as long as enough blood bees were cultivated, the Upper Water Flow clan might not be unable to take control of Iwagakure. I, from the Upper Water Flow, was born between heaven and earth. How can I remain under others for long? Not far from the stone cave, outside the monitoring range of the ninja bees, several IWA Nin were hiding in an underground cavern. Each of them had a fierce appearance, clearly not weak. At this moment, The leader expressed his dissatisfaction. Why haven't Hayato, Shanjin, and Oda returned yet? Did they encounter an accident? A young Nin replied. Yesterday, I contacted Lord Tokamaki, and those three just teamed up to attack a squad of Konoha ninjas. When I was in contact, Lord Shanjin seemed to be chasing down a Konoha ninja. The leader snorted coldly. Since they are together, there should be no problem. They must be interrogating for information. In that case, let's keep an eye here. After all, without those three, especially without their special smoke bombs, even if the upper water flow really wants to do something against the orders, they can only watch. Since that's the case, we might as well rest here. It's so humid outside. In the Konoha camp, Lingfeng and Shan Zhongxingdo agreed and then walked out of the tent. Yuan Lishan had not gone far and was hiding nearby. When she saw Lingfeng come out, she approached him. After all, both Kiki Shigemasa and Orochimaru knew about Lingfeng's mission to rescue Yuan Lishan. He had used Flying Thunder God to infiltrate, but first sent Shan Zhongxin and the captive. Now that everything was done, he naturally had to return through the proper channels, bringing Yuan Lishan to the medical camp. Soon, Kiki Shigemasa received the news of their safe return and breathed a sigh of relief, although Bai Yin had already informed them that they had found Yuan Lishan. Facing a Jonin still made him feel a bit anxious. However, he did not send reinforcements. It was too far. They wouldn't even make it in time to collect the bodies. He threw the document he was handling halfway through to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I'm going to check on those two kids. You could take on more work. After saying that, he left in a flash, ignoring Orochimaru's pale face. In the medical camp, Kiki Shigemasa was patting Lingfeng's shoulder. Well done. You didn't bring shame to Konoha. In just half a day, he had rescued companions who were almost sentenced to death, which was indeed impressive. At this moment, the medical ninja finished checking Yuan Lishan's body. His wounds had been treated by Lingfeng and were now healing well. He just needed to rest and recover. Upon hearing the examination results, Kiki Shigemasa quickly called Lingfeng over. One thing doesn't bother two masters. Lingfeng, since you rescued Lishan, you should take him back. You are more familiar with the situation and can introduce a bit to them. Then, he whispered in Lingfeng's ear. The old man from the Yuan family is very protective. Since you saved Lishan, he will definitely show his gratitude. Don't be polite when the time comes. Take full advantage. Lingfeng quickly waved his hand and said, no, it's what I should do, but inwardly he gave a big thumbs up. After the two left, Hatake Sakumo beckoned two Umbu ninjas, spread the news about saving Yamanaka from the mountain, and guide the public sentiment. You could decide the specifics. Yes. The two Umbu ninjas responded and then disappeared. Hatake Sakumo stroked his chin and revealed a satisfied smile. This little guy has helped me a lot. If Lingfeng had rescued a young master from the Sarutobi clan or a powerful Jonin, Hatake Sakumo wouldn't be so happy. Because in the eyes of most ninjas, these high-ranking individuals feel too distant. But Yamanaka from the Oil Girl clan is different. First, he is a Chunin, and half of the ninjas in the camp are at this level. Second, the Oil Girl clan has always been low-key and steady, with quite a good reputation and no sense of distance from the common people. Rescuing someone like him can prove to everyone that Konoha will not give up on anyone. For the vast majority of ordinary ninjas, this is undoubtedly a shot of confidence. Although Hatake Sakumo speaks and acts carelessly, he possesses the necessary strategies and means to hold the position of Umbu captain. TSK, Tsunade mentioned the medical ninja system before, and I thought it was nonsense. So many resources invested would definitely affect the overall combat power in the short term. But thinking about it, resources and time are always insufficient, and there will always be a group of people who must endure this hardship. Hatake Sakumo couldn't help but think of Kakashi. Problems that we can solve through hardship should never be left to you. Chapter 65, Expanding Connections. Lingfeng was carried on a stretcher, heading from the mountain to the Oil Woman clan. That's right, he was being carried. The shadow clones were doing the work while the main body kept him company. This is a routine operation at the Konoha hospital. After some twists and turns, they arrived at the edge of the Konoha camp. Lingfeng was puzzled. How did you end up in a place like this? Generally speaking, the more important ninja clans are located closer to the center. This kind of place is usually inhabited by common nin or lower-ranked ninjas, or used as a warehouse. Although the YN clan is small in number, they are an esteemed old clan. How could they be assigned? Oh no, arranged to such a place? If it were the Uchiha, they would have exploded by now. YN Rishin sighed. Our clan is quite special. It's not very convenient for us to live inside. What's wrong? You'll understand when you get there. As they moved closer, Lingfeng finally understood. The camp of the YN clan seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black mist. Upon closer inspection, it was swarming with countless tiny, flying insects. 99% were likely parasitic bugs, along with a few unfamiliar ones. Not only in the sky, but there were also quite a few on the ground. Lingfeng suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Aren't the parasitic bugs all stored inside the body? How do they come out? The parasitic bugs can not only feed on our chakra, but can also hunt for themselves. Being close to the forest allows the parasitic bugs to hunt on their own, which can save chakra. Lingfeng suddenly realized why there had been no sign of the female ninjas around since earlier. Even when they encountered a few, they were all nervously looking around. Upon entering the Oil Woman clan's camp, it felt as if they had walked into a den of bandits, with everyone in windbreakers and sunglasses. However, the members of the Oil Woman clan were warm-hearted despite their cold exterior. When they saw Yunulishan return, they quickly gathered around to check on her. I'm sorry to have worried everyone. Please open the temporary discussion room. I have something to report to the clan leader. The temporary discussion room? The other members of the Oil Woman clan were taken aback. The discussion room held great significance for the clan. It was comparable to the Nanha Shrine of the Uchiha or the Nami Hall of the Uzumaki clan. Only matters of great importance to the entire clan could be discussed in the discussion room. While they wouldn't carry the discussion room on expeditions, they would establish a temporary one. Your injury? I'm fine. Lingfeng has already taken care of it. By the way, Lingfeng is coming too, letting an outsider into the discussion room. I've already reported to the clan leader using insects, and he agreed. The crowd exchanged glances. But upon hearing the clan leader's permission, they stopped trying to dissuade her. They took the stretcher from Lingfeng's clone and brought the two of them to the temporary discussion room. The so-called temporary discussion room was a pure black tent, surrounded by insects buzzing around. Under the sunlight, the black tent occasionally reflected faint colors. Upon closer inspection, it was covered with a dense layer of parasitic bugs. Inside the tent, the ground was also covered with metallic-looking beetles. The heritage of the ninja clan could not be truly felt without close contact. The members of the Oil Woman clan led Lingfeng and Yunulishan into the tent, where three people were already waiting. In the middle was a thin, gray-clothed old man with sunglasses, who was the clan leader, Oil Woman Yi-Hu, flanked by two middle-aged men, also high-ranking members of the Oil Woman clan. Clan leader. Yunulishan struggled to rise and respectfully bowed. Get up, Oil Woman, Yi-Hu waved his hand. You're not feeling well, so let's skip the formalities and get to the point. The information you brought back is very important, but it's vague. Hurry up and tell me. Yes. Yunulishan did not hold back and recounted everything in detail. Their team had been ambushed and pursued, and after being saved by Lingfeng, they unexpectedly learned of the conspiracy involving the Kamashui clan. Oil Woman Yi, who nodded repeatedly as he listened, especially when he learned that Yunulishan intended to use the Kamashui clan to benefit their own clan. His eyes became particularly kind. However, when he heard about the two being intercepted by a clan in the mountains, and that the mountain Cedo had even demanded he come personally, he immediately exploded. Does that old man still have any shame? Taking advantage of my absence to bully children, and he wants me to go in person. Does he not fear that I'll feed him a mouthful of bugs? Lingfeng and Oil Girl Lishan were both puzzled by the situation. Oil Girl Yahoo was eager to guide her excellent junior, Oil Girl Lishan, and suppressed her anger to explain. The best way to deal with a bug user is still a bug user. Even if the Mountain Clan has spotted someone from the Upper Waterflow Clan and reported it, it will still be us who take action. The idea of letting the enemy in is just empty talk. Old Girl Lishan couldn't help but be stunned. So, does this mean that this plan doesn't require the Mountain Clan's assistance at all? Not exactly. Old Girl Yahoo snorted. The Upper Waterflow Clan is difficult to deal with. Over the years, they have figured out quite a few ways to deal with the parasitic bugs, especially using the ninja bees to interfere with the parasitic bug's perception and communication abilities, which is quite troublesome. If the Mountain Clan is willing to cooperate, it would naturally be much more efficient. So, they still have to be cut down a notch by that old guy Qingdo. Lingfeng and oil girl Lu Shan did not expect so many twists and turns, and couldn't help but glance at each other. Oil girl Ihu waved his hand. You don't need to think too much about it. For the oil girl clan, it's just a matter of earning more or less. He still had some words left unsaid. Don't be fooled by the fact that Shandong Qingtu seems desperate for money. This is a signal that he is willing to deepen ties with the oil girl clan. For the oil girl clan, collaborating with the Shandong clan behind the village is far more important than temporary gains and losses. Oil girl Ihu felt secretly pleased and then turned to Lingfeng. You're called Lingfeng, right? Yes, that's me. Well, I won't pry into your dealings with the Shandong clan, but on this matter, I must thank you on behalf of the Oil Girl clan. These words carried significant weight, and Lingfeng quickly waved his hand. Clan leader Ihu, you exaggerate. Lu Shan encountered danger while looking for me, and the subsequent events were all coincidental. This deal may be a big win for the Shandong clan, but I certainly don't lose out. I didn't expect to gain the friendship of the Oil Girl clan. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Lingfeng doesn't have any political ambitions or desires to become high-ranking. However, the Konoha F4 won't stay quiet. Sooner or later, they'll stir up some trouble. Lingfeng does not intend to leave Konoha. To live comfortably, he must have enough strength. Once he obtains the spirit transformation technique and is no longer afraid of illusions and soul attacks, he will have no weaknesses and will be invincible against anyone. However, in addition to strength, connections are also essential. The ninja world is not just about fighting. It's about human relationships. Having many friends and few enemies is key. Completely breaking down the enemy's mentality. Chapter 66. The game with Orochimaru after sending off Lingfeng and Yunli Shan. Yunbyehu leaned back hard his chair. The Uchiha clan. Truly relentless? The invitation from the Yamashiro clan. He, what do you both think? One of the young jonin spoke up. The Uchiha's ninja bees have been suppressed by the parasitic insects, but now they dare to come and raid the camp alone. It seems they have full confidence in the new ninja bees. Whether this plan succeeds or not depends on how to deal with this new type of ninja bee. There is currently too little information. We must spare no effort to gather relevant intelligence. Another person nodded. Clan leader, this plan is crucial. If there are any mistakes, the Yun clan cannot bear the consequences. My subordinate suggests that we should still cooperate with the Yamashiro clan. Even if we have to pay some price, it is acceptable. Although the Yun clan's ninjas are not good at socializing, they are all intelligent. After hearing the words of the two, Yunbyehu nodded non-committally and then shrank back in his chair, lost in thought. After a long time, it seemed he made a decision. How is Jihai's training going? Jihai. The two young jonin were taken aback, then quickly realized. Jihai's training has been going smoothly. He can now skillfully manipulate the nanopoison insects. Yunbyehu nodded in satisfaction. Pass on the bug summoning secret technique to him. Tell him to set everything else aside and master the bug summoning secret technique as quickly as possible. The two young jonin slightly bowed. Yes. Back in the tent, Lingfeng fell onto the bed with a thud. Everything that needed to be done was completed, and everything was developing in a positive direction. Lingfeng also felt a sense of relaxation that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Suddenly, a cold, hoarse voice came from the corner of the tent. Lingfeng, you seem quite relaxed. Hearing this familiar voice, Lingfeng immediately stood up, vigilantly staring at the corner of the tent. A large snake had somehow slithered in. The snake opened its mouth and spat out a large ball of snake droppings. Lingfeng's face turned pale, and he felt a tightness in his throat. Lord Orochimaru, you can leave through the door. The sensing of plants and trees is useful, but unfortunately, it's not a passive skill. If you're not careful, others can get too close. Lingfeng, those white organizations have already been used up. Lingfeng immediately became interested and asked eagerly, how is the progress? The gains are certainly significant, and we are only one step away from application. Unfortunately, the loss of experimental materials has exceeded expectations. So I would like to ask you to provide some more. Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. Lord Orochimaru, I only have one last experimental subject on hand, and I need to use it for something else. You should understand the value of such an experimental subject. It's not easy for me to obtain it either. Orochimaru chuckled and took a couple of steps closer. I naturally understand how hard it is to come by. So, please tell me, Ling Fengkuan, where did you get this experimental subject? That way, I won't have to trouble you in the future. Ling Feng's smile gradually faded, and his gaze became indifferent. Lord Orochimaru, this is not what we agreed upon. Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked. Ling Fengkuan, the premise of our agreement is strength. Moreover, Orochimaru's figure vanished, instantly appearing behind Ling Feng. A slight pain came from behind Ling Feng as he was pressed by Orochimaru's sword tip. I don't want a day to come when you die, and my experiments can't continue due to a lack of materials. Ling Feng slowly turned around, the tip of his sword resting against his chest. Lord Orochimaru, you're the teacher of the rope tree and a classmate of Lady Tsunade. Given this relationship, if you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Ling Fengkuan, considering these connections, I came to discuss with you. Those experimental materials are an endless treasure, and your strength is not enough to protect this treasure. Ling Feng chuckled lightly. Lord Orochimaru, do you understand my strength? With that, he took a step forward. The tip of the sword pierced through the fabric, pressing tightly against Ling Feng's skin. Orochimaru's gaze was unfazed. He was not like Uchiha Chanju, a mere grass bird. The number of people Orochimaru had killed could pile up into a mountain. To him, killing a person was no different from squashing an ant. Ling Feng took another step forward. With a soft thud, the sword pierced his body. Orochimaru's heart stirred slightly, yet he remained expressionless. Ling Feng took another step forward. The sword pierced through him, yet he still appeared unfazed. Orochimaru finally showed a look of surprise and curiosity. Ling Feng stared directly into Orochimaru's golden eyes. Lord Orochimaru, how do you assess my strength now? Or let me rephrase the question. Do you think you can kill me? Ha. In response to the provocation, Orochimaru not only did not get angry, but instead burst into wild laughter. As expected, Ling Fengkuan is also a special existence. Such a marvelous body. Before he could finish his words, he swung the Kusanagi sword fiercely, severing half of Ling Feng's body along with his right arm. Just how far can this go? Ling Feng seemed unfazed. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on his body had healed, and a new arm had grown where the old one was severed. Orochimaru stared intently at Ling Feng, as if looking at a rare treasure. Amazing, truly amazing, Ling Fengkuan, you managed to deceive the entire village. Since you possess such power, let's proceed according to our previous agreement. However, additional experimental materials will still be required. Ling Feng stopped pretending and slowly walked to the edge of the table. A crack appeared in his arm, and a scroll fell out. I don't want to cancel the previous deal, but considering your earlier behavior, this material can't be taken for free. Oh, a dangerous glimmer flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. What does Ling Feng want? Ling Feng smiled slightly. Lord Orochimaru, after so many years of being immersed in research, you must have quite a few living spirit scrolls, right? Orochimaru's pupils involuntarily constricted. For the last experimental subject, I want to exchange it for a living spirit scroll. Living spirit scroll? Ling Fengkuan, do you know what you're saying? Chapter 67. The surge of medical ninjas in the ninja world. Scrolls are not rare items. However, different scrolls have vastly different values. Ordinary scrolls are naturally not expensive, but high-level scrolls that can seal ninjutsu and corpses are worth more than 100 times that of ordinary scrolls. Among all scrolls, the most precious are the living spirit scrolls. This is the only scroll that can long-term seal living creatures. It is said to have been created by Senju Tobarama and is another masterpiece in space-time ninjutsu, following the Flying Thunder God technique. At that time, dozens were made specifically to seal living prisoners of war for convenient medical examinations. Later, it was unexpectedly banned by Senju Hashirama. After Senju Hashirama's death, Senju Tobarama was busy cleaning up the mess and had no time to create living spirit scrolls again. Moreover, since this item is not considered a ninjutsu, it was not included in the sealing book. With Senju Tobarama's death, the method of making such scrolls was completely lost. The ones available on the market now are all old stock. In the black market, the price of living spirit scrolls can rival that of Asuma. But Asuma is often available while scrolls are not. For example, when the Cloud Ninja kidnapped Kushina and Hinata, they could not use living spirit scrolls. Lingfeng had long been coveting this treasure, but unfortunately, his search had been fruitless. Moreover, this item was somewhat taboo and not suitable for a loud search. So he took this opportunity to take a gamble with Orochimaru. Orochimaru was surprised not because this item was expensive. As a madman who had completed hundreds of S-rank missions, money was just a series of numbers in his bank account. He was surprised because the living creature scroll was 99 used for physical examinations. If he took it out, it would be equivalent to admitting to conducting human experiments. More importantly, what did Lingfeng want the living creature scroll for? Lord Orochimaru, have you considered it? After a moment of thought, Orochimaru's desire for the white absolute overcame his doubts. He picked up the scroll containing the white absolute and left behind a silver scroll. Lingfeng, farewell. With that, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared. Seeing Orochimaru leave, Lingfeng quickly put away the living creature scroll and let out a long sigh of relief. He still felt pressure when facing Orochimaru, but as his strength improved, he gradually became more at ease. The only remaining threat from Orochimaru was illusion techniques, and he could withstand them, not without the ability to fight back, which was enough for him to escape or even counterattack. Lingfeng opened the long-lost panel. Hokage Pirate Shuttle System, Beginner Dormant. Host information name, Senju Lingfeng, Konoha Chunin, 16 years old, mastered skills. Insufficient memory, not displayed, the host knows it well. Physical body, 1730 spirit, 965 chakra, 2799 chakra, attributes water, earth special abilities, forest fruit natural power simulation power, explosion release. Flying Thunder God Technique Note. Simulation power utilizes the ability of the forest fruit to mimic completely unrelated bloodline limits or secret techniques. The enhancement of one's own attributes is considerable. Even the weakest spirit has firmly reached the Jonin level. But the most surprising thing is the newly appeared simulation power. It seems that defeating the original version using a knockoff explosion release has unlocked this strange skill. In the pirate world, the development direction of the natural system is to wreak havoc. But this developmental direction is clearly unsuitable for the Naruto world. So the system actively guides me to change direction and focus on refined development. Well, I can understand that. After all, it's still early for the 10 tails and the 6 paths to emerge. If I really trained to become like the 3 admirals, 1A0, E could flatten a village, which would greatly affect the balance. Not to mention Kisame's water release, which is not on the same scale as the 3 admirals' 0 E at all. Kisame can at most spit out a pond, while Akiji can casually freeze the ocean with an ice age, connecting 2 islands, allowing refugees to walk for a week. And even if they crawl, it would still be at least several dozen kilometers. Lingfeng closed the system panel and let out a long sigh. Once this was over, he would find an opportunity to exchange for the spirit transformation technique. After that, it would be time for celestial techniques. If the chance arose, should he seize a tailed beast? The Konoha main force finally arrived, albeit late. The previous advance team of 500 had allowed Kakashi to vent his frustrations. Now, with several thousand fresh troops, he was instantly invigorated. There were only 100 guards in the Western Valley? That is not enough. Triple the numbers for me. Conflicts in the Northern Forest? At least 20 opponents. I'll give you 100 men. Don't come back until you've beaten them. Not enough personnel for the reconnaissance team? Just tell me how many you need, and I'll approve it. Whatever you need, I'll grant it. In an instant, Kakashi was full of spirit. The Konoha camp was bustling and chaotic all around. But none of this had anything to do with Lingfeng. After being approached by Orochimaru last time, Lingfeng, thinking that he couldn't provoke trouble but could still avoid it, directly moved to the medical camp. This time, the medical camp was not hidden in the rear, but was set up in the center of the camp, receiving as much attention as the command center. Lingfeng was wandering around, and from time to time, acquaintances came up to greet him. Lingfeng, it's you. Long time no see. Lingfeng turned his head and saw a chubby medical ninja running over, covered in sweat. Oh, it's Desheng. Long time no see. What brings you to the battlefield this time? Didn't you always stay far away before? Kongshi Desheng, a medical ninja who trained alongside Lingfeng, had a pretty good relationship with him. Don't mention it. Desheng had a frustrated expression. In the past, there were never this many medical ninjas called up. I always found a way to avoid it. But this time, with a team of 6 or 7,000, they actually called up 300 medical ninjas. There's no way to escape. So many. Lingfeng was taken aback. In the past, the proportion of medical ninjas in ninja troops was less than 1%, and now it has increased so much. No wonder the medical camp, which used to be too busy to drink water, now has a bit of leisure. De Sheng asked with a frown, Lingfeng, do you think I will be sent to the front line? Kongshi De Sheng became a medical ninja, which indicated that his talent was quite good. However, this guy hated fighting, never exercised, and over the years his combat ability had not only stagnated but had actually declined, especially his physical skills had deteriorated a lot. Lingfeng can only offer comfort. Don't worry, even if you go to the battlefield, your comrades will protect you. It's better to have at least a weapon before sharpening it in battle. Fortunately, medical ninjas have the best treatment among captives. Meanwhile, Hitaki Sakomo sat in the command center, seriously reading a letter, his brow unconsciously furrowing. The envelope on the table was addressed from Tsunade. Chapter 68. Is Yamamoto Shinichi a genius or useless? After Hitaki Sakomo finished reading the letter, he turned to Orochimaru and asked, does Tsunade mean to form ninja teams with medical ninjas accompanying them, executing missions together with regular teams to compare and observe the changes in casualty rates? Orochimaru nodded. That's the idea. Since I'm also a related personnel, to ensure the fairness of the experiment results, I won't interfere with the command. Hitaki Sakomo furrowed his brow. He was somewhat inclined towards the medical ninja system, but wanted to wait and gradually promote it after the war. He didn't expect Tsunade to take such drastic action, directly emptying the Konoha hospital to establish 200 new-style teams. Orochimaru, to be frank, these medical ninjas have no combat experience and haven't bonded with their teammates. Rushing them to the battlefield could easily become a burden. Orochimaru nodded. As expected of Sakomo, you make a valid point. But Tsunade's proposal is also for Konoha's sake. Since we have sufficient time, why not compromise and first arrange 30 teams to see the effects? Then we could decide whether to expand the scale. Hitaki Sakomo pondered for a moment. That does sound much more prudent. All right, I agree. If the results are indeed, as Tsunade predicted, it will be a good thing for Konoha. Although a good system will inevitably be learned by other villages in the end. Having the strongest medical ninjutsu and the largest number of medical ninjas give Konoha a significant advantage. Orochimaru nodded. Good, then I'll take care of the rest. He then turned and left, stroking the letter in his arms as he walked. If you propose to open a window in the wall, everyone opposes it. But if you suggest tearing off the roof, everyone agrees to open a window. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to understand human nature so well. Lingfeng didn't know that the sentence he had obtained for free was also taken for free. At this moment, he was wandering around the Konoha camp when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Lingfeng-kun, can you hear me? Who? Who is speaking? Lingfeng was taken aback. Clearly, there was no sound around, yet he could hear another voice in his mind. Could it be an illusion? In broad daylight. Who was so arrogant? It was me, Shun-E of the mountains. This is the secret transmission technique of our family. Lingfeng suddenly realized that this was the ninjutsu used for communication on the battlefield during the Fourth War. This was a divine skill, while others were still shouting to communicate. You had already started using telepathy. The clan leader asked me to convey a message to you. Let's meet in the woods east of the camp. Then, a clear location appeared in Lingfeng's mind. Lingfeng was taken aback. Not only could it chat via voice, but it could also send locations. This guy, Shun-E, who looked big and burly, surprisingly mastered mental ninjutsu so well. Lingfeng followed the guidance to the woods outside the camp. Shun-E, I'm here. Is there something from Chief Qingdo? You had to come all the way here. Shun-E walked out from behind a tree, his expression somewhat strange. There was sadness, anticipation, and reluctance. Lingfeng-kun, I'm no longer a member of the Shanzhong clan. I've been expelled. Oh, Chief Qingdo mentioned letting him leave the family, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Oh, what reason did Chief Qingdo use? In Konoha, clan ninjas and civilian ninjas are managed separately. If a clan ninja is expelled, Konoha must update the information accordingly. However, expulsion is a very harsh punishment, and the village will definitely investigate the reasons. The official reason is that I interrogated a prisoner of war without authorization. And the underlying reason is that I coveted the clan's secret techniques. For the sake of the clan's reputation, I asked the village not to make it public. The chief said that if I had nowhere to go, I should find you. This reason really seems insincere. Lingfeng subtly thought of something. Shen-Yi, does the higher-ups of the command know about your mastery of the secret communication technique? In the clan, it was said that I stole the knowledge of perception transmission. I didn't know much before, but now I think I know almost everything. Oh! Lingfeng fell into silence. Shan Zhongqing Do actively exposed Shen Yi's secret technique. What was his intention? The Konoha camp knew. How could the Root not know? Usually, when Root sees good talents from other clans, they act like dogs seeing meat, but now suddenly a discarded child who masters the clan's secret techniques appears. Isn't this just throwing a bun in front of the old dog Danzo? Shen-Yi, have you heard of Root? Shen-Yi nodded. Yes, I know. Root is a branch of the Umbu, and I heard they've been very active. Their leader is Elder Danzo, who has made significant contributions to Konoha. When Root was established, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as part of the Hokage faction, contributed a lot of people, money, and effort. Therefore, many Uchiha elders are unaware of Root, but even the Chunin of the Shanzhong clan have heard of them. Do you know what they have done? He shook his head. I'm not sure. I only heard that they have achieved considerable results in recent years. And many wars were won thanks to them. Lingfeng nodded. No wonder Qingdo in the mountains did not shy away from it. Because in their eyes, the Root was essentially a dark faction, naturally equated with the dark side, serving as the righteous organization that maintained the village. Even if negative news leaked out, under Danzo's guidance, it would turn into the helplessness of the organization's early days. Lingfeng guessed that Jin would eventually set his sights on Shen-Yi. If it were in the past, he would naturally keep his distance. But now it was different. This was to find a partner who had almost cost him his life. And Lingfeng would not stand by and do nothing. As the two walked and talked, they discussed Shen-Yi's abilities. Shen-Yi, what is your ability? I haven't seen you use it before. Seeing that Shen-Yi's expression was somewhat downcast, he quickly added, it's fine if you don't want to say. In the mountains, Shen-Yi seek it. It's not that it's inconvenient. It's just that I can't wrap my head around it. Shen-Yi was also a special presence in his clan. His ability in spiritual perception was extremely outstanding. While ordinary clansmen could only perceive movements within a few hundred meters, he could easily cover several kilometers and could effortlessly learn advanced ninjutsu like perception transmission and body transmission. In terms of perception, apart from a few elite Jainin in the clan, no one could compare to him. However, compared to his extraordinary talent in perception, his innate ability in mind control was simply at the lowest level. For over a decade, he hadn't even made it to the entry level of the mind transfer technique, let alone anything like mind-body transmission. The clansmen themselves didn't know whether to consider Shen-Yi a genius or a failure. Chapter 69, The Schemes in the Mountains. Lingfeng and Yamamoto Shinichi returned to the camp together. On the way, they chatted, and Lingfeng was full of praise for Yamamoto Shinichi's abilities. His talent was not suited for solo battles, but was very suitable for the battlefield. Kiba Shoma also understood this, and had tried multiple times to keep him by his side, but Yamamoto Shinichi was stubborn. Despite being a support type, he insisted on going into battle to fight. No one could change his mind. Every time he saw Yamamoto Shinichi take a kunai in a battle, Kiba Shoma felt more nervous than if he were the one going into the fray. Seeing that he couldn't persuade this stubborn guy, Kiba Shoma even privately taught him many sword techniques to prevent him from dying uselessly on the battlefield. To his surprise, Yamamoto Shinichi, with his extraordinary talent, managed to combine the sword techniques with his perception abilities. Relying on his perception during combat, it was as if he had multiple perspectives. He could easily handle baiting enemies and attacking from blind spots. Over time, he actually made a name for himself. However, he also understood that these achievements were merely built on previous foundations, and this life would be all there was for him. Lingfeng was shocked. Isn't this just the observation haki combined with body technique? Is your philosophy so advanced? Shen-Yi, what is your chakra nature? Besides the family secret techniques, haven't you learned any other ninjutsu? Shen-Yi in the mountains smiled wryly and shook his head. My chakra natures are lightning, earth, water, and yin. Besides the family secret techniques, I've only learned basic ninjutsu like the three-body technique. No wonder I can only use body techniques and sword skills on the battlefield. My skill slots are empty. Just look at his sturdy build, especially his arms that are as thick as his own thighs. Why not learn the Thunder Plow Heat Blade? Lingfeng now understands. Yamamoto Shinichi is like a warship equipped with a phased array radar, but lacking ammunition, only able to rely on its tonnage to charge forward. It's really a case of different fates for different people. He and Kei say Daigaku don't want to go to the battlefield, yet they were thrown to the front lines. Everyone else is begging him to stay in the rear, and he's still being pretentious. It's hard to understand what he's after. Is it the will of fire? Yamamoto Shinichi has probably been holding it in for too long. After saying these words, he feels completely liberated. It's all in the past now. From now on, I will no longer be bound by my family's constraints. Starting today, I will learn ninjutsu according to my own wishes and carve out a different path for the Yamamoto clan. Great. Ambitious. Lingfeng gave a heavy pat on Shinyu's shoulder. Please take care of me in the future. Shinyu smiled and nodded. Sure. Please take care of me too, Lingfeng-kun. Inside the tent of the Yamashiro clan, Yamashiro Masayuki walked up to Yamashiro Haruto. Father. Yamashiro Haruto, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, slightly opened them. Early in the morning, the oil woman Yorihi came knocking, and the two old men began a war of words, arguing for most of the day before parting unhappily. But as soon as they left, they both showed expressions of having gained something. Sigh. I'm already feeling tired after just half a day. I can't deny my age. You're back. How'd it go with Shinyu? As you predicted, Lingfeng-kun readily accepted Shinyu. And his attitude toward Shinyu? His words and actions were no different from before. Yamashiro Haruto nodded slightly, his expression carrying a hint of relief. Father, why must we revoke Shinyu's clan status? Isn't that unnecessary? Yamashiro Haruto smiled slightly, a look of helplessness and fatigue in his smile. You should know the situation of the Yamashiro clan. It seems to be trusted, but in reality, it is just a tool raised by the Sarutobi clan. If Nichiren were still that shinobi, it would be fine, but look at him now. Why should the Yamashiro clan be loyal? The Yamashiro clan? No, it should be the Boar-Deer Butterfly. It needs to make changes. And Shinyu is the first step to breaking out of the cycle. Yamashiro Masayuki couldn't help but frown. So you want Shinyu to follow Lingfeng. But he's just a child of the Senju branch, and only a CH Nin. Upon hearing this, the originally gentle Yamashiro Haruto suddenly showed a serious expression, his voice becoming a bit stern. Ah, Jihinin, a ninja who has awakened would release. How could he just be a CH Nin? Can a CH Nin repeatedly achieve great feats? Once could be coincidence, but can every time be a coincidence? You are a high-ranking member of the clan. You can prioritize the big picture, but you must have the insight to see the small details. Saying this, he let out a heavy sigh. Sigh. Back then, Sarutobi, Danzo, Minato, and Kaharu were all incredibly talented, but now they have even lost the most basic observational skills. I have a feeling that this child will bring about unprecedented changes. Yamashiro Masayuki swallowed hard. In your eyes, does this child have that kind of potential? Yamashiro Haruto nodded firmly. I have been inquiring about his past from various sources. Initially, I thought he resembled Lord Tobirama, measured and cunning. But now, it seems he also has a shadow of Lord Hashirama. Hearing these legendary figures of the ninja world, Yamashiro Masayuki became interested. Father, what are the differences between these two lords? Yamashiro Haruto pondered for a moment. Lord Senju Hashirama appears innocent and carefree, yet he always manages to turn misfortune into fortune. Strength is one reason, but more importantly, many people are influenced by him and are willing to do foolish things for him. Lord Tobirama, on the other hand, has never suffered losses, both internally and externally, but once he faces a downturn, he immediately finds himself in a precarious situation. As a leader, one must indeed be calculating and weigh benefits, but such shrewdness and ambition should not be displayed openly at all times. Lingfeng, this child, has a clear mind, acts decisively, values benefits while knowing how to conceal them, and also has feelings and loyalty towards his own people. Having Shinyu follow him is not only to lend him a hand, but also an early investment. Yamashiro Masayuki still felt it was too exaggerated. What if you were wrong? For example, what if Lingfeng meets an untimely end or encounters some other accident? Where would Shinyu go then? Yamashiro Haruto smiled slyly. If I'm wrong, then I'll just go with the flow and send him directly to Root. If Shinyu leaves the clan and immediately joins Root, Nichiren will definitely keep a close watch. But if he first follows Lingfeng and then joins Root as a free agent, it likely won't raise suspicion. Root is a branch of the Umbu, but I understand Danzo. That old man has put in a lot of effort to establish Root and would never simply hand it over to Nichiren. Chapter 70. Oil woman Ryoma Lingfeng is quite generous to his companions. Hearing that Shun-E in the mountains doesn't have any ninjutsu scrolls, he immediately took it upon himself to help. In recent days, he has accumulated quite a few ninjutsu scrolls, many of which align with Shun-Yi's attributes. Lightning, water, earth, found it. Lingfeng took out a scroll and handed it to Shun-E. The lightning snake technique, although a C-rank ninjutsu, is stronger than many B-rank ninjutsu. The original is in my hands. This is a backup, so I'll give it to you. You should be able to perform chakra nature transformation, right? Shun-E from the Mountain Clan took the scroll with a hint of annoyance. I've been a CH Nin for so many years. Even if I haven't learned ninjutsu, I've never neglected nature transformation and form transformation. This is the first time I can study ninjutsu openly and honestly, and Shun-E couldn't care less about talking more. He eagerly opened the scroll to take a look. He was extremely focused, occasionally frowning and mumbling to himself, while his hands gestured in the air as if illustrating something. Lingfeng nodded quietly, quickly getting into the state. After a while, Umashita Shinichi put down the scroll and formed hand seals. He was probably not used to forming seals before, so his movements were a bit awkward, but he didn't team mind at all, repeating the actions over and over, getting faster and more precise. Finally, Yamashita Shinichi's expression suddenly changed as he formed the hand seals. Lightning release, thunder snake. A yellow electric snake suddenly shot out, exploding Lingfeng's bed into pieces with a loud bang. Yamashita Shinichi grinned and said, "Not bad. It's not that difficult." Lingfeng looked at him, then at his pitiful bed, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, "How did you do it? Did you have an hour from getting the scroll to casting the ninjutsu? And you succeeded on the first try? What kind of monstrous talent is this?" Shinyan from the mountain has never learned similar ninjutsu, and has no concept of such speed. So-called ninjutsu involves forming hand seals to guide chakra's flow through the meridians, transforming it into the required attributes and forms. I'm quite familiar with attribute changes and form changes. As long as I deduce the changes in chakra within the meridians and pay attention to the transformations and coordination, it should be fine. After saying this, he formed hand seals again, and another lightning snake appeared, this time clearly more skilled and with greater power. Lingfeng was so envious that he couldn't help but twitch. We are all getting better with practice, and you rascal, have actually learned meditation. Lingfeng took out a D-rank water style, mist concealment technique, ready to give it a try. But soon he was holding his head in defeat. When performing ninjutsu, there are so many variables. How much chakra, which meridian, how it flows, when it changes properties, how to coordinate with hand seals, when to release. The variables were too many, and Lingfeng felt like his head was about to explode. He tossed the scroll aside. TCH, too complicated. Why not just memorize it with my body? With that, he turned and left. In the mountains, Shun-E picked up the scroll with a bitter smile and took a look. This is simpler, just need to have hands. After a brief moment of settling down, Lingfeng and Shanzhong Shun arrived at the oil woman camp and found that there were significantly fewer people in the camp. After wandering around for a while, they finally found someone they knew and quickly asked where oil woman Lishan was, while also inquiring why there were so few people. The other person, knowing that Lingfeng was a friend certified by the clan leader, readily explained the reason. It turned out that in order to deal with the Shuelu tribe, the clan had really ramped up their efforts. All clan members who were Chunin or above either joined the patrol team to search for clues about the new type of ninja bees or stayed in their old nest to focus on cultivating the parasitic insects that could counter the poisonous bees. As for oil woman Lishan, in the last battle, most of his parasitic insects had died, and he was currently busy cultivating new ones. Lingfeng was taken aback. This was the Oil Girl clan's turning point. It was normal to make more preparations. So, He stopped bothering them and left with Shawnee from the mountain. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. This time, it was the oil girl who came down from the mountain, bringing with her a task order issued by the command center. "Oh, Li Shan, you're here. How's the bug cultivation going? Oh, you've even become a messenger. Impressive." The three hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they exchanged some playful banter. The oil girl Li Shan pushed up her sunglasses and glared at the two with annoyance before starting to convey the task. The clan leader suggested that the command center issue a patrol mission under the guise of strengthening defenses, and the command center had already agreed. "Our small team will also be going out. Of course, the real objective is not patrol, but a search for the ninjas upstream." Lingfeng nodded. "I understand, but with the captain sacrificed, are we just the three of us?" The command center has already reassigned a leading jonin. "Oh." Lingfeng and Yamanaka Shin exchanged glances. "Who is it?" "It's me." A deep voice came from outside the tent, and a tall, oil woman entered. Dressed in a black cloak and wearing her signature sunglasses, she had a purple mark on her right cheek. Yamanaka Shin quickly introduced, "This is my teacher, Oil Woman Ryoma, the strongest elite jonin of the Oil Woman clan. In ninja families, apart from the Senju clan, most raise their own children. Therefore, besides blood relations, the most important thing among clansmen is the master-disciple relationship." Oil Woman Ryoma nodded slightly at Lingfeng and Yamanaka Shin, which was considered quite warm for her. Yamanaka Shin respectfully said, "Hello, Captain Ryoma, please take care of us." After greeting, he turned around to see Lingfeng still in a daze and hurriedly nudged him. Lingfeng finally came to his senses and quickly greeted. "Nice to meet you for the first time. Captain Ryoma, please take care of me." Ryoma, the oil girl, nodded and asked curiously, "Do you know me?" Lingfeng quickly shook his head. "No, I was just lost in thought for a moment." Yuan Longma nodded, not getting hung up on this small matter, and continued to communicate with the new team members. Lingfeng's expression was calm, but his heart was still unsettled. Oil Woman Ryoma had only appeared once in the original storyline, during the Third Shinobi War, when Danzo was taking a beato from the orphanage, and he and Orochimaru served as guards. From his position, it was clear that Ryoma held a status in Danzo's mind comparable to Orochimaru, which indirectly reflects his strength. Currently, Ryoma was still with his students, indicating that he had not yet joined Root. No wonder he lacked that cold and detached aura. Doesn't that mean he could intercept? Cutting off Danzo's right and left arms, just thinking about it filled him with positive energy. Chapter 71. Blood be exposed the next morning. The newly formed Ryoma team gathered to set off. Over the years, Lingfeng had teamed up with many ninjas, but this configuration was definitely the most luxurious. All four of them possessed large-scale sensing abilities. Lingfeng didn't say much, but what release can be both offensive and defensive and controllable. Flying Thunder God allows for long-distance teleportation, and medical ninjutsu ensures sustainability. The two oil women ninjas are versatile on the battlefield, excelling in attack, reconnaissance, and infiltration. Even Yamamoto Shinichi, who seems to have obvious shortcomings, possesses a strong telepathic ability. Such a configuration can only be described as luxurious. The Longma team patrolled alongside dozens of other teams, circling the camp a few times before hiding their tracks and heading towards the distant battlefield. In the forest, the Longma team took a moment to rest. Yamamoto Shinichi formed hand seals with one hand, closed his eyes, and silently sensed the surrounding movements. After a while, he opened his eyes. At 3 o'clock, 4 kilometers away, there were 4 chakra fluctuations. Judging by the intensity, there was 1 J Nin and 3 CH Nin. The other 3 nodded and quietly approached. Soon, they discovered 4 sneaking ninjas, but they couldn't tell if they were rock or sand ninjas. The 4 of them couldn't be bothered with that and charged at the enemy. Oil Woman Longma took the lead, pouncing on the J Nin. The other 3 each faced a CH Nin. When Lingfeng defeated his opponent, he was surprised to find that Oil Woman Longma had already dealt with the enemy J Nin. So strong, truly worthy of being a character who can stand up to Orochimaru. Resolving a J Nin so quickly, she was at least 1 step into the shadow level threshold. Without a doubt, Longma was the strongest captain he had ever encountered, but the most impressive performance was still Shinichi. Lingfeng's plant perception has a wide range, but it requires concentration and cannot be maintained continuously. The Oil Woman clan's insects transmit information slowly and have a high chance of omissions. In contrast, Shinyu's perception in the mountains is almost omnipotent. It has a large range, high precision, low energy consumption, high frequency, and is sustainable. It's like a living radar. Every time the enemy hides well, they suddenly get magnified right in front of them. The stronger ones can resist a bit, while the weaker ones are directly taken out. The four of them advance triumphantly, reaping their opponents' lives like the Grim Reaper's scythe. In the dark cave, the red hive, carefully nurtured by the water flow, finally showed signs of activity. The surface of the hive undulated, and the insects inside were about to hatch. The eyes of the water flow leader, Chinya, and his clan members were filled with fervor. Soon, it's almost time. The blood bees are about to hatch. Leader Chinya, congratulations. A voice suddenly came from outside, and 7 or 8 rock ninjas walked in. The leading figure cast a subtle glance over the Blood Peak hive, feeling secretly wary. Is this the new type of ninja bee? It's truly unsettling. Chinya furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly returned to normal, smiling and greeting. You're here. Although he knew the others were monitoring him. Now was not the time to fall out, especially at this crucial moment of the Blood Peak hatching. Chinya and the rock ninja captain chatted casually, each harboring their own ulterior motives. No one noticed a transparent figure lurking in the corner. They were sensing ninjas in the cave and ninja bees circling around. Yet they failed to detect his presence. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, the transparent figure stealthily slipped out, running far away before slowly revealing his form. He took out a whistle and blew a few notes, producing a sound similar to that of a night owl. Before long, a girl carrying a 3-star fan also arrived. After handing the 3-star fan to the other person, she asked in confusion, "Teacher, are you okay?" The girl was Yi Qian, and the figure was Yang Qi Langzhu. Langzhu's mind was filled with the image of the red hive, his expression exceptionally grim. That group of rock ninjas is cultivating something terrifying. We must report to Lord Chio immediately. After saying that, he formed hand seals, and the surrounding light began to distort, causing both of them to vanish from their spot. It turned out that Langzhu was not only proficient in wind release, but also possessed a bloodline limit called concealment, which allowed people within a certain range to become invisible, eliminating scent and chakra fluctuations. Except for physical perception that could directly touch, other sensing methods were almost ineffective. This was also why Inuzuka Hireishi and Kazamaru Kudenti discovered them immediately. However, coincidentally, their conversation was overheard by a rock ninja lurking nearby. He was originally using camouflage ninjutsu to monitor Yi Qian and unexpectedly witnessed everything. This rock ninja was only a chunin and didn't dare to intervene. So he could only endure and continue to lurk, waiting for the two to leave before quickly sending a message to his companions. The llama team was on their way. Lingfeng suddenly stopped, frowning at a certain direction. "You and Llama, what's wrong?" Lingfeng pointed. "There are enemies in that direction." Shun Yi in the mountains closed his eyes to sense quietly, then opened his eyes and said, "There's nothing there." Lingfeng shook his head. "In the farther distance, I just felt the flying thunder god mark. To cultivate the flying thunder god technique, one must be able to sense the mark. But this sensing distance is not infinite. Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato are both capable of sensing ninjas, so they can perceive teleportation over extremely long distances. However, Ling Feng's sensing ability is ultimately a fruit ability, and he is not as sensitive to chakra. With a limit of 100 kilometers. Just now, he suddenly sensed a flying thunder god technique, and it was moving quickly, clearly on a person. There are not many people I have marked. Aside from my teammates, there is only one. If I'm not mistaken, the opponent should be the Scorch Release ninja we fought against. I remember their name is Yi Qian. Upon hearing this name, Oil Girl Ryoma was fine. But the expressions of Yamanaka Shinichi and Oil Girl Lishin turned cold. Last time, the team suffered a crushing defeat. Even Ling Feng was lost. This led to Inuzuka Hireishi being killed in action, Yamanaka Shinichi being captured, and Oil Girl Lishin nearly being harmed. Deep enmity. How could it not be avenged? Oil Girl Ryoma noticed the thoughts of the few people and frowned. I understand your feelings, but our current target is not the Sand Ninja. Ling Feng, Captain, The sand ninjas and rock ninjas have colluded. Instead of searching everywhere, it's better to go see for ourselves. We might find something. The sand ninja dispatched such a formidable bloodline team. It can't just be to deal with us. The oil woman Ryoma felt a stir in her heart. It makes sense. Fine. You lead the way. Chapter 72. Changes in the battlefield. Konoha Camp, Command Center. Several ninjas from Inara and Yamanaka clans arrived together. They were core members of the advisory and intelligence teams. Shikaka Nara and Orochimaru felt a jolt in their hearts upon seeing them. Shikaka Nara, what is going on? Is there new intelligence? Lord Shikaku, Lord Orochimaru. Nara Shika stepped forward, his expression extremely grave. We have completely grasped the intelligence regarding the capture of Senju Lingfeng's target. Senju Hayato, the current situation is far more complicated than we imagined. Without regard for etiquette, he swept everything off the table and spread out a map of the ninja world. On the map, the land of fire occupied the center, while the lands of wind, lightning, water, and earth occupied the corners. Between the 5 great nations, many small nations were also distributed. They served as strategic buffers between the great nations, pawns in their games, and battlefields during wars. Among them, the land of rain is situated between the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind, surrounded by 3 great nations. The land of rivers lies between the land of wind and the land of fire. After the Akatsuki captured Gaara, it was here that they extracted the One Tail, and Scorpion also died here. Due to its proximity to the land of fire, the land of rivers is lush and fertile. Between the land of earth and the land of fire, there are the land of grass and the land of waterfalls. The land of waterfalls consists of many waterfalls, which prevent invasions from other countries. Therefore, the conflicts between the land of earth and the land of fire mainly focus on the land of grass. Narashika pointed at the map. My lords, according to previous intelligence, the rock ninjas have retreated to their homeland, leaving only the sand ninjas plundering in the land of rain. After reconnaissance, we found a large number of ninjas in the land of rain, so we judged that the main force of the sand ninjas is in the land of rain. Therefore, Konoha is focusing its efforts on the land of rain and the land of grass, even transferring a large number of troops from the land of rivers here. Shikaka Nara and Orochimaru both nodded. This is also the intention of the village as higher-ups. As long as they do not invade the land of fire, they are free to stir up trouble in the land of rain. Not only can this weaken the strength of the land of rain, but it can also force them to approach Konoha. In fact, Shikaka Nara had also expressed dissent. With a stubborn opponent like the Sand Ninja, they had to be pushed back hard. However, his opinion was rejected by the higher-ups. Later, he thought about it. Although this arrangement seemed cowardly, it was ultimately safe. In the end, it was merely the difference between a big gain and a small gain, so he did not insist further. Now we have discovered that our intelligence was fundamentally wrong. Shikaka Nara and Orochimaru both trembled. Orochimaru coldly said, "Get to the point. Make it brief." Narashika quickly elaborated. It turns out that the Sand Ninjas and Rock Ninjas have formed a strategic alliance. Currently active in the Land of Rain, the Sand Ninjas are basically disguised Rock Ninjas. They are causing chaos, plundering resources, attracting Konoha's attention, and creating the illusion that the main force of the Sand Ninjas is in the Land of Rain. To confuse the situation, the Sand Ninjas even dispatched users of Scorch Release and Magnet Release to attack Konoha patrol teams. As for the real main force, they have already headed towards the defenseless Land of Rivers, compared to the impoverished and tough Land of Rain. The Land of Rivers is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It probably won't last until Konoha comes to the rescue. By then, even if the Land of Rivers does not perish, it is likely to lose a lot of territory. As for Konoha's retaliation, do you think Noki is a pushover? Unless they are prepared for a two-front war, once Konoha retreats, the Rock Ninjas will immediately charge into the Land of Fire. In short, if they succeed, the Rock Ninja Village can plunder heavily, and the Sand Ninja Village will gain the fertile lands of the Land of Rivers. It's truly a win-win situation. Finally, Narashika heavily slapped the map. In fact, the downfall of the Land of Rain or the Land of Rivers is secondary. The key is that the historically hostile Rock Ninjas and Sand Ninjas have formed an alliance. If not handled properly, They will acquire a large amount of resources and further increase their strength. What's even more troublesome is that if this situation continues to develop, the Cloud Hidden Village and the Mist Hidden Village will also seize the opportunity. By then, the village will be in real danger. Orochimaru stared intently at the map. Has this been reported to the teacher? Naruto nodded. The news has been sent back, but the Land of Rivers may not be able to wait for our support. Orochimaru. At this moment, Shikaka Nara suddenly spoke up. Perhaps the situation isn't as bad as it seems. Orochimaru, do you have a new discovery? Shikaka Nara. The Inuzuka team encountered the Sand Ninjas before, and several other teams faced puppet masters. Naruto. That's right. These distinctive Sand Ninja techniques are meant to deceive us. This is one reason, but let us think differently. Whether it's Scorch Release, Magnet Release, or Puppet Masters, their combat capabilities far exceed those of ordinary ninjas. Their existence is also to keep an eye on the rock ninjas. But after all, the two sides have been enemies for many years, and their relationship is definitely not that stable. As long as we find the right opportunity, we might be able to disrupt this alliance. Naruto's eyes brightened. Indeed, if we can find a suitable opportunity, we might be able to break this alliance. By then, the rock ninjas in the Land of Rain and the sand ninjas in the Land of Rivers may lead to a significant change in the situation. But we don't have time. Orochimaru's voice was low, whether it's a divide-and-conquer strategy or another tactic. The enemies in the Land of Rain are very real, and we simply cannot provide support to the Land of Rivers. To mobilize ninjas from Konoha again will take at least 10 days, and the Land of Rivers can't hold on that long. I'll figure out a way. Shikaka Nara picked up the white fang on the table and turned to start packing his things. Naruto was shocked. Lord Shikaku, where are you going? You are the commander. Shikaka Nara did not lift his head. Being a commander is my duty, not my shackles. As a commander, my responsibility is to ensure that the right people are where they are needed. Now, the place where I'm needed has appeared. Orochimaru, I'll leave this side to you. Hans has been playing dead for too long. It's time to get him moving. Orochimaru chuckled. No problem. But you're facing the main force of a Sand Hidden Village. Don't get yourself killed. Shikaka Nara shook the white fang in his hand. Rest assured, I'm not going to fight hard. I'm just going to give their higher-ups a friendly greeting. With that, he pointed out a few people and hurriedly left. Orochimaru watched them leave, his gaze returning to the map. Chapter 73. Mobile Artillery while the command center was in chaos. Lingfeng and the others approached the battlefield. Upon seeing the two sides engaged in battle, the four could not help but be dumbfounded. It was all Sand Ninjas. On one side were familiar faces, RBU and Waika, and on the other were 7 or 8 Sand Ninjas. Lingfeng observed that Lang Zhu and Yi Qian had been surrounded and were in very poor condition. Both were covered in blood, and Yi Qian's arm was hanging limply. If it weren't for the defense and offense of the fire release technique, along with Lang Zhu's repeated rescues, they might have already collapsed. At this moment, they were fighting desperately, trying to break out of the encirclement. However, another wave of enemies, taking advantage of their numbers, had them firmly trapped in the middle. Especially, 2 individuals were controlling the Bean Ninjas, forming an impenetrable encirclement. There were also several corpses on the ground, either with huge cut wounds or already turned into dried human husks. Clearly the work of Lang Zhu and Yi Qian. Seeing the Bean Ninjas, Lingfeng and the others were jolted. They were lucky to have found the water flow ninjas. Moreover, the combatants were rock ninjas and sand ninjas. Although they still did not know that the rock and sand ninjas had formed an alliance, seeing the enemies infighting lifted their spirits a bit. Yugoro Ryoma made a gesture to stop everyone from getting closer. There would be ninjas around, and advancing further would expose them. After speaking, she specifically reminded Yugoro Lishan not to use the parasitic insect. The water flow ninjas were particularly sensitive to the parasitic insect. Upon hearing this, Yugoro Lishan canceled her actions. Lingfeng secretly felt regret. This position could barely see the battlefield, but it was still a bit far. At that moment, the voice of Shinny E from the mountains suddenly appeared in his mind. Leave it to me. Before he could be surprised, he felt a moment of dizziness, and images of the battlefield appeared in his mind. Not only were the images clear, but it was also in a godlike panoramic perspective. The most incredible thing was that he could clearly sense the chakra status of each person, such as a guy in a blank area using camouflage to hide. Lingfeng stared at Shenyi in the mountains, his eyes filled with shock. What I share with you is my perception. You can't just silently recite anything in your heart. By the way, this technique is known only to a few high-ranking individuals. The clan leader said it could be revealed to you, but don't let it be known. Wolf Bamboo and Yi Qianxin were in a state of anxiety. During this time, Wolf Bamboo attempted several times to use the stealth technique to rush out. However, the ninja bees of the flowing water were also based on physical perception, which happened to counter stealth, repeatedly forcing him back. In the ninja world, there are many means of perception, but they can generally be divided into 4 categories. The first is sensory perception, directly seeing, hearing, or smelling the enemy. The most typical examples are the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the sense of smell of the Inuzuka clan. The second is chakra perception, sensing the enemy's chakra. Examples include the mind's eye of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato's Rain Tiger Free technique, and the perception techniques of the Yamanaka clan. The third is physical perception, directly touching the enemy for sensing. Lingfeng's plant perception, Gara-san perception, and the insects of the Ch clan are all of this type. Finally, there are some very obscure perceptions, such as the Nine-Tails Jinch Riki sensing malice, and the Zero-Tails being able to sense emotions, etc. Currently, there are no ninjutsu in the ninja world that can completely block all perception methods. After observing for a while, seeing that the Sand Shinobi were consuming a lot of energy, Yamanaka asked, "Captain, what should we do? Should we continue to sit back and watch the fight?" Yamanaka Ryoma nodded, clearly considering this option. He was at a distance and couldn't see the battlefield clearly, but Lingfeng and the others could see it well. The strength of both sides was actually very disparate. If the Rock Shinobi charged together, the Sand Shinobi would have long since been on the Mangpa Bridge drinking soup. The only reason they were holding on was that the Rock Shinobi wanted to capture them alive and were wary of the scorching fireball. The current situation was not a struggle between 2 tigers where one dies and one is injured, but rather a fierce tiger toying with a wounded wolf, which was not consuming energy at all. Since this is the case, let us add some fuel to the fire. Shinichi, can your shared perception ability extend to the battlefield? In the mountain, Shinichi imperceptibly nodded. Lingfeng had a clear understanding of the situation and briefly explained the plan to Yamazaki Shinichi. Yamazaki showed a look of surprise, realizing why the clan leader had asked him to follow Lingfeng. What a dirty trick! On the battlefield, Yi Qian manipulated the blaze escape fireballs, making them fly up and down. The power of blaze escape was indeed astonishing. As soon as the 2 sides clashed, she had already taken a few heads, forcing the ninja bees to dare not approach. However, the rock ninjas quickly discovered the flaw of blaze escape. Although the fireballs were agile, they were similar to shurikens. The more there were, the more distracted she became, resulting in decreased accuracy. Faced with so many enemies, Yi Qian felt overwhelmed. Huff, huff, damn it. Am I going to fall here today? Yi Qian gritted her teeth, her heart filled with despair. Suddenly, her body stiffened, and her movements came to a halt. The rock ninjas naturally would not let this opportunity slip. 2 rock ninjas attacked from a blind spot, aiming to take down the ADC first. Based on previous experience, Yi Qian should not have been able to dodge this strike. However, Yi Qian seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She twisted her body and narrowly avoided the rock ninja's attack. The 2 rock ninjas were taken aback, but before they could react, they were hit by 2 curving fireballs, instantly turning into dry corpses. The other rock ninjas were all shocked, not understanding why Yi Qian's reactions had become so quick. Wolf Bamboo was overjoyed, shouting, "Well done." He swung the 7-star fan fiercely, unleashing a wind release. Great breakthrough, forcing the rock ninjas who were besieging him to retreat and then quickly reunited with Yi Qian. Several rock ninjas glared fiercely. They had finally separated the 2, but now they were back together again. The leading rock ninja shouted, "Don't hold back, finish them off quickly." The others responded and launched another fierce attack. However, Yi Qian had completely transformed. Following Lingfeng's advice, Yamazaki Shinichi shared his perception with her. At this moment, Yi Qian was like a player with a full map hack, able to see all the enemies around her. She could easily dodge attacks from blind spots and counterattack with fireballs accurately. Although the power of the fireballs had weakened significantly, it didn't matter. Even a graze would mean death. With Yamazaki Shinichi's help, Yi Qian's strength instantly multiplied several times, and she began to overpower the rock ninjas. In the distance, Lingfeng nodded secretly. Yamazaki Shinichi's perception and Yi Qian's blaze escape were indeed a perfect match. The two working together were like a mobile artillery platform. Chapter 74. Konoha takes action faced with the suddenly explosive Yi Qian. The rock ninjas were also truly angered. The rock ninja leader shouted, "Kill them," initially thinking that capturing them alive was better than killing them, and that killing them was better than leaving them as corpses. He had intended to capture the two alive. Now he realized that if they didn't go all out, they might really end up in a predicament. The rock ninjas no longer held back and began to attack with full force. Although they had suffered a small loss earlier, they still had the advantage in numbers. Unexpectedly, Yi Qian suddenly shouted, and 4 fireballs split into dozens of smaller fireballs, swirling rapidly around her and Wolf Bamboo, forming a red light shield. Now, not only the rock ninjas, but even Wolf Bamboo was stunned. His own disciple had suddenly become somewhat unrecognizable. Suddenly, 3 small fireballs smashed down fiercely onto a nearby empty space. A scream rang out, and a rock ninja's dry corpse fell to the ground. The other rock ninjas were taken aback. This guy had been hiding well with a camouflage technique and had never been discovered. How did he suddenly get killed? Judging by the attack of these 3 fireballs, it was definitely not a coincidence. The rock ninjas, not caring about much, charged at the two again, and Wolf Bamboo and Yi Qian met them head-on. Fireballs, wind blades, earth walls, stone spikes. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. This time, Yi Qian displayed extraordinary power, and her attacks became increasingly cunning. Sometimes, even when separated by an earth wall, her fireballs could accurately hit the rock ninjas hiding behind. At other times, even when they dodged, the fireballs would curve and smash back at them. Her defense was also remarkable. It was as if she had opened her eyes wide, easily dodging even attacks from blind spots. In an instant, Yi Qian's displayed strength was comparable to that of an elite Genin. However, her foundation was still too weak, and before long, her chakra began to run low. The rock ninja leader seized the opportunity when he saw her distancing herself from Wolf Bamboo and formed hand seals. Earth release, ground quake. The ground beneath Yi Qian rapidly sank, turning into a deep pit. Yevin, Wolf Bamboo exclaimed in shock, just as he was about to save her, when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Earth release, earth burial. 2 rock ninjas teamed up to cast their ninjutsu, lifting a boulder the size of a house and smashing it down fiercely. Wolf Bamboo dared not take it head-on and hurriedly jumped aside to dodge. The boulder just happened to cover the deep pit, trapping Yi Qian inside. Yi Qian frantically bombarded the boulder with fireballs. Blaze escape inflicted true damage to living beings, but its effect on stone was limited. Wolf Bamboo quickly used wind release, but it only left deep scratches on the surface of the stone, far from shattering it. Seeing Yi Qian trapped, the rock ninjas were overjoyed and rushed to eliminate the isolated Wolf Bamboo. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the ground. Several large trees emerged from the edge of the deep pit, coiling around the boulder like giant pythons, and in a few breaths, they crushed the boulder into pieces. Dust and smoke billowed, enveloping the entire battlefield. Suddenly, several fireballs shot out from the thick smoke, as if they had eyes, turning several rock ninjas into dry corpses. Now, of the more than 10 rock ninjas, only 4 remained, including 2 water-style ninjas, the rock ninja leader, and another Chunin. The rock ninja leader decisively shouted, "Retreat." Just now, they couldn't handle even 2 people, and now it was clear that reinforcements had arrived. How could they continue to fight? Forget about capturing or killing. They needed to save their own lives first. Just a few steps out, a patch of black mist suddenly rose around them, surrounding them in the middle. The water-style ninja was taken aback. Parasitic insect. Not good. Konoha ninjas have arrived. While saying this, he manipulated the ninja bees to form a defensive circle. The black and yellow insect clouds collided, and the ninja bees battled the parasitic insects, creating a chilling rustling sound all around, with insect corpses falling like raindrops. The rock ninja leader felt his scalp tingle upon seeing the insect cloud. If so many parasitic insects rushed in, none of the 6 people present, whether they were sand ninjas or rock ninjas, would be able to escape. He glanced at Wolf Bamboo and Yi Qian. It was very difficult for the 4 rock ninjas to charge out alone. These two's ninjutsu seemed very restraining against the insect swarm, causing significant losses to the ninja bees. Although they had just been fighting fiercely, they could only cooperate temporarily now. Don't just stand there, let's go together. You don't want to become prisoners of Konoha, do you? I promise you, if we eliminate these parasitic insects, we'll let you go this time. Wolf Bamboo squinted slightly, seemingly weighing the situation, and after a moment, slowly nodded. He raised his 3-star fan and continuously released several wind releases, blowing the swarm of insects apart to create a large opening. Although it quickly closed up, it eased the tension in the heart of the rock ninja leader. This guy's wind release was indeed powerful, as long as they continued to attack. Escaping should not be a problem. Once they reach a safe place, they could slowly deal with them. The rock ninja leader, along with his companions, used ninjutsu to attack the swarm of insects. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his calf, followed by excruciating pain, and his body uncontrollably fell to the ground. Looking down, he saw that his calf had been cleanly severed. It turned out that Wolf Bamboo had used wind release to cut off their legs. Then, several fireballs flew in and quietly hovered above their heads. Outside, the insects and bee swarm continued to fight, without the manipulation of the water flow clan members. The bee swarm was falling apart. Countless broken ninja bee corpses rained down. Taking advantage of the parasitic insects not attacking yet, Wolf Bamboo whispered, Yi Qian, be careful and keep an eye on these guys. Once the leaf ninja shows up, let's see if we can use them to trade for our freedom. Yi Qian replied, can we? To the leaf village, what difference is there between us and the rock ninja? Wolf Bamboo shook his head. Compared to the rock ninja, who should have retreated, our appearance is reasonable. They will definitely be more interested in the rock ninja. Yi Qian said, but the village's alliance. Forget about the alliance. Wolf Bamboo gritted his teeth, his gaze turning fierce. Your sister is still young, and you're the only lava-release ninja in the village. If the rock ninja targets you, it shows they don't care about this alliance at all. Since that's the case, what do we care about? The priority is to quickly get the message to Lord Chio and ask her to be prepared. We must not affect the plans of the Land of Rivers. Ye nodded, understood. If the Leaf Ninja insists on taking us down, then let them deal with the Rock Ninja first, and then deal with me. As for you, you must understand, the village's intelligence absolutely cannot be leaked. A hint of determination also appeared in Yi Qian's eyes. Don't worry, teacher. Chapter 75. Confrontation and Negotiation. Wolf Bamboo and Yi Qian silently watched the swarm of insects fighting together. The uncontrolled ninja bees were quickly devoured. Countless parasitic insects flew around the two of them. Wolf Bamboo felt pain all over his body. Damn, the injuries he had just sustained were too severe. If this dragged on, he wouldn't be able to hold on. So he took a deep breath, suppressing his discomfort, and stepped on the head of a rock ninja. Leaf Ninja, show yourselves. Let's talk. The surroundings fell silent, and just as Wolf Bamboo was starting to grow impatient, the Llama team stepped out. Upon seeing 3 familiar faces in the 4-person team, both Wolf Bamboo and Yi Qian felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They hoped that the Leaf Village's desire for the rock ninja captives would surpass their hatred for them. But wait. Clearly, we suffered a greater loss back then. We lost a magnet release ninja for nothing. On the Leaf side, the few people remained silent. In negotiations, it was naturally the highest-ranking person who had the right to speak. The problem was the highest-ranking person in the current group was Oil Girl Alma. Lingfeng and Shan Zhongshan secretly complained, wondering if the Oil Woman clan was fit for negotiations. Sure enough, Yund Lama looked at the 2 sand ninjas, simply standing silently with an imposing figure and dark sunglasses, exuding a strong sense of pressure. In the current situation, it was impossible to keep the sand ninjas. It would be best to retain those 2 waterflow ninjas. But what should I say? If I speak directly, will they take advantage of it? I can't force it now. That Scorch Release Ninja could take their lives in an instant. Yun Volition, it's over. My master's social anxiety has kicked in. Ling Feng and Shan Zhongshan He are communicating through their consciousness. Shin-E, Captain, why are you watching them without saying anything? I don't know. It should be part of a plan, right? Look, Li Shan hasn't said a word. Lang Zhu and Yi Qian are also whispering in a voice that others can't hear. Teacher, what are the Konoha ninjas doing? Why aren't they speaking? Especially that guy in sunglasses. He's been staring at me. It's so disgusting. Lang Zhu pondered for a moment, and his expression darkened. The evil Konoha ninjas have noticed that we are exhausted and are deliberately stalling for time. Yi Qian? Lang Zhu, I am severely injured, and your scorch release also requires continuous chakra consumption. They are intentionally wearing us down. Yi Qian was startled. The Konoha ninja in front of them is so cunning. How scary. Teacher, what should we do? I am the pride of Sunigakure. Even the third Kazekage and Chiyoba have favored me, although I have long been prepared to die for the village. Facing the moment still makes my face pale. Since we can't stall, let's burn our boats and reveal our trump card. If they agree, fine. If not, we'll fight to the death. Lang Zhu stepped forward and shouted, Konoha ninjas, I am Iwasaki Lang Zhu from Sunigakure. These 4 guys are not from Sunigakure, but infiltrated IWA ninjas. They must have a lot of information on them. We can hand them over to you, but you must promise not to attack us again. If you don't agree, we'll take out these 4 guys first and then see the truth. The 4 Konoha ninjas. They had just discussed that the most important target was the 2 Suiryu ninjas. As long as the Sand ninjas agree to hand over the 2, they wouldn't bother to create more trouble. They didn't expect the Sand ninjas to be so generous, directly handing over all 4 IWA ninjas. Yinya Ryoma was stunned. Is there really such a good thing? Without saying a word, they got the lowest price and even got a discount. We are in a hostile relationship. Even if we agree, you don't believe we will give up the pursuit, right? Yi Qian stepped forward. My ninjutsu manipulation distance is 500 meters. Beyond this distance, it will automatically extinguish. After saying that, she manipulated a small fireball to fly into the distant sky. After flying about several hundred meters, the fireball extinguished and disappeared. I will leave a fireball on the captive, and as long as I leave 500 meters, the fireball will automatically disappear, and you will naturally get the captive. Yinya Ryoma pondered slightly. There are only 4 of them. If they take the captive, they naturally can't pursue the 2 Sand ninjas anymore. Similarly, if the Sand ninjas go back on their word and kill the captive, even if they run 500 meters ahead, they can't escape the tracking of the Yinyu clan. Yinya Ryoma looked at his teammates. The 3 all nodded. After all, they came to complete the mission of the Yinyu clan, not to patrol. Why create more trouble? Lingfeng discreetly glanced at Yi Qian's shoulder. The Flying Thunder God technique's sensing still very clear. With this technique, the opponent has nowhere to hide within 100 kilometers. Instead of taking out the opponent now, it might be better to keep them as a backup. Who knows when it might come in handy. Old Girl Ryoma agreed to the Sand Ninja's conditions. You can leave now. Don't have any crooked thoughts. 500 meters is nothing to us. Saying this, he instructed the bugs surrounding them to clear a path. Lang Zhu and Yi Qian followed the path and hurriedly dove into the dense jungle. After a while, the fireballs on the heads of the 4 captives disappeared. Only then did the 4 truly breathe a sigh of relief. Old Girl Ryoma said, Shun-E, I'm counting on you, especially those 2 water flow ninjas. We must get their information. Shanzhong nodded slightly. No problem. After saying that, he drew a complex array on the ground and stuck a few talismans on the foreheads of the 4. Then he sat down and performed a secret technique, while simultaneously searching through the memories of the 4 individuals. Old Girl Lishan exclaimed, Lingfeng, can he really use the secret technique on all 4 people at once? He was already exhausted from searching one person's memory before, and now he dares to face 4? Lingfeng furrowed his brows and shook his head. I don't know, but since Shan-E dares to do this, he must have some confidence. Let us keep a close watch. If there is a problem, we will forcibly terminate his secret technique. He said this, but felt uneasy in his heart. Techniques involving the soul are very complex, and no one knows what the consequences of forcibly interrupting them would be. Unless Shun-E in the mountains is really on the brink of death, it's best not to disturb him lightly. Fortunately, Y Ninja Rima has seen a lot. Shun-E is using the secret formations and talismans passed down in the mountains. which can greatly reduce the consumption of a ninjutsu. So don't worry. So that is how it is. The two of them felt a lot more at ease. Chapter 76. The uninvited guest of the Y Ninja family. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had gone by. Shun-E in the mountains was shaking uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his forehead. Suddenly, blood began to flow from his nose, staining his clothes red within a few breaths. Lingfeng propped himself up. I used medical ninjutsu to protect my brain. You all wake him up. Before we could make a move, Yamanaka Shinichi opened his eyes, which were filled with bloodshot veins, looking quite terrifying. All right, it's over. Lingfeng performed medical ninjutsu, while saying, don't talk, let me treat you first. The green light flickered, and after a while, his breathing finally became steady, and the blood vessels in his eyes receded significantly. Lingfeng slowly retracted his palm. I've already done emergency treatment. We need to get you back as soon as possible. Yamashita Shinichi suddenly grabbed Lingfeng's hand. Cough, cough. It's too late. They have already set out, preparing to attack the Konoha camp. The other three what? Yamashita Shinichi took a deep breath, gathered his chakra, and shared the information with the others. It turns out that the Wizumi clan has been passing down a secret technique. By sacrificing hundreds or thousands of bee queens, they use the technique and herbs to cultivate a new type of blood bee. Blood bees have strong combat power and tough bodies. Not only are their attacks fierce, but they can also resist most ninjutsu. The most terrifying thing is that they can lay eggs inside a ninja's body. And once the larvae consume the chakra-filled flesh and blood, they quickly hatch and mature, ultimately bursting out. If blood bees appear on the battlefield, if not contained, they will multiply exponentially. The Wizumi clan came to the land of rain with the intention of cultivating blood bees. However, the rain village couldn't withstand the attack. Before the first batch of blood bees matured, they had already knelt down. Forced to, the Wizumi clan then set their sights on Konoha, wanting to launch a surprise attack on the Konoha camp to cultivate a large number of blood bees, without considering whether it would lead to a war between the two villages. As long as there are enough blood bees, Iwagakure will have no choice but to protect themselves. Oil Woman Ryuma and Oil Woman Risshin secretly clicked their tongues. Hundreds of queen bees, this is quite a big deal. In the Wizumi clan, as long as one possesses a queen bee, they can become a ninja. Taking out so many queen bees at once is equivalent to the Wizumi clan losing over 1,000 ninjas. Yamashita Shinichi continued. All Wizumi clan members have restrictions that allow them to sense their situation. I searched the memories of these two. Their chakra fluctuations are significant, and their clan leader has probably already received the news. According to their agreement, if any clan member is captured, they will set out to attack the camp before the news returns. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the other three darkened. Oil Woman Ryuma, Shinichi, how many blood bees have they cultivated in total? How do they plan to attack the camp? Yamashita Shinichi, the first batch of blood bees has just been cultivated and hatched, at most only 100. They have already chosen 3 attack points. And as for the timing, they have probably already set out. Oil Woman Ryuma nodded. In that case, we will return immediately. Let's take the information back. Lingfeng spoke to stop. Wait a minute. You and V Long Ma, what's wrong? Lingfeng. Captain, the Oil Woman clan has many skilled fighters. And it's not just you two. How about I use the Flying Thunder God technique to take Shin back? Let Chief Yahoo prepare, and you and Lishan go directly to the Waterflow clan stronghold. In the Konoha camp, the Oil Woman clan is gearing up for battle, with White Fang and Orochimaru stationed in the center, along with countless ninjas providing support. If the Waterflow clan can achieve victory against such an enemy, then it wouldn't make much difference whether Oil Woman Longma and Oil Woman Lishan return to the camp, even if Oil Woman Longma is very powerful. But if the Waterflow clan retreats, the two can set a trap and strike down the defeated. Oil Woman Longma thought this plan was indeed feasible and nodded. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Lingfeng formed hand seals with both hands, leaving a shadow clone in place. My clone can also perform the Flying Thunder God technique. If there's real danger, he will take you away. After saying this, he helped Shunsher E from the mountain, and his figure instantly disappeared. Lingfeng was unaware that half an hour ago, an unexpected guest had arrived at the Oil Woman clan. Oil woman Yahoo leaned back on a stool, looking down at the person in front of him. Who are you? Dressed like an umbu, but not showing any umbu credentials. Impersonating umbu is a capital offense. I could kill you and feed you to the worms right now. And the village wouldn't say a word. The visitor showed no signs of nervousness. Clan leader Yahoo, I am here on the orders of Lord Danzo to deliver some intelligence to you. Lord Danzo? You mean Shimura Danzo? So you are Root? The other party slightly bowed. I am indeed Root. You can call me Lei. It seemed he wasn't an imposter. Danzo sent you to find me for something, didn't he? Lei narrowed his eyes slightly. Lord Yahoo, you should refer to Lord Danzo as such. Oil woman Yahoo chuckled. Having become a shadow assistant, your temper has grown. Kid, let me tell you something. Lei, please enlighten me. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as he was kicked away by Oil woman Yahoo. Oil woman Yahoo slowly walked back to his chair and sat down. Tell Danzo, I can tolerate showing off in front of juniors, but I won't fall for that trick. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Oil woman Yahoo, Yamanaka Sido, Akimichi Toriphone. We are all of the same generation. Even if there are differences in strength and age, we all went through the Warring States period and survived the Great War together. Who the hell is afraid of whom? All right, what does Danzo want to say? Speak. Oil woman Yahoo appeared strong, but he actually took it very seriously. What matter was worth Danzo sending a message personally? Lei struggled to get up, but his expression showed no anger, as if it wasn't him who had been kicked. It's about the Kamizukuri clan's intelligence. I wonder if you're interested? Oil woman Yahoo narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a very good impression of Lingfeng, but as a clan leader, he naturally wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. Multiple pieces of information must corroborate each other to get closer to the truth. Speak. I'm listening. Lei began to explain. It turned out that Danzo was defending the border of the grass country and had sent many spies to the earth country. He obtained intelligence that the Kamizukuri clan was cultivating blood bees. Danzo did not pass this information to the village, but instead sent it to the Oil Woman clan. Oh, this intelligence is quite unexpected, but Danzo wouldn't just give out information for free. Would he? The root is still in its infancy and currently lacks talent. Lord Danzo hopes to gain the support of the Oil Woman clan. I knew he wouldn't act without benefit. I'll think about it first. Moai Zuji, you take Lei to rest first. 2 members of the Oil Woman clan entered the tent. Yes, clan leader. Guest this way, please. Lei slightly bowed and followed the 2 away. Chapter 77. Plan initiated Lingfeng, Shun E. Use your secret technique to inform Chief Ching Do. I will go find Chief Yihu. Don't worry, just go quickly. Lingfeng nodded, and with a flying thunder god technique, he appeared in front of the Oil Woman clan leader's camp. The 2 guards were startled to see an unexpected person. I am Senju Lingfeng, and I have important matters to discuss with clan leader Yahoo. Please report to him promptly. The 2 guards clearly recognized Senju Lingfeng. One of them said, "Follow me," and led Lingfeng inside. They did not take him directly to meet the clan leader, but arranged for him to wait in a remote tent. After all, there were still some roots. It was not appropriate for both parties to meet directly. Please wait a moment. We will report to the clan leader right away. A few minutes later, Oil Woman Yahoo rushed in with several clan members. Lingfeng, you suddenly returned. Is there something going on? Where are Lama and Lishan? Why didn't they come back with you? Lingfeng quickly got up. We obtained important intelligence this time. The captain and Li Shan are still pursuing the enemy. So I returned first to relay the information. He then informed them of the incoming attack from the Upper Waterflow clan. Yuan Yihu and a few others exchanged glances and nodded. Rock ninjas and sand ninjas colluding. Blood bees that could devour ninja, chakra, and flesh to reproduce. Lingfeng, you did well. This information is very important. Lingfeng took a step forward. Lord Night Tiger, the situation is urgent. Shun, he has already sent a message to Clan Qingdo. Please contact the clan in the mountains as soon as possible. UNVG, who nodded and glanced at the UNV clansmen behind him. Did you all hear that? Do what you need to do. Welcome our guests. The opportunity that Lingfeng has created for us, make sure you seize it well. Anyone who messes up will face the clan rules. Yes. The UNV clansmen replied in unison and began to walk out of the tent. In an instant, the camp became lively. UNVE who patted Lingfeng on the shoulder. Kid, you've already helped a lot with the intelligence, but the family has its pride. You don't need to worry about the fighting. Just rest well and wait for the celebration banquet. After all, this is a transaction between the ninja clans. It's one thing for Lingfeng to act as a mediator, but if we have to rely on him, even for battles, does the Oil Woman clan still want to save face? Lingfeng, the captain, and Lishan are still outside, and there are fewer people on their side. So I need to go over and assist them. Yuan Yihu thought about it and agreed. Those two are treasures of the Yuan clan and must not be in any danger. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Yuan Yihu didn't make any promises or express thanks. The implied message was that you are already one of us. For the Shinobi clan, this is the greatest show of goodwill. Lingfeng nodded and instantly vanished. Yu Yi, who watched the direction he disappeared in, slightly stunned, then strode out of the tent. Bring in a few drunken starworms to Lei Yi's tent. He doesn't need to be awake today. In the mountain camp, Shan Zhongqing Do faced a group of clansmen. That's the situation. I got some benefits from the old Yihu, so I need to handle this beautifully. The members of the barrier class must keep their eyes wide open, not let a single fly slip by. 100 miles away, the Shang Shuiliu clan was rushing to the Konoha camp. Shang Shuiliu Qin, brother, we're not far now. A glint of killing intent appeared in Shang Shuiliu Qin's eyes. Thanks to those sand shinobi, they led away the ones monitoring us. After tonight, the Shang Shuiliu clan will stand undefeated. Shang Shuiliu Qin nodded, glanced at the clansmen who were far away, and lowered his voice. I'm not worried about the Bloodbee's power. I'm worried about that one below. At that moment, a green ninja bee suddenly flew over and landed on his shoulder. Shang Shuiliu Qin frowned. Brother, what's wrong? Unknown individuals have appeared near the cave. They're quite fast. Shang Shuiliu Qin frowned, but soon relaxed. We agreed that as soon as any clansman goes missing, we would activate the plan immediately just to deal with this kind of situation. As long as we're quick enough. Konoha won't have time to defend. Shang Shuiliu Qin nodded, sighed. It's a pity we couldn't wait for the Black Armored Bee King to mature. If we could raise a few Black Armored Bee Kings in this opportunity, the Shang Shuiliu clan might leap to become the top clan in Awagakure. Shang Shuiliu Qin, there's nothing we can do about it. Fortunately, the cave entrance has been sealed, and the Black Armored Bee King is already hidden. In fact, not discovering anything is their good luck. Otherwise, waking the Black Armored Bee King would only make them its bait. Never leak the matter of the Black Armored Bee King. Otherwise, that old man Anoki will be the first to not let us go. Rest assured, brother, I understand. The group continued on their way, arriving near the Konoha camp. Along the way, the Shang Shuiliu ninjas kept releasing ninja bees for reconnaissance and alerting. With the elite of the clan combined, this kind of reconnaissance was extremely dense. Although Konoha's defenses were also considered meticulous, they were still infiltrated. Upon reaching this point, they didn't dare to jump high in the trees, all moving stealthily on the ground. Soon they arrived at a low cliff with a pile of rubble below. One Shang Shuiliu clansman stepped forward a few paces. Chief, 30 meters ahead is Konoha's perception barrier. Any chakra creature that collides with it will be sensed. And ninja bees are no exception. Shang Shuiliu Qin nodded. Go ahead. The Shang Shuiliu clansman slightly bowed, walked to the stone pile, moved a few large stones, revealing a passage covered with talismans. Passing through the passage, they could go through the barrier unnoticed. Shang Shuiliu Qin then curiously asked, how did you dig such a tunnel right under the noses of the Konoha ninjas? The clansman respectfully replied, Lord Qin, the mountain here was unstable before, so we used ninja bees to excavate the mountain, causing a small-scale collapse, and took advantage of this disturbance to construct this tunnel with Earth style. By the time the Konoha ninjas investigated, the cave was already hidden, and they thought it was a natural collapse. Shang Shuiliu Qin nodded. I see. All right, enough small talk. This attack means something significant. Remember, this battle must succeed, not fail. After saying this, he waved his sleeve and entered the cave, followed by the Shang Shuiliu clansmen. Chapter 78. There's another layer underground in the depths of the forest. Lingfeng and others searched for a long time and finally found the cave, where the ninja bees were cultivated in the upper water flow. The entrance was sealed with a layer of semi-transparent yellow substance, and there were 7 or 8 beehives around, with many ninja bees constantly circling nearby. Suddenly, a swarm of black mist-like parasitic insects surged in. The ninja bees sensed the enemy and emitted a series of hissing sounds, quickly starting to fight back. The black and yellow clouds of insects collided, and a fierce battle began. The ninja bees were large and could dismember the parasitic insects in just a few bites. However, the parasitic insects were numerous surrounding the ninja bees. A chilling rustling sound came from the air, and the broken bodies of insects were scattered all over the ground. After all, the ninja bees were unmastered creatures, without the stimulation of the insect master. They quickly fell apart under the attack and became food for the parasitic insects. After dealing with the enemies, the parasitic insects pounced on the ground to devour the scattered insect corpses and even dismantled several traps. Once the dust settled, Lingfeng and the others came out. However, the few of them looked somewhat disheveled. Lingfeng's clone was in a sorry state. He didn't expect them to hide so well, with traps all around and 2 layers of illusion seals added. How did the Sand Ninja find this place? Yun Vlongma adjusted his glasses. Iwasaki Langzhu was originally known for reconnaissance and intelligence. Yun Vlishan also nodded. His wind release is very strong. He is the strongest wind release ninja I have ever encountered. We shouldn't let such a dangerous guy go. Lingfeng smiled helplessly. The bloodline limits of the Sand Ninja were already few, and with the magnetic release ninja dead. If 2 more died, they would probably go crazy. It would be better to keep those 2 alive and let the anger of the Sand Ninja be directed at the Rock Ninja. Anyway, let's focus on dealing with the situation in front of us first. The 3 of them reached the cave entrance, which had already been sealed off. Lingfeng touched the wall and felt its warmth. It was made of solidified beeswax. He took out a kunai and poked it a few times with force, but not even a scratch was left. Then he tried using an explosive talisman, but it didn't have much effect either. How hard it is! It feels even harder than steel. This beeswax wall is at least 1 meter thick, and even if he used an explosive talisman, it would take several days to blast through. Lingfeng's clone thought for a moment. Let's try Earth Release. It can't be so hard underground. After saying that, he used Earth Release to drill into the ground. After a while, he emerged with a helpless expression. No way, there's seals inside the cave. I can't get in from the rock walls or the ground. Now the cave is completely a closed space. Even Conan wouldn't be able to find a hole. Oil Woman said, "Can your space-time ninjutsu work?" Lingfeng shook his head. Flying Thunder God can only jump to places marked in advance. At this moment, Oil Girl Ryoma stepped forward. "Let me give it a try." He extended his hand, and several black bugs the size of fingernails emerged from his palm. They looked like stag beetles, pitch black and shiny, but their teeth were unusually large, almost half the size of their bodies. "These are the new bugs I've cultivated. Let's see if they work." The little black bugs began to gnaw on the beeswax wall. Originally, Lingfeng's clones didn't hold out much hope, but the results were surprising.
Fine shavings started to fall from the beeswax wall, which even Kunai couldn't leave a scratch on. It really works. Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise. "Captain."
"There's no need to bite out a big hole. We just need to fit a kunai in." Yun Vlongma's spirits lifted. With that said, the workload had been significantly reduced. After working hard for more than half an hour, a hole the size of a wrist was finally bitten through the beeswax wall. Lingfeng took out a kunai and inserted it, then used Flying Thunder God to enter the cave. After checking for a while and confirming there were no traps, he brought Oil Girl Ryoma and Oil Girl Lishan inside as well. Lingfeng left a Flying Thunder God mark in the corner of the wall. "My task is complete, and the clone will dissipate first. After the main body receives the memory, it will come over as soon as possible." Oil Girl Ryoma nodded. "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." Lingfeng's clone transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. At this moment, Lingfeng had already arrived at the place where he parted ways with the Sand Ninja. The moment the clone vanished, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the memory of the cave's location was synchronized with his main body. Lingfeng summoned more than a dozen wooden clones. "You all stay alert. I'll go ahead." Each clone held a handful of skeleton explosion grass seeds. "Don't worry, leave it to us. No matter who the enemy is, we'll blow them up so bad that their own mother wouldn't recognize them. Then I'll leave it to you." With that, One of them disappeared using the flying thunder god technique. In the cave, countless parasitic bugs crawled around, not even missing the tiniest crevice. Soon, they found a secret chamber where the blood bees were being hatched. A blood-red bee cocoon was stuck to the wall, with the top already broken open. There were a few shriveled corpses on the ground, and several blood bee bodies scattered around. Yundli Shan said, "This is where the blood bees are cultivated." It's truly eerie. Yundlama carefully examined the blood bee bodies on the ground. She had already counted. There were 93 holes in the bee cocoon and 77 bee corpses on the ground. The only good news was that there shouldn't be many of these blood bees right now. Lishan, have we searched every place? Yes, we've searched everywhere. There are some secret technique scrolls in the cave, but they are all ordinary bee cultivation methods, with no information on blood bees. How cautious. At this moment, Lingfeng's main body arrived. Wait a moment, there should still be something hidden here. Yundlama was taken aback. Did you discover something? Lingfeng nodded, just now. My clone used Earth Escape to check this cave. Although the cave is sealed, I still have a general outline. The deepest part of this cave extends underground for over 100 meters. Over 100 meters? Yundlama furrowed her brows. Where she was now was the deepest part of the cave, but it was only about 50 or 60 meters from the surface. Yundlama looked at the ground. Her heart stirred. Are you saying there's another layer below? Lingfeng pressed his hands on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Although the outer wall of the cave was sealed and harder than iron, the interior was just ordinary soil and stone. Lingfeng's palm sprouted countless fine roots, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. The entire internal structure of the cave was as clear as a three-dimensional image. After a while, he opened his eyes. As expected, there was indeed another layer below. He pointed at the red beehive. The entrance is right behind it. Chapter 79. Black Armored Bee King. The red, empty beehive sealed off half of the wall. The oil girl dragon horse seemed to ponder and controlled the swarm of parasitic insects to rush forward. As the parasitic insects gnawed away, the beehive shrank at a visible speed. They actually used the beehive to block the entrance. After a while, the parasitic insects emitted a sharp screech. The oil girl Ishan recalled the swarm of insects. At this point, the beehive had completely disappeared, revealing a beeswax door covered with 7 or 8 talismans. The oil girl dragon horse adjusted her glasses. This is a touch flame barrier, a type of trigger-based small fire formation. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Lingfeng reach out to tear off the talismans. Just as she was about to advise against it, a piercing red light erupted from the talisman paper. And in an instant, Lingfeng's hand turned charred black. The oil girl Lishan hurriedly stepped forward. Lingfeng, are you okay? The oil girl dragon horse exclaimed anxiously. You can't touch that talisman. You were too reckless. It's fine, just a fake hand. Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged, and his arm in the sleeve was abruptly severed at the elbow. The half arm fell to the ground, turning into a piece of charred wood, and then a new arm grew out. Because of the concealment of the sleeve, others did not notice anything unusual, thinking it was a special technique of wood release. Yuji Lama couldn't help but advise Lingfeng, although wood release is amazing, you can't be so reckless in the future. He then looked toward the beeswax door. Indeed, there were heavy defenses. With the touch flame barrier in place, they couldn't use insects. Yuji approached and said, Teacher, do you have any methods? You are the most skilled infiltrator in the clan. In the original plot, Yuji Lama was able to join the route not only because of his strength, but also because of his infiltration skills. Let me try. Yuji Lama stepped forward to study the barrier carefully. After a while, he began to unravel it, layer by layer, like peeling an onion, gradually weakening the barrier. After much effort, he finally sighed, all right. With the tearing of a talisman, the balance of the formation was disrupted, and the other talismans instantly ignited into ashes. The group entered the beeswax door, revealing another vast cave. The rock walls were embedded with unknown minerals, emitting a faint white light. The three felt a bit uneasy, realizing they had inadvertently discovered something extraordinary. Unlike the previous layer, this cave had almost nothing in it, and only at the deepest point did they find a black cocoon over a meter tall. It was covered with numerous talismans, and countless chakra chains were tightly wrapped around the black cocoon. Yuji Lishan swallowed hard. What is this? The insect cocoon is so large. Yuji Longma frowned in silence, but his expression was filled with seriousness. Lingfeng asked curiously, "What's wrong with the insect cocoon being big? Aren't all summoning beasts quite large?" According to the original plot, the water flow ninja can summon giant ninja bees, and Shino Aburame for Boruto can also summon giant beetles. Those insects aren't anything special. Aburame, Shino, shook his head. The summoning insects don't exist in the same space as us. It's normal for them to be large, and even if they are big, they are still natural creatures. But this cocoon is clearly a man-made product, filled with violent and ominous chakra. Lingfeng frowned slightly. In Naruto, they often talk about someone's chakra being ominous or not, but Lingfeng still doesn't understand what that means. However, the black cocoon does give him a creepy feeling. It seems that it is most likely a man-made evil entity like Nu, Wu, and Zero Tail. Lingfeng silently prayed. As long as it wasn't something like the Nu that could attract the Otsutsuki's attention to Earth, it would be fine. The current ninja world couldn't withstand the turmoil caused by the Otsutsuki. Suddenly, a dull and rhythmic sound came from the black cocoon, as if someone was beating a drum. The sound grew louder, making people's hearts race. What the hell is that? The drum of liberation? Crack! A huge crack appeared on the giant cocoon, and something was struggling to break out. But the surrounding chakra threads emitted a bright light, seemingly trying to continue binding it. "Be careful! It's coming out!" Oil Girl Ryoma shouted, releasing a large number of parasitic insects along with Oil Girl Risshin, swirling around the three like a whirlwind. The appearance of the parasitic insects seemed to stimulate the creature inside the black cocoon. It let out a sharp cry and exerted force, causing the surrounding chakra threads to snap. Soon a large gap opened in the black cocoon, and a giant black bee emerged. The black giant bee had a metallic sheen, with mandibles like steel blades, and on its back were 4 wings, not normal insect elytra, but a pair of fleshy wings. It was indeed the black-armored bee mentioned by the leaders of the upper water flow. Seeing such a sight, the three gasped. Oil Girl Ryoma and Oil Girl Risshin released countless parasitic insects from their sleeves, circling around the black bee continuously. Lingfeng looked at his teammates with a speechless expression. Why did they have to fight? Couldn't they just turn around and run? Why did they have to confront this obviously dangerous creature? However, since his teammates didn't move, Lingfeng felt embarrassed to run away alone. Insect Jade. The Oil Girl Longma and the Oil Girl Lisshin manipulated the parasitic insects to charge at the black armored bee king. But the three of them saw a blur, as the black armored bee escaped the encirclement at an imperceptible speed, sending Lingfeng flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily against the rock wall. So fast, so strong. The Oil Girl Longma and the Oil Girl Lisshin thought it was bad. They didn't expect the power and speed of the black bee to be so outrageous. They quickly retreated to create distance while gathering the parasitic insects in front for defense. The black armored bee king rotated its huge compound eyes, fixating on the remaining 2. Another charge, and it was in front of the Oil Girl Longma, its giant teeth clashing like a guillotine, biting him in half. The Oil Girl Longma's body turned into a pile of parasitic insects, as he had used an insect substitute at the last moment. A swarm of parasitic insects covered the black armored bee king's body, starting to gnaw at it. But its body was like steel. No matter how much the parasitic insects bit, they couldn't break through its defenses. The black armored bee king, irritated, shook its body but couldn't shake off the parasitic insects. So it vibrated its wings and emitted a low, rumbling sound. This sound had a strong, penetrating power, leaving the few of them dizzy. The parasitic insects couldn't withstand it and fell off, with the weaker ones dying instantly. Chapter 80. The powerful ninja, the black armored bee king, shook off the parasitic insects and charged fiercely at the Oil Girl Lisshin. Just as it looked like the Oil Girl Lisshin would be sliced in half, the Oil Girl Longma suddenly rushed over and kicked its head, forcing it back slightly. At the same time, he released smoke bombs to obstruct its vision and took the Oil Girl Lisshin away. The Oil Girl Lisshin took the opportunity to throw down several explosive talismans. After a series of explosions, the entire cave shook slightly, but the black armor bee king's shell was almost undamaged. The Oil Girl Lisshin gritted her teeth and said, "Damn, this black bee is too strong. Not only is it powerful, but it's also fast, and its defense is terrifying." The Oil Girl Longma silently assessed the surroundings. If they used a large number of explosive talismans, they might be able to injure it. But the cave couldn't withstand it, and they would inevitably be buried alive. The black armored bee king rubbed its head with its front limbs like a big fly and refocused its attention on the two. The oil girl llama didn't dare to be careless, tearing off his outer robe and tossing it aside. His robust body had 7 or 8 holes, surrounded by various talismans. Ninja technique, André d'insecte nest open. 7 or 8 bizarre spiders crawled out from within him and climbed onto the surrounding rock walls. When the black armored bee king charged again, the spiders spit out sticky threads, forming a large net to ensnare it. The black armored bee king was furious, its fleshy wings flapping, easily tearing the spider silk apart, and it pounced on a few spiders, ripping them to shreds. But those spiders didn't die in vain. Before they died, they exploded with a large amount of white goo, sticking firmly to the black armored bee king's body. The black armored bee king, enraged, turned and charged at the oil girl llama. The oil girl llama raised his hand, and a fist-sized beetle shot out from his empty palm, crashing into the black armored bee king. Despite the size difference, the collision produced a metallic roar, and the beetle was crushed, while the black armored bee king staggered back. Then, several vine-like tendrils as thick as a man's waist emerged from the ground, tightly wrapping around the black armored bee king. The oil girl llama hurriedly pulled back. The oil girl Lishan, on the other hand, was filled with surprise and joy. Lingfeng, are you okay? Lingfeng appeared in front of the two. It was close, but fortunately, he used a wooden substitute. He pressed both hands to the ground, and vines quickly grew, wrapping around the black armored bee king like octopus tentacles. The black armored bee king would not sit idly by. It continuously bit and slashed with its scythe-like wings. The vines were torn apart like straw. Lingfeng was also taken aback. This thing was way too difficult to handle, right? Moreover, he had just tried to pierce the insect armor with vines, but it was completely useless. No wonder the green bull appeared so late. Without the enhancement of armament hockey, the forest fruit was also useless in the rough and tough world of pirates. He had to find a way to solve this problem in the future. He couldn't rely on explosions for output every time. Lost in thought, Lingfeng was once again sent flying. At that moment, some red worms burrowed out from Oil Girl Ryoma and pounced on the black armored bee king. These worms rapidly burned upon contact with the air, turning into a fierce flame. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, lasting a full half-minute, causing the black armored bee king to scream in agony. Once the flames extinguished, the black armored bee king lay on the ground, looking severely injured, with many parts of its armor melted, exposing charred flesh. And its flesh wings were in tatters. Lingfeng and the others naturally wouldn't hold back, and they simultaneously threw the kunai with detonating talismans. Another explosion occurred, and the black armored bee king fell to the ground, its wounds now transformed into blood holes. Lingfeng happily said, "All right, now it won't die, but it will definitely be crippled." However, the black armor queen bee struggled to get up, emitting an angry hiss, and the wounds on its body healed at a visible speed. Not only that, but new armor grew where the shell was damaged, making its layered defense even stronger. Its flesh wings became thicker, with a row of bone spines growing along the edges, reflecting a faint cold light. The oil girl stared wide-eyed. Not only can it regenerate, but it can also enhance itself specifically. The oil girl Ryoma frowned as well. The Upper Water Flow clan actually created such a monster. This is still in the cave. If this was outside and it could fly freely, even 3 of them would be enough to make the Oil Girl clan kneel. Lingfeng shouted loudly, "Be careful! Use your clones to hold it off." After saying that, he formed hand seals, and dozens of wooden clones emerged from his body. UNV Long Ma and UNV Li Shan quickly gathered a few insect clones as well. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The Black Armor Bee Queen was curiously tearing apart one of the wooden clones. It had become even more robust now, indicating that the attacks from the group had strengthened it. UNV Long Ma and UNV Li Shan were both panting heavily. Numerous insect corpses were scattered on the ground. Although the insect clones were formed from the parasitic bugs, they would lose some each time they were attacked. In just this short time, the two's insect clones had been torn apart hundreds of times. With the cumulative losses, not only was their chakra running low, but the insects had also suffered significant losses. Lingfeng put away the tree root in his hand. Whenever he had time, he would use the tree root to absorb nutrient from the ground, and the loss of stamina was not significant. Captain Li Shan, we can't just drag this out. You all leave first. I'll find a way to get out on my own. The oil girl, Long Ma, rejected him without hesitation. No, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. If you and Li Shan leave, I can still hold it off. Lingfeng waved his hand. This thing is too dangerous. Just holding it back won't work. I plan to blow up the cave and bury it. Don't worry, I have the Flying Thunder God technique. Nothing will happen. But, no buts. If we delay any longer, we'll all die. We have to hurry while we still have the strength. Yundlongma closed her eyes in pain and took a deep breath. Then she immediately opened them again, her expression returning to calm. Lingfeng Kun, you must be careful. Leave the mountain, let's go. At this moment, the Black Beetle King was blocking the exit. Yundlongma created a bug clone and charged towards the Black Hornet King. The Black Hornet King discarded its dull wooden clone and bit down without hesitation. The bug clone transformed into a swarm of parasitic insects, leaving several explosive symbols on the Black Hornet King's head. With a loud boom, the Black Hornet King let out a wail, its head cracked open, and a foul-smelling liquid began to seep out. Yundlongma sighed inwardly. The initial explosive symbols could directly blow apart the shell, but now there were only tiny cracks. Such a tenacious vitality. Even if Lingfeng really buried it alive, it would be hard to feel at ease. Under the cover of the explosion, the two successfully rushed out. Chapter 81. You are what you eat. Once the two Yund left, Lingfeng could use his fruit abilities with confidence. In just an instant, the entire cave was enveloped in green grass and trees. The exit was further blocked by layers of spiky branches. Lingfeng stared intently at the black armored bee queen. He was fortunate to encounter this black bee in the cave. If it were outside, he might really have no way to deal with it. The black armored bee queen charged fiercely at Lingfeng. Lingfeng extended his hand. Vines and spider webs. The vines enveloped the black armored bee king like a web. The black armored bee king charged forward and easily broke free. However, these vines could secrete a sticky liquid that firmly adhered to the black armored bee king. The black armored bee king felt very uncomfortable and struggled hard, but couldn't shake off the vines. Then, many flowers bloomed in the cave, releasing light yellow pollen that had a paralyzing effect. The black armored bee king kept shaking its head, clearly disliking this scent. Lingfeng's moves couldn't directly cause damage, but they made the black armored bee king very uncomfortable. The black bone bee king wasn't foolish either. It knew Lingfeng was behind it and charged straight at him. Lingfeng continuously unleashed giant trees and vines to block the way. However, the Black Bone Queen reacted extremely quickly, her figure darting like a flash of lightning, weaving between the giant trees and vines. Lingfeng's defenses all fell short. The Black Bone Bee King charged at Lingfeng and bit him in half. But Lingfeng took the opportunity to mark it with the Flying Thunder God technique. The Black Bone Bee King emitted a buzzing sound, hovering in the air. Suddenly, Lingfeng appeared above its head and pressed the skeleton explosion grass seed against the back of its neck, resulting in a violent explosion. The back of the black armor peak had not been attacked before, so its shell had not been reinforced. Indeed, this strike successfully blasted a hole in its shell. The Blackbone Bee King let out a hiss and shook off Lingfeng, attempting to recover from its injuries. However, it had already been marked by the Flying Thunder God. Escaping would not be so easy. In the next moment, Lingfeng appeared again in the same position and unleashed another skeleton explosion grass. Boom, boom, boom. A muffled sound echoed in the stone cave. After a while, most of the Blackbone Bee King's neck shell was blown off, and green slime continuously oozed out, but its recovery ability was astonishing. Despite being heavily injured, its speed did not diminish as it desperately fled, trying to buy time to heal its wounds. As long as it could recover, it would have a stronger shell and wouldn't have to endure such annoying attacks anymore. You can't escape. Lingfeng was teleported behind the Blackbone Bee Queen again. This time, the Blackbone Bee Queen was on guard. Her stinger suddenly elongated and pierced through Lingfeng's body. Lingfeng seemed oblivious as vines sprouted from his body, tightly wrapping around the Blackbone Bee King. Then his right hand transformed into a sharp vine, fiercely stabbing into the wound. The Black Bee King let out a wretched scream, struggling and biting, trying to tear the vines off its body. But how could it compare to the regeneration speed of the nature element? No matter how it struggled, the vines only multiplied, gradually binding it so tightly that it could not move. All of the Black Bee King's attacks, its giant fangs biting, body crushing, tail stinger stabbing, and flesh wings slashing, had no effect on Lingfeng whatsoever. Lingfeng endured the attacks while fully absorbing the flesh and blood of the Black Bee King. Meat, right? I love meat. Against previous enemies, Lingfeng could almost instantly drain them to a husk. However, the vitality of the Black Bee King was truly tenacious, struggling continuously despite Lingfeng's desperate attempts to absorb it. Yet, its life force was ultimately not infinite. After enduring for a long time, it finally collapsed to the ground, becoming an empty shell. Lingfeng took a deep breath, slowly standing up. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked at his hands in disbelief. This isn't right. Previously, absorbing life energy could only replenish what was consumed. It couldn't enhance strength. But now his chakra has clearly increased. Open the system panel. Host information name: Senju Lingfeng, Konoha Ch Nin, 16 years old, skills mastered. Insufficient memory, not displayed, the host should know. Physical body: 3201, Sage, Art bonus, Spirit, 965 chakra. 4130, Sage, Art bonus, Chakra attributes water, Earth special abilities, Forest Fruit, Nature's power, Simulation power, Explosive release. Flying Thunder God technique, this value. And what does Sage Art bonus mean? Previously, Lingfeng's value growth wasn't slow, but there was always a process, and it was gradual. This time, only a few days after the battle with Orochimaru, the value actually increased by nearly half. And what does Sage Art bonus mean? Sage Art chakra. Lingfeng looked at the empty shell of the Black Armored Bee King. Could it be from it? Although he didn't know the origins of this black bee, this monster was indeed extraordinarily strong, and it seemed reasonable to say it possessed chakra. In fact, the Shui Lu clan themselves were unaware that the so-called Black Armored Bee King was a mutated blood bee capable of autonomously absorbing natural energy. However, because it couldn't control the natural energy, its temperament became particularly bloodthirsty and violent. Compared to ordinary blood bees, the Black Armored Bee King was equivalent to the second curse mark of Zhong Wu. The only difference was that Zhong Wu's second curse mark was intermittent, while the Black Armored Bee King maintained it permanently. Lingfeng looked at his hands, unable to hide his excitement in his eyes. In the past, absorbing life essence could only restore his losses, but after absorbing the Black Armor Queen Bee, his strength had actually increased. Doesn't this mean that he could quickly enhance his power through this method, consuming natural energy to replenish natural power? This is quite beaver-like. If that's the case, am I not very suitable for cultivating the Sage mode? Should I take a trip to the 3 great immortal realms? For a moment, Lingfeng's thoughts wandered. However, he didn't waste too much time. Now was not the moment for such thoughts. Lingfeng carefully stored the shell of the Black Armored Bee King and hurried to find the oil woman Longma and the oil woman Lishan. They had left in such a rush that Lingfeng hadn't had time to inscribe the Flying Thunder God mark. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, he found that the beeswax wall had been broken open, leaving a large enough hole for a person to squeeze through. And there was a thick stack of explosive talismans stuck at the entrance. This was a trap set up by the two for Lingfeng. If Lingfeng were pursued by the Black Armored Bee King, he could detonate the explosive talismans after crawling through the hole to hinder the chase. Hey, they thought this through quite well, but it's not going to be needed now. Lingfeng put away the explosive talisman and used the sensing ability of plants to quickly locate the two people's tracks. Chapter 82. Severely Injured in Darkness. However, before finding the two, he had to do one thing. Summoning technique. A huge slug appeared. Lingfeng, we meet again. Lord Live Slug, it's been a long time. I have something to ask of you. Not far away, Oil Girl Ryoma and Oil Girl Lishan were quickly heading towards the Konoha camp. Oil Girl Lishan. Teacher, is it appropriate for us to leave just like this? Lingfeng is very strong, but he can't handle that kind of monster. Oil Girl Ryoma pondered for a moment. If we stay, we will only be a burden. Let's trust him. After all, he possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. In fact, Oil Girl Ryoma was also puzzled. As an elite Jonin, he was already low on chakra. So how is Lingfeng still full of energy? Is the Senju clan's bloodline really that powerful? This is also why he agreed to leave Lingfeng alone. With that kind of stamina, if he was determined to escape, he might still survive. The most important thing now is to relay this monster's information back. If Lingfeng fails, and that monster catches up, I will be responsible for stopping it. You should return to the camp at full speed, without hesitation. Old girl Lishan paused slightly, and then softly hummed in agreement. The two continued on their way when they suddenly sensed movement behind them, instinctively tensing up. Is it Lingfeng or the monster? Captain, Lishan, Lingfeng. The two were both surprised and excited, quickly stopping in their tracks. They saw Lingfeng catch up with a small slug on his shoulder. You're actually fine? What about that monster? How did you shake him off? Lingfeng pointed to the small slug on his shoulder. Thanks to Lord Slug's intervention, Lord Slug's acidic liquid was very effective against that monster bee. At times like this, there's no need to say much. They can fill in the blanks themselves. Longma and Lishan first looked enlightened, then showed expressions of having survived a disaster. Longma said solemnly, "Hello, Lord Slug. Thank you for saving my life." In Konoha, slugs are a presence of countless living beings, especially among the middle-aged ninjas familiar with Tsunade, who have received much care from the slugs. At that moment, Lord Slug seemed a bit unnatural. "Well, it's fine, Lingfeng. Since you found your companions, I will take my leave." After saying that, he hurriedly transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. It turned out that Lingfeng didn't want to draw too much attention, so he had dumped the pot on Lord Slug's head. Slugs are honest creatures. They excel at saving people and can kill, but they have never deceived anyone. So they felt uncomfortable and hurried to leave. After sending Lord Slug away, Lingfeng asked the two, "Captain, Lishan, how are you guys doing?" "We're all fine. Although we've expended a lot of chakra and insects, we aren't injured." "That's good. Let us use Flying Thunder God to take you back." "Okay." Half an hour ago, the Konoha camp was in disarray. Dozens of Konoha ninjas lay on the ground, some of them covered in holes. Clearly the aftermath of blood bees hatching. In addition to the Konoha ninjas, dozens of the Kamashui flow ninjas also lay in pools of blood. In the sky, countless parasitic insects swirled like a changing mist, surrounding the Kamashui flow ninja bees. Although the ninja bees fought desperately, they were soon bitten and devoured. Strangely, none of the previously hatched blood bees were seen. At this moment, the Kamashui flow ninjas were nearly all injured, and their morale was low. Kamashui Chinya had long lost his previous ambition and calm demeanor, now showing signs of madness. Why? Why aren't Yun as parasitic insects afraid of the ninja bees? What is up with that purple skin guy? Why do blood bees die upon encountering him? Kamashui Chinan grabbed his shoulder tightly. "Brother, we lost. Let us retreat." Hearing his brother's words, Kamashui Chinya seemed to have the strength drained from his body, going limp. Defeated. All our century-long efforts have gone to waste. "Brother, we still have the black armored bees." "Right, the black armored bees. We still have the black armored bees." As he spoke, Kamashui Chinya's eyes regained their light, and his expression became resolute. "Chinan, I command you as the clan leader to gather the clansmen and escape. Remember, take the black armored bees back to the land of Earth, and do not participate in any subsequent wars. If Tsuchikage wants to punish us, we will all accept it." Kamashui Chinan was shocked. "Brother, what about you?" Kamashui Chinya glared fiercely at a figure among the Yun clan. "A 1T leave. This guy is very dangerous. He must be dealt with now." Soon, Lingfeng and the other three returned to the camp. At this time, the Yun clan's camp was even more chaotic. Yun Vloma grabbed a clansman. "What happened? Why is it such a mess?" The clansman, seeing it was Yun Vloma, also stopped. "Lord Longma, the Kamashui Flow clan attacked today. We were initially on the upper hand, but the enemy used a type of red poisonous bee we had never seen before, which was extremely fast and had strong defenses. More terrifyingly, it can parasitize, using human bodies as nests to release more poisonous bees." Upon hearing this, Yun Vloma was taken aback. "So that's the blood bee? Fast, strong defenses. Aside from the color being different, it's almost identical to the black ninja bees in the cave." I have personally experienced the terror of the black ninja bees. What about the enemy? The enemy was defeated. Their clan leader was killed. Defeated. Yun Volition was taken aback. How did you defeat them? It was all thanks to Yun Jihai. Yun Jihai, that young man who cultivates nano-poisonous insects. That's right. The parasitic insects were no match for the red ninja bees. Jihai used his body as bait to lure the ninja bees to lay eggs, then used the nano-poisonous insect sword energy to take them all out. Yun Vlongma breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I previously disagreed with him inheriting the nano-poisonous insects. Now I see I was short-sighted. Where is Jihai? I want to see that kid. The Yun clansman revealed a sorrowful expression. Jihai is also severely injured. The Kamashui clan leader, at the cost of his life, implanted a non-toxic egg inside him. We've tried everything, but it's futile. Yun Vlongma. Nanny. Chapter 83. The Pull of Roots, Yun Jihai. The most outstanding young man in the Yun clan is calm in nature and strategic, being the only ninja in the clan to successfully cultivate nano-poisonous insects. If it weren't for the inconvenience of raising nano-poisonous insects and interacting with others, Yun Viehu would have wanted to designate him as the next generation heir. But at this moment, he lay in a tent in a deep coma. There was a fist-sized bulge on his chest, stretching the skin to almost translucent. Through the skin, it seemed possible to see living things wriggling. A group of high-ranking members of the Yun clan surrounded him, all with worried expressions. Yun Viehu asked the clan doctor, "How is Jihai?" The gray-haired clan doctor put down the medicine in his hand and slowly shook his head. This insect egg is connected to Jihai's meridians and is continuously devouring his chakra. I have used all means, but it is still ineffective. Please forgive this old man's incompetence. Given Jihai's condition, he can last at most 3 days. Yun Viehu knew the clan doctor had done his best and did not blame him. Only closing his eyes and deeply sighing, his expression filled with helplessness and sorrow. In this battle, Yun Jihai had made a great contribution. Although the Yun clan was prepared, the blood bees were indeed terrifying, far surpassing the level of ninja insects. Caught off guard, they successfully killed a team of Konoha ninjas and hatched over 100 blood bees. At that time, if not limited, even if they could win, the casualties would be extremely heavy. In a critical moment, Yun Jihai used the insect attraction technique to attract the blood bees to lay eggs on himself, risking being devoured by the hundreds of insects, killing the blood bees with nano-poisonous insects. And the Kamashui clan leader, unwilling to accept defeat, at the cost of his life, implanted a strange bee egg inside Jihai. Is there really no other way? You are the best clan doctor? What parasite can stump you? Clan leader, you may not know. The clan doctor also shook his head helplessly. This insect egg is completely different from those we encountered before. Generally, parasitic insect eggs only absorb nutrients, at most releasing toxins or wandering inside the body. There is always a way to deal with them. But this insect egg seems to possess intelligence. Once injured, it absorbs Jihai's flesh and blood to heal itself, making Jihai even weaker. Moreover, it is stuck to the internal organs, and forcibly removing it would injure the organs, which could lead to the death of Jihai. If only Lady Tsunade were here, she might have a way. I truly am powerless. Why and Yurahi fell into silence. At that moment, a voice came. Yurahi clan leader, it seems you are in trouble. Why and Yurahi frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. It was that root ninja. What was his name again? It seems to be Ray. Because the information brought by Root was completely incomparable to Lingfeng, Why and Yurahi had long forgotten him. Fortunately, this allowed him to forget to chase the man away. Why and Yurahi impatiently said, "Aren't you leaving?" Ray paused slightly upon hearing this. "Old man, can you not speak so harshly? If it weren't for the fact that you have more people, stronger power, and higher status, I would have taken you down. I've heard about Jihei's situation, and I'm very sorry. I wonder what plans clan leader Yurahi has." Why and Yurahi frowned. "Speak quickly." Ray smiled smugly. "I just heard what the clan medic said. You should know that Lady Tsunade is treating Hanzo. This matter is related to the course of the war, and she would never abandon Hanzo for a single ninja. The only ones who can save Lord Jihei now are us from Root. Lord Danzo has said that he has his eyes on the YN clan. Although things didn't go well before and the YN clan wasn't very interested in our information, This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we can save He, even He would have to be a bit polite, right? After hearing Rei's words, He fell into thought. That brat Danzo often followed the second Hokage to engage in strange research. Although it delayed his training, he learned quite a bit. Perhaps he really could save He? I have never liked owing favors to others. Danzo is not the type to help for free. Speaking of which, what do you want? Rei's heart filled with joy. The old man is quite agreeable. Clan leader He, if we can cure Lord He, we hope the YN clan can send 5 ninjas to join Root. Of course, we also reserve He for ourselves. He's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but hesitate. In the original plot, the YN clan was not valued by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and when Danzo showed goodwill, they readily agreed. But now, due to Lingfeng, they had already established cooperation with the Yamanaka clan, and as long as they maintained it, their relationship with the Yamanaka clan and even the Inuzuka and Aburame clans would surely improve. Plus, Lingfeng is no ordinary person, with him making connections. Perhaps they could also establish ties with the Senju clan. So is it really appropriate to hastily side with Danzo now? I am of the same generation as Danzo, and I can protect the YN clan from losses when facing Root. But can the next generation clan leader be as tough as I am? While pondering, He on the bed suddenly let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth. Because there were poisonous insects within him, he could not be touched, and others could only carefully wipe him down. Seeing this, He's heart softened. At his age, the most concerning thing was the younger generation in the clan. All right, I agree. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice came from outside. Let me give a try. Lingfeng strode in, followed by Yund Longma and Yund Lishan. Lord Night Tiger, I've studied medical ninjutsu with Lady Tsunade. How about I give a try? Young Night Tiger was moved by this. He had a lot of faith in Lingfeng's abilities, and since Tsunade couldn't make it, her apprentice might just do. So he nodded and pointed behind him. All right, he's lying there. Please take care of it. Lei interrupted rudely. Wait a minute. Who the hell are you? I'm about to finalize the deal, and you come out here trying to steal it? Lingfeng knew he was a Root member, so he naturally wouldn't show a good face. He glanced up and down from the corner of his eye and walked towards Hai. Stop. Lei suddenly blocked Lingfeng's path. Chapter 84. Treatment. Lei stood in front of Lingfeng. Lord Night Tiger, have you thought this through? Our Root possesses the most advanced technology and equipment in Konoha, and our medical capabilities even surpass those of the Umbu. This person is just a mere chunin. What right does he have to boast about being able to save Lord Suhai? Hearing this, Lingfeng suddenly became spirited. Wasn't this just like the scene where the crooked-mouthed Dragon King beats up a quack? A quack is at least a doctor, but what the hell are you? Lingfeng's expression suddenly became devilishly charming as he turned around, drew a knife from the oil woman, and slapped it on Lei Yi's chest. All right, you're capable. You treat him. If you cure him, you acknowledge your guilt and punishment without flinching. If you can't cure him, I'll chop off your dog paws today. Lei Yi, holding though, was instantly petrified. Why aren't you following the usual script? I mean, I said it could be cured, not me. Lingfeng slapped him on the face and, taking advantage of his moment of distraction, seized and pressed it against Lei Yi's neck. What do you mean you're not mine? Can you handle this? If you can, then do it. If not, why the hell are you complaining? Is Danzo-sama some kind of deity who predicted that something would go wrong with Ji-Hei before you even arrived? He doesn't even know about Ji-Hei's injury. How dare you say you can definitely cure him? If you can cure him, great, everyone will be happy, but what if something goes wrong? You think you can just open your mouth and let Danzo-sama clean up your mess? If because of you, the condition worsens and it affects the relationship between the Oil Woman clan and Root, you will be the sinner of Root. Danzo-sama has noble morals, high aspirations, acts with integrity, treats people generously, and is selfless and unafraid of sacrifice. How can he have someone like you, a troublemaker, under his command? With your behavior just now, if I were to kill you right now, Danzo-sama would only applaud. Lingfeng unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving Lei Yi speechless and stunned. Wait, who exactly is the Root here? I admit that Danzo is great in my heart, but isn't he as great as you say? Lingfeng slapped Lei Yi aside. Stay there. He then strode to the bedside and asked the clan doctor for the medical case to inquire about the condition. Upon learning about the peculiarities of the parasite egg, Lingfeng couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it were just a matter of killing the parasite egg and removing it, it would actually be quite simple. The Oil Woman clan doctor could handle it easily. However, this parasite egg was very sensitive and would contract violently at the slightest hint of danger, affecting the internal organs of the Oil Woman to the point of blackening them. Moreover, the parasite egg had a strong self-healing ability, making it impossible to wear it down through methods like rope saws. If the Oil Woman to the black went for the root, they would use a secret medicine to paralyze the parasite egg and then remove it. But this secret medicine had a serious dependency and caused significant harm to the body, which is why the Oil Woman to the black could only remain at the root and passed away at a young age. Lingfeng placed his hand on the tumor, silently feeling the insect eggs inside. The aura of these insect eggs was somewhat similar to that of the black bees in the cave. Remembering the process of defeating the Black Armored Peak King, Lingfeng had an idea. Let's give it a try first. Lingfeng's fingers sprouted a wooden thorn the thickness of a silver needle, carefully piercing into the tumor and then precisely striking the insect egg. The egg trembled slightly a few times, but did not react much. The sun-sent fruit can paralyze its opponent while absorbing life material, and it seems this insect egg is no exception. Lingfeng immediately felt relieved. I have a plan we can try. First, get a few barrels of wine. Then find some potions that replenish vitality and military rations, and dissolve them all in the wine. The more the better. Everyone around was taken aback, wondering what this was for. The Oil Woman, Yehu, glared. What are you standing there for? Go. Only then did everyone snap back to reality and hurriedly search for things. At this moment, He also reacted and rushed over to stop them. This is completely nonsense. Chief Yehu, you must not be fooled. The only thing that can cure the darkness is the root. Please hurry and send him back to the village, or it will be too late. Send him to the root? Lingfeng sneered upon hearing this. If you are confident in the treatment, then everything will be fine. But let me ask you one more thing. What will you do if the treatment fails? Lei was instantly taken aback. Realizing the implication, what if it ended in death? Lingfeng, in a position of power, shows no mercy. Let me speak for you. As the only host of the nano-poison bug, even a corpse has significant research value. Therefore, it naturally needs to be kept by root for human experiments to see if we can master the nano-poison bug. Since it's the nano-poison bug, the best material would naturally be the Oil Women clan. Whether it's manipulating events on the battlefield, kidnapping, or faking medical accidents, material can always be resolved. You're crazy. Of course, the easiest to control would naturally be children. So the children of the Oil Women clan are the best targets. After all, it's all for Konoha. Stealing a few children isn't a big deal for Root, right? Lei was shocked and exclaimed, How do you know? Ugh, you're slandering the innocent. Besides, can ninja matters really be called stealing? Lei was dumbfounded. Who on earth is this guy? Why is he so familiar with our processes? Could he be from the higher-ups? Hearing Lingfeng's words, Oil Woman Yehu's expression grew darker. Danzo, you dog. I used to think you were just gloomy and sneaky because of your personality, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. From now on, you all keep your distance from the Oil Woman clan, or I won't care whether you're a shadow assistant or not. I'll hit you every time I see you. Thus, He was thrown out. He stood outside the Oil Woman camp, feeling incredulous. Our Root. Have we been intercepted? As a senior HR of Root, this was Lei Yi's first disastrous defeat. On the other side, the things Lingfeng needed were soon prepared. A barrel that could hold 4 or 5 people, piles of herbs, and military rations in bowls. Lingfeng poured all these things into the wine. Soon, a strong medicinal aroma filled the tent. All of you go down. Don't leave too many people here. The Oil Girl Knight, Tiger, pointed to a few individuals. Besides me and the clan doctor, you few stay. Everyone else withdraw. Once everyone left, Lingfeng walked to the bedside. Thick vines emerged from his back, slowly extending into the wine barrel. Then, dozens of thin vines, the thickness of embroidery needles, sprouted from his chest and pierced into the body of the oil girl Ji-Hei. Ji-Hei felt the pain. Her body trembled, but quickly calmed down. Everything was ready. Lingfeng took a deep breath, and several wooden thorns, thinner than needles, extended from his hand, accurately piercing into the insect eggs. Chapter 85. The Precision of Ninjutsu. Lingfeng's healing method is actually quite simple. Since the insect eggs absorb the chakra of the oil girl He, a dual approach can be taken. On one hand, absorb the life force from within the insect eggs, while on the other hand, replenish He's chakra. As long as the speed is fast enough, the insect eggs can be gradually worn down to death. Lingfeng carefully controlled the wooden thorn to the finest point and gently pierced it into the insect egg. The wooden thorn has a paralyzing effect. Although the insect egg felt uncomfortable, its reaction was not strong, and it instinctively began to absorb nutrients. Lingfeng was multitasking, dealing with the insect eggs while manipulating the fine vines to supply nutrients to He. After all, the insect eggs were small, and their absorption rate was far slower than the rate at which Lingfeng extracted nutrients. However, Lingfeng was concerned about stimulating the insect eggs, so he deliberately slowed down the extraction speed, making it just slightly faster than the absorption rate of the insect eggs. As time passed, the insect eggs became increasingly shriveled, and the tumor on He's chest also began to shrink. The vitality of the insect eggs was indeed tenacious. Lingfeng worked hard for an hour, changing the medicinal wine several times, and finally squeezed the insect eggs dry, confirming that the insect eggs had lost their vitality. Lingfeng pulled out the wooden thorn and sat down on the stool with a thud. Phew, the insect eggs have been killed, Master Healer. The rest is up to you. The clan healer was so engrossed in watching Lingfeng's treatment that he only reacted upon hearing this, hurriedly stepping forward to check. Good. Truly worthy of being Tsunade-sama's disciple. The insect eggs have been killed. Now we can proceed with the surgery. Although the surgery to remove the insect eggs was complicated, it was nothing for the clan healer. It was only at this moment that oil woman Yehu let out a long sigh of relief. Lingfeng, the oil woman clan owes you a great favor. Lingfeng quickly got up. You're too polite. Since there's a way, I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Yuan Yehu noticed that Lingfeng's face turned pale and stopped saying more, patting his shoulder. No more talking, you must be exhausted. Go rest in the tent over there. Yes, Lingfeng Kun, this way please. In fact, Lingfeng's physical exhaustion wasn't great. It was mainly his spirit that needed to remain highly focused, which was why he felt dizzy. Lingfeng was not polite either. After bidding farewell to the oil girl Night Tiger, he left the tent. The clan doctor was treating the oil girl He, while the oil girl Night Tiger watched on the side, but he was clearly a bit distracted as images of Lingfeng's would release kept flashing in his mind. In Konoha, aside from a few, such as Uzumaki Mido, oil girl Night Tiger was among the highest ranking of his generation. He had witnessed the legendary Senju Hashirama in action during his youth. The sight, akin to a natural disaster, still lingered in his mind. Since he was paying more attention to Lingfeng, he had also gathered some intelligence. From the information Lingfeng's would release, whether in power or scale, was vastly inferior compared to the First Hokage. It was merely at the standard level of a Nin. However, today he had a different perspective. Most of the time, a ninja's strength is primarily assessed by the scale and power of their jutsu. The same jutsu, like the Great Fire Destruction, would certainly differ in scale when used by Madara and Kakashi. However, for older ninjas like Oil Girl Night Tiger, whose bodies and chakra had passed their peak, they paid more attention to chakra control. This was very common among Nin with limited chakra. For example, Kakashi's Doghead Earth Release was a demonstration of high precision in Earth Release control. Just now, witnessing Lingfeng's meticulous manipulation of wood release up close truly shocked him. Absorption, feedback, piercing, entangling. He almost used all the abilities of Lord Hashirama, and this level of control exceeded that of most Nin, with strength, potential, and the ability to hide. The future is limitless. Oil Girl Night Tiger couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The Oil Girl clan's secret techniques were indeed powerful, and many times the village had to rely on them for missions. Even Danzo had lowered his stance to win them over. However, the family had a serious problem, a lack of politically savvy, calculating, and capable clan members, which forced the family to only serve as laborers. Oil Girl Night Tiger wanted to make a change, but unfortunately, his age limited his energy. the middle generation, represented by Oil Girl Ryoma, and the younger generation, including Oil Girl Lishan and Oil Girl He, although strong, still lacked in cunning and strategy. Seeing Ling Feng at this moment made him feel quite emotional. I remember he found a little girl from the Uchiha clan. What a pity! If he were single, there are plenty of good girls in the Oil Girl clan. But on second thought, that idea is also unreliable. The girls from the Oil Girl clan are also taciturn, usually bundled up tightly. Where is the competitiveness? Moreover, who can stand touching bugs? Sigh fate. After thinking for a moment, Oil Girl Night Tiger turned and walked out of the tent. Come here. Oil Girl Ryoma appeared at the sound. What orders do you have? Clan leader. You take a few clan members and run to the southeastern defense line. Go to the Uchiha territory and find a girl named Uchiha Qing Yen. Just say that you are friends of Senju Lingfeng, and he sent you to help her. No matter what her requests are, as long as they do not harm the family's interests, try to fulfill them. If there is nothing to help with, just stay there and secretly protect her. Remember, do not alert anyone else. Oil Girl Ryoma bowed and said yes. Chapter 86. The deployment of counterattack the next day. Konoha Camp Command Center. Konoha already knew they had been tricked by a trap. They clearly flirted with sand ninjas, but it was rock ninjas who came to reality, which was intolerable. Therefore, Hatake Sakomo took his sword to the land of rivers, with Orochimaru taking over as commander. After the attack of the Amaterasu clan, Orochimaru summoned several clan leaders for a meeting. This time, the Amaterasu clan's ninjas attacked, resulting in 117 casualties for Konoha and 67 for the Amaterasu clan. From the casualty numbers, Konoha suffered a significant loss. They lost over 100 people, leaving behind only half of the enemy, but it couldn't be calculated that way. The strategic value of both sides was not comparable. The majority of Konoha's dead were lower-ranked ninjas responsible for patrolling, and there were thousands of such grassroots ninjas in the Konoha camp, while the Amaterasu clan lost actual insect users, which could be said to have completely severed the rock ninjas' insect users, and it might even lead to their extinction. This was thanks to the Oil Girl clan's proper response. As soon as the Amaterasu ninjas encountered the Konoha camp, they were struck hard. Although they used the Blood Bee as a lethal weapon before it could form into scale, it was wiped out by Oil Girl He. In this battle, the rock ninjas suffered heavy losses, and the Amaterasu clan was almost left without their pants. Orochimaru gazed at everyone. Thanks to you, Oil Girl clan, for exterminating those Blood Bees. Otherwise, we would have definitely suffered heavy casualties this time. Oil Girl Night Tiger remained unperturbed. We are all part of Konoha. It is our duty. The contributions of the Oil Girl clan would certainly be remembered by the command center. But why could the Amaterasu clan approach the camp so quietly? Yamashiro Sito slowly stood up. This is the oversight of the Yamashiro clan. I bear full responsibility for the fallen soldiers. The Yamashiro clan will provide additional compensation as a form of recompense. I also thank Night Tiger clan leader. It is thanks to the Oil Girl clan that the situation did not spiral out of control. After saying this, he slightly bowed to Oil Girl Night Tiger, who also hurriedly returned a deeper bow. Yamashiro Sito sighed. Now, the village is growing larger and larger, and although the Yamashiro clan works diligently, it is inevitable that we become stretched thin. I hope Lord Orochimaru can plead with the higher-ups to allocate more resources to train more sensing ninjas, so we can prevent such tragedies. Oil Girl Night Tiger also chimed in. Clan leader Sito is being too harsh. It is only natural that thieves can operate for 1,000 days. But how can one guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Insect users are inherently good at infiltration, so it is understandable that there was a moment of inattention. Besides, the Yamashiro clan has borne the responsibility of vigilance for many years, working hard and achieving great merit. Who would dare to deny that? How can we hold them accountable for a single unforeseen incident? I believe that as long as resources are allocated and manpower is sufficient, Konoha will definitely be as solid as a fortress. Yamashiro Sito, thank you for your understanding. Night Tiger clan leader. Old Girl Night Tiger. Not at all. Nara and the Kimichi members looked at the two of them with thoughtful expressions. The other ninja clans appeared indifferent, while Orochimaru watched the two old men harmonizing with each other, his temples throbbing. You are acting. I know you're acting. I know you are acting. I know you are acting. But what of it? If you're not proactive about money and have issues with your thoughts, if the ninja clans truly relied on love to generate electricity every day, the first one to panic would be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru secretly cursed that the old are cunning and the young are slippery, but could only clear his throat. Clan leader Sito's request will be reported to the village, but right now, there are more important matters. After saying this, he made a gesture to the person next to him. A strategist from the Nara clan stepped forward and handed out a report to everyone. The report detailed how Tsunade treated Hanzo's injuries. This meeting was very successful. Although Konoha and Amigakure had just fought, Tsunade was after all a princess appointed by the daimyo, and Hanzo showed her great courtesy. Tsunade also did her utmost to heal Hanzo's injuries by about 60 to 70%, which was enough for him to regain his strength as a Kage. For a long time, Hanzo had been unable to show himself due to his severe injuries, and the Land of Rain had been without a leader, with occasional resistance being weak and ineffective. Now that Hanzo had recovered, he naturally would not allow the enemy to rampage in the Land of Rain. He did not want to be a leader in a wasteland. In response to Konoha's request for an alliance, Hanzo agreed without hesitation, ready to regroup and deal with the invaders. Orochimaru stood up and patted the battle map behind him. Previously, the ranged shinobi avoided battle, and Konoha was isolated, only able to defend at the borders. Now that Amigakure had caught its breath, they were capable of holding the enemy within their territory, and it was time for us to counterattack. Shikamaru had already gone to the Land of Rivers. He would assassinate the high-ranking sand shinobi to disrupt their rhythm. Everyone nodded. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Tsunagakure had the least number of Kage-level ninjas. If Shikamaru managed to kill 1 or 2, it would be a blessing if they were not counterattacked, let alone occupy the Land of Rivers. Therefore, they knew that once the white fang of Konoha was on their tail, they would be greatly restrained, significantly delaying their invasion of the Land of Rivers. As for us, we would enter the Land of Rain and work with the Rain Shinobi to deal with the Rock Shinobi. Nara Shikahisa frowned. Lord Orochimaru, now that the Rain Shinobi have taken action, our defensive pressure has greatly reduced. Why not allocate some personnel to support the Land of Rivers? If the operation goes smoothly, we might even take advantage of the emptiness in the Land of Earth to directly attack Iwagakure. Others also showed looks of confusion. After all, Konoha's strategic goal was to defend the borders of the Land of Fire. Isn't it better to let the enemy fight among themselves in the Land of Rain? Orochimaru chuckled. The Hokage and the Kage advisors have their own plans. We just need to follow orders. In the rear, the atmosphere in Konoha village was somewhat tense. The Third Hokage fainted during the war meeting due to overwork. There was a great commotion at that time, but fortunately the doctor diagnosed it as merely overexertion, and he would recover after resting at home for a few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to return home and shut the door to visitors. All visitors were stopped by Lake Biwa. As for administrative matters, since the 4 elders were not present, they had to call upon Akimichi Torafu. Akimichi Torafu was a member of the 2nd Hokage's Guard, a senior figure on the same level as Konoha's F4. Although he had been away from the center for a long time, he was still enough to maintain order. Under his leadership, the village continued to operate smoothly without any disturbances. At the border of the Land of Grass, in the Konoha camp, Commander Shimura Danzo sat in his tent with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, several ninjas wearing cloaks and masks were brought in. The leader stepped forward. Danzo, what is the situation on the Iwagakure side? Shimura Danzo slowly opened his eyes. Hiruzen. Chapter 87. The plot to seize the tailed beasts in the years shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage. Many of the clans were still led by older generation strongmen who had witnessed the absolute power of Senju Hashirama and the strategic acumen of Senju Tobirama. They did not take Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously at all. To compete for power, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the risk of decentralizing authority by establishing the Kage advisor positions to collectively oppose the clans. After years of effort and with the generational changes in each clan, he finally secured power firmly in his hands. Normally, after resolving the clan issues, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have consolidated his power. However, the three Kage advisors had become too entrenched, and due to years of emotional ties, these three positions were retained. In order to maintain their power, the three advisors also exerted great effort. Mito Kazan and Tsunade Haruno firmly clung to Sarutobi Hiruzen, following his lead. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo trusted himself more, entangled in a love-hate relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen while secretly accumulating power. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were in a balance of light and shadow, jointly controlling the vast organization of Konoha. Within the village, they held the highest decision-making and informational rights. All intelligence gathered by various parties, along with all strategic plans, would ultimately converge here, piecing together a complete picture like a puzzle. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down in front of Danzo. How is the deployment of a Awakens? Danzo raised his hand slightly, and from the shadows stepped forward a blonde female ninja wearing a mask. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at her. Shadow clone? This is my best subordinate, Miko. Her real body is infiltrating a Awakens. Let her explain. The female ninja slightly bowed and reported the intelligence to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turned out that a Awakens invasion of the Land of Rain was purely for plunder, with no intention of invading the Land of Fire. Therefore, although they had a large number of ninjas, led by Jonin, they did not dispatch any Kage-level strongmen to oversee the operation. This was also a condition proposed by Tsunade to prevent Awakens from turning to attack the Land of Wind. At this moment, the real strongmen of Awakens, apart from the Tsuchika Jinoki, were almost all stationed at the defense line of the Land of Grass to guard against Konoha's forces. Strongmen defending the border while the main forces went out to plunder. Inoki was indeed bold. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to inquire. What is the defensive strength of Awakens at the border of the Land of Grass? He was puzzled as to who had the confidence to stop Konoha's thousands of ninjas. Didn't they fear that they would suffer losses and lose their village's strongmen? The female ninja replied, Awakens has deployed 500 men, scattered across 10 outposts along the border. In addition to the necessary barrier and communication teams, they have also dispatched 2 Jinchuriki and an explosive unit. Jinchuriki? Explosive unit? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. No wonder Inoki was so sure they were not afraid of a sea of people tactic. These 2 types of ninjas would cause significant casualties against ordinary ninjas. Shimura Danzo slowly spoke. Hiruzen, let us bring the wood-release ninjas over. This is a great opportunity for us to recover the Jinchuriki. Such an opportunity may never come again. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and nodded. The combination of the rope tree and the experimental subject was going smoothly, and wood-release could already be used in actual combat. However, we need to arrange personnel to protect him. Do you understand, Danzo? Shimura Danzo pretended not to catch the underlying meaning. After all, the rope tree had just awakened wood-release and still lacked combat experience. It will be better to call over that kid named Senju Lingfeng. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at this. Is it necessary? Although Lingfeng has awakened wood-release, his techniques are too inadequate against the tailed beasts. Wood clone, parasitic vine, cutting technique, and unique perception. Although these techniques were very useful, they would just be scratching the surface for the tailed beasts. Don't forget, he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. If there is real danger, he can take the rope tree and escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and agreed. If they couldn't win, they could run. Previously, Lingfeng's existence was to announce that Konoha still had wood-release. Now that we have the rope tree, its importance is not as high anymore. All right, call him over as well. Danzo nodded, but a hint of subtle malice flickered in his eyes. The evil. No, the deviation from the will of fire. The Senju brat actually dares to disrupt my alliance with the Yamanaka clan. In that case, you shall become the power of the roots. Although we have wood-release ninjas now, the wood-release experiments must continue. This power can only be truly safeguarded in my hands, Danzo Shimura, to protect Konoha. In fact, deep down, Danzo covets the rope tree even more. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Mito has been keeping a close watch, and although the old lady appears lazy, she is actually meticulous. In that case, you will replace the rope tree and become the new test subject. Whether it's new leaves or old leaves, they will all become nourishment for the roots. After discussing Lingfeng's matter, The two began to plan how to deal with the Hidden Stone Village. They then issued a series of orders to the female ninja. After receiving the orders, the female ninja transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. In the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki stood up to stretch his old back after finishing a pile of documents. Yakushi Nanoyu was beside him, helping to organize the paperwork. 6 years ago, she arrived at the Hidden Stone Village under the alias Shimo Yuwa. With her exceptional wisdom and prudence, she gradually established herself in the Hidden Stone Village and became Inoki's assistant. Suddenly, a wave of memories flooded her mind, causing her body to stiffen, and the documents in her hand fell onto the table. Inoki? Yuwa, what's wrong? Nanoyu smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, Tsuchikage-sama. I just didn't rest well yesterday, and suddenly felt a bit dizzy, but I'm fine now. After saying that, she continued to tidy up the documents from earlier. You've worked hard lately. Take care of your health. Inoki was indeed very satisfied with this assistant. Since this girl took on the role, she has been diligent and hardworking, handling all matters meticulously, which has made things much easier for him. More importantly, she comes from a commoner background, with no family ties, and thus faces fewer constraints. It seems that even ninjas without a family background can competently hold important positions. In that case, weakening those ungrateful ninja clans doesn't seem like a bad idea. It's decided. Many ninja clans are currently on the front lines, so I'll pick a suitable target to make an example of. Chapter 88 Mito's entrustment a few days later at the border camp of the Land of Rain. Orochimaru conveyed new orders to Lingfeng. After receiving the orders, Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. Am I going to the Land of Grass alone? Orochimaru nodded. That's right, the orders say so. It seems they want to utilize the power of wood release. However, if you want to bring a few companions along, that should be fine too. Lingfeng shook his head. Forget it. He didn't want to bring Shinyi up the mountain, and even talked to Inu about bringing a few members of the Inu clan, but the defense line of the grass country is under Danzo's control. Over the years, he had deliberately concealed his strength, and the level of his wood release was even inferior to Yamato's, just with a few more techniques. At this level of wood release, there's no way Danzo would specially mobilize himself. It's obvious that he has ill intentions. Moreover, from the initial attack on the medical camp, to the 2 times rope tree almost got blown up, and then to Chiba's sneak attack on him, he has quite a few scores to settle with Danzo. Even if it's not the time to completely turn against each other, at least he should collect some interest. So this trip is bound to be anything but peaceful. While having more people means greater strength, it also means more weaknesses, and it's far less comfortable than being alone. Lingfeng had nothing to pack and was ready to set off directly. Suddenly, Orochimaru called out to him and threw him a scroll. Did you forget our deal? The transplantation method for the experimental subject was successful so soon. This is truly a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect Orochimaru to manage both commanding and conducting research at the same time. He really is a master of time management. Orochimaru replied. This is only the first phase of the results. In fact, Konoha has been researching Lord Hashirama's cells, but his cells have too strong a life force and will quickly erode the host after transplantation. The experimental subject you provided is equivalent to weakened Hashirama cells. While not as powerful, it is much safer. The scroll contains the most successful activated tissue and transplantation method. Clinical trial data shows a success rate of only 30%. Whether to use it or not is up to you. Lingfeng nodded. Orochimaru wouldn't fool himself when it came to experiments. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. I will accept this, and I will find some new test subjects as soon as possible. After that, Lingfeng bid farewell to his friends and set off on his journey to the Land of Earth. In Konoha Village, in a spacious and quiet courtyard, an elderly woman with white hair sat on a soft couch. Although she was old, it was clear that she had been a stunning beauty in her youth. She was the widow of the First Hokage and the current host to the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito. Opposite her sat her beloved grandson, S.H. Ju. In just a few months, S.H. Ju had grown noticeably taller and had become much stronger. Uzumaki Mito gently asked, "How have you been doing with the techniques on the wood release scroll?" S.H. Ju patted his chest confidently. "Grandma, don't worry. I've mastered the low to mid-level ninjutsu, and I have a good grasp of the wood dragon technique and the wooden human technique. I've memorized all the subsequent content and will practice diligently. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded. I don't doubt your talent in ninjutsu. But remember, a ninja's weapons are not just ninjutsu and shuriken. One must be cautious in everything. SHU nodded and suddenly remembered something. Grandma, can I teach these ninjutsu to Lingfeng? Uzumaki Mito was taken aback and then shook her head. When he awakened his wood release, I let him see the scroll, but unfortunately his talent is not sufficient for cultivation. Wood release is dangerous if one cannot control it. Forcing oneself to practice could be harmful rather than beneficial. So please don't meddle. I see. SHU felt a bit regretful, but also a bit pleased. Indeed, this lord is the strongest. Uzumaki Mito lowered her gaze, recalling Lingfeng's appearance when he was practicing the scroll. She was the most familiar with wood release and the strongest sensing ninja in Konoha, and she instantly recognized. Lingfeng's wood release is completely different from Hashirama's. Or rather, it's not even a ninjutsu. Although Uzumaki Mito was puzzled, she did not ask further and had never disclosed it to anyone outside. She just paid more attention to Lingfeng, and fortunately, he showed no unusual behavior and was genuinely caring towards her grandchildren. Moreover, he saved SHU twice, which eased her worries. Grandma? Seeing that Uzumaki Mito was somewhat distracted, SHU called out a few times. Uzumaki Mito then came to her senses and smiled as she advised SHU. This is your first real battle after learning wood release. So be careful and don't act rashly. Being meticulous and cautious is even more important than ninjutsu. Then, she suddenly spoke to the empty space. You four can accompany SHU. I don't need so many people in the village. For ninjas appeared in the empty space of a room and bowed to Uzumaki Mito. In the past 2 days, on the eastern border of the Land of Fire, many people heard rumbling thunder from the sky and occasionally saw bizarre purple clouds resembling skulls. People were in a state of panic, and various rumors began to spread. There were claims that the death from the war had invoked divine retribution, and others spoke of unusual celestial phenomena and the descent of a demon god. In reality, this was Lingfeng traveling in the sky. From the border of the Land of Rain to the border of the Land of Grass, Danzo had given him 5 days. With a ninja's physique, traveling hundreds of miles in a day was not a problem, but crossing borders while possibly facing enemy interference made this requirement quite demanding. Lingfeng was also cursing in his heart. He had thought about possibly going to support Qing Yan, so he released a large number of shadow clones in advance, spanning the Land of Fire, marking the Flying Thunder God technique along the way. He also considered that he might go deep into the battlefield of the Land of Rain, so he left quite a few Flying Thunder God marks there as well. But he never expected that he would end up in the Land of Grass, which was so far off from his original plans. This route had not been marked, so he could only travel honestly. Danzo said it would take 5 days to arrive. Lingfeng dared not arrive at the camp on the 5th day. For safety reasons, he could not go directly to the camp. He needed to first go to the designated location to verify his identity before being brought into the camp. What if the other party didn't play by the rules and set a trap? It was better to scout the area in advance to feel at ease. So, Lingfeng came up with a plan. He first grew sunflowers on his back, with the petals spinning rapidly, lifting him into the air like a helicopter. Then he produced skeletal explosive grass seeds, carefully controlling their power and direction, using the thrust generated by the explosions for high-speed flight. And those strange sounds at the border these days were his handiwork. One must say, flying the sky is indeed fast. In just under 2 days, Lingfeng arrived at the border of the Land of Grass, just a few dozen miles from the Konoha camp. Chapter 89, IWA Ninja Explosive Unit at the border of the Land of Grass, in the sky. 2 massive white birds were soaring, each carrying an IWA ninja on their backs. One was a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a serious expression, the captain of the IWA Ninja Explosive Unit, Kagger. The other was a young man with a handsome face and a carefree demeanor, the genius of the explosive unit, Yashin. Yashin stretched his neck to look at the scenery, continuously complaining. Captain, we come here every day to scout, but do nothing. This is so unlike our explosive unit style. Kagger was enjoying the breeze on the back of the white bird and slowly opened his eyes upon hearing Yashin's words. Patience. You should know the consequences of defying Lord Tsuchikage's orders. Yashin shuddered, recalling unpleasant memories. Captain, just treat what I'm saying as nonsense. But please don't report me to Lord Noki. Kagura glanced at Yashin, his gaze not one of blame, but rather a hint of indulgence, like that of an elder. After decades of research, the IWA Ninja Explosive Unit had finally developed the explosive clay technique, which possessed unparalleled aerial maneuverability and powerful firepower. Yashin was the only one who had mastered this new secret technique. Despite his young age, he was already quite strong, and with this technique, he became even more formidable, making it troublesome for even ordinary Kaga-level experts to face him. Given time, this captain's position might very well belong to him. At this moment, Yashin called out loudly, "Captain, come sit over here. It's more lively with more people." Kagura's expression darkened. This personality still needed some refining. He snorted coldly, ignoring Yashin, and lay down asleep. Yashin hit a soft wall, smacked his lips, and could only continue to look around in boredom. Boom! Boom! A deep sound came from afar, getting closer. The sound did not come from below, but was at a similar height to them. Yashin, what is that sound? He looked up at the sky. It was clear and cloudless, not like thunder. Kagura also heard the sound, turned to sit up, and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. In the distance, a bizarre figure flew over. On its back was a large flower, spinning rapidly, and explosions erupted behind it, propelling it forward in bursts. It looked like a flying toad. As they approached each other, both sides stopped very synchronously. Lingfeng did not expect to encounter enemies in midair, feeling speechless. Kagura and Yashin also recognized that the opponents were Leaf Village ninjas, and their expressions were not good. The Leaf Village actually has ninjas that can fly. This is not good news. Yashin shouted, "Captain, you can't stop me this time." They were dozens of kilometers away from the Leaf Village camp, so there's no need to worry about being detected if they fought. And since the opponents had already seen them, they had to eliminate them on the spot. Kagura nodded, "Quick battle, quick resolution." Yashin excitedly shouted, "All right." He extended his hands, each palm having a mouth. Lingfeng was moved. 3 mouths? Explosive clé technique? Is this Diadora's predecessor? The mouth on the arrow newbie opened, spitting out 2 white arrows. Sure enough, the explosive clay technique is Diadora's signature ninjutsu, and anyone who has watched Naruto would know the details. Even without lightning release, Lingfeng has plenty of ways to deal with this technique. Lingfeng shot the seeds of the skeleton explosion grass with the white arrow, which exploded in midair, followed by 2 more explosions. It turned out that the powerful shockwave also detonated the 2 white arrows. Diadora's technique was all about pinpoint explosions, and it seemed this guy hadn't fully developed his skills. After all, decades had passed, and ninjutsu hadn't reached such perfection yet. Ninjutsu requires accumulation and inheritance, just like the Edo Tensei technique, which was invented by the Second Hokage, but was improved by Orochimaru. It wasn't until Kabuto that it truly flourished. If Deidara hadn't become a rogue ninja, his C4gar and Patrick Star would surely have been passed down, and his successors would be able to directly learn these killing moves. Watching Ling Feng's counterattack, Kagura and Yashin were also stunned. What was that thing the opponent just used? How come we, as professional demolition experts, have never seen it before? Taking this opportunity, Lingfeng hurriedly created some distance. In terms of aerial combat, Lingfeng could also fly, but the speed of the sunflower was too slow, and the explosive propulsion was difficult to control, making it hard to compete with the opponent. Fortunately, he had thought of a solution during these days. The flying lantern flower. Lingfeng was surrounded by hundreds of lantern-shaped flowers, floating in the air and swaying with the wind, soon scattering everywhere. What is this thing? Isin was curious and threw a kunai. The kunai struck a lantern flower, causing it to hiss and leak air, and before long, it shriveled up. Then, boldly, he bumped it with a white bird, and the lantern flower wobbled and flew far away. Konoha's guy, your ninjutsu is quite interesting. Raising his hand, he shot out 7 or 8 white arrows. Although he knew that explosive clay was afraid of lightning release, Lingfeng didn't have lightning attribute chakra, so he had to use a clumsy method. He waved his hands and threw out several skeleton explosion grass seeds to intercept the white arrows. Just as the two were about to collide, the white arrows suddenly accelerated, turned, and charged towards Lingfeng. With a loud explosion, Lingfeng was engulfed in thick smoke. Isin shouted, "Gotcha, you bastard! This is a guided type." Kagero, seeing this, scolded him. "Shut up. Stay alert. He has already escaped." Isin was stunned, scanning his surroundings, when he saw Lingfeng had inexplicably appeared next to a lantern flower. It turned out that the flying lantern flower had the flying thunder god mark, and Lingfeng had moved his position at the moment of the explosion. No matter how fast Isin's technique was, it couldn't be faster than the flying thunder god. Lingfeng quietly gazed at the other person, his eyes flickering. The explosive clay technique is not a bloodline limit, but a secret technique, indicating that this technique can be plundered. In fact, Lingfeng is very interested in this technique, not to mention the explosion itself. Just the flying ability is unique in the Naruto world with fast speed, agility, and low consumption. It is comparable to the power of the Six Paths, a complete Susanoo, and the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. I wonder if practicing the explosive clay technique requires growing more mouths. Regardless, let's take him down first. Lingfeng's eyes were bright, just about to make a move, when suddenly his heart tightened, and he quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Almost simultaneously, there was a soft sound, and an invisible attack pierced through Lingfeng's arm. Chapter 90. Capture Lingfeng turned his head to look. Kagero was mimicking a gun with his hand, pointing it at him from a distance. The wound healed instantly, but Lingfeng was still taken aback. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Not only is it fast and powerful, but it is also silent, with an attack range of over 100 meters. Lingfeng never relied on elemental transformation to charge recklessly. He would dodge attacks whenever possible, block if he couldn't dodge, and only use elemental transformation as a last resort. This gave him strong combat awareness and sharp sensitivity to attacks. However, he only sensed the recent strike right before it hit. If it weren't for his fruit ability, he would have already lost an arm. On the opposite side, Kagero looked equally surprised. The previous strike felt good. How come the other party didn't seem injured? Did he manage to dodge at the last moment? Impressive. Yashin drove the white bird forward. How is it, Captain? The sniper's shot is a bit unpleasant, right? Following him were countless white arrows. Lingfeng snorted coldly and used the flying thunder god technique to evade. However, the white arrow was homing, and under the control of Shirshin, it relentlessly pursued Lingfeng without letting go. Lingfeng utilized the flying thunder god technique to continuously flicker, while simultaneously shooting out the skeleton explosion grass seeds to detonate the approaching white arrows. The two chased each other, entangled in a fierce battle, having a great time. In an instant, the sound of explosions filled the air, and white and purple smoke spread everywhere. Kagero was also not idle, standing on the back of the white bird, aiming at Lingfeng and launching continuous attacks. He noticed that Lingfeng could move between the flying lantern flowers, so he carefully blew up the lantern flowers that were getting too close. Lingfeng dodged Kageru's attack once again. TSK, an invisible attack, with long range, high speed, and strong penetrating power. It even explodes upon encountering strong defenses. I didn't expect there to be such explosive ninjutsu in the Rock Ninja Village. At this moment, Yashin manipulated the white arrow to charge over. This time, after the white arrow was intercepted, it didn't explode but transformed into dozens of small white arrows that rushed forward. Lingfeng hurriedly used the flying thunder god to dodge. These two guys, one tracking with explosives and the other sniping from a distance, were really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, this guy named Yashinshi could only manipulate a single white bird to move at high speed, so Kageru's speed was not fast. And to prevent me from launching a surprise attack, he was kept at a relatively far distance. Otherwise, it would be even harder to handle. At this moment, Kagero shouted, "Yashinshi, blow up his foothold." Got it. Yashinshi's palms erupted with countless white bees, scattering in all directions. Suddenly, there was a series of fine explosions as the white bees self-destructed, clearing the flying lantern flowers. Damn it. Let's see how you dodge this time. Yashinshi clasped his hands together and released two winged white flying snakes, charging towards Lingfeng at an incredible speed. Large vines erupted from Lingfeng's body, wrapping him tightly. The flying snake collided with the vines, resulting in a violent explosion. Thick smoke billowed, and shattered vines and green, leaves fell down in droves. The sunflower behind Lingfeng was also blasted off, immediately falling down like a stone. Lingfeng reacted quickly, forming hand seals, shadow clone technique. Several shadow clones appeared, catching Lingfeng and throwing him up fiercely. Behind Lingfeng, sunflowers bloomed again, stabilizing his stance. Sure, Xian laughed heartily. How about that, you bastard? The taste just now was pretty good, right? Without a foothold, you're just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lingfeng looked somewhat disheveled and seemed to be angry. I want to see whether your explosion is faster or my ninjutsu is. With that, he formed hand seals, and more lantern flowers began to bloom around him. This time, the flying lantern flowers were larger, shaped differently, and lighter. As soon as the wind blew, they floated everywhere. Yashin was unwilling to be outdone. I'll blow up as many as there are. He then released a swarm of white bees, intending to use the same trick to blow up the lantern flowers. Seeing this, Kagero quickly stopped him. Idiot, stop. Before he could finish his sentence, Yashin had already detonated the white bees, shattering all the lantern flowers. After the flying lantern flowers exploded, a pale yellow smoke filled the area in an instant. Yashin was caught off guard and was also affected by the smoke. What is this? Then he felt dizzy, and his eyelids became unusually heavy. This is bad. It's poisonous. Captain. Yashin strained to turn his head and saw that Kagero, being at a distance, was not engulfed by the yellow smoke. He suddenly bit his tongue. The sharp pain brought him back to some awareness, and he struggled to bring Kagero's white bird down to the ground. He then released all the explosive clay, transforming it into a white bird that charged towards Lingfeng, trying to force him back. I'm sorry, Captain. Yashin could no longer hold on and fell into unconsciousness. The flying bird he was riding also froze and began to drop straight down. They were several hundred meters above the ground. Even the Rakage would die from this fall. Suddenly, a vine reached out and wrapped around his waist, suspending him in midair. Lingfeng was in a great mood. Not bad, just arrived and already had some gains. Then he looked in the direction where Kagero had disappeared. Forget it. Let him go. Even if it's a kidnapping, there should be a way to send a message. It's a pity that Qing Yin and Shun Yi are not here, otherwise he could directly get the explosive clay technique. Lingfeng didn't land, just hanging there with Xingxin, swaying and flying away. Damn it, Xingxin! After landing, Kagelu stared at Lingfeng in the sky with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Lingfeng was still within the range of ninjutsu, and Kagelu quickly aimed at his head. Just when he was about to attack, he saw Lingfeng catch Xingxin. Now Kagelu was hesitant to act, as if he killed Lingfeng, Xingxin would also be doomed. So he gave up the attack and rushed towards Lingfeng. He admitted that the Konoha ninja opposite was not weak, but he was also confident that he would not lose to the other party. Unexpectedly, Lingfeng had no intention of making a move and flew far away. Kagelu stared at the empty sky, his teeth grinding. He hadn't seen any flying ninjas in the Konoha camp for the past few days, but seemed this guy was a new reinforcement. Since he had captured Xingxin, he must go to the Konoha camp. Kagelu hurried to the Konoha camp without hesitation, ready to wait for the rabbit to come. However, Lingfeng was not heading to the Konoha camp at all. Chapter 91. A gift for Danzo, 5 days' time. Including traveling and fighting, Lingfeng used 2 days. So he arrived 3 days early at the rendezvous point, the Tenchi Bridge in Kusagakure. The Tenchi Bridge, one of the 3 major bridges of the Hokage, had once been used by Naruto to instantly defeat Sakura with his assistance. Lingfeng was well aware of Danzo's character. This guy was skilled in internal conflicts, but inexperienced in external battles. He wasn't particularly impressive when dealing with enemies, but he was ruthless and precise when it came to his own people. He didn't foolishly show himself directly. Instead, he hovered in the sky for a long time, using a wooden clone to test the waters. Only after confirming that there were no traps or ambushes did he feel safe enough to land. In fact, with Lingfeng's current strength, he could easily crush 99 of enemies, but as a traverser, he always seemed to run into that one. What's the difference between that and seeking death? Moreover, being beaten to death by someone else means you were outmatched, but die from a slip-up is truly regrettable. The area around the Heavenly Bridge was surrounded by dense forests. Lingfeng's perception spread rapidly with the vegetation, quickly enveloping the entire area. Sure enough, several miles away, there were 7 or 8 ninjas bustling about. From the strength of their chakra, there were 2 jonin and 5 or 6 elite chunin. A tree root appeared on Lingfeng's body, digging into the ground and spreading all the way to where these ninjas were stationed. Then, it stealthily crept along the root and peeked out with half of its head. Sure enough, they were all wearing Leaf Village headbands. Lingfeng did not believe that their appearance was a coincidence. Nor did he think he had such a high status that a team of elite ninjas would wait for him for so long. It was clear that these guys were here to set up a trap for him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Danzo, you really can't change your nature. Since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for taking action. 3 days quickly passed. At the agreed noon, 2 root jonin had already been waiting. A good attitude can eliminate the other party's vigilance. But aside from the howling wind and the rustling of leaves, there was no movement around. There wasn't a single person, not even a dog. The 2 root jonin remained expressionless. Late. That was understandable. After all, not everyone had such good discipline as Root. Half an hour later, their expressions turned gloomy. As expected, the idle leaf ninjas couldn't save the ninja world. Only Root could bring peace. An hour later, their faces were completely darkened. You really don't treat Root as a serious organization. You'd better be dead. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were. After a while, Lingfeng finally arrived late. I got lost on the road of life. The 2 were already at their limit, and hearing this made them snap. Activate the seal. Maximum power. Damn it, trap him to death. The few people in the forest had long been gritting their teeth in anger. They quickly formed hand seals, creating a series of afterimages, their speed doubling compared to usual. Forbidden technique. Void sealing technique. A huge light shield engraved with mysterious patterns appeared out of thin air, like a giant eggshell, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of Root, they are indeed extravagant, always making a grand entrance. Lingfeng secretly sensed that he had indeed lost contact with the Flying Thunder God technique outside. After all, Danzo knew that he had learned the Flying Thunder God, so he would definitely find a way to restrict it. The best methods would either be sealing or creating a barrier. It seems that Root chose the latter. Swish, swish, swish. Several ninjas from Root emerged. One ninja revealed a sinister smile. Senju Lingfeng, surrender obediently. You should be able to sense that the Flying Thunder God can't be used, right? We have 2 J Nin and 6 CH Nin, while you only have 1 CH Nin. The advantage is on our side. Lingfeng obediently nodded upon hearing this. Yes, it can't be used anymore, so don't blame us. Root's laboratory has long been eager and restless. By the way, there's a saying, I don't know if you've heard it. Root, art is an explosion. Let it bloom. Counterfeit Patrick Star, super huge explosive skeleton grass. At the border of the land of grass, in the Konoha camp, inside the command tent, Danzo's face turned pale as he stared at Lingfeng. Just moments ago, the camp was busy and orderly. Suddenly, the ninjas felt a slight tremor under their feet, and then they saw a purple mushroom cloud rising in the distance. The entire camp was alarmed. A group of people rushed over with weapons, only to find a charred area of about a kilometer and a bewildered Lingfeng. The Konoha ninjas hurriedly questioned him and discovered that he was actually an ally. With a clean background, complete proof, no transformation techniques or any disguises, and no one suspected him of being a spy. It would make such a huge commotion as a spy. So, they brought Lingfeng back to the camp and directly sent him to the command center. Shimura Danzo appeared calm, but inside he was already furious to the point of explosion. He was getting older, and with the immense pressure in this camp, he hadn't been able to leave for days. Just when he finally felt a bit of progress, a blast scared him back. Who knows when he would be able to release it again? More importantly, the subordinates he had painstakingly coerced and lured had inexplicably disappeared. The Root organization had only been established for a few years, unlike later when it was wealthy and populous. Similarly, the loyalty and abilities of Root members at this stage were far from comparable to the puppets of later generations. Losing 8 members proficient in barriers at once made Danzo's heart ache more than seeing the Uchiha clan. If this happened at Root's base, Lingfeng would have to bear the blame, whether he wanted to or not. At worst, They could wait until he was cold before giving him a posthumous pardon and holding a memorial service. But that wasn't possible now. His identity was that of a commander. The number of ninjas who saw Lingfeng enter was no less than 800, without sufficient evidence to pin the blame. How could they maintain morale and lead the team? Once Lingfeng appeared before everyone, he could no longer act recklessly. Moreover, Hizashi was still in the camp and would definitely have received news from the Umbu. Forget it. Forget it. A small annoyance can disrupt a grand plan. After making up his mind, Danzo slowly raised his gaze. Senju Lingfeng, present. Chapter 92. Seizing the tailed beast from IWA Shinobi Village in this era. Shursui had not yet been born, and Danzo had no other heavenly gods. So Lingfeng was not afraid to face Danzo directly. Danzo coldly stared at Lingfeng. You were the first to appear at the explosion site, which logically makes you the prime suspect. But since there is no evidence pointing to you, I will not pursue it. Lingfeng smiled slightly. Thank you, Lord Danzo, for your understanding. After the explosion, the root members scoured the scene repeatedly, still unable to comprehend what had happened. They suspected it was the Rock Village's explosive unit, but there were no traces of chakra left at the scene. In such a powerful ninjutsu, what would be the point of blowing up a bridge? In the end, a clever individual discovered traces of spatial fluctuations, and upon noticing the remnants of a formation, came up with a bold and well-founded hypothesis. An explosion occurred in a spatial formation here, and the purple smoke might be a manifestation of energy unique to that formation. In the world of Naruto, space ninjutsu is undoubtedly the most advanced form of ninjutsu. Even during the era of the Otsutsuki's descent, space-time ninjutsu remains one of the strongest techniques. Whether it was the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage, or the Uchiha clan members who possess space ninjutsu, their research on space has been quite superficial, far from reaching its limits. Therefore, when the clever individual proposed this hypothesis, no one could say he was right, nor could anyone say he was wrong. Danzo could only grit his teeth and accept this one seemingly plausible explanation. Danzo steadied himself. Lingfeng, I have a confidential mission for you. The village's spies have uncovered information about the tailed beasts in the Rock Village. Lingfeng, the tailed beasts of IWA Shinobi Village? The four-tailed Sun Wukong and the five-tails Mu King. These are all the sins created by Senju Hashirama. The nuclear weapons given to others are now being used against us. This time, I will borrow your wood release to take the tailed beast from IWA Shinobi Village. Lingfeng secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. Although the character was somewhat lacking, he was indeed a hawk. He opened his mouth and played such a big game. He actually learned to steal tailed beasts from others. Konoha has really become formidable. It should have been like this long ago. Every day, they are either being eyed for their bloodline by this village or having their heritage snatched by that clan. Clearly the strongest ninja village. It feels like being teased like a little wife. Lingfeng is full of anticipation for this task. Danzo continues to relay information. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails is named Keizan, who hold a position just below Noki in Awagakure and is a formidable enemy. The Four Tails has just been sealed into a young man, and he is our primary target. Lingfeng was slowly calculating in his heart. Judging by age, Tongshan should be the previous Jinchuriki before Han. That Four Tails Jinchuriki should be Old Purple. Tongshan did not appear in the original plot, and since Han has appeared, it indicates that he has long been dead. However, Old Purple is different. He appeared in the original plot, so Lingfeng also has his information. Old Purple is stubborn in nature, and after becoming a Jinchuriki, he left the village due to his personality clashing with the Tsuchikage. Later, he was captured by Kisame Hashigaki and died after having his tailed beast chakra extracted. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was revived in the form of Edo Tensei and was ultimately saved by Naruto. From the plot, he can be considered a positive character. But sorry, after all, our positions are different, and we can only rely on our own means. The Four-tailed Jinchuriki is currently at the Chigang Mountain Outpost on the border of the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass. Your task is to assist in capturing him. My personal guards will escort you there, and they will also handle communication, sealing, and other logistical work. Come out. As soon as the words fell, 3 people suddenly appeared in the tent. all dressed in black clothing and black headbands. If it weren't for the forehead protectors, one wouldn't be able to tell their identities. They're called Crane, Crow, and Sparrow, and they will take you to Qigong Mountain to meet up with another team. Before the meetup, they will be your assistants. Lingfeng's expression stiffened. Were these 3 assistants or 3 Grim Reapers? He felt extremely uncomfortable inside, but he had to maintain a composed face. Yes, Lord Danzo. However, I have a concern. Speak. To what extent must this mission be accomplished to be considered successful? Good question. Capturing the Jinchuriki alive, or sealing the tailed beast and bringing it back is the best outcome. If that is not possible, then eliminate the Jinchuriki to cause their tailed beast to go berserk or die, rendering them unable to enter the battlefield for a short period. At all costs. At all costs. Then that makes things easier. Lingfeng asked a few more details before leaving. Once he was alone, Danzo called over a subordinate. You watch them from a distance, waiting for the right moment, and then let the priestess deliberately show a flaw, allowing Yuki to discover this plan. Yes. The subordinate agreed without any hesitation, not feeling at all that this was betraying the village. The next day, Lingfeng set off with 3 resentful individuals. Danzo liked to assign similar code names to the same batch of people, such as colors, heavenly stems, and earthly branches, weapon names, etc. The 3 in front of him all had bird names, indicating they were from the same batch entering the route. Danzo, Danzo with thousands of people in a camp. You give me these 3 idiots. Your calculations are truly loud. At this moment, in the heart of the land of rain, Jiraiya received encrypted intelligence. According to the original plot, Hanzo defeated the 3 Sannin without injury, and since the poison had not been resolved, he could single-handedly keep the sand and rock ninjas at bay. As a result, Jiraiya was able to quietly train the 3 little ones in the land of rain. And besides an incident where they were attacked by a ninja lost on the battlefield, they had hardly encountered any danger. However, the current situation was completely different. The sand and rock ninjas had invaded the land of rain, causing considerable trouble for Jiraiya and his disciples. If it weren't for Jiraiya's protection, the 3 little ones might have already met with untimely deaths. As the situation became increasingly severe, Jiraiya could no longer stay put and finally decided to take the 3 away from Amigakure. Just as he was about to act, a messenger ninja from Konoha arrived. Lord Jiraiya, this is a secret order from Lord Orochimaru. Please take a look. Jiraiya couldn't help but furrow his brows. What is Orochimaru up to? I've already stepped back from the combat sequence. Why is he still sending me secret orders? It's really troublesome. He muttered to himself while quickly opening the letter and examining it closely. The more Jiraiya read, the wider his eyes grew. That guy Orochimaru is trying to completely mess up the Sand Village. Chapter 93. First entry into the land of Earthling Foam, crossed the land of grass, and finally arrived at the border of the land of earth. The Grass Ninja Village is notorious for being opportunistic and meddlesome, and Lingfeng has no good impression of them at all. He originally planned to take advantage of passing through to visit the weapon workshop and treasury of the Grass Ninja Village. However, 3 members of the Root organization stuck to him like adhesive plaster, making it inconvenient to do anything. At the heavenly and earthly bridge, the surroundings were still lush and green. After not going far, the trees became sparser and gradually turned into a grassland. Once he reached the land of earth, especially after crossing the canyon that serves as the border, it instantly transformed into a desert. If the land of fire is lush with trees and the land of grass is covered in verdant grass, then the land of earth is truly left with nothing but dirt. Hashirama Senju speaks of love and peace while occupying all the good land he can. Yet when it came time to divide the nuclear weapons, he left himself with the strongest but hardest to control one. The disparity is so great that it even makes Lingfeng suspect he might have a split personality, only caring about his own pleasure and utterly disregarding the lives of those behind him. Lingfeng stood on a withered tree, gazing far into the land of earth. All he could see were grayish-yellow rocks, with fierce winds howling, stirring up countless small stones, which fell to the ground like rain. This was the stone rain phenomenon of the land of earth. If it were to strike an ordinary person, they would surely end up with at least a few bruises. Because of this, even though the population of the land of earth is considerable and the economy is decent, very few merchant caravans are willing to come here. The scarcity of supplies and the harsh environment have led the rock ninjas to always act with profit in mind. Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. This place was not friendly to him. Not only was the perception of the plants and trees greatly diminished, but the traces of battle were also hard to erase. Not to mention, there were 3 resentful beings nearby. Lingfeng turned his head and asked, "Crane, what is the next move?" Crane pulled out the map, compared it with the surrounding terrain for a while, and then pointed to the southwest direction. 60 miles that way is the Chigang Mountain outpost. Let us move at full speed. We'll get there quickly. Lingfeng, have you scouted this outpost before? An outpost is different from a camp that can accommodate thousands or hundreds of people. It's more like a border station from the previous world, only able to hold dozens or even just a few people. Its establishment is not for defense, but to alert the rear. He nodded. The number of people in this outpost is not large, and its main combat strength comes from a few demolition team members. But it's important to note that there are quite a few sensory ninjas. Lingfeng was not surprised at all. A borderline of several hundred kilometers relied on human pillars and explosive teams. Even if everyone had the ability of Kagura's mind's eye, it wouldn't be able to defend it all. So, there were probably not only sensing ninjas in this outpost, but also a large-range sensing barrier. Fortunately, such barriers usually prioritize range and have poor accuracy. The movement of a 100-strong troop would definitely not escape the barrier's detection. However, a few individuals could be careful, and it wouldn't be difficult to infiltrate. What about the Four Tails Jinchuriki? He was very close, in a temple not far from the outpost, with just a few minutes' notice. He could rush over. This arrangement was mainly to prevent unexpected incidents. Once the tailed beast went berserk, it could allow for more time to escape, thus greatly reducing losses. Lingfeng rubbed his chin, pondering what to do next. At this moment, Kay walked over. Lord Danzo means to go to the agreed location first and wait for everyone to arrive before taking action. Lingfeng glanced at him deeply. Well, let's head to the gathering place first. This time, I am nominally the captain, while the others are assistants. However, I have no knowledge of the time, location, companions, or contact methods, and even if I ask the 3 of them, their answers are vague. Under Kay's guidance, Lingfeng headed towards the gathering place. Not long after they left, a tree grew from the ground, transforming into Lingfeng's form. Not wanting to be deaf and blind, he left a wooden clone behind. The wooden clone sprouted sunflowers on its back and flew straight towards the Chigang Mountain outpost. In the secret chamber of the Chigang Mountain outpost, the atmosphere was unusually oppressive. There was a huge sand table on the ground, representing the terrain of the surrounding dozens of miles. The sand table was covered by a half-circle fluorescent dome, which was the perception barrier, with ninjas sitting around it, fully focused on maintaining the barrier. In one corner of the secret chamber stood a few people, the foremost being Kaguru. Originally, the IWA ninja's perception barrier was relatively flat, primarily sensing enemies on the ground. This was customary, as it not only saved chakra, but also improved the accuracy of ground perception. However, after Kaguru returned yesterday in a fit of rage, he demanded it be changed to the current half-circle barrier. A perception ninja spoke back and was immediately killed by a direct hit. In the past, perception teams were always treated with respect, and they had never encountered such a scene, causing them to fall silent in fear. But their unwillingness was of no use. Kaguru was an old powerhouse of IWA Ninja Village, a trusted confidant of the Tsuchikage, and dying at his hands would mean death without reason. In helplessness, the perception ninjas had to increase their chakra output to condense the half-circle barrier similar to that of Konoha Village. A burly IWA ninja carrying an axe approached Kaguru. He was a member of the explosive release ninja team and Kaguru's right-hand man, Mungung. Captain, seeing Mungung, Kaguru's expression softened a bit. How is Z? Mungung replied. The sealing team has just reinforced the seal. It won't go berserk in the short term. Kaguru let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, thanks to you. Although the Jinchuriki is powerful, its strength is too unstable. Mungung wanted to say something, but ultimately just sighed. At that moment, the perception team issued a warning. Lord Kaguru, at 10 o'clock for kilometers in the sky, there's a chakra response, and it's moving very fast. Speaking of which, the wooden clone was also unfortunate. The perception team was modifying the barrier with chakra fully unleashed, and the perception accuracy was maxed out. If it had come 1 or 2 hours later, it might have blended in. Chapter 94. Night reconnaissance at the outpost, one person in the air. Hearing this, Kagaru's eyes turned cold. Mungung, follow me. Mungung grinned and followed out, carrying his axe. At this moment, the wooden clone was 200 meters above the ground, appearing similar to a beam from the ground, and there was no need to worry about being discovered. Suddenly, the wooden clone's body shook, a large hole opened in its chest, and it fell like a stone. Huh? Is it that explosive release ninja? Knowing it couldn't escape, the wooden clone detonated the prepared explosive skeleton grass, and with a bang, the remnants of the wooden clone and a nearby house were blown to smithereens. Kagaru's expression turned particularly grim. He ordered a search of the surroundings and commanded the perception team to scan several times, but unfortunately, they found nothing in the end. Mungung kicked the collapse wall. Is this guy the one who took Yashin? With such a big explosion, there's definitely nothing left of the body. There's no blood around. It's a clone. I really didn't expect Konoha to have flying ninjas. This is really not good news. Mungung's expression also became serious. He had worked with Yashin before and was very clear about the role of flying ninjas on the battlefield. I see that his flying speed is not fast. Far less agile than Lord Suchikage and Yashin. The captain's sniper blast should be able to handle it. Kagaru said nothing more, nodded, and led the team away. No one noticed that a kunai had fallen from the rooftop nearby at some point. As night fell, Lingfeng and Crow appeared beside the kunai. Lingfeng pulled out the kunai and marked the ground again. As expected, the perception barrier was only directed outward, so as long as they avoided that layer of shield, it would be fine. Yin nodded and crouched in the shadows, seeming to blend into the night. Regardless of their strength, every member of the route had their own unique skill. Lingfeng knew that there were many perceptive ninjas and did not dare to be careless. His figure flashed and disappeared. The outpost at Chigang Mountain was not small, but most of the ninjas had been dispatched to the Land of Rain, so there were many empty houses. The two easily infiltrated an empty house and breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Lingfeng, I'll go scout around. Come back here to pick me up in an hour. If I'm not here, then don't look for me. Although the members of the route had been brainwashed and made foolish, their attitude towards carrying out missions was still commendable. Lingfeng nodded, patted his shoulder, and then disappeared from the spot. Crow did not notice the sudden appearance of a flying thunder god mark on his shoulder as he formed hand seals. Misty movement technique. He became ethereal, looking like a mass of mist, particularly concealed in the darkness. As a sensing ninja, Crow could mask his chakra fluctuations, and with the assistance of this ninjutsu, he didn't have to worry about being discovered, as long as he didn't engage in combat. His body slipped out through the crack in the door like a ghost. The outpost was small, and he quickly gathered a rough layout of the defenses. To think that such a small outpost had 2 J-Nin stationed there and 4 elite CH-Nin, while the explosive unit patrolled the border. According to the frequency, there were always 2 explosive release ninjas in this outpost. Additionally, there were 3 sensing teams maintaining the sensing barrier in shifts, and the remaining dozens of CH-Nin and Genin were all logistics support personnel. Not only that, but there were also dense traps outside the shadow outpost, which Lingfeng had bypassed twice without triggering. However, if the Konoha army were to come, the traps alone would be quite troublesome. Crow took out the freshly drawn map of the outpost and quickly deduced the location of the sensing barrier's core. There was only 1 sensing team. Crow was confident that if he caught them off guard, he could easily eliminate them all. But then he thought that the primary target now was the Jinchuriki, and it wasn't worth alerting them. So he noted the location and left quietly. Although this outpost had few personnel, Noki was very reassured. Konoha was mired in war, distracted by enemies all around. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen suspected that he had teamed up with the Sand Ninja, he wouldn't dare to engage in battle with him. Even if Danzo had a moment of madness and sent a large force, there was nothing to worry about. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was nearby, and with the density of the barrier here, before the Konoha army arrived, they would be met with the devastating impact of the tailed beast bomb. If the Four Tails couldn't hold up, it wouldn't matter. As long as they could buy a day's time, the highly mobile Five Tails could come to support. With 2 Jinchuriki, unless Konoha sent several shadow-level powerhouses, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, Although the explosive unit was small, they could still inflict significant damage on ordinary ninjas when combined with traps. Not to mention that Noki could fly, making him the most mobile of the 5 Kage, able to reach the battlefield from the village in just 2 or 3 days. 3 shadow-level powerhouses with lethal skills, combined with a large-scale explosive unit, would be enough to withstand Konoha's attacks. Seeing that it was almost time, Crow prepared to return. As he passed by a room, he looked through the open window and saw a man sitting in a chair, resting with his eyes closed. It was IWA Ninja Kage. Crow instantly tensed up. Kage was among the top assassins in the assassination list. Aside from a few village leaders, elders, and Umbu captains, he was basically the most notable. According to intelligence, Kage's sniper explosive was not only silent, but could be executed from over 1,000 meters away. There was even a saying that wherever he could see was within his kill range. Although he rarely had one-on-one intelligence, it did not affect his notorious reputation. On the battlefield, as long as he was given the opportunity, he could turn into the Grim Reaper, calling out names among enemy powerhouses, and, if unrestricted, he could entirely sway the outcome of a war. Crow's gaze turned cold. He had just spared the sensing team to avoid alarming the enemy. But if he could take out Kage, then it was worth the risk. Crow glanced at the house where he was supposed to meet Lingfeng. There was no going back this time. Water release. Dark mist kill. A wave of black mist seeped into the room, silently approaching Kage. Kage suddenly opened his eyes and fired a sniper explosive at the window. The powerful attack instantly pierced through the wall and Crow's shoulder, sending him flying out and crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 95. Rescue with just one strike. Crow was severely injured. As he struggled to rise, Kage was already standing in front of him, his finger pressed against Crow's forehead. "Don't move, or I'll blow your head off." Kage's voice was calm, devoid of emotion, but it sounded like ice piercing through Crow's ears. The surrounding IWA ninja heard the commotion, but the fastest to react was Mungung, who appeared next to Kage in an instant, wielding a giant axe. "Boss, look at Crow." He immediately realized what had happened and wisely shut his mouth. He had partnered with Kage for over 10 years and knew his captain's character all too well. Despite Kage's seemingly indifferent expression, he was probably furious inside. Kage glared at Crow. With so many sensing ninjas, how could a Konoha rat sneak in? The sensing team was a bunch of fools. It seemed they hadn't learned their lesson. Mungung nodded, sighing. They really had been too lax. While speaking, he quietly surveyed the surroundings, and seeing that the other ninjas hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't help but roar in his heart. Where are the others? Why are they moving so slowly? If they don't come soon, they'll be in big trouble. Seeing that the two were ignoring him, Crow shouted, "Don't underestimate me." With a wave of his hand, several black water arrows shot towards the two. Mungung's figure flashed as he moved in front of Kage. The giant axe appeared in his hand, blocking the black arrows like a shield. The black arrows collided with the axe, splashing black water everywhere, emitting a faint hissing sound and releasing wisps of white smoke. Mungung was momentarily stunned. Then his fierce demeanor emerged. Corrosive liquid. What a cunning guy. Meanwhile, Crow was even more shocked. Just now, the two had seemed completely unguarded, yet they easily blocked his killing move. Such a reaction and movement suggested at least elite Jainin level. The key was that this guy's axe was about the same size as a table and looked very heavy, yet felt light in his hands. Like an ordinary ninja sword, Mungung raised the axe, pressing it against Crow's neck. "Captain, what should we do with this kid? Should we keep him for information or just kill him?" The giant axe pressed down on his shoulder, and Crow felt as if a massive stone was weighing him down, nearly suffocating him. Kage replied, "Wait." Then he reached out and pointed a few times, and with a series of muffled sounds, Crow let out a painful scream as his hands and feet were broken and twisted into grotesque angles. "Now we can keep him. Have someone drag him away." At this moment, the other ninjas finally arrived. In fact, it had only been a minute since the Crow's ambush, but a cold glint flashed in Kageru's eyes as he looked at them. TSK, TSK, these fools are going to be in big trouble. Mangang put away his axe and reached out with his large hand to grab the Crow's shoulder. Almost simultaneously, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Crow. It was Lingfeng, who had come as agreed. It turned out that Lingfeng had arrived at the meeting point, but did not find any trace of the Crow. Although the other party was from Root, who was monitoring him, their death would actually be a relief. However, along the way, they hadn't done much besides monitoring him, so it wasn't worth just leaving it alone. Fortunately, before leaving, he had marked the crow's shoulder with the flying Thunder God seal, and he directly teleported over, instinctively reaching for the crow's shoulder. As a result, he ended up grabbing Mangang's large hand. The two of them locked fingers, staring blankly at each other, both dumbfounded. Kaguru, the crow, and the rock ninja were all wide-eyed in shock. Mangang shook off Lingfeng's hand with a roar. "I'll kill you," and swung his axe down. "Watch out," the crow shouted, and a black water arrow shot towards Mangang's face. This was the crow's trump card, originally intended for Kaguru or for a suicide attack. But seeing Lingfeng in danger, it was instinctively used. Mangang was caught off guard and hurriedly raised his axe in front of him, narrowly blocking the black arrow. Lingfeng took the opportunity to grow the seeds of the skeleton explosion grass on his left hand and press them onto Mangang's axe. With a loud bang, purple smoke billowed up. Although most of the power was blocked by the axe, the shock wave still sent Mangang flying. At the same time, sharp thorny vines sprouted from Lingfeng's right hand and wrapped around Kagalu. Upon seeing Lingfeng, Kagalu's eyes turned red with hatred, and he quickly struck a few times, shattering all the vines. Then he aimed for Lingfeng's chest. The opponent had space ninjutsu, and they were unprepared, making it impossible to capture him alive. In that case, he could only strike hard. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly felt a tightness in his ankle. Looking down, he saw a vine had appeared out of nowhere, tightly wrapping around his ankle, and upon closer inspection, the other end was connected to Lingfeng's leg. Not good. Kagalu's heart sank. Before he could react, Lingfeng had already grabbed the crow and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Kagalu's vision blurred, and he found himself in a strange cave. Enemy attack. "You guys take the crow to treat its injuries. I'll deal with him." Lingfeng threw the crow to the crane and the sparrow, while he blocked Kagauro. To his surprise, the crane and the sparrow recognized Kagauro as an important target of the organization at a glance, completely ignoring the crow and moving to Kagauro's side, forming a pincer attack with Lingfeng. The crow tumbled in the air twice and fell to the ground with a thud, already seriously injured. It didn't even have time to scream before rolling its eyes and fainting. "Lingfeng, just now I saw a crow come to my aid, and I thought that the roots weren't as twisted as they were in later times. Now it seems I was too conservative. The virtues of these two bird people, crane and sparrow, are exactly the same as those of the later roots. These two are hopeless. Since you don't consider yourselves human, I don't need to regard you as such either. I'm going to treat Crow. You deal with him." Lingfeng directly abandoned the two, while one of them quickly brought Crow to hide behind a rock to start healing. Didn't the root have no emotions? Weren't they fearless in the face of death? Then he and Kaguru could just play slowly. Heron and Sparrow frowned, cursing inwardly. However, years of training left their expressions unchanged as they simply adjusted their positions. Surrounding Kaguru again. Chapter 96, Barrier and Boiling Escape. Kaguru coldly observed everything. Seeing that Lingfeng and Crow had only hidden and not escaped, he did not intervene. Since the enemy was dividing themselves, he would first deal with these two cannon fodder and then focus on that bastard who could use space-time ninjutsu. As long as he could capture the opponent alive, he could force Konoha to hand over Shin, even if he couldn't get him back. Making Konoha lose a young ninja who mastered space-time ninjutsu wouldn't be a loss for Rock Ninja. Heron initiated the attack first. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick fog surged around, as dense as milk, instantly rendering the area nearly pitch black. Kaguru vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. "Trying to block my line of sight with mist? It seems you are quite familiar with my ninjutsu." Heron's voice echoed from all directions. The sniper explosion was powerful, but unfortunately too focused. It was meaningless if he couldn't find a target. He didn't know what method was used, but the voice was erratic, making it impossible to judge the direction. Water release, water bullet cannon. Suddenly, several water bullets whistled toward him. Kaguru flipped and leaped away, avoiding the water cannon attack, but when he landed, he found the ground beneath him soft and sticky. Looking down, he saw the ground had turned into a swamp. Trapped. At that moment, Sparrow appeared behind Kaguru, slashing toward his neck with a knife. Kaguru remained calm, forming hand seals. Earth release. Core movement technique. A platform of earth suddenly rose from the swamp, lifting him up and dodging Sparrow's attack. Moreover, the platform rose so quickly that it directly knocked Sparrow away. Seizing this opportunity, Kaguru pointed back at Sparrow. Sparrow felt a chill run down his spine and quickly raised his ninja knife to block in front of him. With a crisp sound, the ninja knife snapped in two, and the sniper explosion continued unabated, creating a bloody hole in his body before hitting the ground. But this time, it didn't just leave a small hole. It blasted out a pit. The miss truly affected my accuracy and sense of distance. Otherwise, you would already be a pile of minced meat. It turned out that the sniper explosion could not only penetrate, but also detonate the target. Sparrow fell heavily to the ground, but did not lose his ability to act, quickly getting up to try to disappear into the mist. Unfortunately, due to his injuries, he stumbled. Kaguru pointed at the back of Sparrow's head. Let's deal with one first. But he did not attack. Instead, he suddenly leaped up, dodging the hands that reached out from the ground. I meant you. Kaguru pointed down. Sniper explosion. With a puff, blood suddenly gushed from the ground, and two hands fell weakly. Kaguru landed lightly and sneered at the hands. The coordination was fairly smooth. However, how could such a simple beheading technique deceive me? He then looked around, trying to find Sparrow's figure. Sparrow was shocked. Heron was dead, and the hidden miss technique would soon be dispelled, so he couldn't afford to hide any longer and quickly launched an attack. Fire release, star splatter technique. A wave of flames surged toward Kaguru, turning into a blaze of scorching embers as it approached him. Kaguru clasped his hands together. Earth release, four-sided wall. A square earthen wall suddenly rose, enclosing him and blocking the scorching embers. Sparrow formed hand seals again, preparing to use lightning release ninjutsu. Suddenly, an attack pierced through the earthen wall, penetrating Sparrow's thigh. Sparrow let out a scream, clutching his leg as he fell to the ground. Looking up in horror, he discovered that there was a transparent hole in the earthen wall. Sparrow struggled to get up, staggering as he prepared to escape into the thick mist. Unfortunately, it was too late. The earth wall crumbled bit by bit, and Kaguru calmly reached out and struck twice, breaking Sparrow's legs. Just with you guys wanting to. Before he could finish his sentence, Kaguru's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at the place where Heron had died. The hands from before had disappeared. Wind release, pursuit wave. Kaguru used wind release to disperse the surrounding mist and was shocked to find a huge light shield trapping him. How did he dodge that earlier? Suddenly, Heron emerged from the ground. A hole had been opened in his head, and blood stained half of his body. After emerging, Heron's body twisted at odd angles, and then his bones crackled before returning to normal. Kaguru realized, I heard that Konoha village has a secret technique that can soften the body and allow for free stretching. No wonder you were able to dodge my attack. But even though Heron was not dead, he was already at the end of his rope and wouldn't last long if ignored. Kaguru glanced around the barrier. You think this thing can trap me? Naive. Saying this, he gripped his right wrist with his left hand, extending his right fingers, which glimmered slightly. Gete, sniper explosion. A visible attack shot toward the light shield, and with a loud bang, violent ripples appeared on the shield. Although it wasn't breached, its color faded somewhat. Just 2 more shots, and this barrier will be completely shattered. Meanwhile, Kaguru was attacking the barrier, and Lingfeng's expression was also grim, because the barrier had also enveloped him in crow. Not only that, but he couldn't sense the flying thunder god mark outside. It seemed to also cut off space-time ninjutsu. Seeing the barrier damaged, Heron showed no signs of worry, but instead revealed a sinister smile. This barrier was originally prepared to recover wood release. Since it cannot bring back wood release, let's destroy you all together. Kaguru, Lingfeng. Kaguru's expression darkened, and he launched a sniper explosion at Heron. Heron, who had been on high alert, reacted very quickly, hurriedly flipping over and narrowly dodging, while simultaneously pulling out a scroll from his pocket and throwing on the ground. The scroll opened, revealing a circular incantation composed of characters, with a large character for Boil written in the center. He formed hand seals, stepping on the Boil character. Boiling escape, clever mist technique. A wave of pink mist suddenly overflowed. Heron couldn't dodge in time, or rather, he didn't want to dodge at all, and was directly engulfed by the thick mist. All that could be heard was a chilling, rustling sound, and Heron melted like a candle near a fire, clothes and all. In an instant, Lingfeng was taken aback. Wasn't this the very technique that Koyomi nearly used to eliminate Sasuke? It turned out that this scroll contained a sealed boiling release acid mist. In a confined space, the boiling release acid mist could even melt Susanoo. Chapter 97 Debut. The boiling release mist spread out in all directions, and Lingfeng did not dare to be careless. He clapped his hands. Earth release, ground movement core. The ground beneath where the crane was located rapidly descended, dragging the mist into a deep pit. Then, Lingfeng released vines, weaving them into an airtight cover to seal the opening. Wood has a strong resistance to acidic liquid, and with continuous regeneration, it finally blocked the acid mist. Seizing this opportunity, Kagero also gathered all his strength and continuously attacked the barrier. This barrier was mainly designed to isolate space-time jumps, and its defensive power was not strong. After several attacks from Kagero, it shattered like a glass pane. With the barrier broken, Lingfeng finally felt the flying thunder god mark. Lingfeng and Kagero exchanged glances, then looked at the large pit, and instinctively moved to a distance. Kagero fixed his gaze on Lingfeng. It's just the two of us now. We're on the ground, and I won't let you escape this time. Remembering the last battle, an unnameable anger surged in Kagero's heart, exuding a chilling, killing intent. High in the air, with an unstable footing, the howling wind, and his own strength barely exerted to 10%, he had watched as his companion was captured, and he was forced to log off. It was undoubtedly the most frustrating battle in recent years, and also his biggest defeat. This humiliation must be washed away with Lingfeng's blood. Lingfeng was completely indifferent to the killing intent from Kagero. Likewise, I'm quite interested in your ninjutsu. I hope it's not a bloodline limit. Otherwise it wouldn't be that valuable. You explosion-release ninjas are quite valuable. If I can capture two of you, it wouldn't be a wasted effort. Upon hearing this, Kagero could no longer contain himself and raised his hand to launch an attack. Lingfeng was already prepared, dodging to the side and then throwing a bunch of flying thunder god kunai in all directions. The attack range of the sniper explosion was small and the path was singular, making it perfect to deal with using time-space ninjutsu. Kagero had fought with Lingfeng before and knew that these kunai were the landing markers for time-space ninjutsu, so he quickly pointed his fingers and shattered all the kunai, not giving Lingfeng a chance at all. Lingfeng was taken aback and quickly used his fruit ability to manipulate the vines to emerge from the ground for a sneak attack. However, Kagero was very alert and easily dodged the vine's ambush. Earth release, Earthland return. Kagero formed hand seals with both hands. The ground suddenly flipped, and the weight of the rocks and soil tore all the vines apart, causing Lingfeng's sneak attack to miss. Lingfeng used several abilities again, but none achieved any results. Kagero's attacks were also dodged by Lingfeng. After a few rounds, neither side could do anything to the other, so they could only temporarily separate and confront each other. Lingfeng was somewhat surprised. You're really strong. Even wood release can't do anything to you. Kagero sneered. It's the First Hokage who is strong, not wood release. You Leaf Village don't even understand such a simple truth. Lingfeng was very surprised. The old foxes of Konoha Village, who were wise all their lives, were momentarily confused, always thinking about restoring the glory of wood release. Yet they were outsmarted by this rock ninja. Is this suitable for me to say? It doesn't matter, since you can't run away anyway. That's true after all. It's your home ground, and dragging out too long wouldn't be good. After speaking, Lingfeng extended his hand, palm facing Kagero. Then his arm turned black and gray, shimmering with a metallic luster, and a small hole appeared in his palm. With a puff, a skeletal explosive seed shot out from the hollow at an incredible speed towards Kageru's face. Kageru's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly dodged the attack. The skeletal explosive seed exploded, raising a thick cloud of dust. Even though Kagero had dodged several meters away, he was still violently thrown back and rolled on the ground a few times. When he got up, he was no longer calm and collected, but instead had a face full of horror. What kind of technique is this? How can it have such great power? The speed of the opponent's attack just now was no less than that of a sniper blast. If the sniper blast excels in penetration, then the opponent surpasses it in firepower coverage. Lingfeng remained silent, continuing to fire at Kagauro. Damn, how could there be such a technique in wood release? Kagauro couldn't afford to hold back and directly engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with Lingfeng using his sniper explosions. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of explosions, with white and purple smoke swirling around. In terms of shooting frequency and accuracy, Kagauro's sniper explosions far surpassed Lingfeng's techniques. Many times, the skeletal explosive grass seeds were shattered mid-air, turning into puffs of purple smoke. However, the skeletal explosive grass also had a large blast radius, and even if Kagauro could dodge, he would still be affected by the shockwaves. Several times he failed to evade and was nearly sent reeling, almost spitting blood. Lingfeng is different. If he can dodge, he dodges. If he can't, he still has elemental transformation, remaining unscathed throughout. This high-intensity battle consumes a lot of chakra, and soon the balance of victory and defeat begins to tilt. Lingfeng is calm and composed, but Kagalu is panting heavily. Damn it, a mere Konoha ninja is actually suppressing me with an explosion. I am Kagalu, the captain of the demolition team. Lingfeng was calm and composed, standing tall with a wave of his sleeve. Art is an explosion. I can only say that my art is above yours. Kagaluo was taken aback. This statement is quite profound. Lingfeng's arm slowly returned to its original state. You said that the powerful one is not the wood release, but Lord Hashirama. But have you ever considered the possibility that my wood release is also very strong? Suddenly, countless vines and branches emerged from Lingfeng's body, burrowing into the ground like snakes. Kagaru felt the ground tremble, as if a giant beast was stirring underground, making him unsteady on his feet. He exclaimed in shock, What have you done? Lingfeng smiled slightly. You are a strong opponent, worthy of me showcasing my abilities to the fullest. Consider this my debut. Since I've used the name of wood release, this technique shall be called Tree World Descending. Countless giant trees erupted from the ground, blocking out the sun as they pressed down towards Kagauro. Kagauro's eyes widened, his legs trembling slightly as he raised his hand, intending to use a sniper blast against the giant trees, but then resignedly lowered his hand and slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, his figure was engulfed by the giant trees. Meanwhile, in the distance, Crow felt the ground tremble and slowly regain consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The green forest surged over the land like a tide, covering the gray-yellow earth with a thick green carpet. If it weren't for the injuries on his body, he would have thought he had returned to the forest of death. Chapter 98. How do you know so much? Dozens of miles away, Mangang was searching everywhere with a group of rock ninjas like headless flies. Lord Mangang, we've searched everywhere and found no signs of enemy infiltration. The traps around the outpost have not been triggered. Mangang's heart sank, but he still shouted angrily. Expand the search area and keep looking. This sudden disappearance technique was very similar to the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique. It was said that this ninjutsu was lost with the death of the second Hokage, so very few had heard of it. But if that's the case, things would be troublesome. At this moment, a perceptive rock ninja suddenly stopped. Did you hear anything? The others were taken aback, also stopping their movements and straining to listen. A few seconds later, they felt the ground beginning to tremble slightly, increasingly evident, accompanied by a rumbling sound from underground. The rock ninjas looked around with very tense expressions. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? What happened? At this time, a ninja stationed at the sensing barrier hurriedly approached Mangang. Lord Mangang, there's an abnormal chakra response 50 miles to the northwest. Additionally, we detected widespread ground tremors, but they are not caused by chakra. We don't know if it's a natural disaster. Mangang looked toward the northwest and bit down hard. Forget it. Leave a few people to guard. The rest come with me. The rock ninjas rushed forward, but soon discovered something unusual. Originally, the group spotted a few clusters of tender grass, which stood out against the barren land. Mangang plucked a blade of grass, crushed it in his hand, and his fingertips were still tinged with the fresh green scent of grass juice. This type of grass is not drought-resistant and only grows in a few places in the land of Earth. It definitely wouldn't appear mixed in the arid border. The group exchanged glances, suppressing their doubts, and continued on their way. The closer they got to the battlefield, the more pronounced the anomalies became. The ground was dotted with blooming flowers and lush greenery, full of life. Trees began to appear, growing larger and larger, until they reached the battlefield, which resembled a primeval jungle. In the distance, Lingfeng fashioned a stretcher, running with a shadow clone carrying Crow, while another shadow clone cleaned up the traces. Further back, a group of wood clones grinned as they began to stick explosive tags on themselves. Crow lay on a stretcher, still lost in the overwhelming wave of green, muttering to himself with vacant eyes. Just moments ago, Lingfeng had recklessly used his abilities to easily overwhelm Kagauro. With just a thought, he could crush him into dust. However, Lingfeng naturally would not waste it. He controlled his power, simply knocking him unconscious and then sealing him in a living scroll. Such a powerful ninja, such a powerful ninjutsu, could not be killed easily. If the sniper blast was a bloodline limit, he would have to be taken back for a health check. Perhaps there would be an 888 service. If it was just a secret technique, then he would have to let Yamanaka Shin ask some heartfelt questions. Lingfeng ran a long way in one breath. When he reached a safe place, he used Earth Escape to create a cave and drilled inside. Lingfeng lit a bonfire and threw in a few pieces of sweet potato. "Are you feeling better?" He still felt a lot of pain, his face pale with a hint of yellow, but he managed to force a smile. "Thank you, Captain." He understood that with his injuries, if it weren't for Lingfeng's superb medical skills, he might have ended up disabled. Useless people have no reason to exist. Lingfeng looked at the sky outside. "The place where we are meeting has been exposed, and we need to inform the reinforcements to change their route. Do you know how to contact them?" Lingfeng knew that the three were intentionally sidelining him and couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. Now only who was half disabled, remained, and he had to take care of this himself. He didn't know who he was collaborating with this time. If it was someone from the route, he naturally wouldn't pay much attention. But what if it wasn't? He couldn't let his fellow villagers get caught up in the enemy's encirclement because of him. He raised his chin, indicating his ninja tool pouch. Inside were communication scrolls, a set of 2, which could transmit information regardless of distance. Lingfeng took out the scroll and wrote down a series of Konoha's codes. Soon, the words disappeared. After a while, several symbols appeared on the scroll. The other party had received the message and would arrive by noon tomorrow. After sending the message, the two fell into a deathly silence. After all, their identities were too awkward. Lingfeng is the savior of Ya, but Ya actually intends to plot against Lingfeng. Lingfeng tossed a few pieces of firewood into the campfire and stirred them a bit. "Crow, you guys are members of Root, right?" Crow's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at Lingfeng in surprise. The existence of Root was highly secretive, and he didn't expect Lingfeng to expose it with a single sentence. He moved his lips a few times but couldn't bring himself to speak. "Oh, I forgot. You have the tongue curse seal that prevents you from speaking." Crow's body trembled slightly, his face filled with disbelief. The tongue curse seal was a secret within secrets. Even Sarutobi Hijirin didn't know about it. How'd this guy find out? Seeing Crow's expression, Lingfeng felt he understood the situation. A few years ago, Danzo used the excuse of insufficient manpower in the Umbu to request 17 positions, and the Hokage only had a list of those 17 people. Who would have thought that our assistant Hokage's ambitions extended far beyond that? Intimidation, bribery, coercion, kidnapping, even targeting orphans. In just a few years, the scale of Root expanded dozens of times, rivaling the Umbu. Crow's eyes were filled with shock. Danzo had only recently suggested looking for some children from orphanages, and Crow was one of the executors. This matter was extremely secretive. Even within Root, it was confidential, and only a few people knew. So how did he know? It's laughable that the Hokage thought Root was part of the Umbu. In reality, that list of 17 people had long since become worthless. Crow swallowed hard. "Who are you? How do you know this?" "I know very well about Root. Whether you speak or not makes little difference." Crow's body trembled slightly, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The intense mental shock combined with his injuries made him feel dizzy. Lingfeng threw a few more pieces of firewood into the fire. Amidst the smoke, he appeared somewhat ethereal and uncertain. "Who ordered you to follow me?" Crow replied drowsily, "It was Lord Danzo's order." Hearing the response, and seeing that Crow was unharmed, Lingfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. As expected, the curse mark of tongue can fix bugs. Chapter 99. Dealing with Crow. Lingfeng has always been very interested in the seal of absolute silence, and has contemplated how this restriction is triggered. At first, he thought it might be activated by keywords or key information, but upon further reflection, he realized that the likelihood of this is actually low. Not to mention how many tasks the members of the organization undertake in a year, key information can change frequently. The crucial point is, do they not use keywords in their daily communication? They can't just update like a computer at any time, right? Lingfeng pondered for a long time and finally came up with a relatively reliable answer. That is their negative emotions after leaking information. Whether it's the resistance when being forced, the hesitation when tempted, or the fear when betraying, all these feelings can trigger the root of the calamity. Therefore, Lingfeng deliberately revealed a lot of information about the root to create the illusion in you that he was already well acquainted with it, even knowing more than him, so that anything he said wouldn't be considered a leak. The firewood Lingfeng had just burned was actually a type of herb, and the smoke produced from it could cause confusion and slow down reactions. If he were in good health, he would definitely notice something was off, and his suspicion would trigger the restrictions. However, he was currently severely injured and had lost too much blood, leaving him dizzy and without any doubts. Lingfeng quickly obtained the information he wanted. Sure enough, the reinforcements this time came directly from Konoha village and were not from the root organization. The mission of the three, He, Ya, and K, was to wait for Lingfeng to complete his task and then capture him on the way back. Lingfeng shook his head helplessly. Danzo was truly a stubborn one who would never change his ways. He wanted this and that, wanting everything. Looking at the day's Crow, Lingfeng was momentarily unsure of how to handle him. The members of Root primarily came from three sources. The first type were members recruited from various ninja clans, who were essentially pawns sent by those clans to curry favor with Danzo. Their thoughts were not completely manipulated. At least they still had loyalty to their families and factions. Characters like Oil Woman Toryun and Yamanaka Fu from the original storyline belonged to this category. The second type were members who had been nurtured by Root from a young age. These individuals were Danzo's loyalists, devoid of independent thought or emotion, only focused on their missions. Captain Yamato barely fits into this category. The third type are members who joined Root due to coercion, temptation, or threats. The most typical examples of this are Yakushi Nan and Yakushi Kabuto. The loyalty of these members is generally low, and Danzo treats them as expendables, usually disposing of them after a period of use. Previously, when facing enemies, the performances of Tsuru, Crow, and Tsubame were drastically different. Tsuru and Tsubame were decisive and showed no concern for their companions, while Crow had more of a moral line. Therefore, Lingfeng suspected that Crow belonged to the third type of member. If that were the case, he might be able to win him over. Since they would eventually have to oppose Danzo, wouldn't it be great to have a mole within Root? Crow, why did you join the Root organization? Remembering Crow's ninjutsu, he added another question. You're not from Konoha, are you? At this point, Crow had already lost his will to resist, merely nodding numbly as he began to recount his past. He was originally a bloodline ninja from the Mist Village's Mist Clan. The Mist Clan had similarities with the Kamizakuri clan. Both had declined due to their inability to recognize the larger trends. They were once a powerful ninja clan capable of rivaling the Hozuki clan, possessing a mist ninjutsu strong enough to compete with the water transformation technique. However, when the Rain Village was established, their ambitions were too great, leading to targeted attacks from the first Mizukage, Hakuren. After the second Mizukage, Getsu, took power, he further suppressed the Mist Clan. Over the decades, the entire Mist Clan dwindled to just a few members, none of whom awakened their bloodline. Seeing that the Mist Clan posed no further threat, Getsu, wanting to appear magnanimous as the Mizukage, temporarily spared them. Unfortunately, the Mist Clan had already been severely damaged. Even without being targeted, they could only continue to decline, with no one awakening the Mist Release. Even the most talented Crow could only perform a half-baked version of the Mist Release, far inferior to the genuine technique. Just when the clan members were in despair, unexpectedly, Crow's younger brother awakened the mist release at a very young age, and his talent was exceptionally high. The Hozuki clan, upon hearing this news, feared the resurgence of the Mist clan and sent people to hunt them down. Fortunately, at that time, the Third Hokage was in power, and the Hozuki clan did not dare to act too openly. Crow's parents fought desperately to hold off the enemies, allowing Crow to take his brother and escape into the Land of Fire. However, because Crow's brother awakened the mist release too early, he suffered from a bloodline disease. Crow had no choice but to seek medical help everywhere, ultimately being discovered by Root. After Danzo learned of the brothers' identities and abilities, he agreed to help treat the bloodline disease, but the price was that Crow needed to join Root and serve Danzo loyally. Crow had no other choice but to join Root and give up everything, including the boiling release scroll previously used by Tsuru, which was a relic left to them by their parents. After Crow finished speaking, he fell into unconsciousness. Lingfeng mutert, Mist technique, Mist clan. Another bloodline limit I've never heard of. The ninja world has been in turmoil for so many years, and the number of lost bloodline limits is truly countless. Then, Lingfeng seemed to think of something and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly. Sure sway, oh sure sway, no wonder Danzo want your eyes. The reason Danzo dares to be so aggressive in front of the Third Hokage is because he has the foundation of Root. All members are bound by the cursed seal of loyalty, which means they are absolutely loyal and will never reveal their secrets. No matter what they do, as long as they aren't caught in the act, it will never be traced back to them. And Uchiha Shirsue's Kodoeme Tsukumi is precisely the nemesis of the cursed seal of loyalty. It can modify the will and directly erase the negative emotions of Root members, making the curse seal of loyalty practically useless against Uchiha Shirsue. Furthermore, Uchiha Shirsue is a member of the Umbu, and if the Third Hokage were to notice this bug, Root would undoubtedly face a devastating blow. Thus, this is the most important reason why Danzo covets the eyes. The best evidence is that Danzo knows about Shirsue's abilities. The left eye permanently alters will, while the right eye temporarily modifies will. It's obvious which one is more valuable. Yet Danzo still chose to take the right eye first, because when it comes to interrogation, the right eye with a shorter cooldown is naturally more dangerous. Lingfeng lowered his eyes, deep in thought. Danzo, that old man, was too sinister. If he wanted to live peacefully in Konoha, he had to eliminate him. However, with the current ninja war in full swing, directly taking out the village's higher-ups wasn't realistic. It would be better to sow discord within Root first. Lingfeng looked down at you and felt it was increasingly appropriate. Chapter 100. How did Chinsho become a saint? After an unknown amount of time, you slowly woke up. Just as she was about to get up, she accidentally moved her wound and immediately gasped in pain. Misty Chintong, you're awake. Hearing her real name all of a sudden, you tensed up and then gave a helpless smile. Just call me Ya. I'm not used to strangers calling me that name. Lingfeng nodded slightly. It's fine. It seems that the method to eradicate tongue disasters is ineffective for what has already been said. Crow, I know all about your situation. Do you want to follow me from now on? Crow raised her eyes, looking at him as if he were an idiot. I know you're worried about your brother and the seal of tongue disaster eradication. Don't worry, I will find a way to resolve the seal first, and then you can tell me whether you agree or not. As for your brother's blood disease, he's been like this for several years, and his condition hasn't improved or worsened. Why do you think that is? If you follow me, I will treat him. If I can't, I can ask Lady Tsunade to help. In terms of human experimentation, Tsunade may not be as good as Orochimaru, but in terms of proper treatment, Tsunade is the best in the ninja world. Crow snorted coldly. How do you know I won't tell Lord Danzo what you've said? Lingfeng squatted down and patted his face. You won't. Being able to survive under Danzo for so many years shows that you've already figured out his character. If he knew about our conversation, he would only think about killing us both. As for what would happen to your brother, I don't need to say much, do I? Crow. Indeed, if Danzo finds out, he would rather mistakenly kill than let go, and wouldn't care about the truth. Even if I don't say anything, you've already taken down Tsuru and Tsubaim, and I still won't be able to explain it to him. Lingfeng got up and slowly walked out of the cave. This is your problem. If you have no skills, why should I accept you? The task has been long, and there is plenty of time for you to think it over. The crow watched Lingfeng leave, its expression changing unpredictably. The next day, the message scroll in Lingfeng's hand trembled slightly. The reinforcements from Konoha have arrived. Lingfeng went out to meet 5 black-robed ninjas who were waiting for him. Before Lingfeng could respond to the signal, one person from the opposite side rushed over. Shouting, Lingfeng was taken aback, his face filled with surprise. "Shengshu, is that you?" Then, with a shocked expression, he said, "Shengshu, how did you suddenly grow so much?" Shengshu, who was originally about the same height as him, was now a whole head taller. In such a short time, he had grown 2 or 3 decimeters. This rate of height increase was outrageous even in the world of pirates. Shengshu hugged Lingfeng tightly. "Good brother. I didn't expect the one who came on the mission with me to be you." Lingfeng was excited, but the next words made his face turn dark. "By the way, Lingfeng, how's it going over at Duan C Street?" Lingfeng forced a smile and said, "Cough, the initial investment is too big, and I haven't made a profit yet. Besides, I've been running around lately. Where would I find the time to pay attention to that?" At this moment, the other 4 people also walked over. Shengshu quickly put away his playful demeanor. "Lingfeng, come over and meet some of the elders from our clan." The 4 took off their cloaks. All of them were middle-aged jonin. 2 had long black hair, and 2 had red hair. Lingfeng politely greeted. "I've met a few elders." Shengtai quickly introduced a few people. The 2 black-haired individuals were jonin from the Senju clan, named Senju Lingfeng and Senju Zhongshi. They were Shengtai's bodyguards. The other 2 were from the Uzumaki clan, named Uzumaki Ingcheng and Uzumaki Tunshan. Originally, they were looking for Uzumaki Mizuho, but ended up being assigned here. Senju Lingfeng clearly held the highest status and nodded at Lingfeng. "Senju Lingfeng, you are quite impressive. Recently, you have brought much honor to the clan, and among the younger generation, you are considered a standout." "You flatter me." Lingfeng felt honored, but secretly complained in his heart. "What's so special about being outstanding? I haven't seen any special treatment usually." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shengshu suddenly said, "Lingfeng, according to the information, there were 4 of you. Why are there only 2 now?" Lingfeng was taken aback. The crow was still in the cave, and the rope tree seemed to have learned to sense the number of people. Lingfeng didn't hide anything and recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 days in detail. Of course, he didn't mention his intention to subdue Crow. He only said that he was worried about the root dying out, and that it would be difficult to explain to Danzo, which was why he saved her. Ju and the other 4 exchanged glances. What a shocking experience. Lingfeng achieved a great victory with Wood Release, which is not surprising. After all, with the reputation of Wood Release, it is only natural to defeat the enemy. Capturing Kaguru alive is also understandable, as there can be no mercy for an enemy. But what else with the 3 guards of Danzo? They are even harsher on their own people than on the enemy. Ju has always hated Danzo, and now he is even more furious. That old guy Danzo has raised subordinates who are no good. Why not just get rid of that crow too? Senju, Rukyu shuddered. "Young master, no. Although their actions are inappropriate, they are still comrades in the village. Don't let hatred blind your eyes." Senju Nakashi also advised, "Young master, the Senju clan has 1,000 years of history. We must maintain the dignity of a great clan. Although Danzo's actions are improper, his original intention was still for the village. We should just advise him more." After saying that, he shot a glance at Lingfeng. The former Ju was so passionate and sunny. After following this kid for a long time, he has truly become cunning and vengeful. Ju also knew the nature of the 2, and without waiting for them to finish, he hurriedly echoed, Yes, you're right. They are all comrades in the village. How can we hold grudges?" Finally, he managed to force them to stop talking. Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Is it a matter of means for Danzo? He is about to take my kidneys, and I still have to empathize with him? What is wrong with the Senju clan? Their own young master nearly had his heart ripped out, and they're still here, spreading positive energy? Do they want to move Konoha? In the Warring States period, the Senju clan would directly deal lethal blows to children. How has it changed to this in just a few years? No wonder they ended up like this because of Konoha's F4. Fortunately, Shinji is completely uninterested in all of this. Repaying virtue with virtue? I only know that grievances beget grievances, and not avenging a grudge is foolish. Trusting you guys. I've lost my underwear to Lingfeng. Lingfeng looked towards the vortex of Tunsen, where the shadow of the vortex formed. The two of them just closed their eyes and remained silent, wearing an expression that seemed to say no comment. Fortunately, the beliefs of the Vortex friends are relatively upright. Lord Tunson, Lord Ingcheng, do you understand the seal of Tongue Calamity's eradication? Chapter 101. Further exploration of Chigang Mountain. The Vortex of Tunson spoke eloquently. The technique of Tongue Calamity eradication is derived from the speech spirit forbidden technique of the Vortex clan. This technique was originally meant to be applied to oneself, but it has been modified for use on others. From his tone, it seems that the technique of Tongue Calamity eradication is looked down upon. Lingfeng's spirit was lifted. Do you know how to this kind of seal? The whirlpool shook its head. The language spirit forbidden technique is not very practical. So there are few people who learn this technique, and I haven't learned it either. When Lord Mito passed this technique to Lord Tobarama, it had already been changed beyond recognition, so you'd better ask Lord Mito. Lingfeng said helplessly, all right, although I didn't get a direct answer. At least I know the direction. After chatting for a while, the conversation shifted back to the task. Since they were discussing the task, there was naturally no need to avoid you. Lingfeng was the first to express his opinion. I just visited the Rock Ninja outpost, and they're definitely on guard. Should we wait until the situation calms down before going? Ju shook his head. Unfortunately, the information on our side indicates that this mission is to coordinate with a subsequent counterattack, so it must be completed within 2 days. 2 days. Lingfeng widened his eyes. You can't be serious? He then looked at you, as if to say, look what you've done. He was also stunned. He had only acted on his instinct that Kagalu's threat was too great and took action directly, not expecting to cause such a huge mess. In fact, this is a rule in Konoha. When several teams complete a task together, each team only has partial information before the task begins. Normally, everyone carries out the task strictly according to the requirements, and the lack of information wouldn't cause any issues. But you took matters into his own hands and ended up creating such a big problem. He leaned weakly against the cave wall as if his bones had been pulled out, feeling utterly defeated. Lingfeng glanced at him and said angrily, it's all Crane's fault for being arrogant and greedy for achievements, causing such a big disaster. The crow suddenly raised his head, his eyes instantly brightening. The rope tree was first taken aback, then realized and nodded repeatedly in agreement. That's right, that bastard Crane would be better off dead. The other four didn't have such thick skin and didn't know how to respond for a moment, so they could only murmur in agreement. Lingfeng got up to go out. You just arrived, take a rest first. I'll go check the situation at Chigang Mountain Outpost. But he was stopped by Xingshu. Lingfeng, let's go together. The few seniors have exceptional skills. They might make other discoveries. Lingfeng thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. So, except for the seriously injured crow, everyone set off for the Chigang Mountain Outpost. Lingfeng secretly left a few wooden clones. This was both for protection and surveillance. He had already shown his sincerity, and if he was still ungrateful, he would have no choice but to send him to the grave. By the second half of the night, Lingfeng and his group headed towards the outpost. He originally planned to use Flying Thunder God to take everyone in directly, but was dissuaded by Uzumaki Tunshin. Kaguru had been captured for over half a day, and even if that group of rock shinobi were like a bunch of pigs, they should have reacted by now. The first thing they needed to do was change the positions of the traps and barriers. The safe place Lingfeng had scouted earlier might have already turned into a trap. For safety's sake, it was best to take the cumbersome route and run straight over. Suddenly, Uzumaki Tunshin at the front stopped, raising his hand to signal everyone to halt. Stop! There is a sensing barrier ahead. A glimmer flashed in the eyes of Uzumaki Tunshin and Uzumaki Ying. In their line of sight, a massive barrier was imposed on the ground, with mysterious formations and symbols floating above it. Lingfeng couldn't help but wonder, how did their sensing barrier shrink so much? Had it been weakened? The previous sensing barrier covered an area of about 40 to 50 miles, almost extending to where they fought with Kaguru. Now, their position was less than 20 kilometers from a camp, which was more than halved. Yuzuki couldn't answer and instead concentrated chakra in his eyes, beginning to carefully observe the barrier's patterns. After a while, he shook his head. It can't be said that way. Although the sensing distance has shortened, the effect is incomparable. According to what you said, the previous barrier only had one layer, and once inside, there was no issue. But now it's different. The barrier automatically scans inward. In simple terms, although the previous barrier was large, it was hollow. Now it's smaller but solid. Fortunately, they didn't use the Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, this group would definitely have been noticed. Lord Yuzuki, what should we do now? No problem, just watch me. Yuzuki formed hand seals. This seal was much more complex than ordinary ninja techniques, with dozens of hand signs, and the speed of casting was slow, as if moving his fingers in a dance. After a few minutes, the hand seals were completed. Yuzuki tapped each person's shoulder. A layer of chain markings appeared on everyone's body, composed of countless incantations, almost covering their entire bodies. But in just an instant, the chain markings transformed into illusions and disappeared without a trace. Lingfeng felt that the chakra circulation suddenly slowed down. This was the seal of chain plasticity, which could reduce the fluctuations of chakra sufficient to cope with this barrier. If he encountered an enemy, he could break the seal by forcefully stimulating his chakra, but that would also expose him. Lingfeng nodded and clicked his tongue in amazement. Is this the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? Truly impressive. Senior, how many sealing techniques does the Uzumaki clan have? Uzumaki Ingsheng chuckled. No comment. After all, I'm not skilled in sealing. I've only mastered fewer than 20 kinds. The four Senju couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Not skilled. 20 kinds. Do you hear what you're saying? Kakashi was praised by Orochimaru for using a sealing technique. And you're talking about a single category that's 20 times that. The others didn't want to engage with him and turned to dive into the barrier. Chapter 102. The two tails passing through the perception barrier. The defenses were indeed much tighter. The rock shinobi had brought over quite a few capable fighters from somewhere, patrolling repeatedly under the lead of the demolition team. However, this posed no challenge for Lingfeng and the others, as Uzumaki Tanshan possessed the Kagura Heart Eye. In the entire Naruto series, the ninjutsu with God in its name are few and far between. Kagura Heart Eye, Kenui, Shinten, Shinra Tensei, Maijinmon, Flying Thunder God. These ninjutsu belong to different categories but share a common trait. They are powerful. As the only perception ninjutsu with God in its name, Kagura Heart Eye is undoubtedly the strongest perception ninjutsu in the Naruto world, without a doubt. At that time, Kurenai single-handedly played with Hyuga Hinata, who relied on visual techniques, and Inazuka Kiba, who relied on smell, using Shino's bugs. This ninjutsu allows one to observe chakra reactions within a radius of several dozen kilometers, making it incredibly easy to evade the patrol teams. Each time, everyone would casually hide away, and the patrol teams would arrive late. Soon, the group reached the vicinity of the outpost. Uzumaki Tanshan suddenly said, "The perception barrier has weakened." Uzumaki Ingsheng also looked around. Indeed, something is strange. Let's find a place to settle down. The group then found an empty house. Uzumaki Tanshan formed a hand seal with one hand. Since the perception barrier has weakened, I will enhance the strength of the Kagura Heart Eye to observe further. After saying this, he closed his eyes to sense the movements of the enemy. As his perception swept over the area, he let out a soft "oh," seemingly having discovered something, and hurriedly increased his chakra output. But in the next second, his body shook violently as if struck by something, and he groaned in pain, falling to the ground. The others were taken aback and quickly rushed to support him. Lingfeng quickly placed his hands on his back, using palm healing techniques to help him recover. Vortex Tunshin's complexion was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, breathing heavily and trembling all over. After a while, he finally calmed down. "I'm much better now. Thank you." Shengtong Shu said anxiously. "Senior Tunshin, what just happened?" Vortex Tunshin let out a sigh. "Just now, I discovered an area that was sealed off, and there was a strange chakra reaction inside. So I increased the intensity of my intrusion. As a result, the two massive chakras inside were so overwhelming that they nearly shook my spirit, almost exposing me. I had no choice but to forcibly cut off the mental link, which led to the backlash." Senju Lingfeng frowned tightly. "Lord Tunshin, that was too risky. The consequences of spiritual damage can be very serious. Don't worry." Vortex Tunshin shakily got to his feet. "That amount of mental energy is not enough to cause permanent damage. I just need to take some medicine when I get back to recover." Lingfeng said in a deep voice. The huge chakra you mentioned, could it be? The Uzumaki Sunshin nodded. That's right. It's definitely the Jinchuriki from Awagakure. And there are 2 Jinchuriki. Everyone was shocked. 2 Jinchuriki? Didn't we say there was only the 4 tails before? How did the 5 tails appear? They didn't know that after Kaguru was attacked, the IWA ninja had already guessed that the enemy's target was the tailed beasts. So they brought the 5 tails over, hiding its chakra with a barrier, preparing to set a trap. They just didn't expect that the Uzumaki clan members who mastered the Kagura Heart-Eye technique also came in. Not only the Jinchuriki, but also several powerful ninjas. Their chakra was exceptionally violent, likely the explosive unit from Awagakure. Lingfeng took a deep breath. Ever since he developed a liking for the feeling of explosions, it seemed like he had poked the hornet's nest of the demolition squad. If he remembered correctly, the Rock Ninjas Demolition Squad was one of the elite forces with only about 20 or 30 members in total, and he had already taken down 3 of them. The others also looked serious. The Demolition Squad was a well-known force in the ninja world. Although few in number, they were powerful, with at least 8 Jainin level of strength. The captain and several veterans even had the strength to contend with shadows. Lingfeng looked at the crowd. So many enemies. It's already beyond our capabilities. Should we go back first and plan for the long term? If it were just Lingfeng alone, he wouldn't be afraid of any Jinchuriki or explosive troops. The other side doesn't have domineering power, and if he just lies flat, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The problem is with these few people around him, especially Shunshu. Lingfeng didn't know if he had been traumatized by the explosion, but he was close to overcoming his psychological shadow. Shunshu sighed and shook his head. We don't have time to deliberate. Lingfeng rubbed his forehead, wondering if the village leaders had gone mad. Did they really think that the rope tree could be treated like Hashirama? Even the Akatsuki needs to be careful when capturing tailed beasts. It's not something that can be accomplished in just a few days. Rope tree, at what point have we completed the mission? Capturing a tailed beast or a Jinchuriki alive would be perfect, but the minimum requirement is to eliminate 1 Jinchuriki. Lingfeng, if you hadn't alarmed the snake, the 4 tails Jinchuriki would definitely still be in the broken temple, and the 5 tails would be hundreds of miles away. With their combined wood release and sealing techniques, it wouldn't be easy, but it wouldn't be too difficult either. But now the difficulty has increased several times. In the heart of the land of rain, Jiraiya hurriedly followed Conan to the small cabin. On the ground, Yahiko lay unconscious. Nagato was kneeling and gasping for breath, the rain soaking his long hair, with bangs falling down to cover his eyes. There was also a ninja's corpse nearby, blood mixing with the rainwater, staining the ground beneath. Jiraiya first helped Yahiko up. Are you okay, Yahiko? Yahiko only held his breath, and when Jiraiya shook him, he couldn't help but cough violently. Only then did Jiraiya let out a huge sigh of relief and turn to look at Nagato. Upon seeing him, he was stunned. Nagato's eyes had turned light purple, with the pupils transforming into swirling patterns, looking deep and mysterious. Nanny, Rinnegan. Chapter 103. The difference in would release Lingfeng looked at Shunshu and the others. What were your original plans? According to the mission requirements, Shunshu and the others were supposed to be the main force in capturing the tailed beasts, while Lingfeng and the 3 from the roots were just support. Hearing his question, the other 5 looked helpless. Senju Nakamura sighed. Originally, with young Master Shunshu's would release and our assistance, it would have been enough to deal with the Jinchuriki. To be safe, we even invited Lord Ingcheng and Lord Tunshan. Who would have thought that the 2 targets would gather together? The combined strength of 2 Jinchuriki is far greater than 1 + 1. Lingfeng looked at Shungtai in surprise. As a direct descendant of Hashirama, Shungtai's talent was naturally exceptional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught Orochimaru's eye. In terms of basic attributes, Shungtai was much stronger than him in the early stages, having achieved Nin level right after graduating. When they met in the Land of Rain, he actually already had the power to rival Nin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Lingfeng along. Unexpectedly, he now had the confidence to capture a Jinchuriki alive with the assistance of 2 Nin. These 2 Jinchuriki were not the weaklings like Naruto or Gaara from the first part. The 4 tails Jinchuriki, Zigen, Old Z, had just become a Jinchuriki But with his lava release Kekkei Genkai, he had at least shadow-level strength. The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Tongshan, was even more renowned as a veteran shadow-level powerhouse, being the strongest under Inoki in the village. Looking at it this way, Shungtai was already one step into the shadow level, lacking only practical combat experience. Lingfeng looked at the rope tree with a strange expression. The rope tree flirtatiously tossed its hair, using its eyes to say, "Do you think I'm cool?" Lingfeng's eyes answered me without looking and continued to ask, "Is the primary target this time Zigan?" The others nodded. Old Z has just become a Jinchuriki not long ago, so he is definitely easier to deal with than Tongshan. Lingfeng pondered for a moment and asked Senior Tunshin, "Senior Ingsheng, can you use the diamond lock?" The power of the diamond lock is incredibly strong. After Kushina Uzumaki just gave birth, she was able to use the diamond lock to subdue the full form of the Nine Tails. When Rin used the diamond lock for the first time, she was able to destroy the wooden Buddha that could block the entire ninja allied forces. If the two of you from the Uzumaki clan can use the diamond lock, one could catch a tailed beast, leaving 4 others to watch. The two, however, wore offended expressions. This technique can only be used by the women of the Uzumaki clan. Lingfeng suddenly felt embarrassed. He originally wanted to ask if biting the two of them could restore health and chakra, but he had to hold it back. Forget what I said. Let's talk about how to deal with the tailed beasts. The biggest advantage of the tailed beasts is their tough skin and massive chakra. One can be kite flying, but 2 are troublesome. There's nowhere to run. After some discussion, everyone agreed that it would be best to separate them, entangle the 5 tails, and then concentrate their efforts on the 4 tails. But how to separate them? How should they allocate their manpower? This left everyone puzzled. Shungtai, as a wood-release ninja, would definitely be the main force. 2 members of the Uzumaki clan were proficient in sealing and sensing, and would need to seal the tailed beasts at a critical moment. The 2 Senju clan members were Shungtai's guards and were also unwilling to leave his side. Lingfeng looked around and realized he was the only one left. Forget it. Let me handle the restraint. I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to take the Jinchuriki away and force them apart. Ju was startled. No, it's too dangerous. If you're not careful, your life could be at risk. The others also felt that this was too reckless. So someone should come out to help Lingfeng. Lingfeng looked quite relaxed. Don't worry, I have the Flying Thunder God technique. If I can't fight, I can at least run away, right? On the contrary, you guys, the tailed beast chakra is too massive, and if the Jinchuriki doesn't cooperate, I can't teleport too far. You must end this quickly. Otherwise, if it drags on, you might end up surrounded by the rock ninjas. But there's no but. Just listen to me. And have you considered what you'll do if the tailed beast breaks free from its seal and comes after you? With the size of a tailed beast, even if you manage to knock it down, transporting it back will be a hassle. That's not a problem. Vortex Tunshin took out a scroll from his waist, clapped his hands, and summoned a large jar about half his height. I've hastily made a Vortex Spirit sealing jar that can seal the tailed beast inside. Although it's temporary, it's enough to bring it back to Konoha. Lingfeng took a sharp breath. A disposable artifact that can be rubbed? You members of the Vortex clan, sure, have a lot of skills. Once the discussion was settled, a few of them began to take action. Lingfeng used the Flying Thunder technique to take a few people to a distant place. This area was originally just a desert. But after Lingfeng and Kagalu fought, it turned into a vast grassland. Let us do it here. Everyone get ready. The others nodded and scattered, starting to get busy. The opponent is a tailed beast, so a quick battle is necessary. No preparation is too much. Uzumaki Tianshan activated the Kagura Heart Eye technique, carefully monitoring the surroundings. Uzumaki Ingsheng set up a large-scale formation. 2 members of the Senju clan quietly prepared various ninja tools and scrolls. Lingfeng walked to the rope tree, and the 2 exchanged a tacit glance, both bringing their hands together. Wood release. Birth of the forest. Countless giant trees emerged from the ground, lush and layered, forming a primitive jungle. Lingfeng's control ability kept the scale at a level similar to that of the rope tree. The rope tree let out a long breath. In this environment, using wood release should be easier. Lingfeng also nodded. Yes, as long as there is no complete tailed beast transformation, Having these trees can provide some geographical advantages. Lingfeng and Shunshu were chatting, unaware that the nearby Xianju Tunshin had a look of shock and confusion on his face. He noticed that Lingfeng's would release was not weaker than Shunshu's, and he was surprised, so he sensed the chakra of both of them. When Shunshu used wood release, his chakra was as scorching as the blazing sun, and the trees he created were also infused with chakra. Lingfeng, on the other hand, was completely different. Throughout the process, there was almost no fluctuation of chakra. The trees he created were just like ordinary trees, with not a trace of chakra. What is going on? Why is Lingfeng's would release so different from that of young Master Xingtong? For a moment, his gaze towards Lingfeng became complicated. Chapter 104. The tailed beast capture plan is initiated. With the battle imminent, the Uzumaki clan won't say much. Moreover, he knows Lingfeng's background. A native of the Senju clan. A battle hero of Konoha. There's no way he could be a spy or a rogue ninja. As an outsider, it's better not to say too much. Lingfeng looked at the sky. It's almost time. We should act. But I suggest changing the target. You deal with the 5 tails, Jinchuriki. And I'll hold off the 4 tails, Jinchuriki. Shengshu was puzzled. Why? Although the 5 tails Jinchuriki is strong, we must also consider compatibility. Compared to the 5 tails, the 4 tails has greater power, but much less mobility. I'm better suited to deal with this kind of enemy. I see. Shengshu exchanged glances with the others and nodded. All right, we'll follow your lead, but you must be careful. Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. I cherish my own life. Shengtai nodded seriously. I believe this. My sister once said, when it comes to being afraid of death, if you say second, no one would dare to say first. Lingfeng's expression froze. Who told you to speak the truth? The truth isn't meant to be spoken. He glared fiercely at Shengtong and used a flying thunder god to leave. In fact, Lingfeng's choice of the 4 tails was based on more than just the previous reason. The 4 tails can use lava release, which is particularly effective against wood release among all the tailed beasts. If Senju Hashirama were here, he wouldn't care about any attribute weaknesses and could simply smash through with a tailed beast bomb. But Shengtong had not grown to that level yet. Even if his wood release could absorb chakra, it would still be very difficult to deal with lava release, and the consumption would be much greater. So it was better to handle it himself. After all, his wood release was of the natural type, and as long as his regeneration ability was fast enough, he should be able to ignore the damage from lava release. Lingfeng returned to the Chigang Mountain outpost. Previously, the Vortex Tunshin had already pointed out the location of the Perception Barrier's core. Lingfeng quietly sneaked into the past and found it bustling with people. A perception team was working hard to maintain the Perception Barrier, while other perception ninjas were resting in the adjacent room, ready to reinforce at any moment in case of an emergency. Outside, there were more than a dozen ninjas patrolling to prevent anyone from sneaking in. There was no choice. Although the perception barrier covered a large area, it had the flaw of being vulnerable in the dark, so there had to be people nearby for protection. There were quite a few people. He, but it's better with more people. Lingfeng extended his hand, and the palm continuously bulged and contracted, as if nurturing something. After a while, a skull-sized seed of explosive grass popped out. Art is an explosion. A few seconds later, with a loud bang, a purple mushroom cloud suddenly emerged from the Chigang Mountain outpost. The hurricane-like shockwave blew away the houses, and 3 sensory squads, along with dozens of patrolling ninjas, were instantly reduced to fragments. The surrounding ninjas, caught in the explosion and pressure, suffered heavy casualties in an instant. To safely capture the Jinchuriki, these sensory ninjas must be dealt with first. Otherwise, if the IW ninjas arrive halfway through, it would be troublesome. At this moment, the surviving IWE ninjas rushed out. Staring at the massive purple smoke, they were all dumbfounded. Mangang rushed over and grabbed an IWA ninja, shouting angrily, "What just happened?" The IWA ninja trembled and hurriedly recounted the recent tragedy. More than a dozen ninjas charged over. They were either members of the demolition team or powerful jonin and shunin who lived on the outskirts of the outpost and were not significantly affected. They were initially a loss, but upon seeing Mangang, it seemed they found their backbone. "Big brother Mangang, what is going on?" Mongong, with his keen mind, pondered briefly, and deduced the enemy's possible objective. You guys, guard Lord Tongshan and Ji gang with me. You few, quickly organized patrols and defenses. The rest, hurry up and rescue people. Everyone quickly acted according to the orders. Suddenly, the head of an IWA ninja exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white all over the surrounding people. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The IWA ninjas were taken by surprise and hurriedly sought cover. The previous attack was as fast as lightning, extremely powerful, and moreover, silent. Wasn't he at the sniper bomb from the demolition team? Man Gang was also puzzled. Suddenly, he noticed a pointed cone stuck in the ground not far away, and his pupils instantly constricted. Stay alert, this is not a sniper bomb. The enemy is at the 2 o'clock direction to the north. Everyone, pay attention to protection and flank around. Lingfeng stood at the highest point on the northern side of the outpost. His right arm had turned pitch black, reflecting a metallic sheen. In the palm of his hand was a hole the size of a peanut, emitting wisps of purple smoke. This was a new ninjutsu developed by Lingfeng based on sniper explosion research, transforming his arm into a black armor wood with a hardness comparable to steel, serving as the barrel, using skeleton explosion grass seeds as the primer and silver thorn grass as the bullets, forming a makeshift sniper rifle. To enhance power and accuracy, he even drew rifling on it. There! Soon, the rock ninja discovered Lingfeng's position and rushed up in a fit of rage. Lingfeng hurriedly called out names one by one. Unfortunately, it was the first time using this tactic in actual combat, and the loading speed was slow, with a very unimpressive hit rate. It seemed that this tactic was only suitable for ambushes. In a head-on battle, it was not as effective as the skeleton explosion grass. As the rock ninjas approached, Lingfeng's back sprouted a sunflower, preparing to fly into the sky. These rock ninjas couldn't use the super light and heavy rock technique, and once he was in the air, they would be helpless. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded from dozens of meters away. Lingfeng was startled. Before he could react, a tall figure appeared behind him and punched through his chest. All the rock ninjas stopped in their tracks and joyfully shouted, "Lord Tongshan!" Lingfeng! Turning around, he saw a burly man carrying something resembling a water tank, emitting scalding steam. It was the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Tongshan. Tongshan coldly stared at Lingfeng. "Konoha ninja, no matter what your plan is, it has come to an end." Lingfeng smiled strangely. "No, it's just beginning and..." As he spoke, several thick vines emerged from his body, tightly wrapping around Tongshan. The plan was going very smoothly. After saying that, the two of them instantly disappeared. Chapter 105, Battle Against the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. In the distance, Shungtong and the others were on high alert. They formed encirclement, with a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique in the center. Suddenly, Lingfeng and Tongshan appeared, crashing heavily to the ground. However, Tongshan reacted quickly, bracing his hand on the ground and landing steadily. Lingfeng rolled a few times to escape the attack range of Copper Mountain. "Rope Tree, everyone, it's up to you." Rope Tree shouted, "Don't worry. Leave it to us." Lingfeng nodded and disappeared again. Tongshan calmly looked around, showing no signs of anger or fear on his face. "Spacetime ninjutsu, Konoha's Flying Thunder God? You don't really think that just a few of you can deal with me, do you?" The Konoha team didn't waste words with him. The Vortex Shadow formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. 8 shadow clones appeared and quickly scattered over a radius of 1,000 meters. Ninja Technique 8 trigrams Purple Flame Formation. A purple flame barrier covering several thousand meters appeared out of thin air, instantly turning any branches that touched it to ash. Tongshan finally showed a surprised expression. You can actually construct such a powerful barrier on your own. Having seen many battles, he recognized at a glance that this was the advanced version of the 4 Purple Flames formation, the 8 trigrams Purple Flame formation. Its power was no less than that of the 4 Purple Flames formation, but its range was much larger. Even a tailed beast would have to expend considerable effort to escape once trapped inside. Normally, constructing this barrier would require 8 jonin. Yet this person managed to create the 8 trigrams Purple Flame formation on his own using shadow clones. Could he be a shadow-level powerhouse? At that moment, a gust of wind blew by. The hood created by the Vortex Shadow slipped down, revealing a head of red hair. Tong Shan gritted his teeth in hatred. Vortex Clan? No wonder. With their physique, they could indeed accomplish this. Vortex Tunshin also lifted his hood. Hey, you big guy from Awakens. Tong Shan instinctively looked over. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Sheng Tai and the other three simultaneously launched their attacks. Fire Release, Flame Burst. Fire Release, Flame Star Technique. Wind Release, Wind Fury. Using fire with the wind, a gigantic fire tornado formed, and the powerful combination ninjutsu instantly engulfed Tong Shan, filling the air with sparks and charred black smoke. Whoosh! A figure leaped out from the flames and landed heavily on the ground. At this time, Tong Shan was on all fours, wrapped in the cloak of a tailed beast, with 5 tails swaying behind him. Clearly, the previous combination ninjutsu had inflicted no damage whatsoever. I don't have time to play with you. Let's finish this quickly. Qiging Mountain Camp. As Lingfeng left with Tong Shan, he left behind a fist-sized seed. The Rock Ninjas? Man Gang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Scatter!" Then he formed hand seals. Earth Release. Ground Movement Core. The ground sank, taking the seed down to a depth of 100 meters. In the next moment, a dull sound echoed from underground, and the ground bulged up high, undulating like waves. Everyone struggled to maintain their balance, and those who reacted slowly were directly thrown away. This was the skeletal explosion grass that Lingfeng had specifically left behind. If Man Gang hadn't reacted quickly, none of the rock ninjas present would have survived. Just as they were still in shock, Lingfeng reappeared with a swish. Just in time, Would Release, Cutting Technique. Countless wooden spikes shot out from Lingfeng, piercing the unsuspecting rock ninja and turning him into a hedgehog. Lava Release, Lava Wall. A wall of lava suddenly appeared between Lingfeng and the rock ninja, and as the wooden spikes made contact with the magma, they instantly ignited and turned to charcoal. Lingfeng naturally knew whose handiwork this was and turned to look. He saw a purple figure that had appeared beside him without him noticing. Judging by the appearance and attire, it was indeed the young version of Old Z. According to the data, Old Z was around 50 years old when he died, 20 years younger than Sarutobi Hiruzen, and should now be in his youth, a few years older than S.H. Ju and Lingfeng, with the name set as Z Gang here. Would Release, Wood Dragon Technique. Several Wood Dragons roared and charged towards Old Z, faced with the legendary Wood Release. Old Z did not dare to be careless and quickly formed hand seals. Lava Release, Lava Stone Flow Technique. A stream of scorching lava collided with Lingfeng's Wood Dragon. The Wood Dragon could not withstand even a second before being engulfed by the lava, turning into a pile of charred remains, creating a sea of fire around Lingfeng. Lingfeng. Senju Hashirama's Wood Release is like a supersized shark muscle. Even though it can burn, it can absorb lava release chakra to regenerate. So it's hard to say who is restraining whom. However, Lingfeng's imitation Wood Release doesn't have that capability. If it can't attack the real body of Old Purple, it can only be restrained by Lava Release. Lingfeng felt secretly worried. What would he do if he encountered a Kainu in the future? Just as Lingfeng was distracted, a rock-hidden village Jonin suddenly rushed over and stuck an explosive tag on Lingfeng's back. Lingfeng ignored him and used the vines to absorb him into a dry corpse. The explosive talisman detonated, blowing apart most of Lingfeng's body. But he quickly restored himself, leaving the rock ninjas dumbfounded. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He doesn't die? Damn it. Old Purple saw his companion die before his eyes, and his eyes instantly turned red with rage. A magma blade formed on his arm as he charged fiercely towards Lingfeng. Although Old Purple was a Jinchuriki, his swordsmanship was not bad either. Lingfeng quickly took out a scroll and conjured a ninja sword, engaging in a fierce battle with Old Purple. The swordsmanship of both was evenly matched, but soon, the ninja sword was covered in lava, burning red hot, and even Lingfeng's hands began to emit wisps of white smoke. Finally, Old Purple seized the opportunity and struck down with a powerful blow. Lingfeng raised his knife to block, but they couldn't withstand the high temperature and was directly sliced in half. Lao Zi let out an angry roar, and the lava knife followed through to chop off a small part of Lingfeng's body. It's over. But then, a scene that shocked him appeared. Lingfeng, missing half of his body, surprisingly jumped to the side as if nothing had happened. What? What kind of monster are you? Lingfeng did not speak, only glancing at the wound. The wound was covered with a layer of magma, and the high temperature prevented regeneration. No wonder the magma fruit is called the strongest in attack power. The tremor, sparkle, and thunder attacks are also powerful, but once the attack stops, the damage stops as well. Magma, on the other hand, adheres to the target and continuously inflicts damage, somewhat like the poison fruit. Of course, dealing with magma isn't difficult. Even Amaterasu only requires shedding some clothes. Lingfeng's body wriggled, discarding the parts that were covered in magma, and then returned to its original state. Old Z, who witnessed everything, almost had his eyes pop out. Chapter 106, The Failed Flying Thunder God Technique. Ever since becoming a Jinchuriki, Old Z had become a monster in the Rock Ninja Village. Over time, he even began to see himself as a monster. He never expected to encounter an even greater monster today. It was truly eye-opening. Even the water transformation technique of the Hozuki clan couldn't achieve this level, right? Never mind. As a rock ninja who inherited the will of stone, he had to deal with him here. Old Z let out a furious roar, activated his tailed beast transformation, and charged at Lingfeng. Lava release, scorching river flow, rock technique. Several massive lava boulders flew through the air like shooting stars, incinerating everything in their path, leaving behind black scorch marks on the grass and soil. Lingfeng dodged the lava blocks while secretly observing. The lava release was indeed as impressive as rumored. Although not as flexible and varied as the scorch release, its temperature was several times higher. When the lava blocks hit the ground, they splashed out large amounts of magma. Lingfeng's arm accidentally got splashed with lava, making a hissing sound as it corroded large holes. The lava could cause continuous damage, and considering the tailed beast's massive chakra, that means he also has the power to change the landscape. Fortunately, he wasn't sent over to Shinshu's side. Otherwise, if he ignited would release, he would have the advantage of the terrain. Laozi rushed over again, moving several times faster than before, making Lingfeng feel a bit strained. Lingfeng formed hand seals with both hands. Earth release, yellow mud swamp. The ground suddenly turned into a swamp, and Lao Zi felt his feet sink, realizing he was trapped. However, he remained calm and immediately launched a ranged attack, opening his mouth to spit out several lava fireballs. Lingfeng hurriedly used the water release, iron cannon technique to intercept. However, lava release is after all a Kekiai Genkai. Although Lingfeng's chakra is not weak now, it is far from being able to match a Jinchuriki. The lava fireball instantly broke through the water release obstruction and smashed towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng frowned slightly and threw out several shurikens tied with explosive tags. The moment the shurikens made contact with a lava fireball, they melted into molten iron. But the explosive tags successfully shattered the lava fireball. In the original plot, Itachi had a brief encounter with Kisame, and Itachi used explosive tags to break Kisame's water technique. It must be said that explosive tags are useful, though a bit costly. At this moment, other rock shinobi also surrounded him. Earth style, earth coffin. One rock shinobi clapped his hands, and 4 massive stones suddenly rose from the ground, attempting to trap Lingfeng. Lingfeng shot out a kunai, but it was easily dodged by him. He continued to channel chakra, sealing Lingfeng inside a stone coffin. Another ninja from the explosive squad shot out a kunai connected with wire, wrapping it around the earth coffin several times. The wire was covered with numerous explosive tags, which instantly triggered a violent explosion. However, Lingfeng had already escaped using the flying thunder god technique and appeared behind the two in the next moment, turning around and draining them of their life force. Damn it! Old Purple roared. The originally transparent, tailed beast cloak turned dark red and directly entered its second state, charging towards Lingfeng. Old Purple's speed increased again, instantly arriving in front of Lingfeng, raising its sharp claws to strike down fiercely. Lingfeng couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. The power of this strike was comparable to that of the Black Armored Bee King. Being hit would definitely result in being split in two. So he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a nearby location, dodging this heavy blow. Old Purple's attack missed, and he let out an angry roar towards the sky. The surviving rock ninjas around were shocked. Lord Purple had gone berserk, everyone retreat. After being tossed around by Lingfeng, there were not many surviving rock ninjas left, and now they were all desperately fleeing, as if Old Purple was even more terrifying than Lingfeng at this moment. Man Gang looked at Old Purple, revealing a hesitant expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stayed behind. Once in State 2, Purple Mountain would be unable to distinguish between friend and foe, but with his own strength, he should be able to protect himself. More importantly, as Old Purple's best friend, he really couldn't bear to let Old Purple face the enemy alone. In State 2, Old Purple completely lost his reason. Although his movements became faster, his attacks became chaotic, resulting in even worse effectiveness. Taking advantage of the attack interval, Lingfeng unleashed the yellow mud swamp, and Old Purple indeed plunged right into it. Roar! Old Purple roared and struggled, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank, and within a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. It's simpler than I imagined. As Lingfeng just got up, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, and his expression changed instantly. He hurriedly rolled over and jumped away. In the next second, two giant claw-like appendages emerged from the ground. Fortunately, Lingfeng dodged in time, and the giant claws grabbed nothing but air. Lingfeng shot out wooden thorns, striking the giant claw fiercely, but the claw was composed of high-density chakra, exceptionally tough. Even Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword couldn't break through its defense, let alone the wooden thorns. Entering State 2, his speed and strength increased significantly, but he lost all reason, attacking purely on instinct. Plus, without the ability to use ninjutsu, he became even less effective against strong opponents. In fact, State 2 was originally a state where the tailed beast consciousness had the upper hand. Tailed beasts believe in overwhelming strength over skill. Aside from Shikaku, they hardly use ninjutsu, opting instead for close combat or tailed beast bombs. Sure enough, seeing his attacks repeatedly dodged, the Old Purple opened its wide mouth and shot out a tailed beast bomb. Lingfeng's eyes brightened. The new technique he had learned finally had a place to be used. He formed hand seals with both hands, and a huge spell pattern appeared in front of him. Flying Thunder God, Lightning Guide. During the Nine Tails Chaos, the Fourth Hokage used this technique to throw the tailed beast bomb far away. The Four Tails tailed beast bomb came rushing in, crashing violently against the spell pattern. But it had no effect at all and was directly shattered. Lingfeng. The tailed beast ball flew over, directly evaporating one side of Lingfeng's body. Even his face was blown away. Lingfeng. I failed. It seems that my talent for space-time ninjutsu is indeed not great. Lingfeng, feeling frustrated, regained his composure and continued to grapple with Old Purple using clumsy methods. There was no way around it. The wooden spikes and entanglements couldn't harm Old Purple, although he had trained his fruit ability to make it more expansive and varied. Without the enhancement of armament haki, wood would always be just wood, unable to inflict high damage like Green Bull. While he could create wood as hard as steel, it was slow and hard to control, suitable only as a makeshift weapon. Against a strong opponent, he could hardly make contact. As for water release and earth release, they could at most serve to restrain one or two, but could not cause any real damage, let alone Kisame's water release. Kisame's water release was merely for control, and the output relied on the Samahada. Although Lingfeng had long considered the system dead, he couldn't help but curse silently at this moment. If it weren't for the dog system being 9 years late, he could have chosen a thunder, flash, or freezing fruit, and by now he would have already sent Old Purple to the banquet to deal with monsters. One still had to rely on artistry. Chapter 107. Complete tailed beast transformation. Old Purple charged at Lingfeng again, throwing a punch. This time, Lingfeng didn't dodge. He crossed his arms to block the punch and delivered a fierce kick to Old Purple's chin. At that moment, Old Purple was without his lava armor, and as Lingfeng kicked, skeletal explosion grass seeds sprouted beneath his feet. With a loud bang, Old Purple was blasted away, rolling several times on the ground before getting up somewhat disheveled. Even though his defense in this state was very powerful, he still felt a wave of dizziness. Lingfeng's legs were also blown off in large part, but they quickly recovered. Wood clone. Lingfeng split into several wooden clones and charged towards Old Purple fearlessly. Old Purple roared, extending his arms like long spears, piercing through two wooden clones. Unlike shadow clones, wooden clones do not disappear immediately upon taking damage. The two wooden clones grabbed Old Purple's arms and suddenly exploded, directly severing both arms. Other wooden clones also charged at Old Purple, emitting white smoke. And without fear of death, a series of explosions rang out, causing Old Purple to scream in agony. In the consciousness space, Old Purple's veins bulged. His face twisted in pain, lying on the ground and howling, his awareness becoming increasingly fuzzy. Beside him was a massive red monkey, firmly locked by iron chains. Which was the Four Tails. Borrowing my power and still acting like this. Zhigang, you are truly embarrassing. Why not hand your body over to me, and let me destroy all your enemies for you? Old Purple slowly raised his head, his eyes turning crimson. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly seemed to remember something, shook his head vigorously, and gritted his teeth, saying, I refuse. The Four Tails frowned, TCH. Stubborn guy. In the real world, Old Purple lay on the ground, but tentacle-like claws kept extending from his body, fiercely reaching out towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng used the Flying Thunder God to constantly teleport, leaving Old Purple empty-handed. From time to time, he attacked with the Skull Explosion Grass, making Old Purple quite miserable. Although the Tailed Beast Chakra has extremely strong defensive power, the explosion shockwaves still cause considerable damage to the main body. As time passed, Old Purple's movements gradually became sluggish. It was time to end this shadow clone technique. Lingfeng's shadow clone rushed up to engage in a fierce battle with Old Purple. Although it was fragile and fell apart easily, its sheer numbers managed to hold Old Purple back. Lingfeng took the opportunity to jump 100 meters away, his feet transforming into roots deeply embedded in the ground, while wooden stakes emerged from his back to support his body. His arms merged into a massive cannon, first using the seeds of explosive skeleton grass as a primer, then inserting a fist-sized, scale-covered sphere. This sphere was called a scale armor fruit, with a hardness akin to steel, making it perfect for use as a cannonball. Lingfeng transformed into a humanoid cannon, aiming at Old Z and firing a shot. With a loud bang, the ground trembled, and fine sand and stones were all blown away. The scale shot out with a roar, hitting Old Z squarely in the chest. Old Z let out a scream, being blasted back dozens or even hundreds of meters, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large human-shaped pit. Even though the tailed beast's exterior was incredibly strong, it felt as if all its bones were breaking in intense pain, and its consciousness became increasingly blurry. Of course, Lingfeng's condition wasn't much better. The immense recoil shattered his arms and half of his body. Victory! Lingfeng restored his body and walked step by step towards Old Purple, preparing to defeat the enemy completely. Earth Escape, Heart Beheading Technique. Suddenly, two large hands emerged from the ground, grabbing Lingfeng's ankles and dragging him underground, leaving only his head exposed. Mungung leaped out from the soil. Ninja Technique, Water Swimming Earth Thunder. Yellow slime erupted from the ground, enveloping Lingfeng like heavy oil, followed by a violent explosion. This was Mungung's bloodline limit, capable of releasing liquid form bombs. However, he did not relax at all. Instead, he turned his head to the other side, where there was a Flying Thunder God mark. Sure enough, in the next second, Lingfeng appeared. Mungung raised his axe and charged forward. Although he was tall and the axe was heavy, his speed was extremely fast, reaching Lingfeng in just an instant. Lingfeng summoned a ninja blade from the scroll and used it to block the giant axe. But a strange chakra emanated from the axe, shattering the ninja blade into pieces. Then the axe fell, slicing Lingfeng in half. Ninja Technique, Axe Lock Demon Devouр. The axe suddenly transformed into a lock shaped like a malevolent spirit, firmly binding Lingfeng. The massive axe, made of precious chakra metal, could not only conduct his explosive chakra, but also transform into a lock that devoured the opponent's chakra. Seeing Lingfeng trapped, Mungung felt a sense of relief. No matter what ninjutsu you used with your chakra sealed, you wouldn't be able to recover. After saying this, he hurriedly went to find Old Purple, who was in a very bad state at the moment. Looking at Old Purple, who was lying on the ground and roaring. Mungung was filled with concern. He wanted to help, but was afraid Old Purple might mistake him for an enemy and attack. Fortunately, Old Purple seemed to regain his strength. His breathing gradually stabilized, and he slowly raised his head. Upon seeing Mungung, he showed a surprised expression, then grinned. Although the smile in his second state was particularly sinister, Mungung felt a great sense of relief and hurried to help. But in the next moment, his expression froze. Looking down, a wooden spike had pierced through his chest, and he barely managed to glance back to see Lingfeng had escaped from the bindings. Impossible, you. That was really dangerous just now. But unfortunately, my abilities don't require chakra. Mungung turned to look at Old Purple, his eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lingfeng looked at the fallen man gang, sighing inwardly. In such circumstances, choosing to stay on the battlefield, even as an enemy, is truly admirable. Of course, admiration is one thing, and action is another. Lingfeng took out the spirit scroll and skillfully packed up the corpse of the barbarian. Lao Zi witnessed all of this, and he seemed to freeze in place. When he finally reacted, he let out an angry and desperate roar towards the sky. The sound waves rolled out, scattering all the sand and stones around, and the ground cracked in a spiderweb pattern. Lingfeng seemed to be in the center of a storm, barely managing to stabilize his stance. Lao Zi clutched his head, screaming in pain, as waves of purplish-red chakra surged from within him, increasing in quantity and coalescing into a massive sphere resembling a small mountain. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the sphere, growing larger until it completely shattered. A gigantic red monkey, with 2 horns on its head and dragging 4 thick tails, emerged. It was the true form of the 4 tails. Lingfeng patted the dust off his body. Completely transformed into a tail beast? It seems I can't hold back anymore. Chapter 108. Lava Giant Ape at the Chigang Mountain Camp. 2 giant apes were engaged in a fierce battle. On one side was the red giant ape with 4 tails, and on the other side was the green giant ape covered in trees and vines. The red giant ape was naturally the 4 tails, while the green giant ape was the wooden ape form from the Forbidden Forest. Every collision between the 2 giant apes produced a thunderous roar, with shock waves rising like a storm. The 4 tails body was obviously much sturdier, with 1 punch. It could smash off most of the wooden ape's head. However, the wooden ape had no physical form and was unaffected by any kind of injury. It charged back and knocked the 4 tails over, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. The 4 tails had tough skin and thick flesh, so this attack naturally caused no damage. But as it fell, several massive vines covered in explosive skeleton grass seeds wrapped around its body. In the next instant, hundreds of explosions rang out. The 4 tails howled in agony, enveloped by thick purple smoke. Lingfeng controlled the wooden ape to pound its chest, feeling secretly pleased. Indeed, Gundam is a man's romance. It's a pity the wooden ape isn't as handsome as Susanoo or the fox. Just as Qing Yin opened the kaleidoscope, it was time to stack some armor. While lost in thought, a blue flame suddenly erupted from the smoke. The blue flame is the ability of the 4 tails, with an extremely high temperature that instantly ignited the wooden ape. The wooden ape struggled continuously, but quickly turned into a pile of charred remains. However, a green sprout emerged from the tree nearby, transforming back into Lingfeng. The 4 tails giant fist struck the ground hard. Flower Fruit Mountain. The ground suddenly erupted with large amounts of lava, resembling a volcanic eruption. The lava spread everywhere, turning all the trees along its path into charcoal, igniting a fierce fire. The 4 tails suddenly swung its tail, creating a whirlwind, and the fire spread rapidly throughout the entire forest. You're clever, but do you think I would let my weaknesses go unchecked all these years? Lingfeng pressed both hands to the ground, and countless trees sprouted anew. Although they were ignited by the lava as soon as they emerged, they piled up layer upon layer, and soon dispersed the molten rock. As long as the scale was large enough, it could also restrain lava. The trees that emerged this time were not only difficult to ignite, but they also bore many drooping fruits. Sensing the high temperature, the fruits began to spray out large amounts of liquid, extinguishing the surrounding flames like rain. Many trees had a strong resistance to fire and could even spray tree sap to put out flames, which is why Lingfeng specifically cultivated this type of tree. Soon, the great fire was extinguished, and the scattered flames posed no threat. The four-tailed beast roared and condensed a tailed beast ball, shooting it towards Lingfeng's direction. Lingfeng summoned a giant tree, stacking it layer upon layer in front of him, altering the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb flew far away and exploded violently, directly flattening a mountain peak. Lingfeng sighed, truly worthy of being the strongest attack at this stage. Apart from himself, very few could withstand such power. But there was nothing to be done. The natural system was just that domineering. Aside from the sealing technique of the one-tails, other tailed beasts posed no threat to him. The mind-confusing lantern flower. Countless yellow lantern flowers sprouted from the forest, slowly flying into the air and releasing yellow anesthetic pollen. To control through strong attacks, one must constantly weaken the opponent. The four tails sensed danger and continuously released tailed beast balls to bombard the surroundings. But the forest kept regenerating layer upon layer, and no matter how much chakra he wasted, he could never finish the bombardment. In the consciousness space, Lao Zi's body had completely twisted, only able to emit a series of roars. The chains on the four tails were also on the verge of breaking. Witnessing the death of a friend, Lao Zi's heart was filled with anger, hatred, and sadness. And the four tails took full advantage of this darkness. Come on, break the chains, and you will have all my power, able to tear apart all enemies. At this moment, Lao Zi and the four tails had not established a bond. In the eyes of the four tails, Lao Zi was merely a jailer causing him pain, so there was no mercy. Finally, Lao Zi could no longer resist the erosion of the four tails' will, slowly rising and walking towards the four tails step by step like a zombie. In the real world, Lingfeng's giant vines had entangled the four tails layer upon layer. Just when Lingfeng thought the battle was over, a violent force suddenly tore all the vines apart. I'm out. I've finally come out. Whether it was a roar or speech, it was completely different from before. Lingfeng was taken aback. Four-tailed son Wukong, you've broken the seal. Upon hearing his name, Four Tails was also stunned and turned to glare fiercely at Lingfeng. How do you know that name? Then he started laughing wildly. Ahaha, so what if you know? No matter who you are, you will die here today. After saying that, he opened his mouth, and a series of tailed beast balls were unleashed, obliterating Lingfeng and the surrounding trees. Ahaha, I'm free. Damn ninjas. Damn Noki. No one can buy me anymore. Wood release. Super insertion technique. Lingfeng's voice reappeared. Several huge wooden spikes fiercely pierced into the four-tailed beast, but they only knocked it away without causing any harm. Lingfeng reformed his body. I won't regard the tailed beasts as monsters, but don't get too complacent. Whether it's Old Purple or you, there's actually no difference in my eyes. Upon hearing this, Four Tails instantly became furious. Don't compare me to that fool who gets arrogant just from obtaining a little chakra. Let me show you my true strength. Four Tails roared, and hot magma erupted from his body, quickly covering him entirely, resembling a layer of armor. Seeing the lava giant ape that had never appeared in the original work, Lingfeng couldn't help but be taken aback. You can do this too. Lingfeng decided to test the waters first, manipulating the giant wood to wrap around. The Four Tails let out a cold snort, allowing the giant wood to entangle its body. However, when the giant wood made contact with the magma, it began to burn and quickly turned into charcoal. Lingfeng shot out the skeleton explosion grass seeds again, but they only blew up some lava, causing little damage to the main body. The pollen from the mesmerizing lantern flower turned into sparks when it got close to the four-tailed, having no effect at all. Hiss! This is really terrifying now. The four-tailed chuckled coldly. Little ghost, don't struggle. Your only outcome is death. Not necessarily. Lingfeng chuckled. A certain filial son once said, no matter how strong the ninjutsu, it has its weaknesses. The lava defense is strong, but it also has vulnerable points. Today, let me show you my secret technique that rivals the seduction technique. Lingfeng activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly disappeared. Then, the Four Tails heard a dignified voice coming from behind. Forbidden technique. Fire-resistant skeleton explosion-propelled trident spiral 1,000 years kill. Aha! Chapter 109, Subduing the Four Tails. The Four Tails lay on the ground, panting, and after a while, managed to stand up, trembling on its legs. Although the spiral wooden spike was burned away within a second of making contact, it inflicted significant damage on both its spirit and body. Lingfeng used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge to the side, letting out a strange laugh. Even Naruto, who had just learned to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails, could poke through Gaara, who was half-tailed beast transformed. With this attack, even the tailed beast's true form wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Four Tails roared, spewing out countless streams of lava, tried to engulf everything around it. Lingfeng was unfazed and continued to unleash his abilities, with layers upon layers of forest rapidly growing, breaking through the burning lava and flames. Supersized skull explosion grass. Countless seeds of the skull explosion grass shot towards the Four Tails like raindrops. The continuous explosions made the Four Tails suffer immensely. The Four Tails wanted to charge out, but was constantly hindered by the wood, forced to passively endure the attacks. As time went on, even though the Four Tails had astonishing defense, it gradually began to falter. The magma armor started to crumble, and wounds began to appear on its body. How outrageous! The Four Tails roared in anger, charging out through the explosions, opening its large mouth to condense a tailed beast ball larger than itself and shooting it towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng easily dodged with Flying Thunder God, raising his hand as a huge wooden log wrapped around the neck of the Four Tails and violently slammed it to the ground. Then, dozens of giant wooden dragons appeared, pressing the Four Tails firmly to the ground. If Lingfeng could absorb chakra like Senju Hashirama, he could already declare victory at this moment. But Lingfeng had other methods. Several sharp vines pierced deeply into the wounds of the Four Tails. Previously, the Four Tails had ample chakra and maximum defense, so the wooden spikes couldn't break through. Now that it had wounds, the sharp vines could easily penetrate the defense. The Four Tails didn't feel any pain and didn't take the attack seriously, but soon realized something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, it was shocked to see its eyes widen in disbelief. These vines were actually absorbing the life essence within it. The tail beasts are massive chakra entities formed from the 10 tails, which were split by the Sage of Six Paths using yin-yang release. Even if killed, as long as the source of life remains, they can resurrect after a period of time. Therefore, tail beasts are never afraid of ninjas. Even if you can defeat me and kill me, so what? In the blink of an eye, I will resurrect again, except for the Sage of Six Paths, tailed beasts. Even when facing Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, are still compliant in heart, but not in words. What does it matter if you two are strong? I can still dance on your grave. Initially, the Four Tails had this mindset towards Lingfeng, but upon discovering that the opponent could directly absorb its life essence, it panicked. This indicated that the opponent possessed the true power to kill it. The Four Tails, both shocked and angry, struggled desperately, but was firmly pinned down by the wooden dragons and could not move at all. Unlike the Four Tails' panic, Lingfeng was genuinely excited. Tailed beasts can gather natural energy and convert it into chakra, so their flesh and blood have effects similar to that of the black armored bee. Not only can it quickly replenish consumption, but even physical quality and chakra are steadily increasing. Lingfeng was both shocked and delighted. What was before him was not just a giant monkey, but a huge elixir. In just a few minutes, the body of the four-tailed beast began to shrivel, while his own chakra doubled in growth. Lingfeng extended several more vines, preparing to speed up the absorption process. The four-tailed beast finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. "Please, let me go. I don't want to die." Lingfeng was taken aback, his absorption speed slightly slowing down. "Please, spare me. I am willing to become your strength." Lingfeng showed a look of astonishment. To be honest, he had fought with the Four Tails for a long time, but strictly speaking, it wasn't really an enemy. After all, the one who initially controlled the body was Old Purple, and by the time the Four Tails took over, both sides were already fired up and wouldn't stop. If he encountered the Four Tails in the wild, Lingfeng just needed to dodge a bit, and the Four Tails wouldn't chase him to the death. Therefore, the battle between them felt more like a misunderstanding. "Become my power. Do you want it to be a Jinchuriki? I can't control your power." "No, I won't resist. Please spare me." Lingfeng stopped absorbing and showed a contemplative expression. He was somewhat tempted by this proposal. The conversion rate of directly absorbing tail beast chakra was not high. Certainly not as good as becoming a Jinchuriki, and he wouldn't gain lava release. If he could obtain lava release and combine it with the forest fruit, it would completely solve the problem of insufficient attack power and also grant immunity to fire and ice abilities. More importantly, a perfect Jinchuriki could be immune to almost all Jinjutsu. Lingfeng pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I agree. For tails, no. Son Wukong, from now on I'll call you son. I know everything about you tailed beasts, so I won't treat you like a wild beast. Let's get along well and become true companions. After saying this, he pulled out the vines that were embedded in Four Tails' body and loosened the wooden dragon that was suppressing it. Four Tails felt much more at ease and stood up shakily. For a tailed beast, being captured or killed by a powerful ninja is not uncommon. Compared to people from the past, Lingfeng was not only strong, but also had a more tolerant attitude towards tailed beasts, not treating them merely as tools. Perhaps making him his Jinchuriki was a good choice after all. Even if it was the wrong choice, it would only be a matter of a few decades. Companions, I hope so. I will keep my promise and become your strength. You don't have to worry about me going berserk. Human lifespans are too short compared to tailed beasts, and for me, it will pass quickly. Lingfeng nodded. All right, I can agree to that. When I die, I will set you free. The four-tailed beast was overjoyed. Really? That's great. I can't wait for that day to come. Lingfeng, you really know how to talk. Lingfeng didn't blame him. Seeing that the four tails had shrunk a bit, he felt a bit worried. I've absorbed quite a bit of life essence before. Are you okay? The four tails waved his hand casually. It's fine as long as I'm not dead. I can recover. It just takes a bit longer than recovering chakra. That's good. Lingfeng nodded. I don't know sealing techniques, and if I want to become a Jinchuriki, I'll have to rely on my companions. Let's go find them first. Chapter 110, Sealing the Five Tails. When Lingfeng fought against the Four Tails, the battlefield on the other side became increasingly intense. Under the siege of Shengtong and the other four, Tongshan had already entered his tailed beast mode. After all these years, he had become adept at using the power of the tailed beasts, and his strength was not inferior to that of a perfect Jinchuriki. Shengtong clasped his hands together. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Several wood dragons roared as they charged towards the five tails, tightly binding its limbs and tail, beginning to devour its chakra. In terms of restraining tailed beasts, Shengtong was far stronger than Lingfeng, able to absorb chakra directly without breaking through defenses. The five tails let out a furious roar, steam erupting from its body, forcibly breaking free from the wood dragon's entanglement. The steam filled the area, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Thousand-hand Lugio, thousand-hand Zhongshi burst out. Wind release, storm dance. A fierce wind howled, dispersing all the steam. Then they watched as the five tails charged towards them. However, both were seasoned veterans, remaining calm in the face of the five tails attack. Earth release, swamp trap. Lightning release, 8 lightning locks. A huge swamp suddenly appeared in front of the five tails, which couldn't stop in time and fell in. Then, 8 lightning chains tightly bound the five tails, causing its fur to fly. At this moment, Vortex Inching and Vortex Tunshin stood on either side of the Vortex Spirit Sealing Jar, hands forming seals. Countless runes lit up on the surface of a jar, and then numerous rune chains shot out of the jar's mouth, looking somewhat like a diamond seal. The five tails roared, swinging its tail and tearing apart the lightning chains, spitting out several tailed beast balls. The group was taken aback. Thousand-hand Lugio and thousand-hand Zhongshi were caught off guard and were directly crushed into powder by the tailed beast balls. The others were shocked, but couldn't worry about the two, as several more tailed beast balls were heading towards the Vortex Spirit Sealing Jar, smashing the rune chains to pieces. Just as Vortex Inching and Vortex Tunshin were about to face disaster, Shengtong suddenly appeared in front of the two. Wood release, hollow wood oblique wall. A sloping wooden wall appeared, changing the direction of the tailed beast balls. The tailed beast balls flew off into the distance, crashing into the surrounding purple barrier, causing the entire barrier to shake violently. Vortex Tunshin's expression changed. Oh no, the shadow clones are being impacted. The barrier won't hold for long. Shengtong clasped his hands together, summoning a wooden giant that was not smaller than the tailed beast, which leaped high and slammed down on the Five Tails' neck, pinning it down and delivering punch after punch to its head. The Five Tails was dazed from the blows, let out a roar, wrapped its tail around the wooden giant, and flung it away, following up with a tailed beast ball. Although Lingfeng's wooden puppet is large, it is somewhat superficial and lacks the ability to handle the tailed beast jade. The tailed beast jade blew apart most of the wooden puppet, and fortunately, Shengtong used the wooden block wall to block the impact, which prevented him from being blown to death again. The whirlpool shadow formed hand seals. Ninja art, azure, sun, beast ceiling. Countless black runes emerged from beneath him, rapidly spreading to the Five Tails. Young Master Shengtong, here it comes. The damaged wooden puppet charged again, transforming into a massive chain that tightly bound the Five Tails. The Five Tails struggled desperately, but under the dual pressure of wood release and sealing techniques, the resistance grew weaker and weaker. Young Master, Shadow, hold on. The Whirlpool Tianshan rushed over, holding the Whirlpool Spirit Vessel. He activated the ninja tool, sucking the entire Five Tails inside, leaving only the corpse of the Copper Mountain. Thud thud. Shengtong and the other three were all battered and exhausted, their chakra nearly depleted. Seeing the successful sealing of the tailed beast, they all collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, not even wanting to move a finger. Oof. Shengtong barely sat up, so tired. How did Grandpa manage to capture 9 of these monsters back then? The shadow clone formed by the Whirlpool Shadow also disappeared, and the surrounding barrier turned into purple smoke and dissipated. Oof. Young Master, don't lose hope. You are still young, and you have just mastered wood release not long ago. Lord Mito said that you were even stronger than Lord Hashirama at the same age. After catching his breath, Shengtong quickly got up. I wonder how Lingfeng is doing. After fighting for so long, the rock ninja hasn't come to interfere. He must be fighting for his life. Senior Tianshan sent a signal for Lingfeng to retreat. We should hurry over to support. The Whirlpool Shadow nodded. Yes. Just as the words fell, the ground suddenly trembled, and everything went dark, as if something was blocking the sunlight. The three looked up and were shocked to see a giant red ape. For Tails. Shengtong's face turned pale. Damn, how could he be here? Where's Lingfeng? Saying this, he clasped his hands together, gathering the last of his chakra, and a wooden dragon charged fiercely toward the Four Tails, opening its mouth to bite down hard. Shengtong, calm down. Several vines shot out, tightly wrapping around the wooden dragon. Shengtong looked at the head of the Four Tails in disbelief. Lingfeng? Soon after, the 4 people and 1 monkey arrived at a hidden place. Shengtong still felt it was unbelievable. You actually tamed the Four Tails all by yourself? Hearing the word tamed, the Four Tails did not erupt due to Lingfeng's presence, but a fierce light flashed in its eyes. How could a proud-tailed beast be tamed? Lingfeng chuckled softly and gently patted the Four Tails. What's all this about taming? If you can't beat me, then just acknowledge me as the boss. Upon hearing this, the Four Tails' gaze softened a bit. Winning over and taming may yield the same result, but their essence is worlds apart. By the way, tailed beasts all have names. Don't just call him Four Tails. His name is Sun Wukong. If you can't remember, just call him Sunday. Oh, and the name of the 5 tails is Mu Wang. The others were curious. The tailed beasts have names? Of course. Tailed beasts aren't just destructive beasts. They also possess wisdom and emotions. Once the relationship is established, they can definitely become partners. S.H. Kush looked up and down at the Four Tails, secretly sighing that having a tailed beast as a partner seemed pretty good. Why has my grandma never mentioned this? Lingfeng thought for a moment, probably not necessary. With the strength of the Four Tails, whether the 9 tails is active or passive, it can only obediently lie down. I see. Shoju looked at the huge Four Tails. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to observe a tailed beast up close. It was truly amazing. Nice to meet you, son, and I look forward to your guidance. The Four Tails glanced at him, displeased with what he just said about taming, and snorted arrogantly. Shoju felt a bit awkward and could only make small talk. He chuckled, son looks a bit thin. The Four Tails expression immediately darkened even more. Chapter 111. Jinchuriki. After a casual chat, Lingfeng asked about serious matters. Elders, can you seal sun within me? Shoju and the other two were dumbfounded. Shoju couldn't help but say, do you want to become a Jinchuriki? Are you serious? Growing up under his grandmother's care, he knew all too well what kind of treatment a Jinchuriki received. As the Grand Empress Dowager of Konoha, Uzumaki Mido still couldn't escape the shackles of being a Jinchuriki. Her daily life was strictly monitored, and not a single abnormality could be allowed. In the latest story about Minato, when Uzumaki Mido took Uzumaki Kushina to her rooftop, people would come out to advise against it. Uzumaki Mido was lively in her youth, but as she aged, she became more cautious to prevent accidents, leading to her increasingly secluded lifestyle. Those who didn't know thought she preferred peace and quiet, but in reality, her daily life was quite similar to that of a prisoner. Lingfeng nodded. Yes, I made up my mind, but I don't understand sealing techniques. So I would like to ask the two of you for help. The two members of the Uzumaki clan exchanged glances. Uzumaki Tunshin said, if it's to become a Jinchuriki, I can take care of it. Thank you, Senior Tunshin, but I ask that everyone keep this matter secret. Are you sure? Rope Tree frowned as he looked at the fierce-looking Four Tails. This is too dangerous. Not to mention that there are sensing ninjas in the village. If even a little bit of the tailed beast chakra leaks out, it will be detected. And what if you go berserk? Without the sealing team, it would be too dangerous for both you and the village. Lingfeng smiled brightly at the Four Tails. Don't worry, Sun won't cause any trouble, right? The Four Tails shivered and quickly replied, of course, we tailed beasts have always been a man of our word and would never go back on it. Lingfeng smiled slightly. See, no problem. The other three exchanged glances and could only agree helplessly. Soon, the sealing was completed. Lingfeng sat up, holding his stomach, with a pitch-black round sealing technique on his abdomen. Is this all done? So fast? The whirlpool shadow smiled and said, the most difficult part of sealing a tailed beast is that the beast will resist. But Sun cooperated very well, so the speed was naturally much faster. Shinshu looked at the sealing technique and had a slightly disdainful expression. This is the sealing technique from the Cloud Hidden Village, right? It's too crude. Why not use the four-symbol seal or the Bagua seal? Shinshu couldn't perform seals, but with his grandmother, the Whirlpool Mizuho, his perspective was far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. The sealing techniques that other villages treasured were just trash in his eyes. Lingfeng patted his belly. The seal is only meant to allow sun to enter my body, not to confine it. This seal is relatively loose, so sun can be more comfortable. After becoming a Jinchuriki, the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki will appear in the same spiritual space. If the two sides are in a hostile relationship, mutual slaughter is inevitable. Compared to the tailed beast, humans are too weak, so a seal is necessary for protection to face the tailed beast directly. Once the seal loosens, the tailed beast will devour the Jinchuriki's will. This process of slaughter is the tailed beast's rampage. If the Jinchuriki reaches an understanding with the tailed beast, or if the Jinchuriki becomes strong enough to instill despair in the tailed beast, making it too afraid to resist, then there are no concerns in this regard. And that is the perfect Jinchuriki. Lingfeng's current strength can already suppress the Four Tails, and he will only grow stronger in the future. However, Lingfeng understands that relying on brute force is not a long-term solution. He is still young and has plenty of time to get along with the Four Tails. Even if he can't reach the level of Naruto and the Nine Tails, or Killer Bee and the Eight Tails, he can at least be a helpful partner. Lingfeng closed his eyes and entered the spiritual world. It was an expansive and boundless white space, with nothing but the Four Tails and himself. Lingfeng curiously looked around. Is this the place you will live in from now on? It's so empty, and the scenery is a bit monotonous. The four-tailed creature smiled. Empty is a good thing. It means your spirit hasn't suffered any trauma. The current environment is much better than before, as long as you're satisfied. Lingfeng nodded and pointed to the back of the Four Tails. That chain is a seal. Behind the Four Tails, a thick chain hung down from the sky, firmly fastened around its waist. That's right, although it's uncomfortable, being able to move freely is already pretty good. Before, I was completely tied up, unable to even scratch an itch. Lingfeng nodded. You've really gone through a lot. In the later plot, besides the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, Which tailed beast isn't tied up tightly? Not to mention anything else. Just look at the 9 tails inside Uzumaki Kushina. Its body and limbs are nailed down. Its head and tail are wrapped in chains. It looks just like an insect specimen. Watching others enjoy family happiness while I can only live a solitary life. And then being told constantly, "You're too dangerous. You're too terrifying. I have to seal you away." After living like this for decades, I really don't know how they still have the nerve to say the 9 tails is a collection of hatred. If it were me, not to mention reconciling with your son, I would even desecrate your ancestors' graves. Lingfeng raised his hand, and a small tree emerged from his palm. The spiritual world is a projection of the outside world, and one's abilities do not change. Lingfeng said to Four Tails, "It's still a bit desolate here. Let me help you with some renovations." After saying that, he pressed his hands on the ground, and countless trees and flowers sprang up. Soon, the spiritual world transformed into a primitive forest. Four Tails widened his eyes and walked up to a giant tree, gently touching the trunk with trembling hands, tears glimmering in his eyes. This feeling, this scent. Since coming to Awagakure, I haven't touched a tree for decades. He turned to Lingfeng and said solemnly, "Thank you." Lingfeng chuckled. "The seal has just been placed, and I'm still not proficient, so I won't release it for now. Just bear with it for a bit. Once I fully master the seal, I will let you go. It won't be long." The Four Tails laughed heartily. Good, good. I'm waiting for that day." Just as Lingfeng was communicating with the Four Tails, a sudden change occurred outside. Chapter 112. Unprecedented dual-tailed beast Jinchuriki, the vortex spirit vessel, suddenly shook violently. The vessel emitted crackling sounds. Several fine cracks appeared, and blood-red chakra gurgled out. "Everyone, get back!" Shengtong shouted, clapping his hands. Several wooden stakes, shaped like dragon heads with rows of wooden spikes on their surfaces, emerged from the ground, surrounding the vortex spirit vessel. The stakes sensed the blood-red chakra and suddenly elongated, wrapping around the vortex spirit vessel like venomous snakes, while the dragon heads began to frantically devour it. The vortex shadow broke out in a sweat and quickly set up several layers of simple barriers. "Lingfeng, what's going on?" Vortex Ing Chung. It must be that the battle just now affected the vortex Naling jar and caused cracks. They're just too small. We didn't notice at the time. Vortex Tunshan is holding onto the vortex Naling jar tightly with both hands, continuously injecting chakra. Damn it. If I had known earlier, I would have used the real thing. The replica is just not durable. Vortex Ing Chung. This was originally a temporary mission. We just needed to contain the Five Tails for a few days and bring it back to Konoha. We didn't think so much. Besides, we came to Konoha to ask for Lord Mito's help. How could we bring such a thing? Stop talking and stabilize it for sure. The few of them are doing their best, but still cannot prevent the vortex Na Ling jar from shattering. The cracking sounds are continuous, and the surface cracks are increasing. Lingfeng watched anxiously from the side and couldn't help but urge Shengshu. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and absorb it." Shengshu was both angry and anxious. "What can I do? This thing is about to break. I can't use too much force at all." At this moment, the chakra overflowing from the vortex spirit jar increased, beginning to emit thick steam. Lingfeng shouted, "It's about to explode. Scatter." At the same time, he made up his mind. When the Five Tails emerged, he would directly use the Flying Thunder God technique to drag it to the Konoha camp. The rest will be left for Danzo to worry about. A ninja force with thousands of elite ninjas couldn't just bask in the sun every day. They had to move around a bit. Suddenly, the chakra on the Vortex Naruko's vessel quieted down. Although it was still surging, it no longer had any aggressive intent. It was as if an army attacking a city suddenly lowered its flags and ceased its advance when the city was on the brink of collapse. After a while, the chakra coalesced into a white head with four corners, resembling both a horse and a dolphin. It was the Five Tails. Everyone was on high alert. The Five Tails ignored Rope Tree and the others and fixed its gaze firmly on Lingfeng. "Lingfeng, your eyes are off. Beast, what do you want to do?" At this moment, Wu Wei suddenly spoke. "Human, I can feel it. Sun is inside your body. Everyone." Lingfeng was taken aback by the words, but he didn't panic too much. After all, with his current strength, he no longer needed to fear the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts are said to possess the power of natural disasters, but he was undoubtedly a human-shaped disaster. That's right, Sun is now my partner. Upon hearing this, the Five-Tails' eyes flickered slightly. In that case, I am also willing to become your power. This surprised not only Suk and the others, but even Lingfeng was caught off guard. Why is this Five-Tails more proactive than Qin Yan? Lingfeng chuckled a few times. Well, thank you for your kindness. I have a grandson now. Why don't you try someone else? Saying that, he pulled Rope Tree in front of him. What do you think of him? He is the grandson of Senju Hashirama. Although he is not that great, his talent is top-notch. Just as Rope Tree was about to curse, suddenly the Nine-Tails approached, staring intently at Lingfeng. This is my biggest concession, otherwise I would rather perish together. Concession? Who have you been discussing this with? Lingfeng's heart stirred. Could it be the Four Tails? He then entered the spiritual space. Son, what's going on? Oh, ha! I had a chat with that guy Mu Wang and convinced him to come and keep me company. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? We communicated mentally. This is a secret among us tailed beasts. Even Jinchuriki can't detect it. Oh, is it that white space where you tailed beasts have deep-level communication? Huh, you even know about that. The Four Tails showed a surprised expression. That's right. You're still not a perfect Jinchuriki, so you can't enter that space. Lingfeng nodded. I see, but I haven't heard of a dual-tailed beast Jinchuriki before. Will there be any problems? After all, you can't eat two devil fruits. Who knows if having two-tailed beasts will cause any issues? The Four Tails smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry. No one has done this before because they were afraid they couldn't handle it. Since both of us are willing to become your power, there won't be any problems. Oh, but I heard that the Five Tails likes freedom. Will he willingly be sealed? The Four Tails scoffed. Who doesn't like freedom? In the end, we were all captured by you humans. Then he patted the big trees around him. For us tailed beasts, freedom is fleeting. Since that's the case, why not choose a good place to reside? Lingfeng nodded. I understand. In the outside world, Lingfeng agreed immediately. Shuntong was in a panic. Lingfeng, are you crazy? How can one person handle two tailed beasts? Once they go berserk, your life will be in danger. Lingfeng confidently said, no problem, I am sure. Release the Vortex Spirit Sealing Jar. Vortex Shadow and Vortex Tunson both looked towards the Rope Tree. The Rope Tree pondered for a moment and finally gritted his teeth and said, retreat. The few of them hurriedly fell back, and the Five Tails chakra lost its suppression, instantly boiling up. Then, the Vortex Spirit Sealing Jar exploded into pieces, and the true form of the Five Tails appeared in front of everyone. Lingfeng waved at the Five Tails. Mu Wang, I'll be counting on you to take care of things from now on. The Five Tails glared at Rope Tree and the others with resentment, and after a while, it retracted its gaze and gave Lingfeng a somewhat insincere greeting. Well then, Senior Ing Chung, I'll trouble you with this. Vortex Ing Chung did not decline and once again performed the sealing technique. Sealing two tail beasts in a day is enough to brag about for half a lifetime. In the spiritual space, the Five Tails appeared and looked around with great interest, clearly satisfied with the environment. Then it turned to the Four Tails and exclaimed in surprise, Hey, son, how did you get so skinny? The Four Tails' face instantly darkened. Chapter 113. The dog system has restarted. Lingfeng carefully observed the spiritual space. Sealing the Five Tails wasn't that complicated. There was no need to add a new seal, just tear a corner of the original seal and stuff it in. This meant that the Four Tails and Five Tails shared the same set of seals. Sure enough, the chains hanging from the sky split into two, each tied around the waist of the Four Tails and Five Tails. Compared to before, the chains were much thinner, and the range of movement for the tailed beasts was significantly larger. The Four Tails encouraged the Five Tails to come in, intending to share the burden of the seal. Normally, when the power of the seal weakened, the tailed beasts would naturally be more prone to rampaging. However, both the Four Tails and Five Tails were willing participants in the sealing, so there was no need to worry about that. The Four Tails turned and climbed up a giant tree. The Five Tails looked on with a mix of admiration and envy. This place is really nice. It doesn't seem much different from the outside. Lingfeng stepped forward. Since we are partners now, I won't treat anyone unfairly. With that, he clasped his hands together, and the plants on the ground began to change rapidly. One side transformed into a dense jungle, while the other turned into a vast grassland. Upon seeing this, Wu Wei howled and rushed over to frolic and roll around. Grass, grass, oh my gosh! With the task completed, Lingfeng and the others hurried back, while the rope's tree curiously wrapped around him, asking questions left and right. Lingfeng, with 2 more tailed beasts in your belly. Can you handle it? Lingfeng, I've heard that the Jinchuriki going berserk is very terrifying. How about you try going berserk for a look? Lingfeng, will they watch the game when you and Qing Nian exercise in the future? Lingfeng. Along the way, not only was Lingfeng's head about to explode, but the 4 tails and 5 tails were also clamoring to come out and kill him. So noisy. How come I never noticed this disadvantage of being a Jinchuriki before? After a few days of not seeing him, the host has become much stronger. My judgment was indeed not wrong. Then, suddenly, Lingfeng froze. What the hell? Dog system, you actually woke up? It seems that even the tailed beasts couldn't sense the communication between him and the system. Host, pay attention to your manners. When did you wake up? Now that you've become a 2 tails Jinchuriki, it would be unreasonable for me not to wake up. In fact, I could have woken up when you saved Rogue Tree and learned Flying Thunder God, but it was just delay. You didn't arrive late again, did you? The system's voice sounded a bit flustered. You, how could you be innocent out of nowhere? I knew it. Lingfeng felt like he was about to have a heart attack. He had thought about this possibility before, but quickly dismissed it. What kind of idiot would make the same mistake twice? It turned out it was just my own lack of experience. Lingfeng was too lazy to scold the system anymore and weakly said, less nonsense, open the panel. TSK, 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 getting anxious. Naruto Pirate Traversing System, Intermediate. Host information first alias. Senju Lingfeng, Konoha CH Nin, 16 years old, second alias. Zue Lingfeng, Captain of the Zue Pirate Crew. 16 years old. Mastered skills. The host has a few. Physical body. Mental. 25-51 chakra. Chakra attributes water. Earth, fire, beast attributes completed. Special abilities forest fruit nature's power simulation power. Explosion release. Flying Thunder God technique. Melt release. Boil release tradable items. Explosive tags 1511. Kanai 80. Scrolls 5. Ninja swords for looking at the series of question marks for physical body and chakra. Lingfeng was also confused. Does the dog system have a digit limit? It seems to have exceeded 10,000. Thinking about it, it makes sense. A value of 5,000 is already at the level of a Kage, and with 2 tailed beasts. His chakra must be at least 10 to 8 times that of an ordinary Kage, so tens of thousands can only be considered basic. However, what was most surprising was the new identity and tradable items section. System, come out and explain. Customer, your servant is here. Lingfeng frowned slightly. After the system upgrade, it became a bit strange, somewhat muddled. The host has a new body, thoughts, abilities, and is exactly the same as before in the pirate world, with the identity of a pirate, which the host can manipulate freely. Tradable items, the host can bring items from the Naruto world to trade in the pirate world, and vice versa. Lingfeng nodded, but then felt a bit worried. As if, will my new body be afraid of Hylu Stone? If I get injured in the pirate world, will it affect the Naruto world? Don't worry, host. The 2 sides are independent entities. They share abilities, but negative statuses won't affect each other. Additionally, the system can provide a benefit. Oh, it's rare for a stingy person to be generous. What is it? The new body hasn't eaten a devil fruit, and as long as it eats the fruit, sharing abilities, theoretically, it can become a dual devil fruit user. Lingfeng's eyes moved. Oh, this is, currently, the only dual fruit user is Blackbeard, and I can't miss out on this benefit. Host, do you want to go to the pirate world now? I'm a bit busy here. When entering one world, time in another world is frozen. Hiss. That's terrifying. Lingfeng couldn't help but look at the dog system with new eyes. All right then, let's go take a look. Suddenly, Lingfeng felt a dizzying sensation. When he groggily opened his eyes, he was unexpectedly kicked to the ground by someone, followed by a thick stack of papers smashing onto his face. Lingfeng was instantly furious. Who the hell? Before he could finish, he suddenly froze. The person opposite him had a spiky hairstyle, small glasses, yellow hair, and pink fur draped over him. Wasn't this Joker? At this moment, Doflamingo was dressed in a sharp suit, not the exaggerated beach shorts, and looked much younger. He probably wasn't one of the 7 warlords yet. Just as Lingfeng was lost in thought, Doflamingo stepped forward and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up. Lingfeng didn't feel any pain, but couldn't help but darken his expression. "You little chick, do you think I've given you face? Do you believe I can straighten your bow legs?" Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Joker's cold voice questioning him. "Hehe, Senju Lingfeng. I heard that all the slaves I wanted have been taken away. You accepted the deposit, and if you can't deliver, I'll have no choice but to send you to the celestial dragons as a slave." Lingfeng looked bewildered. What does that mean? Suddenly, a memory appeared in his mind, leaving him in silence. It turned out that his pirate crew's main business was human trafficking. Lingfeng felt completely numb. He had seen people travel to become pirates, Navy officers, Revolutionary Army members, and even celestial dragons, but to travel and become a human trafficker? He was probably the first one. Chapter 114. Joker is just Joker. It turned out that his new identity was that of a pirate crew from the North Sea. Due to their weak strength and timid personality, dared not engage in battles with other pirates and resorted to human trafficking. In order to find a powerful backing, they desperately clung to Don Quixote Doflamingo. In fact, Doflamingo also looked down on this scum of a pirate crew, but slave trading was very profitable, and he didn't want to miss out on the money. So, he took the Purple Moon Pirates under his wing to help him handle some dirty work. Lingfeng also roughly understood the current timeline. Don Quixote Doflamingo had just plundered the sky gold and was threatening the world government to agree to his becoming a Shichibukai. The world government's appointment had not yet been finalized, but Doflamingo knew that the opinions of the celestial dragons were crucial. While he was tough with the world government, he was also trying to curry favor with the celestial dragons. Therefore, he had the Purple Moon Pirates gather 300 rare species slaves, preparing to present them as gifts to the celestial dragons. Unexpectedly, before the delivery, they were intercepted by the Revolutionary Army. Although Lingfeng understood Doflamingo's anger and frustration, he still secretly despised him. Clearly, it was the work of revolutionaries, yet he was afraid to take them back, only knowing how to bully the weak. He played favorites and feared the strong. No wonder he became a Shichibukai at such a young age, but after half a lifetime, he was still the same. It was pitiful that all his conqueror's haki was wasted. What's wrong with conqueror's haki? Is being royal so rare? Only those who fear neither life nor death, who pass through layers of life and death tests, can become true kings. But what about Doflamingo? Facing Sengoku and Tsuru, who wouldn't he take action, and Kaido, who could almost scare him to death. Such performance could be considered unique among those with conqueror's haki. Doflamingo tightened his grip, interrupting Ling Feng's thoughts. "Fufufu, do you know? These slaves are of great use to me. Each one of them is worth more than your worthless life. As long as you are alive, even if you become a slave, it still makes me uncomfortable." As he spoke, he raised his hand high, his fingertips shimmering with a cold light. Lingfeng silently felt that all his abilities could be used. Should he turn him into a mummy? Or directly blow his head off with magma? However, when the memories of those slaves flashed through his mind, he suddenly had a better idea. Don't you want to become a warlord? Don't you want to return to the Holy Land? All right, let me help you out. He quickly pretended to be terrified. And Master Doflamingo, please let go. The slaves have not been taken away. They have already been transferred by me in advance. Oh, Doflamingo loosened his grip slightly, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. You should know the consequences of lying to me, right? I know. Please believe me. I will bring the slaves over right away. Doflamingo coldly stared at Lingfeng, not noticing any flaws, and then threw him to the ground. I'll give you 10 minutes. If I don't see the slaves in 10 minutes, then you can die. Yes. Lingfeng repeatedly agreed, but he was sneering in his heart. Son the thief, this will definitely send you to the skies. Lingfeng came outside. This is a deserted island called Tea Table Island, which is not large but very remote, with no shipping routes around, making it a good place for illegal transactions. The Purple Moon Pirate Group occupied this place in its early years and turned it into a stronghold. As soon as he stepped out, Lingfeng smelled a strong scent of blood. He saw a flamingo-headed ship docked by the coast, with several oddly shaped people staring at him. Upon seeing him come out, they didn't move at all. The fact that this thug could walk out of the house meant he had the young master's permission, so there was no need to meddle. Turning his head again, Lingfeng's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch slightly. Dozens of corpses lay haphazardly on the ground, all of them his former subordinates. Lingfeng has no feelings for them. Thinking about the things they did in the past, it's better that they are dead. It saves him from having to kill them again. Lingfeng arrived at a secluded spot on the island, opened a stone door, and entered a cellar. This was the place where slaves had been held before, but it was now completely empty. Lingfeng closed his eyes, carefully recalling the information about those slaves. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Shadow clone technique. Transformation technique. When he appeared again, he was already followed by 300 ragged, downcast slaves. Just when his subordinates had all died, no one could detect anything unusual, seeing that Lingfeng really brought back the slaves. Doflamingo's expression finally shifted from cloudy to clear. Fufufu, it seems I misunderstood you. I didn't expect you to be much smarter than I thought. He thought to himself, although this guy was afraid of death and weak, he was still reliable in getting things done. Perhaps he could be used more in the future. Laoji, an old man wearing a rabbit-eared hat, came out, putting chains on several slaves. After seeing that the slaves showed no abnormalities, he nodded at Doflamingo. You cunning bastard. These are sea prism stone chains. Doflamingo was afraid that he would use his devil fruit powers to play tricks, so he specifically tested it. But since he was using ninjutsu, and this body only shared the abilities of the devil fruit, he was not afraid of sea prism stone. Doflamingo was very satisfied and waved his hand. A man in a suit walked up carrying 2 boxes. Fufufu. Here is the remaining 200 million berries. Take it. The extra 50 million berries is a reward for your proper handling of the situation. Although he didn't know what means were used, this guy actually managed to hide this batch of slaves from the Revolutionary Army. It seemed he was more capable than he imagined. Doflamingo was not stingy with money for capable subordinates. Lingfeng pretended to be happy and flatteringly took the box. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Sei or Luo. Sei or Luo looked down on human traffickers, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Doflamingo smiled slightly as a form of reassurance, and then turned to leave as well. Once they were gone, Lingfeng retracted his smile and squinted at the departing pirate ship. He hated Doflamingo, but also felt pity for him. He clearly had good talent, having awakened Conqueror's Haki at such a young age. Yet he was always thinking of using cunning methods to ascend to the throne. Kaido and Big Mom also had schemes, but that was a pastime after maxing out their combat power. When it was time to be reckless, they were anything but hesitant. Doflamingo, on the other hand, wanted to replace brute force with cunning. Wasn't he that ridiculous? He wanted to be king, to destroy the world, but lacked the courage to face strong opponents and bet his life on it. He desired power, but was given a useless devil fruit, and even after awakening, it was just mediocre. He awakened all 3 types of Haki early, but without life and death trials, he could only spin in the basics. A typical jack of all trades, master of none. As for his subordinates, they were even more peculiar, huddling in a small territory claiming to be kings and playing the game of being a loving family every day. Yet all had inflated egos, each feeling invincible. In the eyes of ordinary pirates, Joker is a minor king, but in the eyes of the strong, Joker is just a clown. Chapter 115. Joining the Navy once Doflamingo walked far away. Lingfeng also prepared to leave. He originally wanted to walk on water directly to see the waves at sea, but he abandoned that idea. The sea in the world of pirates is not the same concept as that in the world of Naruto. Not to mention the sea kings and bizarre weather. Just the distance alone was daunting. The Naruto world has more land than water. Even crossing from the land of water to the land of fire isn't too far. And Lingfeng could walk on water back and forth without getting too winded. But the pirate world is different. The sea is like a plate, and the islands are like chess pieces. If you're unlucky and head in the wrong direction, you could die of exhaustion without ever reaching land. It's better to take a boat. Lingfeng walked to the seaside and looked at the large but severely damaged slave ship. It seemed it needed a major repair. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to make a meal without rice. But Lingfeng wasn't worried about this. He placed his hand on the large ship, carefully feeling the internal structure, controlling the wood to regrow. The keel was broken. Heal it again. The deck was damaged. Then grow a new one. The ropes were broken. Then replace them with vines. After working hard for half a day, He finally made it more or less repaired. Phew, it's finally done. It really exhausted me. This amount of wood was nothing to Lingfeng. Mainly, he wasn't a shipwright, and while repairing the ship, he kept guessing and making mistakes, leaving his head buzzing with fatigue. A ship this big couldn't be operated by one person, so Lingfeng scattered a few seeds, waiting for the wooden clones to sprout. Meanwhile, Lingfeng lay bored on the deck, basking in the sun, feeling the sea breeze, and dozing off. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a few muffled sounds in the distance woke Lingfeng up. What sound is that? Thunder. It didn't sound like it. A few seconds later, cannonballs fell like raindrops, blowing Lingfeng's hard-earned repaired slave ship to pieces. Lingfeng was almost fainting from anger. Just as he was about to curse, several blobs of magma fell from the sky, splattering all over his face. If it weren't for Lingfeng mastering the molten release of the four tails, he would have been disfigured. WDF! Wind was furious. Who is it? Launching a sneak attack without a word. Can't they at least try to negotiate first? What if I had agreed? At this moment, the opponent's ship was speeding towards him. Lingfeng sneered, not afraid of you getting close, but worried that you might just slip away. Since you destroyed my ship, you should compensate me with your own. As for whether I can win or not, Lingfeng didn't think too much about it. After all, he was a natural ability user, and in the pirate world, he could be considered a powerful figure. How could it be so coincidental that he would casually encounter someone who could defeat him? But when Lingfeng saw the tall man on the opposite ship, who looked strikingly similar to Sugawara Bunta, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Isn't that a Kainu? He should be able to kill me, right? Lingfeng took a deep breath. What should he do? If they were on land, he could escape by using the sunsen fruit, but on this tiny island, a Kainu could burn both him and the entire island to ashes. There was no way to hide. With a Kainu's observation haki, even if he dug underground, he would be found. It's over if only he had left a flying thunder god mark on Doflamingo. In the anime, the speed of warships is generally average, but in reality, they are incredibly fast, and soon they approach Teacup Island. At this moment, the wooden clone finally emerged, looking around at the devastation with a blank expression. What the hell? What is the main body doing? Lingfeng's eyes brightened when he saw the wooden clone. After a while, the warship docked, and Sakazuki led a group of Navy officers off the ship. This time, they brought a group of new recruits to see the world. But they didn't expect to run into the infamous Purple Moon pirates right outside. This would be a good opportunity for these rookie soldiers to see some blood. Lingfeng hid behind a rock and peeked. Suddenly, Akainu's eyes looked over. Who is it? Come out. With his observation haki, Lingfeng's presence was like a candle in the night, completely unable to hide. Don't kill me, I'm coming out. Lingfeng raised his hands and came out. Finally, I meet you, Marshal Sakazuki, you are my idol. What the hell? Sakazuki swiftly moved over and covered Lingfeng's mouth. I'm just a lieutenant general. Why are you barking like a dog? Looking back, he saw his subordinates staring at him with strange expressions. The new recruits were fine, their eyes clear and foolish, while several major generals and brigadier generals had looks of realization. Sakazuki couldn't help but feel a pang of panic in his heart. Lingfeng also realized it. Oh, there's been a mix-up. He's at most just a candidate for a general. So he hurriedly broke free from Sakazuki's big hand. Eradicate evil to the end. This is my justice. Mr. Sakazuki, please accept me. Sakazuki was stunned. According to his style, no matter if you're a pirate, a revolutionary, or a human trafficker, as long as you don't appear in prison, it's just a matter of a single strike. But this kid is doing this. If he strikes again, it would seem like he's killing to silence someone out of embarrassment. For a moment, Akainu felt like he had swallowed a fly, unable to spit it out or swallow it down. However, this justice of eradicating evil to the end is quite to his taste. After a brief thought, reason prevailed. The human trafficker, Lingfeng. The Navy will not accept scum like you. Your only destination is the Navy prison. Lingfeng's face darkened. Can we not mention the issue of human trafficking? And do I only deserve to go to a naval prison? You misunderstood. I am not Ziyu Lingfeng. Lingfeng dragged the wooden clone out from behind the boulder. The wooden clone died a terrible death. Apart from its face, almost all other parts had turned to charcoal. This is Ziyu Lingfeng. I am his twin brother Chinsho Lingfeng. My brother is a disgrace to the family. For so many years, I have been capturing him, but he has been living freely under Doflamingo's protection. Yesterday, I finally found the opportunity to catch him. I intended to send him to prison, but unexpectedly, he was hit by magma. Sakazuki. Although it feels a bit off, the magma is indeed my doing, unique in the world of pirates. He went over to check the bodies of the members of the Ziwa pirate crew. Indeed, they had been dead for quite a while. Sakazuki nodded. It seems that what you said is true. Mr. Sakazuki, I have an unusual request. You say. Sakazuki showed considerable patience towards those willing to kill pirates. Lingfeng took off his shirt and turned around, revealing a large emblem on his back. I want to join the Navy, carrying the emblem and galloping across the sea, making the Navy even stronger. In a world of pirates, no one knows the Flying Thunder God technique, and now, not only Sakazuki, but even the Navy behind him was moved. Who would want such a promising soldier? Senju Lingfeng. Yes. From today on, you are a Navy recruit. I look forward to the day you make the Navy even stronger. Thank you, Admiral Sakazuki. Damn, you still dare to say that. Chapter 116. Devil Training. A few days later, on Akainu's warship, Lingfeng sat on the ship's railing, nibbling on wild fruits while whispering to the system. System, what permissions does the intermediate level have? Mainly, it allows for a shared ability in the pirate world, enabling the host to stack powers like fruits, haki, and ninjutsu. Additionally, it allows for earning money through two-world trading. Earning money, that's not bad, but if one of my bodies dies, will it affect the other side? No, abilities, memories, and experiences will be shared, but various buffs and debuffs are independent. That's good. By the way, what functions will the system have when upgraded to advanced level? Lingfeng actually had little hope for the advanced system. He had only reached the intermediate level after enhancing his power and significantly altering the original plot. Who knows when he could reach the advanced level? After upgrading to advanced, depending on the host contributions, you can carry different numbers of people for crossing over. Oh, do they need to agree? Well, just treat them as items. Their opinions don't matter. Lingfeng's eyes lit up. This is great. He could place a marker in the doldrums. And whenever he encounters someone difficult to deal with in the Naruto world, he could directly use Flying Thunder God to throw them into the doldrums. Just as Lingfeng was lost in thought, he felt someone staring at him from behind. Turning around, he discovered 7 or 8 young Navy personnel glaring at him, their eyes filled with aggression and greed. Lingfeng secretly guarded his heart. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. These guys were eyeing the fruit in his hand, looking greedy and drooling. Wild fruit. I haven't eaten fruit for 10 days. I didn't expect there would be fruit on Tea Table Island. Damn, if I had known, I would have searched properly. Lingfeng was astonished. He never expected that the wild fruits, which were looked down upon in the Naruto world, would become so sought after here. The fruits produced by such abilities were in abundance. One must admit, the quality of the Navy is indeed high. Even though they were drooling with desire, no one dared to snatch them. Even those lieutenants could only swallow their saliva silently, their faces remaining calm and composed. This scene was strikingly similar to his first barbecue in the medical camp. Lingfeng took a few bites of the fruit, and then threw it far into the sea. The young sailor watched the fruit fall into the water, looking quite regretful, as there was still quite a bit of pulp left on it. Lingfeng patted his butt and walked into the dormitory under the resentful gazes of the crowd. After a while, he came out carrying a bundle, and when he opened it, it was filled with wild fruits. Don't just stand there. Let's eat together. These fruits, cultivated using the fruit ability, taste better the longer they grow. This bag of fruits only took a minute to produce, so they varied in size and were a mix of green and red, clearly not tasting great. However, the Navy members rushed over with shining eyes, stuffing their mouths and shedding tears. So sour, but it feels so good, delicious. What kind of fruit is this? Can't eat too fast, can't eat too fast. Let go of me. In the distance, other Navy members heard the commotion and, seeing the fruits, rushed over with red eyes. You kick me in the crotch, I'll poke your nose. Suddenly, the deck was in chaos. There's no shortage of preserved meat and alcohol at sea, but vegetables and fruits are scarce. Especially since Akainu had set sail for months, they had drifted from the Grand Line to the North Sea, eating dried vegetables for months. And fruits were out of the question. Watching the Navy members wrestling with each other, Lingfeng's eyelids twitched slightly. It seemed he had stirred up trouble. Would he get punished? There weren't many wild fruits, and soon they were all in everyone's stomachs, finally quieting down the deck. After this commotion, Lingfeng became more familiar with several sailors. How long have you been in the Navy? What do you usually train in? Tell me about it. A tall Navy member showed a proud expression. We were previously in a branch of the Navy, and because of our outstanding performance, we were selected to the headquarters. We've been here for half a year, mainly doing basic training. Lingfeng, basic training? Yes, it's physical training. A young female naval officer in her teens replied. Every day, 3,000 push-ups, 3,000 pull-ups, 500 row climbs back and forth, 500 laps of long-distance running, and combat training until you faint. If you wake up and still have strength, you can choose to practice swordsmanship or marksmanship. Lingfeng's eyes twitched slightly. The intensity was simply absurd. No wonder ninjas are all like fragile skins compared to pirates. Just looking at this training volume and physical quality, the two sides are completely in different dimensions. Just this new recruit training is even more intense than the training of Kai and Shaoli. Lingfeng looked at the female naval officer's slender arms and legs and awkwardly said, I didn't expect your physical fitness to be quite good. You must be a strong Navy. The female naval officer smiled slightly and replied, I am a civilian. Lingfeng. Speaking of which, a Navy sailor suddenly collapsed on the deck. That's why I love going out to sea, even though the conditions are a bit harsh. At least I don't have to do physical training. Oh, no physical training when going out to sea? Of course not, we've been. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly felt something was off, that voice. A few people stiffly turned their heads, scared out of their wits. Akainu was standing behind them with a dark expression. Sakazuki, Admiral. The new recruits were close to tears. Akainu snorted coldly and shouted, Stop sailing. All soldiers assemble on the deck. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. In no time, all the sailors were neatly assembled on the deck. Akainu, listen to my orders, lower the sails, drop the anchor chain, all new recruits into the water, tow the ship forward. What? The group of Navy recruits was instantly dumbfounded. Akainu's face darkened. Can't you understand my words? Get down. Under the pressure of the commander's might. The recruits cried out as they jumped into the sea, desperately swimming forward while dragging the thick anchor chain. It must be said that the physical fitness of the Navy is really good. They actually managed to pull the massive warship slowly forward. Akainu and the officers stood at the edge of the deck, staring at them with icy expressions, a hint of amusement hidden in their eyes. Chapter 117. Colonel of the Navy Headquarters Lingfeng stood on the ship, looking at his exhausted comrades and silently mourning for them. Suddenly, he felt a shadow behind him. Akainu had appeared without him noticing. Lingfeng's height of 1.8 meters is not considered short in the world of Naruto. However, facing the 3-meter-tall Akainu, he looks like a child. Oh, Private Lingfeng, why aren't you getting in the water? Although I have a good impression of this new recruit, especially his unwavering sense of justice that aligns with my own values. As a qualified naval officer, I absolutely cannot allow a new recruit to slack off. What's the difference between a slacking new recruit and a deserter on the battlefield? Lingfeng quickly stood at attention and reported, Report, General Sakaski. He then glanced at the people struggling in the water. I can't go into the water. Akainu's heart stirred. Oh, are you a devil fruit user? Yes, I am. When Lingfeng lies, he doesn't even draft it. What kind of ability do you have? This sentence left Lingfeng silent. Nature-type forest fruit, if possible. He really didn't want to expose his true fruit ability. Which of the remaining abilities could pass as a devil fruit? For tails, 5 tails, flying thunder god. After thinking for a few seconds, Lingfeng had a plan in mind. I am the Zoan-type sheep fruit. Mythical beast form befanked. The system subtly remarked. Host. You could say Mu Wang is a horse, a deer, or a moose. Why say he is a sheep? It doesn't fit. Lingfeng, shut up, it's settled. Coming to the pirate world, the tailed beasts inside me have all fallen into a deep sleep, but I can still call upon their power. When the other officers heard this, they were all taken aback. A rare, mythical Zoan type. Does the Navy only have Sengoku as a mythical Zoan? What about Bartholomew? I've heard that in some religions, Bartholomew is a goat-headed demon. Huh, that's terrifying. Akainu is also a bit curious. a mythical Zoan even rarer than the Logia. Oh, then show us your abilities. Here, Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. Although the Navy's warship was not small, if it really transformed into a tailed beast, even if it barely fit, the hull would be damaged. This place is a bit small. So let's change into a beast human form. He immediately entered tailed beast transformation state 2. In state 2, Lingfeng's entire body was dark red. His figure surged in size, towering even over Akainu, with 5 tails waving behind him and several dark red horns on his head, resembling the legendary goat-headed demon. Very few people have truly seen a phantom beast. He held the highest authority to explain it. Akainu was also very interested and shouted to the back, "Daubman!" A tall, fierce-looking Navy officer with many scars on his face stepped forward. "This is my Vice Admiral, Daubman. Let him spar with you for a few rounds. If you can last 3 minutes, I can grant you the rank of Lieutenant Colonel." The people around showed excited expressions. Every year, their self-proclaimed talented recruits challenging officers try to rise to the top in one step, but over 99% end up getting thoroughly beaten. This is also one of the most popular events among recruits in their monotonous training. "Mr. Daubman, please take good care of me." Lingfeng recognized at a glance that the other party was the Vice Admiral with red hair from the Marineford War, a definite powerhouse and a tough character. Looking at the timeline, the other party should have just been promoted to Vice Admiral. In the anime, Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters seem weak. But compared to the 4 Emperors, Admirals, Vice Admirals, and the 7 Warlords, any one of them is actually a formidable presence. Not to mention, just the proficient use of both types of Haki and the 6 powers of a Navy is terrifying enough. Lingfeng jumped to the side of the deck, secretly contemplating tactics. The power of the forest and the 4-tailed abilities couldn't be used, and he should use ninjutsu as little as possible. It was best to engage in direct hand-to-hand combat. With his physical fitness, combined with the enhancement of the tailed beast cloak, dealing with a mid-ranking general would definitely not be a problem. Daubman walked to the other side of the deck and clashed his fists together. "Then let us see what you've got." The 2 figures vanished, and in the next second, they collided fiercely. 10 minutes later, Lingfeng lay on the deck, gasping for breath. Daubman sat coldly to one side, with several deep wounds on his chest and dozens of shurikens stuck in his body. Although he looked much worse than Lingfeng, he appeared to be handling it with ease. Daubman lit up a cigar and took a puff. "Sakaski, this rookie is quite interesting." In the first few minutes, Lingfeng easily suppressed Daubman thanks to the tailed beast cloak. After all, Beckman had strong physical abilities, but there was still a gap compared to Lingfeng in this state. However, when he unleashed his Haki, the situation of the battle instantly reversed. Lingfeng was unable to touch his opponent no matter how fast he moved. Even when he did hit, he couldn't break through the defense. On the other hand, Beckman's punches, even through the tailed beast cloak, made him feel pain. In desperation, Lingfeng set a trap using wire and shurikens, successfully hitting his opponent with a shuriken. He initially thought Daubman would fall down, but to his surprise, the opponent seemed completely fine. Instead, he carried a bunch of shurikens on his body and delivered a 6-king spear right to his stomach, nearly forcing Lingfeng to regurgitate his last meal. That hit was quite heavy, and Lingfeng fell down as a result. It really hurt. Daubman pulled out the shurikens one by one from his body. "That trap was quite interesting, and your combat awareness is good. You're a promising candidate." Lingfeng secretly clicked his tongue. The monsters in the pirate world have truly impressive physical qualities. Being hit head-on by a second state attack and taking a dozen shurikens, in the Naruto world, even a Kage would have been taken down. Yet, Daubman didn't even call for the ship's doctor, and no one nearby did either, as if such injuries weren't worth the doctor's time at all. "It's all just minor tricks, and they are of no use to you." Lingfeng stood up, grinning and showing his teeth, and saw that the wound on the chest of Daubman was still bleeding. "I'll treat you." Beckman thought Lingfeng was a doctor and didn't refuse the kindness, continuing to talk to him. "This is no small trick. If the grassroots Navy can master these techniques, it will definitely enhance their strength significantly, thereby squeezing the living space of the pirates." Lingfeng performed the palm immortal technique, with a faint green light emerging from his hand, covering the wound on Daubman. Daubman felt a tingling sensation at the wound and was astonished to see it healing rapidly before his eyes. Not only was he surprised, but Lingfeng himself was also baffled. What is going on? I just wanted to do some emergency treatment to prevent him from bleeding excessively. How did it heal completely? What kind of abnormal recovery ability is this? Akainu's expression also changed, and he quickly stepped forward. Lingfeng, does your devil fruit ability have a healing effect? This is not a devil fruit ability. It's my ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? The ninjutsu from Wano country. They actually possess such power? Lingfeng was instantly displeased when he heard them mixing his ninjutsu with the antics of the Land of Harmony. How could those guys from the Land of Harmony even be called ninjas? They were just a bunch of juggling clowns. Watch closely. Lingfeng jumped to the bow of the ship. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged into the sky like a waterfall, crashing violently into the sea and creating tsunami-like waves. What's going on? The Navy in the water immediately erupted in cries of despair, with many being swept away. The officers on the ship hurriedly jumped in to rescue them. After a while, all the Navy personnel regrouped on the deck. Most of them looked pale and soaked. At the front stood Akainu and Lingfeng. Akainu glared at everyone. Given Lingfeng's formidable abilities and performance in battle that exceeded expectations, I hereby appoint him as a colonel of the Navy headquarters. Do you have any objections? All the Navy, no objections. Akainu turned to Lingfeng and personally draped a coat over him. From today on, you are a colonel of the Navy headquarters, and until the official appointment is made, you will temporarily serve on my ship. Lingfeng saluted, yes. Colonel. Although not a general, it's still good. After all, the current Akainu is only a vice admiral, and appointing a colonel is already his highest authority. Chapter 118. Learning outcomes after finishing their tasks, Akainu brought Lingfeng back to the office. In the office, there was a spirited female naval officer. Upon seeing Akainu enter, she stood up and saluted. Mr. Sakazuki. Akainu nodded and introduced Lingfeng. This is Rear Admiral Ralph, responsible for taking and transmitting minutes. Lingfeng glanced at the table, where there was a white bug to prevent eavesdropping. It seemed that Akainu took his ninjutsu very seriously. However, this was understandable. For those with great power, spending time learning ninjutsu was at most just an enhancement. But for ordinary Marines, mastering a few ninjutsu techniques was equivalent to becoming a small ability user. Akainu sat in the main seat and motioned for Lingfeng to sit on the sofa beside him. I see your ninjutsu resembles fishman karate, but can be activated without contact with seawater. The water dragon technique you used earlier was massive. Ordinary ability users couldn't possibly withstand it. If this were used in naval combat, wouldn't the opposing ability users be directly incapacitated? Lingfeng chuckled. The art of ninjutsu is vast and profound, far beyond what water dragon technique and palm fairy technique can encompass. If I were to elaborate, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. How about I show you instead? With that, Lingfeng formed hand seals, and a puff of white smoke appeared, transforming into the form of Akainu. This is the most basic transformation technique. Although it has no offensive power, it is very practical for the Navy when executing special missions. Akainu and Ralph exchanged glances, a hint of shock flashing in their eyes. They had heard of a type of paramecia fruit that could mimic the appearance of others. If one could learn this ninjutsu, wouldn't it be equivalent to obtaining a fruit for free? Ralph said, Colonel Lingfeng, I admit that ninjutsu is very valuable. But are there any special requirements to learn it? Although ninjutsu is good, if it cannot be popularized, its usefulness will still be limited. However, Lingfeng's answer relieved them. Of course, it is possible. While not everyone can practice ninjutsu, it is definitely not a privilege exclusive to a few. In fact, Lingfeng also hoped for the Navy to become stronger. Although the Navy is constrained by the decaying world government, most of the Navy still upholds the name of justice. The higher-ups sometimes need to do dirty work for the celestial dragons and the world government, but the grassroots Navy is the main force in maintaining stability at sea. In contrast, pirates who constantly talk about freedom and dreams are just venting their desires. Being able to rob wealth without harming lives is already considered a breath of fresh air. Perhaps some people turn to piracy due to exploitation and persecution, But that is not a justification for them to wield their blades against the weaker. Therefore, Lingfeng unhesitatingly stood on the side of the Navy. Of course, Lingfeng also had his own considerations. Special ninjutsu, like Flying Thunder God and Shadow Clone, must never be revealed. It is enough to only teach the 5-element ninjutsu and palm fairy technique, which directly enhance combat power. Lingfeng trusts the Navy, but absolutely does not trust the world government. Admiral Sakazuki, ninjutsu is, after all, a new power. I suggest we start teaching it on this ship, and report to headquarters only after we see results. Sakazuki found this very reasonable and agreed to Lingfeng's proposal. In the following days, Lingfeng was extremely busy. All physical training was halted, and the Navy recruits began to learn how to refine chakra from Lingfeng, with even many officers and academy instructors joining in. Although they were already strong, they wanted to try mastering a new power. Note, in the Naruto world, chakra comes from the god tree. Let's change the setting here to be a power hidden within the body like haki, which the people of the pirate world have not yet discovered, and no one has ever tapped into. The one most concerned was Akainu. He understood that if ninjutsu was truly as amazing as it seemed, it would greatly enhance the Navy's power and subsequently affect the power dynamics at sea. Even if it didn't meet expectations, it would only delay the training of a ship full of recruits with no substantial losses. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Akainu was carefully pruning a potted plant in his room, one of his few hobbies. Suddenly, a Navy soldier burst in, excitedly shouting, "Admiral Sakazuki, please come to the deck." Akainu, focused on trimming a fine branch, was startled by the sudden noise, causing his hand to tremble and mistakenly cut a branch, leaving a gap in the potted plant, as if it had been bitten by a dog. Akainu's expression darkened as he slowly stood up. "Colonel SNA, you'd better really have something important." Colonel SNA couldn't help but sweat and swallowed hard. "Admiral Sakazuki, the chakra training has come to a conclusion, and Colonel Lingfeng asked me to invite you to take a look." "What?" Akainu no longer cared about the potted plant and hurried to the deck. At that moment, most of the Navy was on the deck, surrounding several bruised and panting sailors. Everyone was whispering, their eyes filled with surprise, curiosity, and excitement. "Admiral Sakazuki, Mr. Sakazuki." When they saw Akainu approach, everyone quickly made way. Akainu didn't bother greeting anyone and hurriedly asked, "Instructor Dolly, what are the results?" A Navy version of a glamorous Barbie stepped forward. She was responsible for teaching recruits physical training and combat. "Admiral Sakazuki, Mr. Lingfeng has already proven himself." When Professor Lingfeng checked the chakra, he discovered that 2 Navy recruits were very talented. Within less than a week, they could sense chakra, and after another week, they could initially manipulate it. Today, the 2 attempted to test their training results, which astonished everyone. Although they could only simply activate chakra to enhance their speed and strength, it directly elevated their combat power to a new level. Originally, the 2 were just average-level recruits, but now they challenged the strongest recruits and surprisingly matched them evenly. Akainu was also moved upon hearing this. It had only been half a month. Given time, it wasn't impossible for their combat power to multiply several times. For the great pirates of the New World, this change might not be obvious, but in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, this change was enough to keep the pirates firmly suppressed by various branches. Among the crowd, Lingfeng was both healing with palm techniques and teaching them. Using chakra to enhance power and speed was just the most basic application. Only when you can skillfully use ninjutsu and taijutsu can you be considered graduated. Akainu smiled slightly. The Navy had indeed found a treasure this time. Chapter 119. Ninjutsu in combat. At this moment, Akainu had a newfound respect for Lingfeng. Not to mention those ninjutsu comparable to devil fruit powers. Even with just the current effects, Lingfeng had made a significant contribution. He patted Lingfeng's shoulder heavily. "Colonel Lingfeng, you have proven your ability and value. I will report to the headquarters as soon as possible." Lingfeng stood with his feet together and performed a not-so-accurate military salute. "I will keep working hard, General Sakazuki." The surrounding Navy recruits erupted in cheers. During these days, Lingfeng had been getting along very well with them. Not only was he talented, but he also spoke nicely, and everyone liked him a lot. More importantly, There was plenty of fruit. However, the Navy soon regretted it. Previously, Akainu had no idea about the details of chakra training, which led everyone to abandon physical training and focus solely on chakra cultivation. Now that they were counted, the physical training courses they had missed naturally had to be picked up again, and chakra training couldn't be delayed either. As a result, the Navy recruits were completely immersed in a hellish experience. During the day, they swam and pulled boats. At night, they practiced chakra. Although their strength improved rapidly, they were all tortured to the point of wanting to die. One day, while Lingfeng was in class, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded outside. All the Navy personnel jumped up like springs and quickly rushed out of the classroom, leaving Lingfeng alone in a daze. After a few seconds, he finally reacted. What the hell? That wasn't an enemy attack alarm, was it? No one told me. When Lingfeng made it to the deck, he found that everyone, from Akainu to the recruits, was already lined up neatly on the deck to face the enemy. There was an empty spot next to Colonel S&A, which seemed to be reserved for him. Lingfeng hurriedly stepped inside, looking dejected. Akainu heard the noise and knew who it was, but he didn't scold him. After all, Lingfeng hadn't received systematic training, so it wasn't surprising that he was a bit slow to react. At that moment, a Navy officer ran up and reported. Ahead is the fierce elephant pirate crew. Their captain is the war criminal Dory Samuel, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with a bounty of 102 million berries. Akainu grunted in response, but remained silent. In this era, where bounties hadn't yet inflated, a pirate with a bounty over 100 million was already considered a powerful figure. However, the people on the ship weren't particularly worried. Not to mention Akainu, this monster of a vice admiral. The other officers and cadets on board were enough to annihilate the fierce elephant pirate crew. Lingfeng looked out and saw that the giant elephant pirate ship was enormous, with an elephant head at the bow and a pirate flag featuring a giant elephant skull. The pirate ship was moving at great speed, but the warship was even faster, and it was only a matter of time before they caught up. At this moment, Lingfeng suddenly stepped forward. Vice Admiral Sakazuki. What's the matter, Lingfeng? This is my first battle since becoming a Navy officer. I request to fight on my own, and it's a perfect opportunity for everyone to witness the battle of ninjutsu. Admiral Akainu furrowed his brow slightly. The opponent was a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, and they were not so easy to deal with. Although he was very curious about the battle of ninjas, under normal circumstances, a captain would definitely not be able to handle a pirate with such a high bounty. Lingfeng was too important. He did not want to take that risk. Lingfeng smiled lightly. Don't worry, I'm confident. Akainu. Okay, just be careful. Once the two ships are alongside, it'll be up to you to take the lead. No need to make it so complicated. Lingfeng turned his head towards the Navy recruits. Everyone had already grasped the basics of chakra refinement and operation, and now I will show you a higher level application. After saying this, he turned around and jumped into the sea. The crowd gasped and quickly looked over. They saw Lingfeng as if he were standing on solid ground, rushing towards the ferocious elephant pirate crew while running on the water. The Navy members were dumbfounded, especially Akainu, whose eyes were shining with excitement at such a display of ability. Lingfeng did not hide his whereabouts, and the fierce beast pirate crew quickly discovered him. Damn, this guy can actually walk on water. Is he a devil fruit user? Fire the cannons. Knock him into the water. A devil fruit user will be finished if they fall into the sea. The giant elephant pirate crew fired their cannons wildly. Lingfeng was calm and unhurried, forming hand seals, water release, water wall technique. Huge walls of water appeared, blocking all the cannonballs. Soon, Lingfeng reached the side of the fierce elephant pirate ship and ran up the vertical ship wall. The Navy in the distance was astonished, discussing among themselves. Vertical? How'd he do that? I heard the colonel say that this is a use of chakra, allowing one to walk on trees or walls. So impressive. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the pirate ship. Captain Samuel transformed into a human beast form, wielding a giant axe as he stepped forward. How dare a mere marine chase after me? A pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. With that, he raised the giant axe and swung it down. But Lingfeng remained unfazed, leaping high into the air. Water release, great waterfall technique. Using water release on the sea was incredibly refreshing. A massive torrent surged onto the deck, sweeping all the pirates overboard. Only Samuel, due to his enormous size, remained on the ship, but his human beast form had already been dispelled due to soaking in seawater. Samuel's eyes turned red, letting out an angry roar. "Damn it! What kind of ability do you possess?" Lingfeng coldly smiled. "It's all over." Samuel suddenly felt a scorching pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that several pieces of paper had been stuck to his chest, emitting white smoke and sizzling as they burned. What? What is this thing? Before he could react, the explosive talisman went off with a bang. A large hole was blown in Samuel's chest, and he fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Several naval officers hovered in the air with moonwalks. "Was that a bomb just now?" "I don't know. It was just a piece of paper. I didn't expect it to have such great power." Lingfeng approached Samuel step by step. "It's all over. Fire release. Great fireball technique." Accompanied by a scream, the giant elephant pirates were annihilated. Chapter 120, The Tactics of Explosive Tags. After the battle, Sakaski gathered all the officers for a secret meeting, and the topic of discussion was the explosive tags. In front of everyone except Lingfeng, there were several explosive tags laid out. Lingfeng has already introduced the use of the explosive talisman. Some officers are inspecting it closely, some are folding and unfolding it, while others are drawing lines on it or even tearing it apart. They still find it hard to believe that a mere piece of paper can produce an explosive effect. Although its power is not great, it can easily kill dozens or even millions of pirates. If used correctly, even over 100 million supernovas could end up in trouble. The sea is becoming increasingly violent, and facing the rampant pirates, the Navy is under immense pressure. The emergence of any new weapon will attract attention. Lingfeng clapped his hands. Everyone, this is a use of chakra. Although it's complex, it's quite common in the land of waves. Don't be too surprised." Sakaski nodded. Although its power isn't particularly strong, if used well, it can have unexpected effects. Lingfeng smiled slyly. "Right now, this kind of explosive talisman is a rare item at sea. We can catch the pirates off guard and give them a surprise." "Oh, what are you planning to do?" "Please wait a moment." Lingfeng left with a stack of detonating talismans. The officers? Lingfeng did not keep everyone waiting for long. After a few minutes, he returned with an envelope and handed it to Sakaski. Sakaski? Upon opening the envelope, he found a letter. Wanted to open it, he realized it was somewhat stuck together. He pulled hard, and suddenly a cloud of smoke burst out from the letter, followed by an explosion. The venue was immediately filled with thick smoke, and the door was kicked open with a bang as the officers rushed out, coughing. "Cough, cough, cough." "Sakaski, are you all right?" Sakaski emerged, missing a chunk of his head and with one of his hands blown off. But none of that was a problem. The magma quickly wriggled and restored itself. "Is this your plan?" "That's right." The crowd was still somewhat puzzled, so Lingfeng explained in detail. Pirates also need to communicate with each other. Taking advantage of the fact that the explosive runes were still unknown, one could easily create letter bombs to send to pirates. Generally, letters on pirate ships, apart from family correspondence, are personally reviewed by the captain. Even if someone checks, they usually only look for things like poisonous snakes and won't open the letters. Lingfeng can easily create a mechanism that explodes a few minutes later. In that case, these letters would be the best bombs, capable of directly beheading those pirate captains. For great pirates like Whitebeard, this wouldn't be very effective. However, for small pirates who are as numerous as fish crossing a river, these letters are like death warrants. Sakazuki rubbed his chin, lost in thought. He then wrote a detailed report introducing Lingfeng and the explosive talismans. Due to the secrecy of the matter, he didn't dare to report it over the phone. Instead, he wrote an extensive report outlining Lingfeng's background and abilities, the production, usage, and power of the explosive talismans, and some future tactical ideas. He marked it as classified, sealed it with a stamp, and then dispatched a team to rush it back to the Navy headquarters. This chapter is only over 1,000 words, meant to avoid a hiatus. I will make slight adjustments to the previous content and resume updates. Chapter 121. Intelligence. Another book applied for completion on the first day of a new year. But why hasn't it been approved yet? It has made me hesitant to release new chapters, as the traffic is fixed and dual openings would split the traffic. The technology in the pirate world is much more advanced than that in the Naruto world. Naturally, the information is also more developed. Lingfeng easily learned from the newspaper that it is now the year 1514 of the Oceanic calendar. At this time, a row of Navy personnel is doing push-ups. 1989. 1990. Lingfeng sat cross-legged on the back of a Navy sailor doing push-ups, engrossed in reading a newspaper. The sailor gritted his teeth and continued training, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Suddenly, a piece of news startled Lingfeng, causing him to spring up abruptly, catching the sailor off guard, who let out a muffled grunt and almost collapsed onto the deck. Lingfeng. Finally, a familiar face is in the news. Don Quixote Doflamingo has been appointed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea by the world government. It seems the celestial dragons are quite pleased with that batch of slaves. Doflamingo is a smart man. He knows that to become a warlord, he must use both hard and soft tactics. The hard approach is robbing the treasures from the sky, forcing the world government to make concessions. The soft approach is offering slaves to the celestial dragons, commonly known as kowtowing. I have to say, his strategy is very comprehensive, and the results are quite successful, except for the unexpected Lingfeng. He has already prepared a big surprise for Doflamingo. Lingfeng just stared at the news, getting off the Navy ship and stepping on a string of Navy hands as he walked into the cabin. The Navy. Doflamingo has become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Next up is Dressrosa. Lingfeng rushed into Akainu's office with a newspaper in hand. Sakazuki was carefully trimming a potted plant. Last time, he accidentally cut a notch and felt so distressed that he didn't sleep well for several days. After putting in a lot of effort, he finally designed a new shape that could perfectly cover the previous flaw. After 2 days of trimming, he was just one cut away from finishing. Suddenly, the door was slammed open with a bang. Lingfeng rushed in and shouted, "Mr. Sakazuki, I have something to report." Akainu was completely focused on the potted plant and was startled. His hand trembled, and a chunk of magma fell onto the potted plant, directly turning his hard work into char. Akainu. Lingfeng. Akainu seemed to be pressed with a pause button, frozen with the scissors in hand. After a while, he let out a long sigh, slowly turned around, and stared intently at Lingfeng. Lingfeng. I can't even remember the last time I used my haki to hit someone. While saying this, he slowly walked towards Lingfeng, his fist gradually turning black. Lingfeng looked at the fist that was 3 times larger than his head, and his scalp suddenly went numb. Wait, Admiral Sakazuki, calm down. I have important intelligence." He hurriedly recounted the plans that Don Quixote Doflamingo had for Dressrosa. Upon hearing this, Akainu's eyes widened in shock, forgetting all about the potted plant. "How do you know this information?" Lingfeng sighed, a look of compassion appearing on his face. "A few years ago, I met a man named Rosinand who brought his child to see a doctor. We hit it off at first sight and became sworn brothers, not asking to be born on the same year, month, and day, but hoping." Cough, cough. Akainu furrowed his brow. "I remember Rosinand was an officer in the Don Quixote Pirates, right? You became sworn brothers with a pirate." A black fist began to bubble with magma. Wait. I know you're anxious, but hold on. How could I become sworn brothers with a pirate?" Rosinand told me he was actually an undercover agent for the Navy, ordered by Admiral Sengoku to infiltrate the Don Quixote family. Akainu. At that time, he discovered a plan of the Don Quixote family. First, they would become warlords of the sea to gain a legitimate identity, then use despicable means to seize Dressrosa, creating a pirate kingdom and an illegal trade hub, then advancing into the underground world, monopolizing arms trade, inciting wars among nations, and amassing vast amounts of money, while befriending great pirates and underground emperors, turning the world into a chaotic mess. Finally, aiming for the throne of the Pirate King. Rosinand said that once he cured the child's illness, he would quickly relay the information to the Navy. After that, we parted ways, and I haven't heard from him since. I originally thought his mission was successful, but now... Lingfeng tossed the newspaper in his hand. Don Quixote Doflamingo actually became one of the 7 warlords. This means that the Navy didn't receive that intelligence at all. In other words, my brother's operation failed. Hey Maichi even sobi. Akainu, upon hearing Lingfeng's words, also looked shocked. As one of the strongest forces in the Navy, he had seen countless ruthless pirates. But this was the first time he encountered someone so cunning. The key is that this plan is intricately linked with a lot of feasibility. Wait, you said Razanani was sent by Mr. Sengoku? Lingfeng nodded. Wait for you. Akainu hurriedly left, looking for Sengoku to discuss the intelligence. Corazon, I have fulfilled your last wish. He glanced at the potted plant, a beautifully shaped tree, now reduced to half a charred stump. Lingfeng pointed his finger, and the coke ignited with new vitality, quickly sprouting and growing lush again within a few breaths. Akainu reported the situation to Sengoku. Upon hearing that his godson had a brother, Sengoku was also taken aback. After listening to the intelligence provided by Lingfeng and reviewing it, he felt it was highly credible, so he immediately ordered Akainu to change course towards Dressrosa. However, since Doflamingo was now a warlord of the sea, the Navy could not show hostility openly, so the destination was not announced. The Navy was puzzled by the sudden change in course, but apart from Akainu and Lingfeng, no one knew where they were heading. The journey was long, and they could not delay their meals. When it was mealtime, Lingfeng and his comrades feasted heartily. It must be said that in the pirate world, eating large chunks of meat and drinking heartily was much more enjoyable than having a small drink with salted fish and vegetables in the Naruto world. Suddenly, Lingfeng noticed a guy sitting across the table eating steak. The rank indicated he was a lieutenant colonel. He had a watermelon head, small sunglasses, and lightning-shaped sideburns with a piece of steak stuck on top. Lingfeng suddenly looked up. Virgo, I didn't notice before, but this guy is actually on Akainu's ship now. Virgo noticed Lingfeng staring at him and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lingfeng smiled. Mr. Virgo? Hearing this title, Virgo's cheeks flushed slightly, and his expression became shy. You flatter me, Colonel Lingfeng. Lingfeng stood up, smiling as he extended his hand. Mr. Virgo, it's an honor to meet you. Isn't it particularly interesting to let Virgo witness the downfall of the Don Quixote family? Or perhaps let him personally execute Doflamingo? Virgo quickly shook his hand. Colonel Lingfeng, a pleasure to meet you. The legendary and mysterious Colonel Lingfeng has no airs about him. Quite nice indeed. When will the previous book be finished? It hasn't been updated for a week. The traffic has dropped from 40,000 to 3,000. Chapter 122. Dressrosa Ines. There is too much in the second volume. It should be placed in the third volume, but unfortunately it can't be moved. Ines. Looking forward to the 7th day of the previous book's conclusion. The manuscript fees have plummeted. Akainu issued a death order to hurry. The warships advanced at full speed despite the risk of running aground, day and night without rest, finally arriving at the Kingdom of Providence within half a month. By this time, even the dogs on the ship knew that things were not simple. The Kingdom of Providence is not far from Dressrosa, and the current king is Elizabeth II, known for the family heirloom sword, the King's Fist, and also a friend of King Riku. Upon hearing that it concerns King Riku, without a second thought, he cooperated with the Navy's actions, using the excuse of the Revolutionary Army infiltrating the country to impose martial law, not allowing any news to leak out. Virgo was anxious, knowing the family's plan. He wanted to inform Doflamingo to temporarily halt the plan and wait until Akainu left. But Akainu had already ordered that warships were not allowed to approach the land, only drifting at sea. The ship's communication snail was fully operational, and all communication snails were forcibly silenced, only allowing external contact through the telegrams of the communication team. However, there were always at least 3 people on duty in the communication team, leaving no opportunity at all. Virgo could only wait anxiously. Fortunately, during these days, Akainu was only focused on the Kingdom of Providence and did not inquire about Dressrosa at all, which made him feel somewhat relieved. It should just be a coincidence, right? After all, the young master is the chosen one. The streets of Dressrosa. Lingfeng walked while looking at the scenery. Behind him followed a 3-meter-tall giant, who was none other than Akainu in disguise. Lingfeng, it's been 2 days. Are you sure the intel is reliable? Absolutely. As I recall, as soon as Doflamingo became a warlord, he couldn't wait to head to Dressrosa. It takes time to publish newspapers, and traveling takes about half a month. So it should be about right. Huh. Akainu suddenly changed his expression, his hawk-like gaze fixed on the east. What's wrong? A powerful presence suddenly appeared, with over a dozen strong auras. One of them. That's right, it was Doflamingo. Oh, we made it just in time. Lingfeng was overjoyed, as this was precisely the reason he brought Akainu to the island. Although he knew that Doflamingo was coming, he couldn't patrol every day, right? So he used Akainu as a living radar. With his strength, as long as Doflamingo showed up, he wouldn't be able to escape Akainu's observation haki. Lingfeng even went so far as to expose the existence of a shadow clone, leaving a clone to transform into Akainu to mislead others. That night, King Riku was awakened by the sound of a window being opened. A tall, thin figure was sitting on the window, grinning foolishly at him. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. You should know what this name means. I am not afraid of the celestial dragons. They can't do anything to me. Since you understand my position and strength, it will be easier to talk. Return this country to me. If you refuse, I will let Dressrosa run with blood. So if you can come up with 10 billion berries, I will sell the country to you. Before dawn tomorrow, you cannot seek help from other nations, nor can you inform the citizens of my existence. It's either one or the other. It's up to you whether you want to raise funds to avoid war or let this country be drenched in blood. After saying that, Doflamingo left with a laugh. King Riku's expression darkened. After a moment of shock, he gritted his teeth and quickly got up to raise money. He pushed the door open with a bang and was immediately startled by the tall figure at the door. Who are you? Upon seeing the visitor clearly, his expression changed dramatically. The Navy. Akainu slightly nodded and coldly glanced in the direction of the window. King Riku, I just heard your conversation. You can treat us as if we don't exist, raise your funds if you need to, and prepare for battle if you must. I want to see what this noble warlord really intends to do. King Riku was taken aback. We? Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke appeared in the room, and a table transformed into the Navy, none other than Lingfeng. He shook the den mushi in his hand. I recorded everything. High definition, very perfect. King Riku was both surprised and delighted. Dressrosa was saved. At that moment, two short-haired girls emerged from the adjacent room, having been awakened by the earlier commotion. One had brown hair and wore a purple dress, while the other had green hair and wore bottle-bottom glasses. The girl in purple was none other than Princess Violet of Dressrosa. Father, what happened? King Riku paused for a moment. Violet, there's an emergency. Return to your room and don't go anywhere. Violet wanted to say something, but seeing her father's serious expression, she said no more. She nodded earnestly and said to the green-haired girl, Let us go back. We shouldn't disturb father. The green-haired girl adjusted her glasses, skillfully concealing the shock in her eyes, and nodded, saying yes. Just as the two were about to enter the room, Lingfeng suddenly appeared in front of the green-haired girl, stabbing a shuriken into her chest and then kicking her away. The green-haired girl crashed into the corridor wall, but her wound did not bleed a single drop. It seems the nature-type snow fruit has already been consumed by you, Monet of the Don Quixote Doflamingo Pirates. The snow fruit may be a bit weak, but it is still a nature-type fruit. In the Naruto world, it would be ice release. If it hadn't been eaten, Lingfeng would definitely have gone to great lengths to obtain it. Unexpectedly, it hurts. When Lingfeng mentioned that Monet was a pirate, everyone was shocked. Akainu was fine. Having seen all sorts of scenes, he quickly returned to normal. But King Riku and Violet almost dropped their jaws. Monet entered the palace a few years ago, with outstanding abilities, a gentle personality, and gracious demeanor, earning everyone's trust, even becoming a close confidant of Violet, sharing everything and sleeping in the same bed. Who would have thought she was a pirate? Monet got up with a resentful expression, pulling out the shuriken embedded in her chest. Damn, I didn't expect the Navy to be here. But it doesn't matter. This country will eventually belong to the young master. Deceit won't work, then I'll use violence. If you want to blame someone, blame your own weakness. After saying that, she turned to leave. She didn't take anyone seriously. The young master had bestowed upon her the invincible nature-type fruit. The Navy just now was strong, with speed and power above hers. But so what? They still couldn't touch me. As she turned, suddenly the world in front of her darkened. It turned out to be that tall Navy officer who looked somewhat familiar, but whose identity she couldn't recall, blocking her way and looking down at her from above. Monet immediately felt displeased. "You're not the young master. Why do you have a right to look at me from this angle? Stupid Navy. If you don't want to become an ice sculpture, then get out of my way." Akainu was taken aback. Lingfeng silently gave a thumbs up. As expected of the Don Quixote family, regardless of their other skills, their arrogance is unmatched. Chapter 122. The ride in the Holy Land. In regards to the arrival of the Navy, Doflamingo was completely unaware. King Riku's strength was a bit lacking, but after being king for so many years, his acting skills were still top-notch. He rushed to the square, kneeling and begging all the citizens to lend him 10 billion berries. The citizens were initially shocked and confused, but based on the trust accumulated over 800 years by the royal family, they did not ask for reasons and generously donated, gathering 10 billion berries in just one night. On top of the tower, Doflamingo finally revealed his fangs and began his extraordinary finger manipulation. Parasite line. Suddenly, the king and soldiers trembled. "Huh, my body is moving on its own. Oh no, get away. What's happening, help?" They raised their swords and uncontrollably struck at the people beside them. The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to react, and several people were knocked down, while the remaining ones fled in fear. The king's army pursued again, and even King Riku himself raised his sword. Just as the slaughtering blade was about to fall again, many cloaked figures suddenly rushed out from the crowd, pinning the assailants to the ground. As the cloaks were thrown off, it turned out to be Navy soldiers. They had all blended in with the crowd, not being targets of the parasite line, so they were not controlled and easily subdued the king's army. Thanks to the timely response, there were no new casualties apart from the initial few, and those injured, because of the Navy's covert assistance, were not severely hurt, and military doctors soon arrived to treat them. Witnessing all this, Doflamingo suddenly stood up. "Damn it, what is happening? Why is the Navy here?" The top officials behind him were equally bewildered. Suddenly, they heard two Navy officers chatting below. The voices were not loud, but clear enough for them to hear. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Colonel Virgo, I didn't expect the pirates to infiltrate Dressrosa. Yes, Mr. Virgo has made a great contribution. Moreover, he reminded us to take out Monet, which prevented the news from leaking. The four above were stunned. Doflamingo was shocked. Fair. Virgo. The top officials widened their six eyes. Even when they learned of Corazon's betrayal, they were not this shocked. And he even took out Monet. Doflamingo's forehead was sweating. Why? Why did Virgo do this? The voices below became even more piercing. Hey, Colonel Virgo is renouncing the darkness for the light. That's right, with a bright future in the Navy. Who would want to be a pirate? Exactly. I heard they play family love every day. It's truly nauseating. Hearing the voices below, Doflamingo's veins bulged. Looking for death, he rushed down, only to find that no one was there anymore. Lingfeng and the Shadow Clone had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear without a trace. Brother Ming was doomed tonight, and even Jesus couldn't save him, but there was no need for Lingfeng to take action. Brother Ming gritted his teeth and said angrily, "We're retreating." Diamante, unwilling to accept this, said Doflamingo, "This is a plan that our family has been working on for several years." Brother Ming interrupted roughly. "I said retreat." After saying that, he turned and left. The others were immediately choked up and silently followed him away. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. "Since we've met, why not catch up? This is your first meeting since becoming a warlord of the sea." Brother Ming turned to look at the newcomer, letting out a suppressed sneer. "Fu. Is this your doing, Admiral Crane? You're still the same as ever, ruthless. It's rare to meet as colleagues, but I'm a bit busy right now, so excuse me." Akainu followed closely behind Crane, coldly staring at Doflamingo. Besides his ship, Sengoku had also sent Crane over, who had just arrived today. Crane was a professional at dealing with Doflamingo. He and Lingfeng just needed to stand by. Therefore, the Marines handled the parasite strings with ease. At that moment, the large screen in the center of the plaza suddenly turned on, displaying images of Doflamingo threatening King Riku and using the parasite strings. The citizens of Dressrosa finally woke up from their stupor. "Your Majesty, so you were doing this for us? Damn pirates, actually controlling the king Unforgivable. Why is someone like him a warlord of the sea? The plaza was immediately filled with curses. Doflamingo's veins bulged, but he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Crane and Akainu. Fufufu, just a little joke. Even if the Navy doesn't take action, do you think I would annihilate a country? The world government wouldn't strip me of my warlord title just because of a video and a few dozen accidental injuries. Crane slowly withdrew his gaze from the screen. This video is not meant to deal with you, but to find an opportunity to abolish the ridiculous warlord system. Legalize pirates? It's an insult to the Navy. Scum like you belong in the depths of the sea and in prison. Doflamingo chuckled coldly. Oh really? Then you better work hard. But during the days I hold the title of warlord, you can't lay a hand on me. Crane smiled slightly. It seems you don't know anything. Pirate Doflamingo, do you still think you're a warlord of the sea? Doflamingo's pupils shook violently. What nonsense are you talking? At this moment, the sky was not yet bright, but a large number of seagulls delivering newspapers had already appeared in the sky. Brother Ming's expression changed slightly. In the past, when such a situation occurred, it was always due to a shocking world event, and the World Economic Journal would publish an extra edition without waiting for the next day. Just then, a newspaper landed in front of Doflamingo. He picked it up, and upon seeing it, his pupils shook in shock. Noticing that Crane and Akainu had no intention of taking action, he hurriedly looked at the content inside. As he read, cold sweat began to pour out, and his whole body trembled. Finally, his grip loosened, and the newspaper fell to the ground. What is going on? No, it can't be. A few hours ago, a shocking world event occurred in Mariewa. Hundreds of slaves suddenly revolted, disregarding the thread of their collars, setting fires and causing destruction throughout the Holy Land, even attacking the celestial dragons. When C hurried over, many of the palaces were already engulfed in flames, and the casualties among the celestial dragons reached into the hundreds. The five elders were furious and demanded an immediate investigation. When C angrily went to capture the slaves, he found that they had already disappeared, leaving behind only intact collars. C was puzzled and could only investigate the list of missing slaves. Upon investigation, he discovered that all these slaves had been sent by Doflamingo. The five elders were furious to the point of smoke coming out of their 7 orifices. That damned brat actually played us for fools. They immediately gave the Navy orders to revoke Ming's warlord title and capture him at all costs. No need for interrogation, just execute him on the spot. Crane and Akainu naturally accepted the orders with pleasure. At this moment, Brother Ming was like a hamster cornered by 2 tabby cats. Lingfeng hid not far away, observing quietly, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. Chapter 123. Defeating in the dungeon of Dressrosa, Doflamingo and his subordinates were tightly bound and locked inside. Akainu and Tsuru acted together, and without any suspense. They were all captured. None of them were seriously injured, not because of their strength, but because they were knocked unconscious before they could even be hurt. They quietly huddled in the dungeon, waiting to be taken away the next day. As for those small fry, they had long since scattered, not knowing where they had run off to. But the Navy would not let these guys off, conducting extensive searches in Dressrosa and several surrounding countries. The people in the dungeon remained silent. Suddenly, Doflamingo seemed to sense something. What smell? Others. Upon closer inspection, a faint fragrance seemed to have emerged in the dungeon, as if it had been shaken. Jorah looked at the ceiling and exclaimed, "What is that?" At some point, a large flower appeared on the ceiling, emitting a light yellow pollen. The guards outside had unknowingly fallen to the ground, fast asleep. A great opportunity. Just as they were about to escape, they suddenly felt their eyelids growing heavier and soon lost consciousness. This is bad. Doflamingo was much stronger, but he only managed to hold on for a minute before quickly falling into a coma. At this point, the entire dungeon, whether human or snail, had fallen into a deep slumber. Lingfeng appeared beside Monet, having left the flying thunder god mark at the castle. Looking at the pirates scattered around, he revealed a strange smile. The sea wind howled. Monet felt a splitting headache and suddenly thought of something, quickly getting up and surprisingly discovering that the sea stone shackles were gone. Looking around, she realized she was on a lonely little island, with the ruins of a wooden house nearby. Where is this? This is Tea Table Island, I was here not long ago with Doflamingo. A sharp voice came from behind. Monet was overjoyed. Lord Pika, how do we escape? Where is the young master? To her surprise, Pika's expression was particularly grim. Doflamingo is not here. The two of us are trapped here. Tea Table Island is a deserted island with nothing at all. Monet was shocked. What is going on? At that moment, a figure appeared from a shadow not far away. You two are my important guests, which is why I brought you out. As for the others, they are not worthy. Pika and Monet stood up in unison. Who are you? What do you want? The figure slowly stepped forward, revealing himself to be Lingfeng. It's you, Navy. It's you, human trafficker. Pika and Monet spoke simultaneously, looking at each other in surprise. You say he is what? Pika's body slowly merged into the earth. Speak. Why did you bring us here? Otherwise, I will crush you immediately. Monet also elementalized, and the temperature around suddenly dropped. Lingfeng smiled slightly. Then I'll speak frankly. Your abilities are impressive, and I've taken a liking to them. In the next moment, his body swelled, bubbling with red foam, and finally transformed into a red monkey with 4 tails. Pika was taken aback by this scene. Zoan type? You're actually a Zoan type ability user. The Zoan type is the rarest of the devil fruits. The Don Quixote family also has a business involving devil fruits, but over the years, they haven't encountered a single Zoan type fruit. Monet, on the other hand, was much more confident. Even without Haki, what does it matter if it's a Zoan type? She then began to unleash her abilities, and suddenly a blizzard swept across the island. Within just a few seconds, the island turned silver white, and then the snowstorm swirled, forming a snow woman that was no less impressive than the 4-tailed beast. Lingfeng chuckled softly. Indeed, I haven't learned Haki yet, and encountering other Logia users would be quite tricky. But why does it have to be you as my opponent? After saying that, the 4-tailed beast opened its mouth wide and spat out several lava fireballs, creating large holes in the snow woman's body. Damn it. How can she possess the power of flames? The snow woman let out a piercing scream, and Monet leaped out from within, hiding in the heavy snow, causing the snow woman to collapse as well. Lingfeng scoffed. In Punk Hazard, Nami's weather staff could inflict pain on Monet, not to mention the magma from the 4-tailed beast. Unfortunately, without observation Haki, Monet lost track after diving into the snow. But it didn't matter. The island was only so big. How long could she hide? Lingfeng let out a roar, preparing to unleash magma. Suddenly, a giant rocky hand burst out from the ground and grabbed the 4-tailed beast, lifting it up. Lingfeng. In the next moment, a rock giant much taller than the 4 tails appeared, grabbing the 4 tails and throwing it into the sea. Note, the height of the 4 tails is 53 meters, while the height of Pika in his stone giant form is 470 meters. No matter what kind of ability user it is, they can't survive in the sea. But what left Pika in shock was the scene that unfolded. The 4 tails fell into the sea, but did not sink directly. Instead, it stood on the water's surface as if it were solid ground, swaying up and down with the waves. He, a bit clever, but for a ninja, treading water is the most basic training. However, the rock giant quickly regained its composure, emerging from the ground, its enormous body blocking out the sun. So what if it doesn't fear water? I'm a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. How could I lose to someone as obscure as you? Lingfeng sneered. Your abilities are indeed quite suitable for escape, but unfortunately, as he spoke, he raised his hand, and a giant tree with a diameter of 100 meters shot up, directly lifting the rock giant into the air, its branches and vines tightly binding him. Seeing the rock giant struggling in midair, Lingfeng smiled coldly. Now your true form cannot escape, right? Many wooden dragons emerged from the giant tree, drilling into and out of the rock giant's body like chisels, causing large chunks of stone to fall off. Any larger stones were shattered by the wooden dragons, absolutely not giving Pika a chance to escape. The rock giant roared in retaliation, smashing through large branches, but it was completely useless as other vines continuously surged forward. Lord Pika. Monet frantically unleashed her abilities, covering the giant tree with wind and snow, but it was of no use at all. She turned to attack Lingfeng, trying to cover Pika's escape. However, the power of the snow fruit was too weak. Lingfeng simply coated himself in a layer of magma, leaving her helpless. All the wind and snow that touched the magma disappeared, and she herself did not dare to touch Lingfeng. When she flew close again, Lingfeng seized the opportunity to leap high and slapped her away onto the island. Although she was not injured, she was covered in magma and could not recover for a while. Don't worry, it will soon be your turn. Without Monet's interference, Lingfeng began to focus on dealing with Pika. The wooden dragons quickly crushed the rock giant, forcing Pika's true form out. Pika was covered in armed haki. Bastard, don't think that just because you forced me out, it's over. Under my haki, your broken wood is useless. Perhaps. Have you heard of the 1,000 years of pain? Huh? What? Ah? The wooden spikes pierced deeply, and Pika let out a shrill scream as his body quickly shriveled up. No matter how strong the arm haki was, it couldn't turn a hollow body into a solid one. Seeing that the outcome was decided, Lingfeng's gaze shifted to the stunned Monet. Monet shuddered and crossed her arms over her chest. I surrender. I surrender. Chapter 124, Deprivation of the Devil Fruit. Seeing Monet being so compliant, Lingfeng clicked his tongue in regret, then pulled out sea prism stone handcuffs to cuff her to the giant tree. Seeing Lingfeng casually holding the sea prism stone, Monet's eyes nearly popped out, but she was clever enough to just shrink her head and pretend she didn't see it. Lingfeng walked towards Pika again. At this moment, Pika had transformed from a muscular man into a gaunt figure, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lingfeng, his hands tightly gripping his clothes. You beast, what are you going to do? With such a look, coupled with his voice, Lingfeng's expression darkened. You damn. He then kicked him unconscious and dragged him away. Monet watched all of this in a daze, then looked down at himself, his expression revealing a hint of insecurity. As they reached a distant part of the island, Lingfeng created a shadow clone and handed over a bag to him. Thank you for your hard work. The shadow clone also nodded. I hope it can succeed. Lingfeng transformed back into a giant ape, swallowing both Pika and the shadow clone. The shadow clone opened a bag, which contained a bunch of fruits, and then took out a kunai to stab Pika before quietly watching the fruits. In the pirate manga, there have been 3 instances of fruit ability transfer. One was Punk Hazard, after the slime self-destructed. The nearby apple turned into a salamander fruit. It seems that when a user dies, the devil fruit transfers to the nearest fruit, but in reality, it's quite unreliable. If it were that simple, the devil fruits in Impel Down would have to be stored in a warehouse. Another instance was Blackbeard. To this day, it hasn't been revealed how it was achieved. Lingfeng couldn't be bothered to guess. There was another time when the ant obtained the soul fruit. At that time, she ate the nun and the fruit and gained the abilities of the soul fruit. Either the nun herself was equivalent to a devil fruit, or the fruit next to her transformed into a devil fruit. Lingfeng felt that the latter was more reliable and speculated that living organisms could prevent the transfer of abilities, forcing the devil fruit to only be reborn on nearby fruits. This seemed like a reasonable conjecture. After all, no matter how brutal the pirate world is, the situation of living beings eating ability users and then having some fruits to relieve the appetite is certainly rare, so it was normal for no one to discover this method. The clone waited nervously, and sure enough, a fruit began to develop patterns and transformed into a devil fruit. It worked. The clone was overjoyed and flew out with the fruit. Lingfeng spat Pika's corpse aside, transformed back into human form, and happily held the devil fruit. He had obtained a method to deprive others of their devil fruits. Next, it was time to take down Blackbeard and completely monopolize the method of plundering devil fruits. Lingfeng weighed the stone fruit in his hand. Although this fruit is not of the natural type, its quality is quite good, and when used properly, its power is not inferior to that of the natural type. Lingfeng dragged the corpse of Pika back with a beaming smile. After all, he was a bounty criminal, and he couldn't let this go to waste. The interworld trade requires capital, and this guy was the first piece of startup funding. When Monet saw this scene, he immediately showed a look of terror. How brutal. He just killed him like that. Moreover, it was too quick, right? As he saw Lingfeng approaching him, he suddenly shivered and hurriedly begged for mercy. I plead guilty. Please don't kill me. Lingfeng glanced at Monet a few times. To be honest, He initially took Monet away because he was interested in the snow fruit, hoping to get a natural-type fruit for Qing Yan. However, after the battle, he realized that this fruit was pretty useless. Apart from elementalization, it had almost no other advantages. Especially the fact that it was afraid of fire was ridiculous. Although there are characters in One Piece who can play with fire, compared to Naruto, they are nothing, especially since Qing Yan is from the Uchiha clan. It wouldn't make sense for her to be a genius girl before eating the fruit, and then after eating it, anyone could come over and slap her. Lingfeng grabbed Monet's neck. Enough, stop pretending in front of me. Do you think I can't see that you're just acting? Someone like you would never betray Doflamingo just to save your life. Monet was taken aback at first, but her fearful expression turned cold. Oomph. I didn't expect to be seen through. It's really surprising. The Navy is clearly very good at this. Lingfeng casually threw her aside. The Crane General has information about your family, but unfortunately, 3 are missing. 1 is Virgo, who is now undercover in the Navy. 1 is you, undercover in Dressrosa. The other is your sister Sugar, who also escaped this time, probably disguised as a child to evade capture. Monet finally lost her composure. You. How do you know all this? I know even more. You and your sister were saved by Doflamingo 3 years ago and joined the Don Quixote family to become pirates. Over these years, you have committed numerous crimes. Speaking of this, Monet's expression darkened. He. You even know our origins. The Navy's intelligence department is quite capable. That's right, my hometown Balio was attacked by pirates, and all my relatives and friends died in that fire. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she touched her fragile face. I should have died with everyone. That would have been the end of it. But because of this face, Monet's expression turned vicious. I was taken away by filthy pirates. I thought about suicide, thought about disfiguring myself with stones. But that group of beasts also captured Sugar and threatened me with my sister's life. Where were you, Navy? Where was your intelligence? Later, it was the young master who saved me. He brought me and my sister out of hell, gave me the chance for revenge, and gave us a new family and loved ones. From that moment on, my life belongs to the young master. After going through that hell, do you think I would fear mere death? Lingfeng had a strange expression. What you mentioned is the Basel disaster. Didn't I just look through the naval archives out of boredom a few days ago and saw the information? Wait a moment. Lingfeng walked to a place invisible to Monet, used Flying Thunder God to enter the warship archive room, and after finding the information, flew back. He flipped through the files in front of Monet. Monet. Found it. So that's how it is? Monet impatiently said. What are you talking about? Lingfeng shoved the file in front of her. Come, take a look. What really happened during the Barcelia massacre? Monet quickly took the file and began to read, her expression growing more and more shocked. It turned out that the group of pirates did not attack Barcelia by chance. They were actually planning a trade with Don Quixote Doflamingo and had chosen a nearby location for the deal. However, since Doflamingo raised the price unexpectedly, they resorted to attacking Barcelia to raise money, resulting in a horrifying massacre. The commotion became too loud, attracting the Navy's pursuit, which not only ruined their business, but also caused significant losses for Doflamingo. Enraged, Doflamingo killed the group of pirates, inadvertently saving Monet and Sugar. This incident was so shocking that the details were not reported, and only a detailed record exists in the file. Monet trembled all over, tears streaming down her face, murmuring continuously, it wasn't a coincidence. It was the young master. It wasn't a coincidence. It was the young master. Chapter 125. Mission Lingfeng brought Monet back to the warship. After learning the truth, Monet knelt down and begged to be a witness for the prosecution. Lingfeng hesitated. Brother Ming was specifically targeted for death by the 5 elders, so it wasn't he, just about a few hundred stains. However, Monet was exceptionally determined. Without saying a word, she banged her head several times until her forehead was bloodied and bruised, saying she didn't ask for mercy for herself, but only beg for her sister's life. She also mentioned that the 2 sisters had always been treated as secret weapons. Although they had assisted in the evil deeds, they had never directly killed anyone. Seeing her battered appearance, Lingfeng's heart softened. After all, they were not in the same world. Whether to kill or not had nothing to do with him. Since that was the case, he decided to give her a chance and take her to meet Akainu. Whether to kill or spare her would be up to Akainu to decide. If even Akainu was willing to let her go, then it truly meant that her life was meant to be saved. After capturing Don Quixote da Flamingo, Akainu's warship had arrived at Punk Hazard and successfully met up with Admiral Tsuru. Lingfeng brought Monet back to the warship and knocked on Akainu's door. Tulp, tulp, tulp. Kumin. Lingfeng opened the door and was surprised to find that it was not just Akainu alone. Admiral Crane was also drinking tea beside him. Admiral Crane, Admiral Sakazuki. Lingfeng, do you need something? Lingfeng nodded, stepped aside, and revealed Monet behind him. Admiral Sakazuki, Monet from the Don Quixote Pirates wants to talk to you. I couldn't refuse, so I brought her here. Nonsense. What do I have to discuss with a pirate? Do you know that if she escapes, you will be court-martialed? Akainu coldly stepped forward, his right hand faintly glowing red. Female pirate, since you are so eager to go to hell, let me send you there in advance. TSK, as expected of Akainu. Forget it, considering her unfortunate background. I'll help her speak a few more words. She said she wants to confess some crimes committed by the Don Quixote family during their plundering, as well as provide information about the underworld. Akainu ignored it, his hand bubbling with magma. Lingfeng sighed softly. I've done my best. Safe travels. Wait. Suddenly, Crane spoke up to stop Akainu's actions. You mentioned the underground world? Monet has been an undercover agent for so many years. Her intelligence is naturally on point. Seeing a glimmer of hope, she hurriedly stepped forward. That's right. I know all about the Don Quixote family business, arms, gangs, gambling, devil fruits. I'm well aware of everything. I also understand the distribution of underground forces and their contacts. Crane nodded. Sakazuki, calm down, let her in, it won't take long. Akainu shot Monet a glance and stepped aside to make way. After all, he had once been Crane's subordinate and had received her care, so he couldn't disregard her words. Compared to Akainu, Crane was much gentler. Little girl, don't be afraid. We have plenty of time to chat tonight. Monet felt a bit more at ease, yes. Seeing that both sides were engaged, Lingfeng didn't enter and directly took his leave. He was only responsible for the introduction. Whether Monet could convince the two of them, or if the Navy could uncover anything valuable, was no longer his concern. Lingfeng arrived at the deck and leaned against the ship's railing, deep in thought. It had been a long time since he came to the pirate world, and it was time to go back and take a look. Involving two worlds, it was inevitable to shuttle back and forth with supplies. In the pirate world, the most famous specialty was naturally the devil fruits. Especially now that there was a method to obtain devil fruits, it felt like a perfect opportunity. However, Lingfeng understood that while devil fruits could be introduced into the Naruto world, it had to be done with extreme caution. It could never be introduced on a large scale. There were too many villages in the Naruto world, and the factions were too complex. If the number of fruits increased, he wouldn't be able to keep an eye on them all, inevitably losing control, and it could endanger those around him. Lingfeng has no particular will for fire and no feelings for Konoha village. He only cares for a handful of people around him. Therefore, when it comes to introducing devil fruits, he prefers quality over quantity, especially since there might be Otsutsuki in the future, so he must look for high-potential fruits. The top choices are the Logia and mythical zone fruits. Eating them can result in immediate and significant power increases. Because of this, even though almost every member of the Don Quixote family has a fruit, Lingfeng only chose the Snow fruit and the Stone fruit. He didn't even consider others. Not even the String fruit, as they have low potential and require development. Firearms and phone bugs can be safely introduced. It's not a bad idea to share profits with other forces at critical moments. But the devil fruits must be firmly held in his own hands. Additionally, Sea Prism Stone and Armament Haki must not appear in the Naruto world. Lingfeng was lost in thought when he suddenly heard Akainu calling him. Upon reaching the door, he found the atmosphere unexpectedly harmonious. Akainu was about to send off Crane, while Monet obediently stood behind her. Sakazuki, I'm leaving first. All right, have a good rest. We still need you to oversee Don Quixote da Flamingo's execution tomorrow. He then turned to Monet and said, since you have the chance to return to the right path, make sure to seize it, understand? Monet slightly bowed, yes. Lingfeng was a bit confused. What was going on? The Crane didn't say anything. Her temper was generally good, and apart from Carp and Sengoku, very few people could get her worked up. Akainu actually let Monet go? He didn't even give her a cold shoulder? Did the dog head get frozen by the snow fruit? Colonel Lingfeng was entering the room. Upon entering, Lingfeng caught sight of the potted plant that should have been incinerated, perfectly placed on Akainu's desk. Lingfeng, from today onwards, that Monet is also a member of the Navy. Huh. Lingfeng was taken aback. Given Monet's actions, even without the head explosion from the Hellhound, he should at least be facing serious consequences. How'd he still manage to get a position? Seeing Lingfeng's strange expression, Chi Quan also felt a bit helpless. It wasn't my idea. It was Ms. Crane's suggestion, and Mr. Sengoku agreed as well. Lingfeng was completely baffled. Even Mr. Zhanghua was alarmed. Why? Just because she is a natural type ability user. If the Yuki no Mi gets this kind of treatment, wouldn't it be promoted to an admiral? This has nothing to do with it. Akane took out a cigar and threw it to Lingfeng, lighting one for himself as well. The Navy has always wanted to enter the underground world, but lacking intelligence. They have been unable to break through. Ms. Tsuru has been in charge of this matter and has been quite troubled. We just discussed that this Monet is indeed very familiar with the underground world, so Ms. Tsuru decided to let her join the staff as an assistant. This is both a way to atone for her sins and a deal. She will use her knowledge to help the Navy infiltrate the underground world, and the reward is